I woke up feeling irritated by the loud sound of the bell that rang throughout the mountain. It was so noisy, even the cranes flying around didn't matter against the noise. I tried to ignore it, but after a while, the sound became too much. I muttered a curse under my breath, frustrated by the constant ringing. As I sat up, pain shot through my body, making me cough uncontrollably. My bones ached like they had been crushed, and every movement felt like torture. I looked around and saw the familiar scene outside my window, the mountain peaks hidden in clouds, and the faint image of a dragon's tail swaying in the mist. Suddenly, a group of little spirit children jumped into my room, climbing all over me, yelling that something important was happening at the main hall. They were too energetic for my mood, but I grabbed one and asked him what time it was. When he told me, I realized I had been sleeping for way too long. I had missed years of time. It was now the 5th year of the Chungha era, and I barely remembered what had happened. After processing this, I decided I didn't care about the event they wanted me to attend. I told them I wasn't going. What's the point? Anyway, I won't live much longer. But the bell kept ringing, and finally, I sat up again, realizing I couldn't let things go like this. I have to survive, no matter what. I need to see how things turn out. With that in mind, I prepared myself, even asking the little spirit kid to help me put on a cloak. When I arrived at the grand hall, everyone was already there, waiting for me. As usual, the scene was grand with phoenixes perched around, and disciples from all the mountain peaks standing silently. It seemed they had been waiting a long time for me. I made a casual entrance, apologizing for being late, but before I could say much, the phoenixes attacked me, their flames dancing angrily. Of course, I wasn't hurt. I walked right through the fire without a scratch, trying to calm them down with some jokes. But even that didn't stop them from being mad. I just let them be, pulling one of the little phoenixes into my arms like a heater. After all, it was warm and cozy, and that's all that mattered to me. When I entered the hall, I could feel everyone's eyes on me. The new disciples stared, clearly mesmerized. One even mistook me for a woman. The guards corrected them, announcing me as senior brother Chao Wu. I smiled as I walked past them, knowing my appearance often caused confusion. My attire, luxurious and bold, stood out among the usual pale robes of the other disciples. Elder Lin Xiao seemed relieved when I arrived, though he couldn't help but talk about the new disciple, Ling He. Apparently, this new guy had caused the ancient bell to ring 20 times, a rare event. I wasn't too concerned, though. Honestly, if I had arrived earlier, it probably would have only been 4 rings. But as usual, I ended up taking all the attention. When I finally stood in front of Ling He, I could feel him staring at me. I could sense his thoughts. He found me overly beautiful, perhaps too much for a man. He bowed to me, and I acknowledged him with a nod, but internally, I knew what this was about. He wanted to become a disciple of our master, the immortal head. No surprise there. It was obvious from the start. Elder Lin Xiao, who knew my strong attachment to my master, glanced at me nervously. Everyone knew how much I respected my master, and the idea of someone else becoming his disciple didn't sit well with me. But I hid my feelings behind a smile. I even welcomed Ling He as my new junior brother. The formalities continued, and Ling He had to undergo the spirit aptitude test. As I played with the tail of a small phoenix perched on my arm, I watched the colors on the spirit stone change from warm to cool tones, finally turning purple. But something felt off. Our master should have arrived by now. When the purple light shines, it usually signals his arrival with great fanfare. But today, nothing. As the silence grew heavier, I considered an unsettling thought. If I killed Ling He now, this supposed chosen one, I could prevent his future rise to power. But would our master allow that? Without warning, I drew my sword. The hall filled with tension as my killing intent was clear. Ling He, caught off guard, could only feel the immense pressure. My attack was swift, but at the last moment, I pulled back. However, my sword didn't stop. It turned on me instead. That's when Elder Lin Xiao realized something was different about me today. I wasn't wearing my usual sword, Fusheng. The moment my sword turned toward me, I could see its tip reflected in my eyes, getting closer and closer. But I didn't move. There was no point. Even Elder Lin Xiao couldn't stop it in time. Suddenly, everything changed in an instant. The entire hall's temperature plummeted. Everyone was frozen in place, unable to move, as a deep, chilling cold pierced through us all. The sword's energy shattered, covered in frost, almost breaking apart. Then, a cold and powerful voice echoed through the hall. "You dare harm him." I was stunned. That voice wasn't directed at me, it was aimed at Ling He, the disciple I was just about to kill. A figure in white appeared by my side. When I looked up, I was momentarily struck by his appearance, immaculate, godlike, with an air of imperial authority. This was my master, immortal head Zhao. Despite his beauty, no one dared to admire him. His presence was too overwhelming. Even I, who knew him well, felt a strange distance. Everyone thought I was the one who drew my sword first, but now Zhao's words seemed to defend me, not scold me. I was confused. Shouldn't he be reprimanding me? I was the one who tried to kill Ling He. When Zhao approached, I expected the cold to worsen, but it didn't. Oddly enough, it wasn't as freezing as I thought. He was taller than me, and as he looked down at me holding Lin Zhao's sword, his gaze was icy cold toward Ling He. "Do you wish to die, trying to harm him at Snowze Mountain?" His voice, though calm, was terrifying. Ling He stood there, silent for a moment, before responding stiffly. "Disciple Ling He, after winning the top spot, wishes to be accepted as your student." I never intended harm. I didn't show any emotion, but in my mind, I thought, well, my master is here now, so he'll probably accept Ling He as his disciple. But Zhao didn't look interested. Instead, he turned to me and asked, "To become my disciple, what must one do besides winning first place?" I answered what I was told. "You must pass the spirit aptitude test." Zhao shook his head, saying it was wrong. Everyone was shocked. How could it be wrong? That's how I was tested. But Zhao corrected me. To become my disciple, one must climb all 2,900 steps of the Sin Redemption Ladder at the foot of Snowze Mountain, without any spiritual power. His words sent a chill through the room. The climb was a torturous journey meant to purify one's soul, and many thought it would be impossible for Ling He to survive it. I wasn't eager to stick around after that. I handed the sword back to Lin Song and wiped my hands on him, ignoring his annoyed look. Then, I bowed respectfully to Zhao and called him master. Zhao didn't scold me for the fight or the events that had unfolded. Instead, he told me to rest and recover from my injuries, showing unusual care. He even placed his hand on my head, sending warmth into my body to heal me. His kindness surprised everyone. I, too, was a bit taken aback, wondering why he wasn't angry at me. He should have been upset, right? But instead, he just told me to go and play. As I left the hall, I apologized to Ling He, though I could tell from his expression that he wasn't done with this. He said he would climb the Sin Redemption Ladder. I didn't say anything, but my eyes told him everything. Good luck, you'll need it. Later, as Lin Song took me back to my quiet abode, I reflected on everything. My master had defended me, and yet, something felt different. I hadn't brought my usual sword, Fuxing, which was a symbol of my bond with him. I was still trying to understand why things felt so out of place, but at least for now, I could rest. I went to the hot spring, shedding my heavy fox fur robe, and as I removed my clothes, I was left in a thin, almost transparent undergarment that clung to my body. I looked down at my slender waist, pale skin exposed, and idly played with my long black hair, which had come undone. I wasn't thinking of much, just lost in my own head. The warmth of the water blurred my reflection, softening the sharpness of my features. I thought back to the recent events, the disciple ceremony, Ling He's test, and Zhao's strange words and gentle touch on my head. It felt so odd. After a while, I glanced at Fuxing, the sword. It was considered the best sword in the world, radiating a cold energy that could cut through anything. I picked it up for a moment, feeling its power, but then I put it back down. I wasn't really good at using it anyway. I left the hot spring, laughing softly as the little spirit children who brought my clothes and blushed and scurried about. I didn't rush to get dressed, and they grew even more embarrassed, their faces turning red. Once I was dressed, I took Fuxing and placed it aside, telling them to store it properly. Later, I tried to rest, but I woke up angry the next morning. The cold in my room was unbearable. My hair had even frozen overnight. I yelled, "Who chose this freezing place?" The spirit children nervously reminded me it was my decision to live close to Master Zhao. Regretting my choice, I declared I'd ask to move to another peak. But the little spirits cried so loudly, clinging to me, that I couldn't help but stay. As I was complaining, I suddenly heard the loud calls of phoenixes outside. I went to greet them, dressed in luxurious brown and gold robes, and tried to negotiate with them to let me keep their nests at my place. They didn't agree, of course, and soon enough, I was running from angry phoenixes, laughing as they chased me with their fiery tails. What a chaotic scene, phoenixes setting the mountains on fire as they tried to catch me. By the time Elder Lin Xiao heard about it, half the mountain was burning, and I was still being pursued. He yelled my name in frustration, but I kept running, amused by the whole situation. In the end, I managed to steal the phoenixes' nests and bring them back to my residence. The nests were made of rare materials, and I had no intention of returning them. When the phoenixes realized what had happened, they were furious, but it was too late. The nests were now stuck in my place, and they couldn't move them. As I lay back, relaxed and satisfied with my work, I laughed to myself, enjoying the chaos I had caused. Lin Xiao, seeing the damage I had caused, could only sigh in defeat. After all, I wasn't the one who suffered the most today. The poor phoenixes had their homes stolen. I didn't expect Zhao to show up again so soon. Honestly, I thought I'd barely see him in my lifetime. Yet here he was, making his second appearance in just a couple of days. This time, it was because of the chaos I caused with the phoenixes. I mean, it wasn't a big deal to me. I never really cared about face or reputation, but clearly, this was something that needed Zhao's attention. When he arrived, everything calmed down. Even the phoenixes, who had been chasing me around, immediately lowered their heads in submission. They knew they couldn't mess with him. I felt a bit awkward, like a kid caught misbehaving by a parent. I didn't dare meet his gaze, missing the softness and affection that flashed in his eyes. In his usual calm and authoritative tone, Zhao remarked that Moon Peak had the strongest spiritual energy and that it was a good place to stay. That was his way of telling me I wasn't moving away from Mingyue residence anytime soon. The phoenixes backed down completely, knowing they couldn't fight him. Afterward, I lounged under the Buddha tree, tossing little gold beads into the air while the disciples worked on rebuilding my residence. Lin Song arrived and caught one of the beads. He smiled at me, which made me wonder, what's so funny? He told me I seemed different, though I didn't feel that way. If anything, it was Zhao who had changed. Lin Song took my pulse, and his face immediately shifted. I checked my pulse too and found the same oddity. He asked what I was planning, and I simply said that I didn't care much about the illness, as long as I could live a little longer. I was living on borrowed time anyway, and whatever he had discovered didn't need to be reported to Zhao. Later, as I rested, Lin Song went to fetch some medicine. The little phoenixes curled up next to me, making it hard to move without disturbing them. I joked with them, asking if they were being cheeky, but I didn't mind. They made me smile. When the adult phoenixes returned, they weren't happy to see their children surrounding me. I reassured them that I didn't kidnap their little ones, and eventually, they flew away, taking their children with them. One stubborn little phoenix refused to leave, so I gave her a gentle kiss on the head, leaving her dazed. As I walked back into my newly built residence, I couldn't help but admire how luxurious everything looked. My bed was so comfortable that I had to try it out right away. Lin Song walked in with the medicine and teased me, saying I looked like a young lord waiting to be served. I laughed and told him I was missing a few things. Some snacks and storybooks would really complete the vibe. He joked that I should get some beauties to serve me, to which I replied, "Who's beautiful enough to serve me? I'm obviously the most attractive person here, after all." Lin Song just rolled his eyes at my arrogance. I settled in, enjoying the warmth of the phoenix nests around the residence, and even suggested Lin Song could dry his herbs here. But when he mentioned moving in with his whole entourage, I quickly refused. I didn't need the drama of his relationships spilling over into my peaceful retreat. That made him blush, which was pretty amusing. As I lay there, I couldn't help but feel content. Life at Mingyue residence had definitely improved with the luxury, warmth, and, most importantly, the peace I had carved out for myself. Lin Song suddenly thought of something, picked up the cup of tea, and said calmly, "The disciple who won the first prize yesterday fainted on the 321st step." Upon hearing this, Asajiri said nothing. Lin Song took a sip of tea, and it still tasted the same. "To be honest, you didn't even kill him with your sword. That's not like you." Asami sneered. "Who said that Chao Wu has never been chopped?" "He has been chopped." Lin Song was about to say something, but was interrupted by Chao Wu. "I've already told you, Mo Gu Ting can't find the Luo Shui Shinji, so just let him come back. Let him take me to Jiantan." When Mo Gu Ting was mentioned, Lin Song's ears seemed to turn slightly red. Asajiri saw all this, and suddenly came forward, eyes curved. "Oh, why is he not good enough in technique?" How come Asajiri's words are becoming more and more blunt and exposed? Lin Song angrily opened his face and said, "Don't talk nonsense." Almost everyone was gritting their teeth. Asajiri laughed cheerfully. Lin Song drank all the tea but still felt embarrassed. Suddenly he remembered the Jiantan he just mentioned and frowned. "Is your life ruined? Why go to Jiantan?" Chao Wu poured himself a cup of tea and said nonchalantly, "That's not my sword. Your master gave it to you, so it's yours, isn't it?" Asajiri raised an eyebrow. "Can't I change my sword?" Lin Song was still puzzled. "But Fuxing is already the best sword in the world. No matter what sword you choose, it can't compare to this one." Chao Wu looked at him unhappily. "Oh, why are you acting like an old woman, saying but what but?" As he was talking, the little spiritual boy brought the medicine over. You know what? The smell was so bitter that it could kill me. Lin Song took the candied fruit next to the medicine bowl, and Chao Wu yelled and refused to eat. Song, my candy." Unexpectedly, the beautiful lady seemed to know nothing and continued to pour tea for herself. It was clearly a revenge for Asajiri, saying that he looked like an old woman. Asajiri was a real man who could bend and stretch himself. He went over to admit his mistake with a flattering face, begging for mercy. "I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Lord Ling Song, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Ouch, please give me the candy. I'm dying. This medicine is so bitter. Can I live without sugar?" Lin Song snorted coldly and gave him the candied fruit without any good intentions. "You are already an adult, and as the eldest disciple of Shui Mountain, you like to eat candy all day long. Aren't you ashamed?" Chao Wu made a face at him. Lulula. When Chao Wu turned his head and looked at the medicine again, his expression changed instantly. He held his breath, tilted his head back and drank, then quickly put the candied fruit into his mouth, but it was still so bitter that he stuck out his tongue. The whole face was in pain. Lin Song couldn't help laughing. "Ha ha ha ha. Fog. Why don't you take a mirror and look at yourself now? If you had gone to the Manhua Palace 2 years ago with this expression, ha ha ha, you might not have been given the title of the most beautiful woman." Lin Song laughed so hard that he leaned back and almost fell over. Fortunately, someone hugged him from behind, and the familiar breath made Lin Song relax his guard immediately. Asami had a bitter face. When she saw the handsome man in black opposite her, she was slightly stunned. Then she used her fastest reaction in her life and yelled at him with a big tongue. "Haydn, take care of your wife." Mo Guting glanced at Zhao Wu coldly, then pinched the flesh on Lin Song's waist. With this pinch, Lin Song almost went limp in his arms. Asajiri still felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He continued to drink tea, but realized that the more he drank, the bitterer it became. Mouth full of bitterness. When I saw the two people opposite me being ambiguous, I felt a little heart attacked again. He said in a hoarse voice, "Why don't you two just go away?" Originally, Lin Song was talking to Mo Guting, asking him to take Chao Wu to Jiantan, but upon hearing this, he gave up immediately. "Don't take him there." Mo Guting is the master of Jianling Peak. He is known as the Sword Immortal, and his fighting power is second to none in the entire Shui Mountain. When sword practitioners reach the age of 17 or 18 and have the qualifications and talent, they can go to the sword pond to ask for swords. If disciples of Shui Mountain want to go to Jiantan, they must have a jade token from Mo Guting or be led by someone. Chao Wu is a special case. His sword was passed down to him by his master, so naturally he has never been to Jiantan. According to his status and identity, he certainly has the authority to go, but he doesn't know the way. When Mingyue heard that his wife didn't want him to go, he simply said, "Okay, I won't take him." When Asajiri heard this, he clenched his fists. Can't afford to offend. This person, Mingyue, can't afford to offend, and neither can I. No, I was wrong. As a fellow swordsman, Mingyue is also a good brother of Chao Wu. He wanted to plead for him, but before he could open his mouth, Lin Song said, "He said your skills are not good enough." After hearing these few words, Mingyue shut up and ignored Chao Wu. Asajiri, hey, that's too much. There was a commotion going on inside when Lin Xiao came again. The man shouted, "Hey, not bad. Finally a place for myself to stay." When he came in and saw the three of them, he was so happy that he said, "Brothers are all here." Just now, at the apprenticeship ceremony, do you know who Ling He was going to take as his master in the end? Lin Song frowned and leaned his back against Mingyue. Didn't he faint on the guilty release ladder? As soon as Lin Xiao saw the tea, which was brewed by Chao Wu, he ran over and poured himself a cup. After moistening his throat, he continued, "Yes, but also no." This made Chao Wu curious. Who will he choose as his master? He was also very curious. If the Son of Heaven did not worship Emperor Zhao as his master, who would he worship as his master? But Lin Xiao just looked at him and said nothing. No way. Mingyue and Lin Song were also stunned for a moment and looked at Chao Wu. Question: what should I do if I eat watermelon on myself? Asajiri blinked and pointed at himself in disbelief. He wants to take me as his master? The Son of Heaven wants to worship me as his master? Is that right? Isn't it because he is fighting with me? Lin Xiao nodded. Before he fainted, he specifically said that he wanted to take Yefeng Peak Master Chao Wu Xianjun as his master. You know what? Asajiri was in a trance. This world seemed so mysterious. Lin Song sneered. Even if he had to settle for second best, he still didn't forget master and disciple Hua. Is he a dog skin plaster? Lin Xiao smiled. Guess what? Asajiri had a bad feeling in his heart. What? What's going on? You're not going to collect it for me, are you? Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at him. Do I dare? As soon as he finished speaking, the immortal leader's words came. The immortal leader said that if he continues to have wishful thinking, he will be abandoned on Shuezhe Mountain. Mingyue was a little surprised. On his way back, he heard a lot about Chao Wu's ostentatious incident in the hall yesterday. The immortal chief did this for him, but he almost killed Ling He. Now Ling He only said that he wanted to take Chao Wu as his master, but the immortal chief refused on his behalf. Is he protecting him like this? Asajiri flicked her index finger inadvertently, and the handsome face like a god appeared in her mind again, with a temperament as clear as the moon. How could a mortal be worthy of touching him? Lin Xiao sighed, but he is a talented person after all, and was accepted as a disciple by Hua Yin, the leader of Shangqing Peak, so he fainted. Asajiri felt complicated and confused for a moment. So now, does he still want to gain favor with the Son of Heaven? This is completely off the track. Lin Song looked at him, stretched out his hand and pinched Mingyue, who froze and silently held the claw. I'll take you to Jiantan first. Lin Xiao was pouring himself some tea. After hearing this, he looked up dazedly. Songer is going to practice swordplay? Unexpectedly, the one who responded to him was Asajiri on the opposite side, who hummed lazily. The tea in Lin Zhao's mouth sprayed out. You want to change the sword? Zhao stood up, raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Lin Xiao. Why? Can I? Obviously Lin Xiao couldn't figure it out. Fuxing was fine. So why did you pick up another sword? Chao Wu took the Yeshui fur coat handed over by the little spirit boy and looked even more arrogant. I just want to change my sword. Why not? Lin Xiao always knew that he had a stubborn temper. Okay, but I suggest you talk to your master, after all. Suddenly, there was a voice outside. It was the cabinet disciples who arrived. Chao Wu let someone in, and the disciples saw that in addition to Chao Wu, there were also the masters of the other 3 peaks. He became a little nervous and stuttered for a moment. I can't even speak clearly. Asajiri smiled and said a few words of comfort, then took the earrings they had made, thanked them, and gave them a thank you gift. After the people left, the three people behind them wanted to see what Chao Wu asked the cabinet disciples to do. Who would have thought that when the box was opened, it turned out to be a simple earring about 1.5 inches long, with a long pendant hanging with an extremely delicately engraved crimson Sanskrit stone. No matter how you look at it, it looks like something a woman would wear. As a result, Asajiri put the earring directly on her right ear in front of them. Is it okay to get your ears pierced now? Asajiri hissed in pain, and the three guys hissed as well. It was really funny. Her seductive and flamboyant temperament could not be suppressed. It's so captivating. Gyuding seemed puzzled as to why a grown man like him would wear earrings. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Song covered his eyes. Don't look at male vixens. Chao Wu. If you can't speak, please shut up. Lin Zhao's eyes widened. Brother, can you please stop flirting with me? Even if I grew up with you wearing the same pants, I still want to take off your pants now. Asajiri showed no mercy and kicked him with his leg, laughing. Go away and stop talking dirty. Asajiri seemed to have known that this would be the effect. As a matter of course, he said, Song, don't worry, I won't hook up with a married man. You can rest assured that he will go with me. Lin Xiao and the others were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Gyuding followed Zhao Wu to the main peak to ask the immortal leader for instructions. On the main peak, Gyuding looked at his ostentatious clothes and felt a little strange. Weren't you always wearing white clothes before? Where did you get so many expensive-looking clothes now? In fact, for someone as powerful as Chao Wu, those white robes are worth thousands of gold, but they are simple in style. The one he is wearing now, the Yesui fur coat, is the best one in the 2 realms of Qinkuan. Chao Wu leaned over and whispered, Have you forgotten? There are dozens of immortals who come to Shuezhe Mountain every day to propose marriage. They all send this kind of clothes. I think they are very beautiful now. I like them very much. I ask my spiritual boy to change them for me every day. Do you want them? I will give you a few pieces. Guting was shocked by his shamelessness. You have already rejected the other person, but you still accept gifts and wear their clothes? Asajiri was like a lazy bone, not serious at all. If it's given to me, it's mine. It's just taking up space if I don't use it. Guting praised expressionlessly. I admire you. Chao Wu was about to kick him when he heard a noise. He immediately bowed to Zhao along with Guting. Zhao's light-colored eyes showed neither joy nor sadness, and it was unknown whether he had heard what they had just said. Before Chao Wu could explain the purpose of his visit, Zhao told Guting, His old injuries have not healed yet. You should take good care of him and don't let him do anything if you can. The man's voice was rather cold, and every word he spoke struck Asami's heart. Guting was also stunned for a moment. He looked at Chao Wu with a puzzled look, and his gaze clearly seemed to be saying, Tell your master about the cold poison in your body? Those who are close to him all know that Chao Wu loves sweets and is afraid of cold, and he will suffer from cold attacks from time to time. But Chao Wu should have never told Zhao. So why did Zhao say that Chao Wu had an old illness? Chao Wu also had a brainstorm, but he was extremely sure that Zhao should not know about the cold poison. Could the old illness he mentioned be cold poison? Asajiri didn't ask. Guting just bowed to show that he understood. Emperor Zhao then looked towards Chao Wu. The crimson earring hanging from the boy's right ear was shining with beautiful light, which was particularly eye-catching. The corners of his eyes seemed to have always been dyed with the color of Xiangfei, which made people want to see how attractive he would look if a few more tears fell. In Guting's eyes, the immortal head just stood quietly in front of the boy. The boy, who was originally ostentatious and lazy, restrained his arrogance and lowered his head obediently, as if he would not resist anything. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the bright moon fairy head seemed to blow away the fog, and then flashed a soft light that he had never seen before. There were emotions in Zhao's eyes that Zhao Wu couldn't see, and he just said to him, Be careful. It was not until they left the main peak that Guting poked Chao Wu, who was obviously still dazed, with his arm. The tone was different. What's going on? Did the immortal master know about your cold poison? Chao Wu himself didn't know yet. I was just wondering, shouldn't Master be in seclusion at this time? Mo Gyuding came back in a hurry. Along the way, he heard many disciples discussing the apprenticeship ceremony that day and the fact that Zhao took sides. He asked, Master Shinsho seems to be paying close attention to you recently? On my way back, I heard Master Shinsho supporting you a lot. It would have been fine if Mo Gyuding hadn't mentioned it, but once he did, Chao Wu became even more confused. It was from Emperor Zhao that things started to go completely off the right track. Ling He is the son of heaven, with great talent and good luck. So what if the immortal chief accepts him? Asajiri was puzzled. Really? This kind of concern shouldn't be given to him. Could it be that after the trajectory changed, all the treatment that Ling He deserved was given to him? Oh, that explains it. As he was thinking about it, Mo Gyuding slowed down his sword-flying speed, shook his head towards the fog, and put everything out of his mind. Lulalalo, those have little to do with us, so let's just survive. Master, please don't get involved and I won't provoke you. And that Ling He, I am deeply sorry for accidentally stealing your luck and for not allowing you to successfully become my disciple. You are such a generous person. I will definitely avoid you next time I see you. Kowtow to the boss here. From the increasingly thick mist and fog, we could tell that we were getting closer to our destination. The channel of the originally wide and surging river became increasingly narrow, and the number of fairy beasts and spiritual plants living on both sides increased significantly. At the end of the river is a dark lake. There is not a single ripple on the surface of the water. It is dark and gloomy, very extraordinary. There was also a huge snake on one side, roaring towards the sky. Chao Wu narrowed his eyes and asked, Is this Xuanwu spirit snake? And this lake should be the shell of the sacred turtle. There is a spiritual sword in Jiantan. Therefore, there are two ways to seek swords in Jiantan. Sword chooses man and man chooses sword. Sword chooses man means the spirit sword chooses its master. The temperament and strength of the sword cultivator seem to be infinitely magnified in front of the netherworld black tortoise's sword pool. Let those spirit swords choose whatever they want. To choose the sword, one must meet the swordkeeper at the sword tomb at the bottom of the sword pond, and call out the sword's name through telepathy with the sword. It's not enough to just have the sword. You also need to have the ability to subdue it. However, many sword cultivators failed in the attempt to subdue the enemy. Both of these steps are extremely difficult. There are countless sword cultivators in the world, but there are no more than 5 who truly rely on choosing the sword to obtain their swords. Asajiri, I know this question. However, before Chao Wu could say anything, the two of them had just stood by the lake when the entire Jiantan suddenly began to shake. The originally calm lake surface began to boil with small ripples, giving a feeling of an earth-shaking earthquake. The sword immortal Mo Gyuding smiled. It was completely within his expectations. Chao Wu, guess how many swords can be released for you? Chao Wu's whole body seemed like a piece of soft bone, and he leaned lazily against Mo Gyuding. The corners of her mouth were filled with a careless smile, and her hair flowed down her thin jaw and the red stone earrings, as if entangled together, making it impossible to suppress the bewitching and evil temperament of Chao Wu. Come out, there is nothing to criticize. Hearing Chao Wu's arrogant words, Mo Gyuding couldn't find any fault with them. What? You don't want to pretend anymore? I thought you would be more modest. The tail of the morning mist eye is raised, and the Xiangfei color spreads instantly, making it particularly beautiful. But just as the vibration continued to intensify, Chao Wu suddenly jumped into the sword pool and automatically gave up choosing the master of those swords. His clothes fluttered, and even though he was in the water, Chao Wu did not feel the resistance and coolness of the water, but landed directly on the ground. At the bottom of the pool is a sword tomb, where hundreds of swords are hidden. Mo Gyuding followed him down, somewhat puzzled. You want a sword? There is such a big scene up there. Even if not all the swords can break the pool for him, it won't be too far off. Why does he have to come to the sword tomb to ask for swords? Apart from anything else, he just didn't believe that Chao Wu could know the names of other swords besides the ones that had been announced in the famous swords list. The swordkeeper is an old man who doesn't seem to have any special skills. He looks like an ordinary old man in the mortal world. As he walked out, he kept muttering, "Who is this? With all the fuss going on, can't we get some sleep?" Even though we had reached the sword tomb at the bottom of the pool, the noise above had not dissipated quickly, and one could still feel a shaking sensation while standing there. As Chao Wu approached, the old man glanced at him and suddenly exclaimed, "Didn't you come here before? Why are you here again?" Imo frowned when he heard this. "Has the morning fog come?" Chao Wu smiled and joked with the old man. "I remembered it wrongly, old man. This is my first time here." Upon closer inspection, the old man was actually a blind man. He judged people by their appearance. How could a person's appearance change? How could he be wrong? Moreover, he felt the breath of Fanshur on the person who came in his right ear. I really can't come back. The breath of the Fanshur is in my left ear." The old man thought for a moment and asked, "What sword do you want?" "I heard that among the 3,000 swords at the bottom of the pond, only one has no sword core. Can I go and see its tomb?" Imo frowned and called out to him, "Wu, what on earth was he doing? Looking for a sword without a sword core? What's the difference between this and a defective product made from scrap metal?" The old man paused. "Are you here for him?" Asajiri just smiled and said nothing. The old man sighed. "You have excellent physique. Apart from your invisible power, you should be a swordsman. Why did you ask for a sword at such an old age?" Imo couldn't stand it anymore. Asajiri is only 19 this year. What does it mean to be so old? No one would say anything to a normal immortal cultivator, even if he was in his 20s. Chao Wu pulled the angry-looking Imo and said, "Something happened and I don't know how to use it anymore. I want to change it." When the old man heard this, he started to mutter again. "You are so sentimental. You just exchanged this sword casually? Then, that sword without the sword heart, I don't think you can take it away. Let's go." Imo was furious. His sharp eyes were filled with coldness and anger, and he looked extremely cruel. "Jinsho, isn't that a bit harsh? Stop putting on airs here again and again." Unexpectedly, Chao Wu stopped him from continuing and said in a good-natured manner, "Chao Wu, please see me." After hearing his name, the old man stroked his beard and said thoughtfully, "Your name is Chao Wu?" Chao Wu nodded, "Yes." The old man still seemed to not approve of him and led him inside reluctantly. It was the first time that Imo saw Chao Wu so honest, just like a grandson. Under normal circumstances, I would have started long ago. After taking so many twists and turns, Imo could even feel the rope around his waist gradually becoming restless. This means to be vigilant. In the sword list revealed so far, Ting Ping ranks 6th. Except for Fu Sheng, which is known to the world, he basically knows all the previous ones. How could there be a sword that makes Ting Ping nervous? Soon, he saw a double sword coffin. Usually there is one sword in one tomb, but double coffins have never been seen. This means that since it is a sword, there are 2 swords. According to what Asajiri said, the sword core of one of the swords is on top of the other one? How is this possible? The old man couldn't see Chao Wu's face, but he muttered. Then he was taken away, but this one has been sealed inside. It's a pity. Imo was sure that this sword was definitely ranked very high in the famous sword list, but he could not think of it. How come there are swords? In pairs? Which one is it? Asajiri's rather dim eyes seemed to be suddenly moved at this moment. This lazy Lion King was never interested in anything. At this moment, he leaned forward, his eyelids drooped, and he seemed listless, but he smiled. It followed him because he was handsome. "I am also handsome. Will you follow me?" After he finished speaking, he paused for a moment, then opened his red lips slightly, with a charming aura. Yin-yang. As soon as the words fell, the entire sword pond suddenly began to shake, as if something was about to break out with an irresistible momentum. The next second, a phoenix cry suddenly pierced the entire area of water. Even in the water, the bright and warm flames still carried an unextinguished heat. The fusion of water and fire magnifies the most stunning aspect of this universe to the extreme. Like a phoenix born from the water, so dazzling that one cannot take their eyes away. Inside the phoenix's body is a silver sword with flames all over it. It flew towards the morning mist, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of oppression, but it still did not make the young man change his expression or show any fear. He just stood there proudly, his shoulders relaxed, as if he didn't take it seriously, but at that moment he was smiling brightly. The phoenix feather turned into a scabbard, and the patterns on it were stunning and awe-inspiring, just like Asajiri, with an arrogance that could not be suppressed. Mingyue understood the familiar sword body. The sword that had been taken away turned out to be Snowfrost. The patterns on the blade of the Tongguan sword are almost identical, but the temperament is really different. Just like their names, one is cold as ice and the other is hot as fire. Chao Wu just stretched out his hand and grasped the hilt of Yin Yang's sword through the transparent and sparkling phoenix. At that moment, the black tortoise snake outside the sword pond suddenly twisted its neck. At that moment, the sword manual became brighter and the ranking was written again. The fourth sword in the world, Yin Yang. Mingyue was stunned for a moment. This was just Yin Yang without Jianxian. What if there was Jianxian? The old man didn't seem to have expected that this kid Chao Wu could tame this notoriously unruly sword with just a few words and a name, and directly break out of the sword tomb. He suddenly remembered that many years ago, the young man just said one sentence lightly, and frost and snow did the same, breaking out of the tomb. The sound was so soft, like the first snow, gentle and cool, yet unforgettable. He said, "I am very good looking. Won't you come with me?" Now, memories and emotions overlapped again, and he suddenly wanted to see what kind of grace that very good-looking boy had, and then look at this guy today and see what kind of peerless elegance he had. Asajiri put it back into the scabbard, as if he had expected this to happen. However, the next second, Mingyue's sword suddenly attacked from behind. Zhao Wu did not move, but Yin Yang suddenly burst into flames and surrounded Zhao Wu. Mingyue was forced to retreat by the intense flames. He looked at Chao Wu, who did not move. Frost formed in his eyes. "Who are you?" At that moment, Mingyue suddenly felt a terrible pressure on his shoulders, almost making it hard to breathe. "I really want to know, why don't you use Fusheng? Is it because you don't know how to use it? Are you still Kamaji?" Chao Wu would never wear such ostentatious clothes, would never put her life aside, would never, should not know. In this world, there is a sword named Yin Yang. The flames around the morning mist gradually faded away, revealing the boy's exquisite and beautiful face. He suddenly laughed. The amorous eyes finally sprinkled with fragmented light, and the corners of the eyes were so hooked that they were full of temptation. "Mingyue, are you stupid? Think about it. The aphrodisiac that was put into the Ling Song medicine was given to you by me." As soon as the words fell, Mingyue was stunned. "This, you know this too?" The young man waved his hand, and the flames completely dissipated. He walked closer and closer to the fog, and then slapped him on the back in anger. "I don't need it. I have my reasons. Don't meddle in my business, senior brother." Mingyue is indeed not easy to appease, but there is no other clue to be found. Mingyue still frowned. Chao Wu rolled his eyes and immediately pulled out his trump card. "I say, before going down Shuezhe Mountain, what did you say to my master? You still protect me? It's good enough that you don't hurt me yourself." This one sentence made Mingyue react instantly. The immortal head is so close to Chao Wu. If there was really something wrong with him, he would have seen it long ago. Why should I be the one worrying about it? Mingyue looked at Chao Wu, but his mind was filled with what he just said. That's right. Zhao, as the immortal leader of Qinyu, is a person who has the same lifespan as heaven and earth. He has been in contact with Chao Wu many times, but he still hasn't said anything, which means that Chao Wu has not been taken away. But this Chao Wu even knows what happened between him and Lin Song back then. To be fair, he didn't believe that there was any evil spirit in this world with such powerful abilities. Chao Wu looked at him still hesitantly, his eyes darkened, then returned to normal and waved his hand angrily. "Go away. Dad won't help you with your wife's Ganoderma lucidum." When the topic of Ganoderma lucidum was mentioned, Mingyue realized that Lin Song told him that Chao Wu knew where Ganoderma lucidum was, and he came back. Mingyue sheathed his sword and dressed in black. He looked a little indifferent and fierce, but his beautiful and sharp eyebrows gave people a desire to provoke him. I just think you're a little strange, but I can't tell you why. Chao Wu chuckled lightly. If you knew the reason why your senior brother is different from the original one, wouldn't you be able to cut half of these 17 peaks by then? Mo Gyuding was about to leave with Chao Wu, but the old man suddenly stopped Chao Wu. Little brother, tell me, does this sword really follow you because of your appearance? The old voice had a hint of inquiry. When Mo Gyuding heard this, he looked at him inquiringly. It was really so easy for Chao Wu to ask for a sword. It may be because he has good bones and can read him with a sword, but there are indeed people who want swords. There is a high probability that such people are blind and only give it a try if they think it suits their personality. Which one is not meditating hard and inevitably clashing with the sword guard, fighting fiercely? It's true that he almost lost half his life. Chao Wu took the fourth sword in the world with just one sentence. It was too easy. Could it be that the fourth sword in the world really looks good? Is it so meaningless? Whatever happened, it must have something to do with Asajiri's strength. Chao Wu's strength is unrivaled in Shueza Mountain, except for Immortal Show. This is an ironclad fact. He could even pick up Fusheng's sword, so of course Yin Yang could also pick it up. Chao Wu looked at the Yin Yang in his hand. The scabbard was engraved with a phoenix, and it was full of fire and light. It was flamboyant and beautiful. It doesn't look like there is no sword heart. His brows suddenly softened, probably because it seeks the sword's heart, and I seek the sword's will. The old man suddenly started to laugh, and his laughter was very hearty, asking for sword intention. Well said. It seeks the heart of the sword, and I seek the will of the sword. These 8 words seemed to resonate with Yin Yang, and the bottom of the Jiantan was once again unsettled. It wasn't until Chao Wu left that the old man touched the empty sword tomb and murmured, "But his bust is indeed not his." Shueza Mountain, the sword cultivators all discussed who caused such a big battle. The sword manuals were rearranged and famous swords were born. When Chao Wu returned to his Mingyue residence, he found a garden full of boxes, many of which were stacked up. The little soul boys are struggling to transport these inside and pack away everything that needs to be packed away. Chao Wu tilted his head and saw a little guy who was so tired and trembling that he could hardly walk. He smiled and helped him lift the box and put it in his palm. Whose family gave this betrothal gift? So much. The little soul boy had a sad face, tiredly wiping his sweat, and wanted to cry but had no tears. It's not a betrothal gift. This is given to you by the immortal head. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't dare to move. While Chao Wu was stunned, the little soul boy continued. Master Shinsho said that those betrothal gifts must belong to the maternal family and take up space, so he asked us to send them back according to the terms of the year. However, after sending away a small pile, a large pile came. Wouldn't it take up more space? Chao Wu raised his eyebrows and opened the box, only to find that it was full of top-quality clothing. The top piece was also a large fur coat, or the fur of the Jade Hyena Wolf King. The quality is so good, there should be no other one in this world. It is even more so when you look down. The lining made of dragon scales, the outer robe soaked in ruby dark colors, the crane cloak with gilt ironing patterns. What are you doing? No, I moved it to the wrong place and sent it to the wrong person, right? Your most beloved disciple in your previous life is Xiang Qingfeng in Huayan. The little soul boy had had enough rest, but when he saw that there were so many boxes on the ground that had not yet been packed away, his head got bigger. Chao Wu closed the box, leaving a message, "You guys can pack it up." Then he went to the main peak with his sword. In fact, compared to the previous U peak, the main peak of Dezhou is the coldest. Even though the mountains are still green, they are already as white as snow. Chao Wu subconsciously gathered his clothes and walked towards the house. Dezhou was meditating, and when he felt him coming, he opened his eyes and looked at his disciple. The young man came against the light. His long fur coat was dragging on the ground as the young man moved. Slowing down, it made your heart beat faster. His eyes that were neither happy nor sad saw the sword at the young man's waist, and he was stunned. Yin Yang? Chao Wu saluted him respectfully. Master, I asked for the Yin Yang. Dezhou's long hair was not tied up, and half of it was spread on the folds of his clothes in the front, and fell completely with his movements. As long as you like it. After hearing this, Zhao recalled the boxes of good things and continued, "Thank you, master." Zhao's hand seemed to curl up subconsciously, and an inadvertent glance at the long and beautiful fingers made Wu look away again. After all, they belong to outsiders. Return them. If you, Mingyue, need them, just tell me directly. Asajiri's dark eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of fog, rarely showing the clarity and simplicity of a young boy of this age. Disciple thanks, master. The young man was so well behaved in front of him, so well behaved that he even showed some pretense and acted according to the circumstances. But Zhao didn't care. He was not in a hurry and couldn't force him. He wanted to say a lot, but considering the current situation, he did not open his mouth. This seems to be the way they get along with each other. Kaijiri sometimes tells him some things, and he often meditates, and the two of them maintain this posture. After saying that, without any retention or communication, he would watch Wu leave again. In this way, he looked at this young man, from such a young age to his now splayed body and stunning appearance, which made countless people go crazy. He has always known that Asajiri is very good at using his own advantages. Sometimes he can get the other person to spend a lot of money on something that can be done with just a smile. Wu had no reason to stay anymore and was about to leave, but heard Zhao say another word behind him. "You still like those phoenixes?" Wu thought that when his master came to Yefeng to support him, those originally arrogant phoenixes instantly lost their temper and became as obedient as quails, barely kowtowing. The scene was funny, but he was deeply moved. He couldn't help but curl his eyebrows and smile. The disciple Wu was very polite, but his gestures were unbridled and unrestrained. "That's good." The lazy and wanton young man in front of him was stunned when he heard this. But when he looked at the Mingyue immortal leader, he was still touched by the smile in Zhao's eyes. The head of the bright moon, Ruoyue, the divine figure, which was so stunning yet so admirable, smiled like the ice breaking in spring and the moon spreading over the 9 states. It was so stunning that Wu couldn't recover for a long time. There always seems to be a hint of xiangfei color at the corners of Wu's eyes, but her eyes always seem to be covered by a layer of unclear gauze and are misty. The obvious surprise that flashed across his eyes at this moment made his empty eyes lively for a moment. He blinked his eyes. What to do? He was a little envious of Ling He. It turned out, Zhao treated Ling He so well. If he hadn't taken advantage of Ling He's luck, making him smile would be harder than ascending to heaven. Zhao should be teaching Ling He personally at the main peak of Shuizhe Mountain at this time. Long Yuan Asajiri was dressed in black, but this time he looked smart and handsome. He wore wrist guards on his cuffs and a black and gold waist rope around his waist. He looked thin and solemn. The long-tailed dragon was half hidden in the deep pool. Its huge body almost occupied half of the hill. It was cool here, with half of the dragon's body exposed to the air and the other half buried in the water. The dragon's scales glowed a fluorescent blue under the moonlight, so beautiful that one could not help but want to touch them. Its upper body was lying on the ground beside the pond, and its lower body was in the water. So after the morning mist came, it slowly raised its head and looked at him, its dragon breath heavy and its entire airflow moving. Wu went into the water, walked straight over, leaned against the dragon's body and sat in Long Yuan. After a while, a stream of water came out of Long Yuan and lifted a pot of wine from under the water. Wu's lower body was immersed in the water. Even the ends of her hair were floating on the water. She leaned lazily against Yelong and took the pot of wine. He narrowed his eyes, his beautiful pupils like a cat's, becoming slits because of comfort and ease. Lin Song said, "You have some good wine. Let me have a taste, Brother Long." "Is it enough?" Yelong seemed to be speechless because of his shameless words. He let out a low sound from his throat, and his whole body moved. The dragon's tail came out of the water and slapped down again. Wow! The splashing water washed Wu from top to bottom, and he felt like he had fallen into water. His eyes were bright, and his tone was nonchalant and soothing. Okay, it's a good thing that Brother Long still remembered me and left a bite for me." Yelong then closed his eyes again and continued to lie down, moving his tail slightly from time to time, and the water in the entire Long Yuan would make a gurgling sound. Asajiri just held the wine jug in one hand, and placed the other hand on the dragon's back. He didn't care even if the wine slid down his clothes. He hadn't drunk enough, so Yelong got him a pot of water from the bottom of the pool. The boy only poured some water from his back symbolically, but he didn't hesitate at all when it was time to drink. Longdu's liver hurts. The moonlight was scattered among the water and clouds, and the entire area seemed to be covered with a hazy layer of feathers, and everything was foggy. The scenery between the water and the clouds is a beauty rarely seen even in the heaven and earth realms or in the mortal world. The 17 peaks have different styles and seasons. Some are covered with snow in winter, while others are covered with fiery maple forests. Overall, the foot of the mountain is consistent with the natural phenomena. In spring, it will be full of green, and in summer, it will be full of lush branches and leaves. The beauty lies in that all the 17 peaks seem to be on a mirror, and the water surface is calm and peaceful. If someone really walks a few steps on the water, they will not fall, but will only cause ripples. From time to time, water dragons would swim by under the mirror water, as well as huge spirit fish and fairy beasts. They would only jump out of the water when people were quiet, and then sink back into the mirror water. Just standing on the mirrored water and looking at it, the reflection of the mountains and water is so perfectly symmetrical that for a moment you can't tell whether it's an image or reality. The fog was light and not thick, but it enveloped the entire Shueza mountain. It was not so thick that people could not see people a few steps away, but the damp water vapor felt cool and comfortable on the body. So, it is the mirror of water and clouds. People are among the water and clouds, not knowing who they are and what they think is real, but it turns out to be an illusion. I don't know whether it is me who looks like me or I who looks like me. Against this backdrop, the fog gradually filled the entire Longyuan pool. I was not drunk with the fog and reached out to grab the illusory fog. It was not until I reached empty air that I realized it was just water vapor. This made him look at himself in the pool and feel flowers in the mirror, moon in the water. You say, is he real? Is this place real? He shook his head and realized that he was a little drunk. This realization made Asajiri sneer, with a hint of self-mockery. How could I be drunk? He patted Yelong's body, and Yelong let out a low dragon roar. Yelong watched the man stand up from the water, his body shaking a little, which was unusual for him. This shouldn't be the case. This guy drank so much alcohol and he just came here today. How come he is drunk? Chao Wu patted it, and his words were like hooks, with a slight upward curve at the end. Thank you for the wine, Brother Long. I'll come again next time. Just let me drink this, and I won't get drunk. Yelong, that's good. You even know you were drunk. It stopped lying there and seemed to be about to get up and send the morning fog back, but it heard the sound of someone's footsteps. Asajiri was not fully awake and stood there in a daze. Yelong vigilantly used his tail to entangle the drunk and stupid beauty. The moonlight was shining on the young man. Water was still dripping down, and the water droplets at the end of his hair were hanging without falling down. This made Ling He look up and meet Chao Wu's beautiful eyes, which were full of mist and water vapor. The broken stars are shining. There were countless wine jars on the shore, leaning here and there. Obviously, all of them had been drunk. Almost as soon as he saw the gorgeous man, he realized that he was drunk. You know, the first time I saw him, he was full of laziness, nobility, and arrogance. But now he was like a lost kitten, dazed and didn't know where to put his paws next. But his eyes were bright as if he was very awake. The karma dragon made a sound, which was deep and intimidating, and its dragon whiskers moved slightly. The young man smiled, which made Ling He feel his heart suddenly speed up. The young man said soothingly, "Are you trying to keep me here? You're squeezing me so hard that it hurts, Yelong. Listen to what vicious words you are saying." The young man really brought out his natural charm to the extreme, and he really lived up to this face that could captivate everyone. He stepped out from the shadows. "Big brother?" The voice of the person coming was clear and pleasant, like crushed ice, which made Chao Wu slightly stunned, and his ears wanted to continue listening. Chao Wu was getting more and more drunk, and his speech was not quite right. "Well, the water is cold. Brother Long won't let me go ashore. You pull me up." "Yelong, you are talking nonsense." The angry dragon immediately let go of its tail and even pushed him, causing Chao Wu to fall forward. Ling He also reacted instantly. He jumped in immediately and grabbed Chao Wu, who was about to fall in. Chao Wu was not much taller than him, but her waist was thinner than his, so thin that Ling He had to use less force for fear of hurting him. Chao Wu rested her chin on his shoulder, not knowing how hot Ling He's face was, nor how much his words just now sounded like a coquettish act. He usually speaks in a lazy tone, and when he's drunk it sounds more like he's speaking in a soft voice like a spoiled child. Who could have known that the eldest senior brother, who was so arrogant and wanton in the hall that day, would now obediently rest his chin on his shoulder, and even restrained his momentum of swinging the sword at him to kill him. Chao Wu seemed to be out of his mind and hummed for a while, making Ling He dare not even move. After a long time, Asajiri's breathing even became steady, and it was obvious that he had fallen asleep. Ling He even slowed down his breathing, but Yelong looked at the two men with contempt in his eyes. He's flirting with people just because of this face. The person who accompanied him last time was the one from Medicine Valley. Don't let him drink next time. Long is angry. Then the evil dragon swung its tail and dived into the bottom of the pool. A stream of water also swept up the empty wine jar of the morning mist. Ling He felt that Yelong was angry, although he didn't know why. Chao Wu was wet all over, and now she was sticking to him. Her white clothes from Shuezhe Shan had turned silver gray because of the water, and they seemed to be entangled with him in an especially affectionate way. The thin clothing between the two of them seemed to be non-existent, and this realization made Ling He's heart beat even faster. There was nothing to be seen on his face. He still looked serious and indifferent. Only the red tips of his ears betrayed him. He couldn't leave Asajiri here alone. We have to send him back. Changa. The young man spoke calmly and unsheathed the long sword at his waist, dropping it in front of the two men. But when he saw Asajiri, he rang his sword with some displeasure, as if he didn't want to carry Asajiri. It still remembered that it was this person who wanted to kill Ling He, but someone even more terrifying came. It felt like it was about to freeze to death at that time. Ling He ignored it and put his arms around Chao Wu, as if to hug him. As a result, as soon as his hand rested on his waist, the person in his arms trembled all over, which made Ling He dare not move again. But the touch he just felt was like an electric shock, which made Ling He's brain feel like fireworks were exploding. So soft. He can't stand seeing the senior brother like this. There are several nests of phoenixes living in Chaowu Nayue Peak, and everyone knows this. Among the 17 peaks, only one is closest to the main peak and is magnificent and golden. It can be seen from a long distance. During this time, everyone was resting. Only the fairy beasts would roar from time to time, but it was not noisy and made the scene even more peaceful. The morning mist is very light. The waist of the morning mist is very thin. The body of the morning mist is very soft. The morning mist. Changa fell to the ground. The little phoenixes were running around anxiously because they couldn't see Chao Wu. Their tails were burning with anger, and then they saw a stranger coming and hugged Chao Wu. Can't. Xiao Yunhuang ran over in a hurry and almost knocked them down, only to see Chao Wu leaning against Ling He drunkenly. I braked quickly and didn't dare to go near them. Chao Wu reached out his hand dazedly to hook Ling He's neck, which seemed even more ambiguous. Even Ling He couldn't help but widen his eyes. Good. Smells good. The long earrings also hung around her neck, making her feel itchy, as if something was hooking and tickling her. He really wanted to say that with these earrings on, Asajiri's androgynous beauty became even more striking. The little spiritual children also sensed Chao Wu's presence, and when they came out to greet her, Ling He was carrying Chao Wu into the house. The tall and thin boy looked a little oppressive when he was standing, but at this moment he was even nestling in the man's arms coquettishly, being extremely well behaved. He carried Asajiri to the bed, and when he let go, Asajiri was very well behaved and didn't act crazy or anything like that. The little spiritual children came over at the right time, making Ling He breathe a sigh of relief. Fine. His body was also quite wet. A little guy handed him a cloak, which looked like the clothes he had worn before the fog, which they had not had time to clean up yet. After Ling He thanked him, he looked at the clothes which looked so simple in every way compared to Chao Wu's current clothes. Is this the clothes that senior brother wore before? He always wore bright and luxurious clothes, which were obviously mundane and external things in the eyes of immortal cultivators. But when it's worn on him, there's an indescribable sense of harmony, as if it's supposed to be that way. The next day, the morning light shone on the boy's face, making the shadow on half of his face look somewhat alluring. He was wearing a black undershirt. The material was soft and smooth, and it fell on his well-defined waist. As Asajiri moved, the thin strings of the clothes were torn open, exposing the chest to the sunlight, so white that it was dazzling. Asajiri felt that the sleep she had had was very strange, as if something was hanging on her mind. Thinking of this, she quickly opened her eyes. The eyes were still gray, and only when the light shone down could some bright colors be seen. Asajiri sat up straight, then realized belatedly that he was drunk last night. The beautiful eyes widened instantly, and then she stretched lazily without a care in the world. I had the impression that she was a person wearing white clothes, and her voice was very nice. Which little disciple was he teasing? He just said a few words, and was taken back to Mingyue and Yefeng. His clothes were open, revealing his beautiful chest as white as jade. Lin Song raised his eyebrows. "What are you doing?" Chao couldn't help but laugh. "I got drunk in Longyuan last night and seemed to have flirted with a disciple. I don't quite remember what he looked like, but his voice was very nice." Lin Song shook his head helplessly. His thin jaw made him look gentle as water, not at all as sharp as a Mo Gu Ting. He handed the medicine to the little boy, walked to the couch, took the teapot and poured himself a cup before he stretched out his hand, as if he was waiting for something. But Chao Wu seemed to still be savoring the moment, and only after Lin Song raised an eyebrow did he obediently stretch out his hand and let him take his pulse. Long Yuan's wine is an excellent tonic, which is brewed by Yelong with years of spiritual power. This man drank half of it yesterday, and Yelong came to his medicine valley early this morning to complain. He stayed there for a long time, as if accusing Asajiri of his crimes last night. He then came over to see what good thing the eldest senior brother had done to anger Yelong again. The little cloud phoenix suddenly flew in, its beautiful phoenix feathers shining, and it flew accurately into Chao Wu's arms. She didn't care that the man was only wearing a thin and even loose quilt, and she unhappily snuggled into his arms again. The furry and warm touch made Chao Wu laugh and cry, and even Lin Song couldn't help but curl his eyebrows. This little guy has been smart since he was young, and he takes advantage of his young age to take advantage of beautiful women. As soon as Lin Song finished speaking, Xiao Yunhuang stabbed deeper, causing Chao Wu to feel itchy and hot. "Hey, little ancestor, why are you so angry?" He smiled in a very indulgent manner, as if he was saying, "No matter how you make trouble, I won't be angry." There was also endless tenderness in Lin Song's eyes. In this atmosphere, Xiao Yunhuang felt that the anger towards the bad guy Zhang Chao yesterday had subsided a lot. She shook her tail, and the beautiful phoenix tail deflected in a graceful arc, a little slowly, as if she was trying to coax Asajiri. Asajiri smiled again, and gently followed her tail. He also liked the soft and furry touch. "What's wrong? Why are you so unhappy?" Lin Song was taking the candied fruit he had prepared for Chao Wu for mustard. But the little guy raised his head from Chao Wu's arms and looked at him, chatted a few words. "This beauty is better than the one from last night. Even if you like this sister, you can't like that scoundrel who took advantage of you." But she was too young and had not yet transformed, so she naturally could not speak human language and could only chatter. Lin Song felt that she was talking just now, and was talking about herself. He tilted his head. "Fog. What does it say?" How would Asajiri know? Seeing that neither of them understood what she meant, Xiao Yunhuang got anxious and her little tail started to get angry. Poor senior brother who was smoothing her tail. Just as he felt his hand burning, the next second, little cloud phoenix moved, and its tail swept across his thin clothes. The morning fog is caught. The spiritual fire quickly ignited the ice silk, jade silk clothes, and howled at the fog. Lin Song did not expect this to happen, and subconsciously poured the cup of tea in his hand that he had not had time to drink over to the fog. But Yunhuang's fire is a spiritual fire. How can it be extinguished by a cup of tea? As a result, tea was poured on Asajiri, and she caught fire. He immediately picked up Xiao Yunhuang, kept the burning tail away from him, and quickly took off the clothes with one hand. Then, Xiao Yunhuang's face turned red and she froze, just looking at Qiao Wu's beautiful body. Lin Song covered his face with his hands in shame. Walking the bird? Asajiri was wearing a rouge-colored robe, which was simple in style, with only 2 layers and a bright red inner garment inside. Looking at it this way, Asajiri's whole body was filled with alluring and gorgeous colors. It's just. He looked at Xiao Yunhuang and Lin Song, one big and one small, in front of him with a forced smile as they lowered their heads and admitted their mistakes. The burning sensation on his hands still hadn't gone away, not to mention the aroma of tea. He felt like he could smell the aroma of tea even without doing anything. Thank you so much, both of you. One burned him, the other poured water on him. Little Yunhuang shuddered all over, raised its tail and burrowed into Ling Song's arms again. Lin Song has always liked the color of mountain mist. Now that the little phoenix is sitting in his arms, the 2 completely different colors blend together harmoniously. He smiled at the mist. What's wrong? You burned me and I went to complain and act like a spoiled child? It seems that I didn't let you burn to your heart's content, so I was wrong. Seeing his fake smile, Xiao Yunhuang tried her best to get into Ling Song's arms again. There was a faint fragrance in the arms of the beautiful woman, which made Xiao Yunhuang addicted. She was happily struggling in Lin Song's arms. Being ignored, Asajiri's mouth twitched. He grabbed Yunhuang's tail, not daring to use force, but almost pulled her out of Lin Song's arms. The little fellow cried out, and his tail was on fire again. This time, Qiao Wu was on guard and said unhappily, "It's only been a short while, and you're obsessed with this big brother again, aren't you?" Xiao Yunhuang, who was still struggling, suddenly forgot to move. She understood that this beautiful woman was also a brother. Huh. Seeing her reaction, Qiao Wu suddenly started to laugh and asked half-guessingly, "No way? You think he is a sister?" The little girl felt as if she was struck by lightning again, but Lin Song touched her head very gently. "It's my brother." Little Yunhuang sat in Qiao Wu's arms in a daze. After being touched on the head, she was stunned for a long while, then she rushed towards Lin Song with a roar. Bang! With just a sound, the originally little Yunhuang turned into a delicate and beautiful baby, and suddenly threw Ling Song to the ground. Asajiri reacted quickly as well, and seemed to want to grab Lin Song. However, even though he grabbed Lin Song's hand, he was still pulled back by the force, and was pulled down and pressed on the other side of Lin Song. The doll was wearing a colorful feathered dress, and her headdress was so dazzling and exquisite. Her little milky white face was chubby, and her black eyes looked very watery and full of spirit. Lin Song's eyes widened subconsciously. Qiao Wu still held Lin Song tightly with one hand, but was afraid that he would really crush Lin Song, so he could only rely on his other arm to support himself. Hiss, but this posture is good, but please don't let anyone come. Before the 3 of them could react, they heard a slightly cold voice coming from the door. Asajiri, have you seen Sumire? Several people looked towards the door upon hearing the sound, and Mo Guting saw this scene as soon as he came in. He was also shocked by the scene before him. I realized later that the person lying on Lin Song was a woman. The fire just started, and then I realized it was a girl. Just when I was about to calm down, I realized that Qiao Wu was also lying on top of Lin Song. I can't stand it. Can someone explain this to me? He heard himself say this through gritted teeth. The little guy was not heavy. When he saw that he had transformed, he was filled with joy. When he thought that he had transformed because of rolling around in Ling Song's arms, he put all the credit on him. She didn't feel the danger around her at all, and immediately kissed Lin Song on the face. It was quite loud. "Thank you, pretty sister." "Brother." The crisp baby voice made Lin Song confused for a moment. As if he had noticed something, Asajiri reacted immediately, let go, picked up the baby, turned over, and ran. The series of actions was so neat and clean. The next second, a spiritual wave passed through the position where Xiao Yunhuang was just now. If Qiao Wu had been a second slower, the little guy would have been hit. Zhao Wu's red dress and Xiao Yunhuang's colorful dress are a perfect match. Qiao Wu held Xiao Yunhuang's collar with one hand, and patted his chest with the other. I wiped. It was almost there, and he was scared to death. Gyuting walked up to Lin Song and hugged him. He was murderous in the last second, but he was full of affection in the next second. What's wrong? Did those two take advantage of you? Gyuting was obviously very angry. Seeing that Lin Song didn't say anything, he thought that it was another prank by Chao Wu that made Lin Song unable to speak. Just as he was about to take action, he saw Lin Song turn his head and peck him lightly on the mouth. Before Chao Wu could catch his breath, he quickly covered Xiao Yunhuang's eyes with his hands. Xiao Yunhuang wanted to see, but when she tilted her head, her view was blocked by Chao Wu's big hand. Lin Song didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Control your temper and don't scare that little guy. Asajiri also chimed in. Yeah, before that, don't lead my daughter astray. She's not even an adult yet. Hey man, she didn't kiss you. Why are you pretending to be a father? Gyuting was immediately comforted and behaved unspeakably honestly, but he had never seen such a large child in Shuezhe Mountain. The clothes he wore were similar in style to Chao Wu's. They are all exquisite and eye-catching enough. Could it be that she is really Asajiri's daughter? Then, who is the mother of this child? When I think of Lin Song's indulgence of that little guy and the actions of the three of them just now, Gyuting's face turned black. No way. If that were the case, Asajiri would be gone. Lin Song understood him very well. Just by looking at his expression, she could tell how outrageous his thoughts were. She pinched him unhappily and said, "What are you thinking? Even if it is true, how can I give birth? Help me up." Even when Lin Song was scolding people, he only made his face red with anger, and his tone was a little annoyed, but still very gentle. Gyuting immediately and obediently helped him up from the ground. Chao Wu also released the hand that was blocking Yunhuang's sight. As soon as the little guy saw Lin Song, he babbled happily and tried to break away from Chao Wu and run into Lin Song's arms, asking him to hold him. Chao Wu glanced at Gyuting's expression calmly, and then hugged her tightly to prevent her from running around. He was afraid that the little guy would be stabbed by Gyuting in the next second. So, what is this? Chao Wu smiled, ignoring Xiao Yunhuang's slight struggle. My daughter, don't we look alike? Gyuting really looked at the two of them carefully. One had well-behaved cat eyes with watery eyes, while the other had eyes that were not sure whether they were peach blossom eyes or phoenix eyes, but were full of little hooks. Gyuting had a blank expression on his face. Ah, quite similar. Asajiri was so amused. Ha ha ha, actually they don't look alike. They look more like the mother. Lin Song no longer wanted to hear any more shocking words from Chao Wu. He sighed. You said, when Yunhuang comes to see her little phoenix transformed, she won't know whether to be happy or unhappy. When she hears that you are the father, she won't know whether to hit you first or beat you first. Asajiri. Ah, that's true. He created a baby from the Yunhuang clan, which never transforms, and not only broke taboos, but he also became the father of the baby. This is a bit exciting. Unexpectedly, when Xiao Yunhuang looked at the two people hugging each other, she suddenly remembered the lecher who hugged Zhao Wu last night. He quickly looked up at Chao Wu and said unhappily, Bad guy, I hugged you last night. When Chao Wu and the others heard this, they were quite surprised. Lin Song raised his eyebrows. Oh, was he seen by this little girl? Asajiri was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled. This smile made the little girl in his arms a little confused about the directions. She heard Chao Wu ask, I was sent back home out of kindness, so why am I considered a bad guy? And the sound is quite nice. Little Phoenix was still unhappy. Her little eyebrows were twisted together. After thinking for a while, mist gradually filled her pretty eyes. But, you hooked that bad guy's neck last night, woo-woo. You shouldn't like that guy. He's not as pretty as you. Phoenix loves beauty very much, so this little girl likes Chao Wu very much. Even if she just admires his looks, she will be sad if his other half is ugly. Lin Song and Gyuting raised their eyebrows when they heard this. Asajiri was stunned. What? He hooked her neck? Lin Song patted the dust off his legs, with a faint smile on his face, which seemed to be teasing. You still don't let us teach the children bad things. It's obvious that I was the one who flirted with others and was seen by the children. Aren't you ashamed? Zhao Wu held his forehead. put the little guy down, and gently wiped away the tears from Zhao Yunhuang's tear-stained face. "It's my fault I was drunk last night and hugged the wrong person." Lin Song listened and really thought that he was trying to coax a child so seriously. Just when he was feeling satisfied, he heard the eldest brother continue to babble shamelessly. "I don't like him. He is not your mother. How can your mother be ugly? She is a beauty who is prettier than me. No one is prettier than her. It is not worth it, dear. Don't cry." When Zhao Yunhuang heard this, her sobbing gradually subsided, and she blinked her bright eyes. Her pitiful appearance touched people's hearts. "Really?" Asajiri said seriously. Of course, the next second, Lin Song slapped him on the head from behind. Lin Song was so angry that he laughed. "What nonsense are you talking about? Chao Wu has lived for these 19 years, and he has probably only touched a woman's hand. So how could he have a mother? Even prettier than him? What's going on?" The beauties from the three realms, Qinkuan and the mortal world, were all included at that time, and this guy topped the list with his male appearance. What's more, it's impossible for anyone to be as beautiful as him. He just talks nonsense, relying on Zhao Yunhuang who knows nothing. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the sound of the phoenix outside suddenly became louder, as if urging Zhao Yunhuang to go back. As a result, the little guy had just run a few steps when Imo grabbed the collar and lifted him up. The snow-white little feet were dangling in the air. "Hey, hey, hey, you bad boy. Why are you arresting me?" Anger instantly appeared on that chubby little face, and he started to rant and rave like a kitten. At this moment, I am really similar to Asajiri. Chao Wu looked at Lin Song. "Is there any way to make her change back?" Everyone knows that the Naiman Yunhuang clan cannot transform into human form. Now that he has let this little fellow transform, he will be chased and beaten by the Yunhuang clan if he leaves this door. But when the little guy heard that they were going to change him back again, he immediately refused and struggled even harder. Imo is not a soft-hearted person. No matter how she makes a fuss, he won't let go. Seeing that the little girl was about to hurt herself with her big movements, Chao Wu quickly went over and picked her up. "Oh, can't you be a little gentler? She's still so young." The little guy started coughing violently as soon as he came down, obviously because Imo Guting's actions were too unfriendly. Lin Song thought for a long time and could only say, "This transformation must be her own. There's nothing I can do about it." Chao was having a headache because they were struggling inside for a while. Yun Huang was probably anxious, so he flew to the door to check it out himself. As a result, I saw. My daughter was coughing violently, being pulled by the man named Chao Wu. It was obvious that Chao Wu was bullying me. Wait, why did its daughter become a human-shaped baby doll? A loud phoenix cry, accompanied by a raging spiritual fire, directly burned down the newly built Mingyue residence. The few people who had already come out looked at the terrifying fire and felt a little emotional. Chao Wu swallowed his saliva, feeling a little timid. Jiang Sun was looking at the chessboard in front of him carefully. On his right-hand side, there was an exquisite small incense burner with a few wisps of smoke lingering around. The hand was slender and beautiful with distinct joints. At this moment, he was holding a black dot between his fingertips and thinking seriously. His long white hair was tied up, but his face was extraordinarily handsome, without any trace of the ravages of time. Unexpectedly, a loud dragon roar was heard from outside, with a faint momentum of a landslide, which frightened Jiang Sun so much that he dropped the chess piece in his hand. You know, once you make a move, you can never regret it. The person on the opposite side didn't say anything. He just stretched out his hand and placed a white piece, and immediately, the victory or defeat was decided. Jiang Sun was so angry that he yelled with his spiritual power after seeing that he had lost another round. "Asami, come here." The man on the other side started laughing when he heard this, and the woman's voice was full of laughter. "Is it that serious? Are you so angry?" The veins on Jiang Sun's head bulged. He said angrily, "It's the fourth game. Every time I play at a crucial moment, this guy always makes things go wrong for me, and I can't beat you." The dress was cool, leaving a lot of her skin exposed to the air. She had quite a few tassels, gold chains, and bells, and her slightly curly long hair was tied into a beautiful braid. She looked like an exotic beauty. She muttered quietly, "Without me, you can't beat me." Fortunately, Jiang Sun didn't hear it. Jiang Sun recruited a disciple and asked with some fatigue, "What is your senior brother doing now?" The disciple laughed dryly and reported the truth. "Big brother knocked out the dragon egg of the cold seeing long, and finally, a dragon cub came out. Big brother took him to Yinya." Upon hearing this, Ji Ling couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jiang Sun was so angry that he almost fainted. "Do you think he is crazy? How much trouble has he caused today?" In the morning, the youngest of the Yunhuang clan was transformed into a human form, and soon he used the water from the ice pond to wash off a layer of hair from the bluebird's flame tail. That was extremely cold water that had been frozen for 1,000 years and almost froze the bluebird to death. "Did you hear it just now?" "Huh." He knocked over the Yelong egg. Although all dragons take shape and develop intelligence in eggs, he took the dragon cub to Yinya. "What? He wants to roast the dragon and eat it?" "Huh." Jiang Sun was really angry, and Chao Wu didn't come over, so he could only curse here. Ji Ling covered her mouth with her hands and laughed. Seeing that Jiang Sun was still so angry, he tried to persuade her. "That's enough. Ah, it wasn't you who had to deal with it in the end. That person didn't say anything. It's useless even if you were angry to death." Indeed, Di Zhao looked at the young man who came to his room, bowed his head obediently, admitted his mistake, and told what happened. He was not angry. With a wave of his hand, the little Yunhuang doll turned into a cub. Chao Wu was so happy that he picked up the cub and threw it to Yunhuang. That arrogant look clearly said, "Look, I have returned your daughter to you intact. If you beat me, I will let my master beat you." As for Bluebird and Yelong, it was Emperor Zhao who went to deal with them after Chao Wu got into trouble and left. To put it simply, Di Zhao was cleaning up the mess for his senior brother everywhere today. He didn't angrily punish him by making him reflect on his mistakes behind closed doors or send him down the mountain to gain experience, nor did he even give him a harsh reprimand. Jiang Sun got even angrier when he thought about this. "If this was my apprentice, I would have hung him up and beaten him to death." "You said he was like this before Chao Wu?" In the past, the troubles caused in the past 10 years were not as great as the troubles caused in today's day. Was he possessed by someone else or something? It was like he had become a completely different person. "The skin is dead." Chao Wu leaned on Mingyueju's bed carelessly. This was the second time he had done it. If he does it next time, I'm afraid even the Wuga disciples wouldn't be able to bear it. He stretched out his hand to play with the earrings made by Fancher and lowered his head as if thinking about something. The moonlight shone on the young man's face, making half white and half hidden in shadow. His lazy and charming eyes were half squinted comfortably, like a resting lion. On the white neck, the earrings were hanging down due to his movements, and they glowed silver under the moonlight. In addition, those bright red lips brought out his charm to the extreme. The boy doesn't like to tie up his hair, and he doesn't like to have a straight look. Letting his hair down can dissipate the temptation and sharpness of his overly delicate face, making him look a little more lazy. He looked at the moon outside. The moon looked like a jade plate, either 14 or 15. Maybe 16. Thinking of this, he suddenly froze. An ominous premonition suddenly occurred. He turned over and kneaded the secret, but before the sound could be transmitted, the huge pain almost crushed him and came from all his limbs. Chao Wu instantly curled up in pain. What a broken body. Why does it hurt so much? It was as if a knife had been stabbed into his dantian and then stirred and twisted, and he would not let go even if it was covered with flesh and blood. His face was pale and bloodless from the pain. Veins popped out on his hands and forehead, and he could almost crush the couch pole with the force he held onto it. It hurts. Pain. The pain was so painful that it was difficult for him to breathe. For a moment, he felt that death was even a kind of relief. It's still getting worse. His bones seemed to have been shattered, and his whole body was hunched over as if he were stacked on top of each other. There was no part of him that was not in pain. On his pale face, the corners of his eyes were extremely red, and physiological tears were half hanging in the corners of his eyes, unwilling to fall. His whole eyes were filled with mist, which made him extremely fragile. If anyone saw him in this pitiful state, they would probably go crazy and have the desire to break him. His lips had lost their luster, they were horribly pale, and they were even trembling. It hurts. It hurts. He was hysterical silently. He didn't want to be depressed anymore, but no one heard him. Other side, Lin Song put away the medicine that had been dried in the courtyard and looked at the too bright moonlight, feeling inexplicably panicked. He had been recuperating Chao Wu in the past few days, and Chao Wu was surprisingly cooperative in drinking all the medicine he was supposed to drink. But he was still worried. When he arrived at Mingyue house, the uneasiness became even stronger. Until he entered the door and saw Chao Wu lifeless on the ground. His heart suddenly stopped for a moment. He quickly flashed to Asajiri's side and immediately checked his pulse. The next moment, his eyes widened instantly. Death. Death vein. Chao. Chao Wu. Chao Wu. Chao. Don't scare me. Lin Song was so panicked that she couldn't even finish her sentence. Death vein. How could it be death vein? Kaijiri's face was so pale, and the sick feeling could not be suppressed at last. Lin Song took out the mysterious needle out of thin air and tried to keep his hands from shaking. If the tuberculosis disease is still the same, he will have no choice but to become a living doctor. The moonlight was still shining, still so bright, and the young man on the couch was still lifeless. As the needles were applied, Lin Song became more and more panicked. How could Chao Wu's body have deteriorated like this in such a short period of time? His meridians were all destroyed, his dantian was crippled, his bones were broken, and he was covered in diseased bones. He still had a body that a living person should have. Moreover, Kaijiri's body seemed to be lightly covered with ice, making it difficult to even apply acupuncture. Has the cold poison intensified to this extent? He was so focused that he didn't feel the temperature drop. Even though there were more than a dozen nests of phoenixes, the temperature of the entire Yefeng was still plummeting. When Lin Song noticed that his fingertips were frosty, there was already a person standing next to him. It's Zhao. Zhao looked at the lifeless young man on the ground. His light eyes finally filled with emotion. No one saw it. It was endless heartache and anger. If it were really released, no one would doubt that it would destroy the world. Zhao picked up Chao Wu as gently as possible. Lin Song was still kneeling on the ground, and the blood all over his body seemed to be flowing backwards. There seemed to be something stuck in his throat, and he couldn't speak. He can't save Asajiri. This was too sudden. Obviously, the disease never happened like this before. Even if it was painful, it was bearable. But this time, it was directly. However, before Zhao picked up Chao Wu and walked a few steps, the man in his arms suddenly started coughing. A surge of life seemed to pour back into his body, causing him to wake up suddenly. However, his limbs were still in severe pain, and the slightest tug could make him gasp. His eyes couldn't see clearly. Everything was blurry and covered with a hazy layer. He opened his eyes weakly for a while, as if his eyes were a little sore, and then murmured weakly, Zhao. His cough was also like a hand, pulling Lin Song out of the water, who felt like she was about to drown. Not dead. Lin Song's whole body relaxed, and he fell to the ground as if exhausted, breathing heavily. Zhao just looked at the young man in his arms and did not answer. It was just that his eyes were too gentle and distressed, which gave Chao Wu the illusion of being held in someone's arms and cherished carefully. Chao Wu's consciousness was a little unclear, and he murmured something until Zhao carried him to the couch. He didn't even know what he said, but Zhao froze. He said, "It hurts me so much." Zhao poured spiritual power into the young man's body continuously. He raised and taught Asajiri, and he taught everything about him. Same pulse treatment. The crushing and despairing pain gradually weakened, until the color on his face gradually returned. Only then did Zhao stop, and the next second he held the young man in his arms. The boy in his arms was so soft and thin that he couldn't bear to let go after just one touch. The spiritual power was still nourishing Chao Wu, and Chao Wu gradually seemed to be sleeping. Even his breathing became steady. Zhao hugged him, but felt the aura of another man on the young man. At that moment, the temperature of the entire main peak dropped sharply, and a strange red light flashed in the man's eyes. The strength of Zhao's hold on Wu gradually became stronger, and he bit the boy on the back of his neck as if he was fierce. It wasn't until a red seal was formed that Zhao greedily licked the blood flowing down, almost pathologically, until Asajiri's wound healed. Zhao's eyes gradually returned to normal. He looked at the stunning face of the person in his arms. It was a beauty that made him feel uneasy. Obviously, they have the closest relationship, but he can only act like a madman and take advantage of Kaijiri when he is unconscious. Emperor Zhao, the immortal leader of Qinyu, cultivates the ruthless way and recognizes the ruthless way. Now he is holding his apprentice in his arms and rubbing his ears like a madman. It must be difficult for anyone to see him. You'll be fine. When Wu woke up and his consciousness had not yet returned, he opened his eyes and saw that it was not the Mingyue he was familiar with. I was startled for a moment, and just as I was about to sit up, I heard a sound from the door. Lin Song saw that he was awake and immediately ran to the bed to help him up. To be honest, Wu felt completely comfortable now, not uncomfortable at all, as if the inhuman torture yesterday was just a nightmare. There was also Zhao in the dream? How are you? Where is my master? The two spoke at the same time. Lin Song was stunned for a moment, and the next second he slapped Wu on the head angrily, somewhat angry and scared. Can you think about yourself first? You scared me to death last night. You know, that didn't seem like a nightmare. This body is indeed too bad. As he was thinking about this, he naturally didn't realize that Lin Song had diverted him from the topic. Lin Song took his pulse again, and now his pulse had completely recovered, and there was no sign of his death like yesterday. Lin Song's eyes darkened. Wu smiled and retracted his wrist. Why are you looking so desperate? Aren't I fine now? His smile was still bright and his posture was lazy, as if he didn't take the illness last night to heart. All Lin Song's words were choked in his throat, and he couldn't ask any questions. What on earth is going on? He was treating this disease, but it was getting worse and worse. It could even make Wu faint, but he could only restore his consciousness, but he couldn't do anything else. Su Shi saw the annoyance and self-blame in Lin Song's eyes. Wu raised his hand and touched his head. With this touch, Lin Song's clear eyes instantly became misty, and the ends of her eyes turned red. Wu smiled softly, like a warm light, blowing away all the fog and mystery that had been lingering on him. Only the tenderness and strength in his bones remain. Don't worry, I know it. There is a body on the left and right that cannot live more than 3 years. He has studied medicine and knows better than anyone else. The situation last night was unexpected. The more Wu spoke so lightly, the more Lin Song felt like there was a knife cutting into her heart. He and Asajiri grew up together. From the moment they met, this man has always been gentle and considerate. The funny thing is that he actually believed it, thinking that this was Asajiri's character. Taking his disciples down the mountain for training, he would resolve any disputes personally, even to the point of putting himself at a disadvantage, but he still had a gentle smile on his face. There is nothing that senior brother cannot solve, no matter how difficult the person is or how big the responsibility is. He was not very old himself at that time, but he was called senior brother by a group of disciples who were much older than him. It was quite funny, wasn't it? But no one was dissatisfied. Asajiri's words, deeds, and actions were almost all perfect. It is praised by everyone in Qinyu. The young man was dignified. First, there was Lin Song around Wu, and then Moguting, Jiang Sun, Lin Xiao. There are so many more people around me, and people around me will become more familiar with each other, and we can get along with each other more freely, but Wu's warmth has remained the same for many years. His senior brother was only 19 years old, and he was already sick. Every time he stood in front of everyone, it was not the invincible chief disciple of Shueza Mountain, but a scarred child who was forced to take responsibility. This realization made Lin Song's heart tighten and even breathing hurt. Wu didn't know that he was thinking so much, but she just patted his back to calm him down. Song, listen, brother is fine. Lin Song didn't believe it. But since being taken away by Zhao and sent back to his medicine valley, Wu has indeed fully recovered. However, when he thought of Zhao's eyes when he came back, the cold and indifferent pressure could almost tear him apart. Don't tell him. I've been here. Zhao refused to say anything. As a master, why don't you let me know when you are saving your apprentice? But he didn't dare to ask, let alone disobey. He didn't dare to look up, so he didn't see Zhao's originally cold eyes filled with tenderness and doting after he put Chao Wu on the bed. When he wakes up, no matter what he wants to do, don't stop him. When Lin Song thought of this, Chao Wu on the bed also spoke. I'm really measured, and I'm recovering very well now, right? I'll go down to the mountain in a while and look for some medicinal herbs. Don't stop him. Lin Song took a deep breath, blinked, and suppressed the sourness that arose again. There is something that cannot be said. No. Asajiri knew that he didn't agree, so he started to act like a spoiled child and kept grinding, really just looking for a few medicinal herbs, and then come back after searching. Lin Song ignored him and even got up and went outside to let the medicine boy research the medicine. Chao Wu rolled over and got out of bed. His movements were so neat that he was completely healed at a glance. Look, I'm going down the mountain just in time to find the Luo Shui Shinji for you. Right? You've wanted that thing for a long time, haven't you? I really know where it is. After a while, Lin Song finally relaxed. Unexpectedly, after solving a problem, he came to the door and asked Chao Wuxiang casually, Has my master been here? At that moment, Lin Song's whole body was tense. He showed off his reflexes and acting skills for several lifetimes and was a little speechless. Xian Shou is so busy, how can he come to my place? Are you sick? Looking at Chao Wu Yujin flying away, he knew that he was going to tell Zhao. He suddenly realized that Xian Shou had always known what Chao Wu was going to do next. Kaijiri has been a little abnormal recently. What about Immortal Shou? Isn't it more abnormal? Chao Wu indeed went through inhuman torture last night, but now he feels refreshed. As soon as he arrived at the main peak, he ran in to see Zhao. Just then, Zhao poured 2 cups of tea and seemed to be waiting for him. Chao Wu curled his lips and smiled. There was a hook in his tone. Master, he didn't want to act coquettishly, but his master had been too kind to him these days and helped him solve everything. He got into trouble everywhere, but his master didn't blame him. You see, Ling He's luck is so good that he can no longer feel the shame he felt at the beginning because of his shamelessness. Master treats him best now. As expected, Zhao said nothing about his rudeness and even asked him to put on the thick fox fur. Asajiri pulled casually. He sat down opposite Zhao and looked at his master with a smile. But it is more attractive than any emotion. My disciple wants to go down the mountain to find some medicinal herbs. When the young man talked to him, the laziness and tenderness in his voice was much less, but it still had the crispness and clearness of the young man. Zhao obviously had no expression on his face, but Chao Wu just felt that he was too gentle now. As soon as this realization flashed through him, the little cat stretched out his paws more boldly and struck the Mingyue immortal. Without floating life, Zhao didn't seem surprised at all and said that with his master's experience and age, nothing was strange. Zhao just brought the cup of almost cool tea to him and said softly, Be safe and don't get hurt. When Chao Wu heard this, his eyes instantly lit up. This little cat is now becoming increasingly arrogant under Zhao's doting and connivance. Chao Wu originally thought that Zhao would ask, Why don't you take Fu Sheng with you? He had already thought about how to behave like a rogue without taking Fu Sheng with him, but in the end the master didn't ask. Just keep him safe. Why is the master so kind to him? I'm a little jealous of Ling He. Chao Wu picked up the cup and took a sip of tea. Her mouth was filled with the aroma of tea, and her lips and teeth were fragrant. Master, my disciple likes this. When he comes back, you can teach me. You see, he was relying on his good looks, pretending to be well-behaved and causing him pain, acting coquettishly without realizing that he was at fault. Zhao couldn't do anything but said, It's up to you. However, Chao Wu was speechless when looking at the group of young disciples behind him. The story has to start from the time he left the main peak. The light of Yin Yang's sword was too dazzling, and when he was flying the sword, it was like light cutting through the sky. Lin Shao learned from Lin Song that Chao Wu was going down the mountain, but he shamelessly arranged several of his new disciples to be with him and asked him to help train them. Since he got involved, Imo Gyuding and Jiang Sun became less polite. Imo Gyuding wanted to accompany his wife and was unwilling to take them downstairs. Jiang Sun was a chess fanatic and now wanted to take advantage of Chao Wu's absence to win a few more games against Jiling. Just then Chao Wu was about to go down the mountain, so he threw all his disciples to him and asked him to help lead them. That's not all. The group arrived at the exit of Shuizhe Mountain Water and Cloud Realm in a large crowd and saw Hua Yin seeing Ling He off. Hua Yin is one of the few female elders among the 17 peaks of Shuizhe Mountain. Putting her age aside, her strength is impressive. It was not a loss for Ling He to finally become Xiang Qingfeng's disciple, Hua Yin. After all, who doesn't like to have a beautiful and considerate master? But there is some conflict between Hannah and Chao Wu. The reason is, yes, that's the beauty list. Hua Yin was originally the recognized #1 beauty, and she was also the master of Shangqing Peak in Shuizhe Mountain. All these halos added to her were about to push her to the altar. However, not only was her title of the most beautiful woman taken away by someone, but the other person was a man who was much younger than her. This made the beautiful Hua very unhappy. When she saw Kaijiri, a sly look flashed in her eyes, and she said with a serious and businesslike expression, Kaijiri. To be honest, although Asajiri is younger than her, his seniority is not low. You know, Chao Wu is also the leader of a peak, so they should be peers. But Hua Yin is old after all, so Chao Wu should be polite. Although my disciple is quite capable, he has little experience. He has thought about becoming your disciple before, so I think he has liked you from the bottom of his heart. No need to say more. Asajiri understood. You want him to take care of the children again, right? Right? Chao Wu is tired. No way. Your disciple has tried to kill me many times in the future. If they start fighting now, will Shuizhe Shan ever have a peaceful life? Besides, he has taken over someone else's luck. What if he sticks it on and his luck goes back? That won't do. Chao Wu narrowed his eyes and said, yes, Ling He cannot be brought along. He smiled coquettishly, and the sunlight shone on the silver earring on his right ear, making people's minds dazzled by its beauty. The next second, Chao Wu had already walked to Hua Yan's side, and then the boy's brows softened, like a pitiful big dog. Sister Hua Yin. Hua Yan's heart trembled. Aw, so cute. I want to kiss her, want to rub her. Feel sorry for Chao Wu. There are so many disciples. Chao Wu can't take care of them all. It's so bitter. Don't let people think the wrong way. Asajiri acted pitiful so well that she didn't feel uncomfortable at all, and even the corners of her eyes turned red. Hua Yin was soft-hearted and was about to say something, but her quiet disciple said, Big brother, I can help you take care of those junior brothers. With just one sentence, even Asajiri came back to his senses. That makes perfect sense. Hua Yin is very beautiful and is also a face control, and has been completely attracted by Chao Wu. Zhao Wu didn't want to take Ling He with him, so Hua Yin thought, okay, I won't let you get tired. Ling He, don't. If you tire your senior brother, he won't want to. Who knew that Chao Wu's expression changed even faster than hers? I really welcome you to join me, junior brother. Hua Yin. Just like that, Ling He looked at Chao Wu standing on Yelong with an unknown grass in her mouth, and he couldn't take his eyes off her. Asajiri was dressed neatly today, a rare sight. He was wearing a blue military uniform and crocodile leather boots that covered his calves, making him look lean and capable. The boy's earrings were still eye-catching, but they were not as bright as his thin lips that were as red as blood. This is an extremely heartless appearance, but the eyes inexplicably give people the illusion of long-lasting love. A typical scumbag. Ling He looked at her for a few seconds, then looked away awkwardly, probably because he was thinking of that night when this uninhibited beauty hooked her arms around his neck, as if throwing herself at him. His lips were slightly parted, with a lewd look that made people suspect he was going to bite his ear. Too close. Can't think. Maybe it's because young men of this age are full of vigor and become irrational when they think about such things. Nothing can be seen on Ling He's face, so who knows what he is thinking. Before Chao Wu went out, Lin Song gave him a lot of money. Lin Song still understood him. Although Chao Wu's image as the eldest brother in front of others has never collapsed, his brothers still know a little bit about it. Chao Wu is easy to cure, as long as the money is in place. Big brother, when you go down this time, you must not overprotect them. Otherwise, it will not achieve the effect of training. You can't catch the wolf without sacrificing the child. Asajiri, understood. Let me lie down, right? I'm familiar with it. Wasn't it easy to earn this money? It was very easy. It was not until the group landed in an ancient temple in a remote forest in the mortal world that Chao Wu took out a tinderbox and lit the fire. My friends, you don't know. I lost a bet with your Ling Song Valley master, and my spiritual power was sealed before I left the mountain. You must protect me well. To put it bluntly, you guys take care of the problems and I'll watch. If you can't beat me, I'll run away. The disciples just wanted to cry after hearing this. Huh? They thought that with the big brother, this trip would be safe, but it turned out that the big brother was just here to be a vase. As soon as Chao Wu finished speaking, the fire started. The flames danced, shining on Asajiri's face, half of which was hidden in the darkness, making her profile look particularly three-dimensional and beautiful. The disciples had only seen the eldest senior brother dressed in white and gentle and elegant. Now, the eldest senior brother was squatting on the ground with a wronged look on his face, with bright colors in the corners of his eyes. He was so beautiful. A great sense of responsibility arose spontaneously, and they were immediately excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. No problem. Big brother. We will protect you. Yes, yes, yes. If danger comes, just hide behind us. So easy to cheat. Yin-yang didn't know whether it was because he understood or what, but he suddenly shook agitatedly. Asajiri thought it was expressing its disdain for its shamelessness and avoidance of battle, so it continued to pat it in a gentle manner. Perhaps it was because the candlelight was too gentle. Looking at the senior brother from this perspective, Ling He even felt that this person was like a cunning cat with a lot of bad intentions. The time of the Qinkuan realm is the same as that of the mortal world. The 5th year of Chenghe was the 5th year of Emperor Wen's reign, which could not be considered a prosperous era. He really just wanted to go down the mountain to look for something, and those people irresponsibly handed over their disciples to him. So he didn't need to be too responsible. I'm not your gentle and elegant senior brother. It's just a waste of time. The 3 elements of a haunted incident are time, place, and people. It was exactly the time of night where they were, in an old, dilapidated temple in the wilderness, surrounded by a bunch of angry young men. Not really. Chao Wu was carefree and slept on the floor. Even with clothes on, he couldn't stop himself from feeling sleepy. Ling He was not joking when he said that he would help take care of the disciples. He himself kept watch for everyone. The wind was blowing, bringing with it gusts of cool air. Chao Wu had been used to the group of phoenixes at Mingyue residence, so he wasn't used to the cool air. She curled up like a little child, which made Ling He feel soft-hearted. Taking advantage of the fact that no one knew and only Bingluan was watching, Ling He took out the white cloak he brought from Mingyue and gently draped it over Chao Wu. Perhaps because the clothes had his own scent, Asajiri did not frown or feel uncomfortable, and soon warmed up. The sleeping boy was really well behaved. His large white cloak covered his entire body, leaving only his loose black hair exposed. The snow-white skin and cloak made this person look like a glutinous rice dumpling with the filling missing, and the filling was black sesame. Ling He was amused by his own metaphor. This son of heaven, who would become famous throughout the world in the future, looked at his sleeping senior brother with a cheap smile. However, when Ling He thought that the night would pass peacefully, the long song in his hand suddenly became restless. If Ling He noticed carefully, Yin-yang would be even more agitated. Chang'e is at least in the top 10 of the famous swords list, so he is very wary of outsiders approaching. Ling He immediately went outside the ancient temple with a sword in hand, with the tip of the sword against a man's neck. The young man had a cold look on his face, and at this moment he was filled with murderous intent. The man was so scared that he sat down on the ground. The people behind him were all frightened. Ling He looked at the man coldly and said indifferently, "Who are you?" It seemed that if the answer was not satisfactory to him in the next second, Chang'e would stab his neck with a sword. Immediately afterwards, 2 sharp screams sounded at the same time, and Ling He's heart suddenly tightened. Big brother? Those people wanted to leave in a hurry, but unexpectedly a young man with ordinary looks walked forward without saying a word. The remaining people looked at each other in bewilderment. They had not forgotten that they had escaped danger many times by following this young man, and now they had to keep up. When they arrived, they saw a stunningly beautiful woman holding Ling He, with her eyes tightly closed. Aw, ghost. This one look shocked the young man, who insisted on coming over so much that he couldn't recover for a long time. Ling He's hand was hooked around Chao Wu's waist, and the white cloak was still wrapped around the young man. This dress and movement made him look even younger. The tip of Ling He's sword was now pointing at a few old women. Their faces were full of wrinkles, and they looked terrified. They were obviously even more scared when someone pointed a sword at them. The disciples were all awakened, and under the firelight, the eldest brother's frightened look was extremely beautiful to look at. Ahem. After Ling He realized that the other party was just an ordinary old woman who could not cause any harm to them, he put away his murderous intent, but his tone was still not good. Who are you? What are you doing here? The eldest brother was scared like this. Is the eldest brother so timid? This contrast is so cute. If Chao Wu knew what he was thinking, he would definitely try to make excuses for himself. It was late at night, it was pitch black, and in an old, dilapidated, and leaky temple. When you looked up, you saw an ugly, ferocious Buddha statue. A gentle Buddha statue with a dagger hidden in its smile. Then, when you heard some noise, you opened your eyes and saw two extremely scary-looking old ladies. Anyone would be scared, right? Ling He said. No. Of course, he wouldn't tell it. The two old ladies were so frightened that they were shaking and kowtowing repeatedly. I'm sorry, immortal lord. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Their chattering made Ling He feel overwhelmed. When Chao Wu heard that they were ordinary people, not ghosts, he immediately regained his courage and turned his head to look at the ground. Aren't they just two old people? He was screaming and hugging people, which was a bit embarrassing. The one I am hugging is Ling He. Hey, if you want to die, why do you pick your future rival to hug? Claw, do you have your own thoughts? He patted Ling He's shoulder gently, motioning him to put him down. After he stood firmly, he went to help the old man who was kowtowing and begging for mercy on the ground. Unexpectedly, just as Chao Wu bent down to support the old man's arm, the old man saw Chao Wu's face clearly under the light and was so frightened that he lost his soul. Ghost. Oh, the ghost is coming. Don't kill me. I don't know where he got the strength from, but he pushed the defenseless Asajiri away. Ling He didn't expect this to happen, and Chao Wu was the most confused. Grandma, you are not mistaken. My face is at least the most beautiful on the list, and you actually said I am a ghost? Before Chao Wu could gain leverage to stand firm, she fell into a relatively thin embrace. He was an adult man after all. Although he was thin, he was not light. He even heard the man's groan when he was hit. In just that instant, even Asajiri was stunned for a moment. His eyes darkened instantly. He used the force to turn over, pushed the person behind him away, but then grabbed his arm and distanced himself. And when he looked up, he saw an ordinary face. Originally, it was the young man holding Asajiri, and in a moment it was Asajiri holding him. It's hard to describe the emotion in Chao Wu's eyes, which became the sky in the dark night, with no stars, only fog. It's hard to understand, but people are willing to drown in it. It was like a drowning man grabbing a piece of driftwood, which was useless, but also had the determination to put out a fire. What's your name? Ling He had seen this before, because the last time he saw it, Chao Wu started to chop him the next second. The boy's eyes were completely different from Asajiri's at the moment. They were a pair of bright and sparkling eyes. Although their shape was ordinary, they had an indescribable charm. The young man looked at Asajiri, almost staring at her. He remained silent for a long time, and Asajiri's strength grew stronger. It was obvious that there was something wrong with the atmosphere. Asajiri's identity was there, and everyone could only gasp. After a long while, the young man opened his mouth, as if he didn't know what to say. He paused for a few seconds before slowly speaking. My last name is Zhao, and my given name is Yun. Asajiri didn't seem to be planning to let him go. Her eyes, which seemed to be half drunk, were clear. Do you need to spend so much time thinking about your own name? The boy still stared at him without blinking, without any dodging. You hurt me. After saying this, Chao Wu's eyes widened instantly, and he quickly let go of her hand, and his eyes returned to normal. Sorry. The boy just waved his hand and said nothing. Ling He, on the other hand, stood beside Chao Wu with a worried look in his eyes, as if to say, "Are you okay?" After a few seconds of silence, Chao Wu said, "They showed up so suddenly. I always felt that there was something wrong with that man. What could have happened to me?" The two old women took advantage of Chao Wu's bad condition and tried to run away, but were immediately pinned down by Ling He's magic spell. Although Ling He was concerned about Chao Wu, he could only move him back to protect him, and then looked at the group of people outside. "You are not in the same group?" Zhao Yun nodded. Unexpectedly, Ling He was even more rude. The temperature of the entire ancient temple dropped sharply, and the flames trembled as if they were frozen. It is enough to show that he is extremely good at ice. The bone-chilling chill gradually crept into people's hearts. The man named Zhao Yun raised his eyebrows, and then looked at Chao Wu behind him. The more prestigious person in their group quickly stood up and said, "We have no ill intentions. We just escaped from a remote place and came here because we saw a place to rest. This is a decent reason." Ling He didn't believe it and was about to move again, but Chao Wu suddenly grabbed his arm with great force. If Ling He wasn't a martial artist, his arm would have been broken. "Let them stay." Only then did he retract his aura, and the frost gradually faded away. Chao Wu looked at Zhao Yun nonchalantly, with a smile on her face, as if apologizing. "Have you eaten? We brought some dry food here. Would you like some?" When Chao Wu smiles, it is really dazzling. Many of the people in that group swallowed their saliva. However, Zhao Yun focused his eyes on the earring on Chao Wu's right ear and couldn't help but look at it for a few more seconds. After all, it was Chao Wu who opened the door. Zuezishan disciples did not miss the dry food and distributed it to those who so-called escaped. Zhao Wu remained silent and stopped talking, quietly warming his hands around the fire. And Zhao Yun didn't say a word, and he didn't know what they had experienced along the way. Everyone respected this young man who was not tall. They even distributed the extra dry food and put it in front of Zhao Yun. The second one is the one who speaks with authority, talks and laughs with people, and attracts everyone's attention. Kajiri looked at them calmly for a few times. The clothes are not too fancy, just like ordinary people in this world. But how could he not be frightened when he was so abnormal? How could he be just an ordinary person? Thinking of this, Chao Wu walked to Zhao Yun and remembered that he didn't seem to have eaten a bite. As if by magic, Kajiri took out a box of buttermilk cookies and placed it in front of the boy. Seeing this thing out of thin air, the eyes of the two old people became even more frightened. Ling He went over to remove the immobilizing spell on them and seemed to ask some questions. This should be the job of the eldest brother, but looking at the state of these two old women, Chao Wu would be scared to death if he didn't get it right. As for Asajiri, he looked at the buttermilk cake he placed in front of the boy. To be honest, he felt like he was making an offering. That boy Zhao Yun seemed a little cold. Even if Chao Wu put things in front of him, he was indifferent. It was already late at night, and it would be daybreak if they didn't sleep. Chao Wu's work and rest schedule is somewhat stable now. So stable that he can't sleep well at night and doesn't have the energy to do anything during the day, no. He gathered up his cloak and said, "Let's take a rest early after eating. We will leave for Kunyu tomorrow. Are you on the way?" The young man Su was really sleepy. He spoke lazily and had no energy, and his voice sounded particularly Soviet. Zhao Yun was silent for a while, but still ignored him. Chao Wu's heart skipped a beat. He must have really offended someone. As soon as he stood up straight, he heard Zhao Yun say indifferently, "On the way. Good guy. It's colder than Lingyi." Chao Wu nodded, returned to his previous position, and fell asleep. Ling He came over and said something to him. These two old men had both escaped from the imperial city. They said they were being hunted. It was only after questioning that was almost threatening that they found out that they turned out to be serving the man in the palace. Imperial City. This made Chao Wu smile faintly. Tomorrow morning, if they don't go along the way, let them go. It's no wonder it's not easy to get from the Imperial City to this wilderness. However, after Ling He and Chao Wu talked, the red scabbard yin yang fell into Zhao Yun's sight, making Zhao Yun look at it a few more times. Chao Wu didn't notice and went back to sleep, letting his earrings fall into Zhao Yun's sight. However, he didn't sleep soundly in the second half of the night. The sky turned white. Everyone was a little tired from what happened last night and slept very hard. At this time in the morning, the coolness is at its strongest, and for some reason, Chao Wu's fingertips are covered with white frost. Chao Wu finally opened his eyes, and those originally seductive eyes were now clear, clearly not sleeping. He looked at Zhao Yun. The man was too thin and thinner than he looked. On the other hand, the dry food of the pair in front was not touched at all, but there was no trace of the butternut squash. This made Chao Wu raise the corner of his mouth. Arrogant kid. Their status as a fugitive was neither embarrassing nor embarrassing, and they were somewhat haggard, but this man's hair was neatly tied and his robes were clean. She was trembling slightly, as if she was freezing, which made Asajiri feel a little distressed. He took off his cloak, and it wasn't until he walked to Zhao Yun that he vaguely remembered that he had gone out without a cloak. So where did the white cloak on his hand come from? Taking advantage of his distraction, Zhao Yun turned over and by chance, he caught Chao Wu's gaze. Unexpectedly, when Chao Wu saw the young man's red eyes, all doubts disappeared, and he frowned and asked, "Are you crying?" Zhao Yun almost rolled his eyes and rarely said a few more words. "You're the one crying." Chao Wu was choked by such a straightforward statement, but he wasn't angry or embarrassed. "Who told me, young master, that you are fair-skinned and beautiful, but your eyes are red as soon as you wake up?" Zhao Yun thought about his ordinary face and was silent for a long time. "Are you blind?" Kaijiri just smiled. "That's right." Suddenly, he heard Zhao Yun ask, "What is your name?" Kaijiri was silent for a while, and just when he was about to speak, the young man's voice was filled with incredulity. "Tell the truth." It was rare that Asajiri was so unable to answer. The children of the immortal family have to hide their identities outside, especially in front of mortals, and this young man named Zhao Yun is obviously not a commoner in the mortal world, and something is obviously wrong. Kaijiri didn't ask him his real name, but the boy asked him his real name instead. If it were anyone else at this moment, Chao Wu would have laughed and passed away, but this boy was obviously not someone to be deceived. Kaijiri's silence represents his position that he cannot tell. However, Zhao Yun held his cloak tightly, and his fingertips turned white. "Tell me." The young man's eyes are very beautiful, which can be said to be the only bright spot on this face. Now the red corners of his eyes are even more gleaming, making people feel sad. Chao Wu's mind was a little stuck, so he said slowly, "Chao Wu." Zhao Yun felt relaxed all over, and his eyes were filled with confusion. The chief disciple of Qinyu, immortal chief, Emperor Zhao? But why? His sword will be Yin-Yang. Shouldn't it be Fuxing? Both of them were silent. Soon after, Chao Wu put Yin-Yang beside Zhao Yun and left the ancient temple. It was still very cold in the morning, and the frost and dew outside were full of chill. Morning fog leaned against an old tree and picked up the fruits. Such a big beauty makes even those little animals can't help but move closer to her. Chao Wu was so distracted that he didn't even feel the few little rabbits crawling on him. "Zhao Yun." Suddenly, someone screamed from the direction of the ancient temple. Chao Wu suddenly recovered and disappeared in an instant, letting the snow-white dumpling fall to the ground. When morning fog arrived, I was shocked for a moment by the sight in front of me. The two old ladies fell to the ground, with wrist-thick vines growing out of their mouths and eyes, and the blood vessels on their bodies turned into plant roots. The plant was very scary, dark green, and even moving, like using his own eyes to find his next prey. Ling He's Changgu slashed at him, and Chao Wu didn't even have a chance to stop him. His heart tightened, and he saw Zhao Yun quickly come to Ling He and put a blade on his wrist. The force was not small, anyway. Ling He's hand the long song and it is missing. Zhao Yun's expression remained normal. He took the sword with his backhand and swiped it, quickly blocking the juice that splashed out after the two plants were chopped into pieces. Chao Wu arrived shortly after, and after Zhao Yun swung his sword, he moved Yin-Yang close to him, and the two swords struck each other. In addition to making a sharp and harsh sound, they also produced sparks. Chao Wu waved his sword, and with the blessing of Yin-Yang, the spark turned into a huge fireball, burning the bodies of the two old ladies. And the terrifying plant controlled the old woman to stand up and struggle, looking particularly scary. The disciples and ordinary people were so frightened that they were all trembling and could not even speak. Zhao Yun handed the changa in his hand to Ling He and nodded politely. I was so offended just now. I'm sorry. Ling He took the sword, recalled what happened at that moment, and politely thanked him. Thank you. If it hadn't been for Zhao Yun, it would have been even more difficult to deal with the juice that just splashed on him. Ling He looked at the old woman who had been burned to a disgrace, but doubts still flashed across her handsome face. What are these? Not knowing who the question was addressed to, Zhao Yun turned around and left, leaving Chao Wu alone. Asajiri, ask me, do I look like I know? He coughed twice, thought hard and said, it's a bee sting tree. Once the tree seeds are put into a person's body, they will bloom within a few days. What does this flowering mean? It's probably the same scary look just now, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a scream from a disciple. He pulled up his sleeves and saw that there were already black blood vessels on his arms. The other disciples and those people all rolled up their sleeves. Almost everyone's arms had black bloodshot streaks, which now reached the forearm joints. Everyone's faces suddenly turned pale when they thought of the tragic death of the two old ladies just now. Ling He didn't care much about himself. He just looked at Chao Wu and said hesitantly, Elder brother, there should be Asajiri, but Asajiri doesn't. Looking at his still white arms, Ling He breathed a sigh of relief, while Zhao Yun raised his eyebrows. That's not a good look. The bee poison tree is highly poisonous. Chao Wu has been with those disciples all the time, and he came into contact with those old ladies many times yesterday, so he shouldn't be poisoned. Then it can only mean that Kaijiri is also poisonous. Some young disciples started to cry when they thought of the two old nuns looking so horrifying. Big senior brother, will we die? Chao Wu looked at his arms with a complicated expression. He put down his sleeves and sighed helplessly. He thought that with the blessing of the Son of Heaven on his way out, he could lie down all the way. Who knew that he would encounter something like this just after he got off the mountain? Chao Wu walked over and patted the disciple on the shoulder. Don't worry, everyone will die eventually. The young disciples were so frightened that they actually cried. The older boy, who was not much shorter than Chao Wu, stood in front of Chao Wu and cried, Let Kaijiri be as big as the other two. I'm just trying to survive, a pure vegetable dog vase. Can you please don't add drama to me? I really thank you. The group of people who were fleeing all looked at Zhao Yun. Although Zhao Yun was not technically one of theirs, the boss had led them all the way to avoid danger, so they still relied on him subconsciously. Just now they also saw the tacit understanding between Zhao Yun and the senior brother to kill the enemy. Zhao Yun is so strong. He can save them. Zhao Yun's face was a little pale. After receiving their calls for help, he suddenly asked nonsensically, Going to the Imperial City? Zhao Yun, such a cold person, started talking, and it was hard for Chao Wu to say that he didn't want to. Kaijiri walked up to the two dried corpses and used yin-yang to peel away the rags that had stuck to their bodies. It was a palace card. Then he replied calmly, It seems that's right. The bee sting tree is actually very easy to deal with. All you need to do is find the roots and grind the roots into medicine. But it can cause huge casualties because tree species are like dandelions. They will scatter to various places when the wind blows. Wind is an uncontrollable factor. When they have spread, it will be very difficult to find the root cause. People are like the wind. Who knows their destination and whereabouts? As long as they spread, the wider the area, the harder it is to find this root. The reason why I want to go to the Imperial City is because of that palace card. Chao Wu held the palace card in his hand and spun around, having a great time. Like a heartless cat. Chao Wu tilted his head and smiled at Zhao Yun. He didn't charm Zhao Yun, but he charmed the group of people behind Zhao Yun. Want to get a companion? Zhao Yun crossed his arms and snorted coldly, agreeing. The people traveling with Zhao Yun asked weakly, Then let's. Zhao Yun closed his eyes and said, You just wait here for me. I'll just go with them. Chao Wu was still talking nonsense. You are a hostage, so you should have a better attitude. If you serve me well, I might be able to instigate rebellion. Zhao Yun didn't want to talk to him about the hostages or the specific meaning of prisoners and spies. He just looked at Chao Wu. After a few seconds, Chao Wu coughed twice and said to Zuezhishin's disciples, Don't be stunned. I'm here for training. Injury and poisoning are also part of the training. Besides, you promised to protect me? Kajiri's tone became that lazy and careless tone again, mixed with laughter, and his words were also very humorous, which could greatly reduce the uneasiness of the disciples. This ancient temple is located in the wilderness of the mortal world. To be more precise, they are at the junction of the Qian domain, the Kuan domain, and the mortal world, which is the so-called three-no-matter zone. It took a lot of effort for the group to get to the imperial city. When they arrived, most of the disciples, led by Chao, were very tired. Ling He was very experienced and proposed to let the group change into ordinary clothes. However, when he saw Chao, he changed his mind to let him change his appearance. Kajiri's clothes are gorgeous and expensive. At first glance, they look like clothes that only rich families can afford. They are very harmonious and not unusual at all. He is just too beautiful, and he also has an earring on his right ear, which makes people unable to walk away from him. The costumes of the group behind them, no matter how smart they are, still have a fairy-like feel, which is really eye-catching. Only Zhao Yun's outfit was ordinary. While they were entering the tailor shop, Chao had already accepted the handkerchiefs and flowers sent by several little girls, and came to Zhao Yun's side with some distress. "Brother Zhao, help me change my appearance when speaking." He always likes to raise the end of his words, as if he is coquettish, which is a bit attractive. Those eyes that seem drunk but not drunk are really discharged, and anyone who takes a look at them will be deeply attracted. Zhao Yun always likes to close his eyes and take a nap. After listening to Chao's words, he did not open his eyes and said in a calm tone, "You can't do it yourself?" Kajiri leaned forward as if she was hanging on him. To outsiders, it looked like teasing and seduction. "I look just okay. Even if I disguise myself, it's difficult to achieve the desired effect. Brother Zhao, can you help me?" Zhao Yun stopped talking. "This kid, if you really get the chance, you have to test him." Doesn't the implication mean that Zhao Yun's face came in disguise? It's unremarkable, and you'll forget it after just one look. It's pretty cool if he can really look like this. When Chao saw that the other party was ignoring him, he was afraid that he would offend him again if he said more. What should he do if he cried? It's better to shut up and change face. When the group of them were looking for an inn, a loud noise suddenly came from not far away. Immediately afterwards, there were officers and soldiers on horseback asking people to give way, and then there were stalls dodging and complaining about being knocked down. It was really a classic scene. Asajiri is a master who likes to join in the fun and is watching with interest. I saw a man in ragged clothes running out of the crowd. He was as thin as skin and bones. He had numerous scars on his body and his footprints were bloody. His long hair was also covered in mud, and his whole person looked unrecognizable. He rushed towards Chao, his dry eyes full of despair and help. However, he was stopped by Ling He. If such a person came together like this, if it was for a purpose, wouldn't Asajiri be hurt? Just in time, the officers and soldiers who were chasing him also arrived, and the two men took him away. There was no expression on Chao Wu's face, but the man who was being taken away still looked back at him. His eyes seemed to be filled with a bit of fire, but he was speechless. And the waiter's eyes lit up when he saw so many people coming in, and when he saw how luxuriously the leader was dressed, he approached Chao Wu with great discernment. "This guest officer." Chao Wu came back to his senses and said very grandly, "Stay in the hotel. You can count the number of people by yourself, a good room for 2 people, understand?" As he spoke, he took out a small piece of gold. Chao Wu doesn't care about money at this time. Someone will reimburse him after he goes back anyway. So why not choose a good place to live? When the disciples finished packing and came out, they saw the senior brother leaning on the windowsill on the 2nd floor and looking down. Below is the hustle and bustle of the market, the prosperity of the imperial city, all kinds of things in the world, and the floating life that those people can't understand. Chao Wu heard the voice, tilted his head and smiled at them. Although he was no longer so beautiful, he was still attractive at this moment. Asajiri's temperament is really lovable, and the juniors also like him very much. This man was just messing around all day long. He spoke humorously, and he didn't have the airs of an elder. He was very able to get along with these younger disciples. Come on, are you hungry?" He was not upright, and his disciples also made trouble with him. Here we come, senior sister. When Chao heard this title, he was stunned for a moment, then laughed and cursed. You rascal, get over here. Zhao Yun was right next to Chao. After hearing him and his disciple finish arguing, the man tilted his head, and his eyes seemed to cast all the warm light from the streets. He was really attractive. He said to himself, make a dish? Zhao Yun was stunned for a moment, and then he stretched out his hand to turn his face away without expression. Stop dreaming. Chao smiled, and the group of disciples sat next to him and started eating. Ling He and Zhao Yun looked at each other. Ling He arched his hand towards him. This move seemed to be unexpected by Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun was stunned for a moment before slightly nodding towards him. Chao kept fighting for food with his disciples, and they were all laughing so hard. Zhao Yun looked at him against the light, and Lung Buting turned to look at him, smiling at him. Hurry, hurry. I'll grab everything for you. I'll give you some food. This man is really... Zhao Yun sighed and finally sat next to him. The young disciple next to him asked him while grabbing food from him, Senior brother, why does Elder Huayan get so embarrassed when he sees you again? Is it that he cannot love you? When Asajiri heard this rumor, he just laughed angrily, right? He said angrily, Go, go. Stop talking nonsense. It's probably. I am the title of the most beautiful woman, and I can't win with force. With his rather emotional tone, the disciple succeeded in grabbing the food the next second. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough, cough. Senior sister. Chao snatched the dish from his chopsticks again and put it in Zhao Yun's bowl like a treasure. He said even more emotionally, Actually, the title of the most beautiful woman is really hard to win. With my appearance, I can barely take the second place. Even though he looked like he was about to tell a story, his hand movements were not slow at all. The group of young disciples immediately became excited. Ah, isn't senior sister the most beautiful? Is it possible that you have seen someone more beautiful than you? Wow, Asajiri's appearance is really unparalleled in the world. Who would have thought that this is not the most beautiful? Boys are always interested in this beauty, and each one of them nudges Asajiri to say more. Chao chuckled a few times and didn't hide it. Do you know the Ming King of Kunyu? The immortal leader of Shueza Mountain, Zhao, is in charge of the Qian region. The Ming King of Chunyuan Palace, Xian, is in charge of the Kuren region. Anyone who hears the names of these two people will feel that they are somewhat related. But to be honest, as a person who has foreseen the future development, Asajiri really doesn't mind. Zhao and Xian have never been in the same league, let alone spoken to each other. If we really talk about beauties, well, those two are indeed like gods. But I wouldn't even dare to invite those two to such an event. The chicken legs in the young disciple's mouth no longer tasted good. Then, the most beautiful person is Lord Mingwang? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yun subconsciously flicked the index finger of his other hand. Chao didn't look at him and shook his head. It's not him, it's his apprentice. The disciples asked again, There are 3,000 disciples of Prince Ming. Senior sister, which one are you talking about? Chao smiled, of course. The eldest disciple, the chief under the throne of King Ming of Chunyuan Palace. That is a person even more mysterious than King Ming, a legend among legends. Some people even said that Xian directly vacated the position of chief disciple and started to accept the second disciple. Some people also say that this disciple was carefully protected and raised by King Ming, who was not willing to let him see outsiders at all and protected him very well. Anyway, no matter how you spread it, it's just that it's very mysterious. From what Chao meant, senior brother has seen it before. The eyes of these children are all bright. The senior brother is so awesome. They even forgot that they were still eating. Their eyes were so bright. Can you describe how beautiful it is? Chao Wu laughed and replied good-naturedly. It's so beautiful that it's indescribable. If I have to describe it hard, it would be. He paused and whispered word by word. The sky and the earth are eclipsed. This description made the young disciples take a breath of cold air. Wow, that's so beautiful. Sister, have you seen it with your own eyes? Chao Wu choked and immediately noticed Ling He's gaze, and his mind was working rapidly. Over the years, Lord Mingwang's chief disciple has never appeared. The most recent one was at the sword ceremony not long ago. Of course, he had never seen it. But he can predict everything in the future, and he naturally knows how beautiful the Chief Ming King is. Of course, I've never seen it before, but I just know what's going on. The disciples didn't care about the rogue tone of Chao Wu's words, and they all became curious about the Chief Ming Wang who was so beautiful in Chao Wu's words. Will we ever have the chance to meet such a beautiful person in this life? Chao Wu thought for a while and saw that the children were also fascinated, so he said with a smile, "Come on, he will come when the sword ceremony is held every 6 years." Unexpectedly, Zhao Yun put down his chopsticks as soon as he finished speaking. Chao Wu looked over, but Zhao Yun didn't look at him and said lightly, "I'm full. Just left." Chao Wu didn't say anything else. The group of disciples didn't see anything wrong and started fighting for food again, as if they had been hungry for a long time. Asajiri returned to her original appearance, but this time she no longer looked at the street outside the window, but instead looked at the tea guests below. The sound of their discussions reached my ears. "That crazy guy just hit me. What an unlucky thing. Who says it's not the case? I don't know why the Imperial Guards don't keep strict supervision. Why don't we let such a prisoner cause trouble again?" Suddenly, they lowered their voices and said, "Looking at his appearance, he is from the palace. I have connections in the palace. It is said, that person is dying soon." Such words were never allowed to be spoken by ordinary people. The two men were immediately startled and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Don't you want your head?" Unexpectedly, that man was not afraid at all. "It's true. They are already drafting an edict to abdicate. I just don't know." Before he finished speaking, Chao Wu suddenly appeared beside him and asked, "What don't you know?" The man didn't notice it, but he felt that someone was cheering him up, so he followed Chao Wu's words and said, "I just don't know whether the blood of the new emperor is pure or not." Asajiri had a look of "I see. Then you are really not afraid of death." That person had a "of course" expression on his face. "That's I really." The sudden appearance of Chao Wu startled the man, who screamed "Ah," which frightened Chao Wu as well. "Who are you?" Chao Wu did not answer his question, but continued to ask, "Why is the emperor who is about to ascend the throne of impure blood?" The man saw that Chao Wu was dressed in extraordinary clothes. If he was also a royal relative, he would lose 10 heads for what he said. He looked hesitant when he saw the young men upstairs behind Chao Wu all drew their swords. "It seems like if you don't tell me, I'll kill you." He had no choice but to continue, because Emperor Wu only has one adopted son, no other heirs. Chao Wu nodded, thinking that it was not interesting. It was just a royal feud. Asking too much would just take up brain space. He went back and continued to sit there looking out the window. Perhaps the disciples had knocked over the teacups while fighting over the food, and there was a small puddle of tea on the table. Asami dipped her hand in the tea and stroked the table half-heartedly. Ling He walked up to him and asked him, "What should we do next?" "They must go to the palace, but they are now poisoned. Even if the poison does not take effect for a short period of time, their strength will be reduced." Chao Wu cursed Lin Xiao and Mo Guting again and sighed, "You should take a rest today and make plans tomorrow." As a result, Asajiri was awakened by the soldiers who forced their way into the room after hearing the word tomorrow. Asajiri was not in a bad mood when he got up, but being woken up was really unpleasant. He first sat on the bed and glanced at the astonished expressions of everyone, then with drooping eyelids, he slowly put on his outer robe. When he was wearing his white undershirt, his trouser legs had already reached his knees because of his dishonest sleeping posture, unable to cover his jade-like feet and slender calves as white as snow. He dressed very slowly, stretching his legs subconsciously as if seducing someone. The outer robe is a bright palace color with a simple style. Only if you look closely can you see the pattern of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. If you don't know, you might think she was wearing a wedding dress. Chao Wu held his chin up, looking a little listless. "Why? Are you here to pick flowers so early in the morning? What did you do last night?" The lazy tone and the rising pitch at the end make people's faces hot just by listening to it. Finally, the leading soldier tried not to look at him and said in a serious tone, "Yesterday you were chatting with 3 tea drinkers. In the early morning, someone reported that he had died tragically at home, with huge flowers blooming, but you were fine. You are suspicious. Come with us." Chao Wu opened his mouth and was about to say something, But Shui Zeshan's group of kids who had heard what happened outside the door rushed in and protected Chao Wu. What are you doing? How can you arrest people at will? Our eldest brother will never kill anyone. Chao Wu looked at the group of little guys, then looked at Zhao Yun, who was leaning against the door. Looking at the layers of children, Asajiri was a little surprised. Then she smiled. He walked barefoot on the ground, step by step, to the Shuezhe mountain disciples. Hey, this big brother just wants to understand the situation. Don't be nervous. While comforting these children, he said to Ling He, you are the strongest. When I am not around, remember to protect the brothers, understand? Ling He listened to him very much. The soldier seemed to have never seen such a cooperative suspect, and Chao Wu immediately said, Sir, the brother at the door, yes, the one leaning against the door, is my accomplice, Zhao Yun. In the dungeon, Asajiri touched here and there curiously, commenting from time to time, wow, this must be a broken wall that hasn't been repaired for more than 10 years. If I punch it, the wall will collapse. Wow, is this a rat hole? Are the rats in the dungeon so fat? Anyway, he never stopped talking. Asajiri's bright red outfit was out of place in the shabby and dark dungeon. He is a bit like someone's daring young master, curious about everything and not afraid at all. Just as Chao Wu was touching the iron railing, wondering if he could get rid of it by using a little more strength, Zhao Yun behind him suddenly asked, Do you have a lot of clothes like this? Luxurious and flamboyant, the nobleness is irresistible. Chao Wu became excited and turned around happily. Like it? I have a lot. Given by my master, I will give them to you when the time comes. The color of Zhao Yun's eyes matched the dimness of the dungeon, and Zhao Yun was speechless. The immortal Emperor Zhao? How could he possibly have such a thing, and how could he give such a thing to someone else? Chao Wu came close to him and turned around like a flying fox. How is it? Does it look good? He knew that ordinary people couldn't see through his disguise skills, so he didn't put any effort into it, and it was of no use to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun looked at the beautiful person in front of him. The earring on his right ear made his face even more charming. Wearing this bright red robe fully magnified the boy's temperament. Zhao Yun looked at him and said softly, Looks good. You are the most beautiful. Chao Wu was very pleased with his praise, and even after being happy, she did not forget to mention the real number one beauty. Actually, I only look good in this colorful dress now, but that person looks good in morning clothes. Zhao Yun sighed and closed his eyes. Shut up. On this day, Asajiri added an invisible mat to the cell and lay there relaxing for a long time. From time to time, heart-wrenching cries could be heard coming from the prison gate. Sir, it really wasn't me. I didn't kill that person. I didn't know. It's unfair. It was not until the jailer who brought food came for the second time, and it was dark, that Chao Wu sat up straight and Zhao Yun opened his eyes. It's quite troublesome. It seems that many people died. Chao Wu's eyes regained their dim and misty look. Zhao Yun nodded. How do we save him? Unexpectedly, Chao Wu stretched and asked him, Who said I want to save those people? I am a weak person. Saving those children is already the limit. I can't save so many people. As he said this, he walked up to the prison bars and pulled them easily, forcing a big hole in them. It's more than enough to let them escape from prison. I don't know what method he used, but the prisoners in other cells acted as if they didn't see them and let the two of them walk away in a swagger. Zhao Yun followed the young man, climbed over the wall, entered the palace gate, and walked freely in the imperial palace as if he was strolling in his own Shuezhe mountain. Suddenly, Zhao Yun behind him asked, You can just take your fellow apprentices back to the sect, and a pill will solve the problem. Chao Wu didn't look back. After all, they were paid and ordered by their master to come out to gain experience. How can they just go back after coming out? Zhao Yun didn't believe it at all. You are the one who is undergoing the training now, and if anyone needs to undergo the training, they should be the ones to do it. Why are you doing this? Chao Wu stopped where he was, turned around, and didn't get angry, just smiled. Do you know? What kind of person would care so much about someone? Zhao Yun was silent. He really doesn't have the identity to say this now. He just felt that. The rumored righteous, dignified, and elegant immortal chief of Shuezhe Mountain had changed a lot, and he was completely different. The two of them said nothing more and walked aimlessly all the way to Qinqing Hall. Asajiri finally stopped and just sighed. Hey, why do I feel that folk rumors are not very true? And why is there no one in such a big palace? Zhao Yun felt an abnormal evil spirit floating around, and his face had no expression. I don't know. There must be a monster if something goes wrong. Be careful. The two entered the main hall, and there were countless people lying on the ground, including countless dead people. Their death conditions were exactly the same as those of the two old ladies, but they were more visceral. The entire corpse was like a mummy, with dark skin. Those terrifying flowers also became more permeable, and the mouth became more obvious. It seemed that it was aware of the breath of strangers, and opened its mouth swaying in the direction of the two of them. The two of them continued walking forward without hearing anything. The bright red color is in perfect harmony with the blood-covered dormitory. The young man is dressed in luxurious and exquisite clothes, which makes people feel that it is even more eye-catching than this magnificent hall. What was on the dragon bed was not the color of blood, but the dirty green mucus of the bee-poison tree, which made Zhao Yun frown almost invisible. Asajiri was also a little disgusted. He narrowed his eyes and said, "This is obviously the tree spirit who has recognized his master. Looking at the situation in the imperial city, those young disciples will not die for a while." Zhao Yun sighed. This title meant that he was not his junior brother. That emperor died just like that, in his own palace. There is no such thing as a nationwide mourning, and no one may even know about it. Chao Wu looked at the blood all over the palace, his deep eyes not knowing what he was thinking. Zhao Yun followed him. Did that adopted son do it? Chao Wu suddenly said, "There is a story. Do you want to hear it?" That was more than 10 years ago during the reign of the late emperor. It was originally a prosperous time for the country and the people, and he and Empress Yushu had twin sons. The inner courtyard of the harem was kept in order by Empress Yushu, and the government affairs of the court were also managed wisely by the late emperor. At that time, the people really thought they could live and work in peace and contentment. Unexpectedly, the south later presented a few beauties, but they were covered with thick veils, so their appearance was not visible, but their figures really made people have the urge to get better just by looking at them. So, after seeing the faces of those people, the late emperor fell into despair. First of all, I knew that it was a man, with a tall figure and a slim waist. He was the late emperor's wife, but he gave birth to an heir for the late emperor. Later, someone knew the names of those beauties. Their names were called heart-born slaves. What is born from the heart is nature. They are short of money. Money is in disorder. They eat and drink, and they have no desire but no pleasure. Those few people served the late emperor together. In those days, everyone who passed by the Qinqing Hall was blushing, and the imperial doctors provided a steady stream of medicinal foods. 1 day, 2 days, a month, half a year, a year. More and more Qinqing slaves were sent to the palace and given to princes and nobles. The whole court was disturbed by Qinqing slaves. Gradually, this group of physically disabled mental slaves gave birth to more and more children, and they became very popular and favored the sixth palace. Empress Yushu tried to persuade her many times to no avail, and in the end, she could not even see the late emperor. And the group of slaves also began to bully and insult the mother of a country who had fallen out of favor, and even poisoned the 2 young princes. With the emperor's acquiescence, this kind of torture continued. It became a game. Because they were slaves at heart, after serving the late emperor, they would come to the queen's palace again, 3, 4, 5, and do the dirtiest things to this woman, who should be the most noble. Even at the state banquet, a dance performed by a captive of the heart brought the most unbearable injustice. All the princes and nobles in the hall were exchanging their hearts and souls, and were intoxicated by the graceful sound of silk and bamboo. The queen was treated like an animal by thousands of people, and thousands of people tasted the slightest bit of red lips. Among this group of people, there was even her biological brother. Such a desolate government and a rotten royal family brought disaster to the world at that time. Those tribesmen who were enslaved did not know when to organize an army, like poisonous snakes spitting out bright red snake letters, staring covetously at the Shao dynasty. The late emperor died on the bodies of the Qinqing slaves. The dissatisfied Xinqing slaves used their bodies to touch the jade seal all the way from Qinqing Palace to the main hall. They are just ignorant and have no idea how to govern the world. People all over the world are in dire straits, conflicts are aroused, and complaints abound. Therefore, Prince Zhongligia, who was originally stationed in the Songguan area, led his troops back to the court, marched all the way into the palace, and killed all the Xinqing slaves who were still looking for pleasure in bed. Finally, he was hailed as an emperor. Chao coughed and glanced at the humanoid Zhongligia on the bed. This. It is hard to imagine that this is the prince who fought all the way into the Qinqing Palace. After hearing this, Zhao Yun was a little surprised. Where is the adopted son? In the story you just told, why is there no adopted son? Zhao Wu was silent for a while, trying hard to recall the plot in the original trajectory. What went wrong? He had indeed never heard that Zhongligia had adopted an adopted son. Asajiri was a little hungry and simply didn't want to, pulling Zhao Yun to leave this bloody place. Go back to the restaurant first. If it doesn't work, I will ask other tea guests. Zhao Yun. Who dares to ask you? You will die again after you ask. When they lost their breath and walked on the street, they suddenly heard the noise in front of the market and the crowds were crowded, probably looking at something. Chao Wu's stature is less than 1.8 meters tall, so he would not have an advantage in watching the excitement. He squeezed forward. It was beheading in public, it was. The man in ragged clothes who asked him for help yesterday. Asajiri stopped moving. The man's eyes were like a pool of stagnant water, empty and desperate. Suddenly, as if he sensed something, he struggled desperately. But when he opened his mouth, he could only make a whining sound. Zhao Yun froze, his tongue was cut off. The executioner was much taller than the man who was all skin and bones, and the man couldn't get away at all. The father-in-law on the side spoke in a high-pitched voice about the man's identity. He is a captive of his heart. Before the father-in-law could finish speaking, the crowd became agitated, insulting the man above, and some even hit him with vegetables, stones, and eggs. The man was already like that, and blood still flowed out after being hit by a stone on his forehead. He struggled, as if he was looking for someone. Suddenly, everything that hit the man was blocked by a transparent barrier, and the man suddenly looked at Chao Wu's position. However, the people were frightened and shouted, "He is a monster," one by one, which made Chao Wu couldn't help but frown. The father-in-law was also startled and signaled to the executioner. The next second, the executioner raised his knife and dropped it. However, the blood did not splash directly onto the white silk, because such a skinny person would not have much blood even if he lost his head. His head was on the stage, but his death brought cheers from the crowd. However, Kayajiri didn't seem to care. After watching this beheading, he silently withdrew his hand that used his spiritual power to shield the man from harm. After the crowd dispersed, Chao Wu suddenly didn't want to go back to the inn. He had to go to the palace again. To be precise, it was the Qinjin Hall in front and the rooftop sacrifice platform. Soon, Ling He and others at the inn heard the people talking downstairs. The government has posted a notice that the new emperor has ascended the throne. I saw it. It is said that the late emperor has passed the Zen throne and is now going to the summer palace to retire. Hey, this Shao dynasty has changed its blood after all. It will be done in the future, during the Jiaqing period. Ling He upstairs was suddenly startled. Jiaqing. The disciples around him heard him repeating something confused. What's wrong, senior brother? Jiaqing? Is there something wrong? Ling He took a deep breath and said, It's nothing. I just heard it somewhere. To be precise, I have seen it. What Chao Wu scratched on the table yesterday while soaking in tea was the word Jiaqing. Ling He thought this, his eyes suddenly widened, and he lifted up his sleeves. The boy's arms were still young and tender, with a sense of strength as a man's. They were white and eye-catching, and the black veins had long since disappeared. Seeing this, the disciples all rolled up their sleeves. The poison of the bee sting tree has been cured long ago. When they had the meal with Asajiri yesterday, the senior brother had already solved it for them. Qinjin Hall, offering sacrifices to the rooftop. Chao Wu and Zhao Yun stood on the glazed tiles of the palace and took in an overview of the entire Forbidden Palace. Chao Wu glanced at the man wearing a bright yellow dragon robe and had a plan in mind. Just as he was talking, the host of the sacrifice was saying something, mumbling something. Kiajiri's voice reached the MC's ears. A mere mortal dares to deceive me with such a person of impure blood. With just one sentence, the MC, who was always talking nonsense, was so frightened that he knelt on the ground. Chao Wu deliberately lowered his voice when he spoke, a bit like Zhao's tone. It was empty and full of oppression. The master of ceremonies couldn't stop kowtowing, but everyone looked at him in astonishment. Xianjun, I was wrong. I shouldn't have deceived Xianjun. He said this at the enthronement ceremony, and coupled with the fact that the new emperor's blood was originally impure, people can quickly think of the cause and effect. Zhong Libai's face was very ugly. The more so, the more the aura of the bee poison tree on his body became uncontrollable. When Zhao Yun saw this, he understood. The bee voodoo tree nourishes the tree species with the warmth of blood and blooms in a short time. This is a purely natural bee voodoo tree. But after cultivating the tree spirit and recognizing its master, it will deliberately release tree seeds to cause torture to people. If a bee voodoo tree can exchange blood, it must be at least 1,000-year-old bee voodoo tree. But bee poison trees that are over 1,000 years old are. He looked at Chao Wu, who let him look at her. What's wrong? He said with a simple and ignorant look. However, all the bee goo trees that were over 1,000 years old were completely wiped out by Chao Wu, the chief disciple of Shueza Mountain, with a single sword blow. That's why Zhong Libai wanted to kill so many people to encourage the bee poison tree to grow. After he has granted amnesty to the world, he will ask the master of ceremonies to spread the rain and mix the antidote from the roots of the bee sting tree in the rain. When the patients are cured, it will be the real amnesty to the world, and no one will question himself anymore. This abacus is indeed a good one. However, Zhao Yun still felt a little confused. Now he was missing a clue that could connect all these things. Asajiri was still mumbling to explain his dare to lie to me, trying his best to distance himself from the relationship between messing up the enthronement ceremony. I said you lied to me because there were less fruits for me when you offered the sacrifice. I didn't mean to mess with you. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Yun was a little tired. This man is really looking more and more like a scoundrel. Seeing Zhong Libai leaving with a dark face and the MC being carried away, Chao Wu smiled worthlessly. Let's go, let's go. That tree spirit is definitely a great source of nourishment. Let's catch it for fun. Inside the East Palace, as soon as Chao Wu and Zhao Yun reached the eaves, they heard Zhong Libai yelling and begging for mercy. Your Highness, I really heard the immortal Lord speak. You really can't ascend the throne. If you deceive the immortal Lord, you will be punished by God. He kept kowtowing, but Zhong Libai had no intention of letting him go. Holding a bloody sword in his hand, he gradually walked towards the trembling MC. What I have in my body now is the pure blood of the Shao dynasty royal family. Why did I cheat? It was you who ruined my great cause. Zhong Libai's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked a little sinister. He walked towards the MC step by step. At this moment, the bee voodoo tree behind Zhong Libai suddenly appeared. It appeared from the shadow. It did not look like a normal bee voodoo tree at all, but was covered in blood red and black, as if it had been possessed by a demon. No wonder the two of them only felt the breath just now, together, hiding in the shadows. Chao Wu was immediately happy. He reached down and pulled out the bee poison tree from the shadow of Zhong Libai. As Zhong Libai screamed in pain. His appearance was too sudden, and with Zhong Libai's half-assed strength, he was no match for him. Zhao Yun kicked the MC, knocking him to the ground, and tied up the MC with the rope in his hand. Chao Wu was holding the bee voodoo tree in his hand. The bee voodoo tree made an unpleasant sound. It was so close to Chao Wu that it made Chao Wu's eardrums a little unbearable. Chao Wu's eyes suddenly flashed with danger, and his tone was a little calm. Quiet. Those two words scared the bee goo tree into silence, because it saw in this man the death methods of countless bee poison tree ancestors. Inhuman. Don't mess with it. Chao Wu looked at the quiet bee goo tree and paid no attention to Zhong Libai, who was still wailing on the ground. Let the master of ceremonies show off his actions now. He will send a message to Yelong in a while. This rain is Brother Long's fault. Isn't it convenient to detoxify it by then? Thinking about it, Chao Wu was walking outside. Zhong Libai, who was pale on the ground and had bulging veins, looked at the reflection of the man's bright red robe. Suddenly, he saw the figure of a young man and shouted in a daze, "Ah Quan." This time, Zhao Yun finally saw the loss of consciousness on Chao Wu's face. You know, he has always had a cynical expression from the time he was in the ancient temple to now. Who is Ah Quan? Zhong Libai stood up despite the severe pain, walked a few steps, and fell to the ground again. Looking at the young man's stopped figure, he was sure that it was Ah Quan, former prince, Zhongli Quan. Chao Wu turned to look at Zhong Libai, and the disguise on his face disappeared. Looking at the face similar to that of Queen Yushu, Zhong Libai was a little dazed. After a long while, he said tremblingly, "Long time no see." These 4 words made Zhao Yun's mind go blank. Ah Quan? Zhongli Quan? Zhong Libai's face was very pale, and he was weak as if he would fall to the ground again in the next second. But there was still a smile on his lips. "You and your mother look so much alike." Chao Wu blinked, still remaining silent. Zhao Yun also realized that those 2 old nuns were most likely the old people around Queen Yushu, and Chao Wu and Queen Yushu were so similar. No wonder the old man saw Chao Wu and said he was a ghost. Yeah? Zhong Libai finally heard Chao Wu reply to him, and he felt that this was also proof that Chao Wu recognized his identity. You know what? If you were still in the palace. Of course Chao Wu knew. I will be charged with the crime of exile Xingnu and beheaded in public like Zhongli Feng. There was no tone in his words, as if he was talking about someone else. But that's not someone else. That is his twin brother. Zhong Libai listened to him express his thoughts. Although his face turned pale, he still did not refute him. Yes, he does not allow the existence of people who know that they are slaves of the heart. So, Zhongli Feng was beheaded and Zhongli Jie was drained of his blood. Zhongli Jie looked at the bigu tree, which was doing well and even trembling in Chao Wu's hands, and realized that the boy who had been humiliated and tortured had grown into someone who was out of his reach. However, as a heart-born captive, he was still secretly despised and looked down upon after being adopted by Zhongli Jie upon ascending the throne. Obviously, he didn't do anything back then, it's just his blood is not clean, and the person who gave birth to him is dirty. He also tried to save those innocent people and the woman who made him fall in love with her at first sight. Even though they are very different in age and status, he still recalls that ecstasy to this day. Asajiri looked at his expression, said nothing, and continued walking out. Zhong Libai didn't seem to expect Chao Wu to react like this. Asajiri didn't react at all. Zhong Libai looked at the bright red robe, which was the color of human blood, and his blood had long been impure. He opened his mouth for a long time, and finally asked weakly, "Are you still Zhongli Quan?" Asajiri finally smiled. "No." Looking at the young man who was still smiling and making hand gestures to ask Yelong to come over for help, he seemed to be hesitant to talk. Those 2 old maids had served Empress Yushu and raised Zhongli Quan and Zhongli Feng. At this time when the emperor's son was about to be killed, the 2 old ladies were insiders and could not be kept alive. Zhongli Feng, who had already planted the seeds on the trees, was deliberately hung by the guards along the way after he escaped, so that he could run into so many ordinary people that they were all planted with the seeds. All this is clear, but the question he really wanted to ask was like opening a person's wound again. As if he noticed that the person next to him was hesitant to speak, he turned his head, and the smile in his eyes became more and more intense. "I always feel that you want to ask something." Zhao Yun suddenly felt reluctant. "So it is, after the morning fog, there will be none of these. Only the bright moon breaking through the clouds and the morning sun rising in the east." Zhao Yun turned his face away and looked at the MC who was being supported by the crowd as he was dancing the ugly great immortal dance. When the dragon roar of Yelong was heard, all the people in the city knelt down in a rush. The rain fell, but the 2 of them didn't get wet at all. Asajiri knew what he was thinking, and her smile became even gentler. "We are just old friends. There must be some separation in this world, so that the reunion can be more amazing." After it stopped raining, Chao Wu and Zhao Yun returned to the inn together. The little disciples hugged him one by one and wanted to kiss him. "Ara, senior brother. I love you. Senior brother. You are my god." Chao couldn't stand being greeted so enthusiastically for no apparent reason. "You. What are you doing?" "What the Hades? Someone who doesn't know this thinks it's my turn." The disciple spoke quickly. "We all know that you grabbed food for me so that we could take the antidote." "Wow, senior brother. You were so good to us." Chao suddenly felt a chill behind him. As expected, Zhao Yun's expression suddenly turned bad. What co-author said at that time about not saving his disciples and not saving the common people was just to comfort himself. Whether he would save him or not, this person had already made up his mind. Zhao Yun obviously had no expression on his face, and he couldn't tell that he was even more angry, but the disciples saw their senior brother break away from them and go over to give him a smile. "That, brother Zhao?" Zhao Yun ignored him and took the bee poison tree to leave. After all, his group of people were still there. Thinking of something, he turned around and looked at Chao Wu. Kaijiri touched the tip of his nose a little guiltily. That. I have also cured their poison." Zhao Yun almost laughed at this person, but when I thought about it, I suddenly felt distressed. He had probably thought about coming to the imperial city since he saw those two old ladies. Come and see some of his old friends. Who would have expected that it would be like this? Zhao Yun sighed and threw the bee goo tree that had become a handful of dead wood to Chao Wu. "Didn't you say it's a great tonic? Just stew it and try it. This is the next step." Chao Wu hurriedly took over. The senior brother who was causing trouble in Shueza Mountain was now giggling when others gave him a chance to work. What kind of person is this Zhao Yun? Ling He looked at Chao Wu and had a lot to say, but in the end he remained silent. Senior brother is really a very strange person, but he has always attracted people and made people want to get closer. By the time Asajiri and his party returned to the ancient temple, 3 days had passed. The group of people were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and they thought they were going to die. Zhao Yun was too lazy to explain anything, so he took out the roots of the bee voodoo tree to show off, which made the group of people look better. "Are we, okay, detoxified?" They also lifted up their sleeves, and sure enough the black blood streaks were gone. Those disciples were still flattering Chao Wu, but this man came close to Zhao Yun. "There is a secret realm in Kunyu. Do you want to go?" When the group heard Chao Wu's words, they suddenly approached this beautiful man and asked, "Xianjun, we are going to Chunyuan Palace in Kunyu. Do you know where it is?" Chao Wu raised his eyebrows. "So, are you going to escape to Chunyuan Palace?" One of the people in the group scratched his head and felt a little embarrassed. "Yes, we heard that King Ming has a very good temper. If we enter Chunyuan Palace, we will be able to live." King Ming of Chunyuan Palace. He is indeed a good-tempered, gentle, and kind person. There was a bit of chill in Chao Wu's eyes, but he still smiled on his face. "When you enter the realm of Kunyu, just look for Chunyuan Palace. Go all the way north, and the palace will be at the highest point." Chao Wu gathered up her bright red robe with a carefree smile on her lips, but there was no warmth in her eyes. He hates King Ming very much. On the way to Kunyu, Chao Wu was always teasing Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun had a good temper and did not hit him. If it were the others from Fengshui Zeshan, they would have kicked Chao Wu long ago. "Brother Zhao, look, does that bird look like you?" Zhao Yun looked along his paws and saw a courtship bird, its colorful tail wagging happily. Chao Wu pointed to him the little snow-white bird that was being courted. Look, he was so proud that he didn't even bother to catch a bird. When he felt that it was almost done, he stretched out his paws proudly. "Zhao Yun," he sighed helplessly, looked at the man next to him who smiled like a fool, and reminded, "Stop being a burden. Your disciples won't recognize you anymore." Chao Wu came back to his senses, looked at the shocked young disciples behind him, and moved closer without thinking. The tone was lazy, and it sounded like he said casually, "How can I see their faces while I'm alive? What's the burden? If you crush me to death, you won't feel sorry for me for a long time." Zhao Yun shut up completely. Yes, it can't be more exciting than him. Entering the Kuan realm seemed to be the same as usual, but Kaijiri could feel the changes in the aura. The spiritual power in the mortal world is thin, so I feel comfortable all over as soon as I enter the realm of heaven. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary alley when you first enter, but the things sold in the streets have changed. Some are elixirs, spiritual weapons, magic weapons. Some are magic pets, spiritual beasts. It was the first time for these young disciples to come to Kunyu. With the approval of their senior brother, they all had fun wandering around the streets. Not to mention the group of mortals. Each one of them had eyes shining brightly. Chao touched his chin. We are just catching up with Injikai. It would be good to let them buy some self-defense equipment or something. It's already evening. The setting sun sets in the west, casting a large golden glow that is set off by the crimson glow of the sunset, making it look like a fairyland. In the direction of sunset, surrounded by clouds, is Chunyuan Hall standing on the top of the mountain. But protected by the barrier, it looks like a very high mountain, and the human eye can only see the clouds halfway up the mountain. Just like the 17 peaks of Shueza Mountain, these 17 peaks are not on the top of the mountains, but in the lake. The endless Naming Bottom reflects the entire Shueyun realm, where there are the 17 peaks of the Qian realm. The towering North Mountain top hides the entire Fodu Mountain, where there is the Sanjiu Hall of Kunyu. Zhao Yun glanced at the mountain and moved away without any expression. He accompanied Chao Wu to various stalls, and from time to time he would yell at the store owner if he didn't want to buy. Are you fake? The real jade stone has to be a little bit worse than the one hanging on my waistband. Kayajiri spoke to the vendor seriously, fearing that he wouldn't believe it, and even pulled his waist rope closer to the vendor's eyes. Merchant owner, I'm sick. Who wants to see your waistband? Who are you? What are you pretending to be? Who uses fine jadeite as a waistband decoration? Zhao Yun looked at his boss's eyes that wanted to stab Chao Wu, and immediately dragged him away with a headache. Chao Wu was still a little unhappy after being dragged away. He sells fake goods. Really, those things are not as good as the stones I threw into my fish pond. Zhao Yun had a headache. Oh, what an ancestor. But fortunately, Chao Wu's attention was attracted by some other gadgets. Not only was he very rude when he bought it, but Zhao Yun would wave his hand to the rich man and buy it if he saw something for more than 3 or 4 seconds. He looks very much like the silly son of a landlord. Written all over my body. I have money, please spend it as much as you like. After a while, the group of people reached the end of Inji. It looked like there were piles of people forming a team. Ling He led the group of disciples to find Chao Wu, who had arrived late. Elder brother, this is? The setting sun has completely disappeared, and the sky on one side has begun to be eaten away by the night. Kayajiri's beautiful eyes narrowed. The secret realm will open in a while. You all go in with me. When the time comes, look for opportunities. If there is danger, just run. After all, this is not a secret realm opened in Shueza Mountain, and it cannot be revealed just by saying it. He definitely wouldn't be able to follow them the whole time. He would have to let them run away first. And that group of people had been informed of the location of Chunyuan Hall and set out to the mountain to worship the master. Zhao Yun once again glanced at Beishan, whose top could not be seen at all, and grimaced at the clouds that turned gray and changed from time to time. The clouds at sunset. After waiting for a while, the bright moon shines on the entire universe, and everything is fair. At this moment, the entrance to Kunyu suddenly turned into a huge mirror, forming a vortex, and whistled angrily towards Wu. This time, it was Zhao Yun who spoke first. Excuse me, this young master with an emerald stone hanging from his waistband. What do you want? Why do you insist on coming to this secret realm? He didn't believe it. The chief disciple of Shueza Mountain's Qinyu Immortal Chief had something he needed to get in the secret realm. Chao Wu watched Ling He enter the secret realm at the end. He gently touched his chin with his hand and seemed to think about it very seriously. Even his tone was very serious, but the words he said were not serious at all. I'm here to find some medicinal materials, like drooping immortal grass, Luo Shui Shinji. Beautiful little brother. However, when Zhao Yun heard this, he subconsciously flicked his fingertips. He still said angrily, I don't have the right look. After Kayajiri finished speaking, he blinked, showing how weak he was. When the time comes, I will have to rely on brother Zhao to save me. The two walked in while chatting and laughing, and not long after, another group of people appeared at the entrance to the secret realm. The young man at the head was wearing a snow-colored robe, with his long hair tied up, and his figure was slender, looking capable and neat. There was no expression on his delicate face. His long eyelashes suddenly moved, and in his dark eyes, the night became quiet. There is a white jade pendant hanging on the waist. If Chao Wu were there, he would be able to recognize it at a glance. It was a jade pendant only worn by disciples of Chunyuan Palace. This shows that this young man is a disciple of King Ming. The young man looked at the entrance of the secret realm, his dark eyes neither sad nor happy. After a while, his tone was as light as the first snow. The drooping immortal grass is inside. After saying that, he went in by himself. The disciples behind him saw Yuan Yao entering and followed him one after another. Chao Wu and Zhao Yun fell into a dark hole as soon as they entered. Chao Wu didn't know if the person beside him was still there, so he stretched out his hand and touched around. Zhao Yun's eyes were a little uncomfortable, and just as he was about to speak, Chao Wu's claws pawed at him. Asajiri. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Zhao Yun's voice seemed to have changed, becoming more youthful. Zhao Yun also reached out to stop him, but he couldn't see anything. He only felt that he had pulled something, and the people around him immediately took a breath. Then, he heard the sound of the sword being unsheathed, and the flaming sun drew a line of fire, finally illuminating the two of them. It turned out that Zhao Yun thought he was standing, but in fact, his whole body was pressed down by Chao Wu, and his legs could not move at all. The tug just now even grabbed Chao Wu's earrings. Chao Wu thought he was lying down, and he thought that touching the air was just picking at Zhao Yun, mainly because Zhao Yun was too thin and light, and he didn't even feel it. If Zhao Yun could hear it, he would probably scold him again, and it's not you who is being blamed. How can you feel? Yin Yang's sword fire shone, and the two men's movements were clearly seen in the cave. Zhao Yun kicked him angrily, touched his Adam's apple calmly, and said it was unkind to speak. Get out of here. Chao Wu was wronged. He quickly stood up and reached out to pull Zhao Yun up from the ground. The man's red robe was stained with dust, but he didn't care at all, and said to Zhao Yun, "Are your hands dirty? Wipe them on me. Anyway, I'm not clean anymore." Zhao Yun was not polite to him. After wiping it a few times, he looked around and saw that it was still pitch black. Where is this? How could Chao Wu know? If I had known earlier, I should have taken Ling He with me. That boy should have fallen directly into Bai Chao Pu. Unlike myself, I have to look for it for a while. In addition, the memory is a bit old, and I have forgotten what happened after entering the secret realm. It should be quite easy. Never thought that when I was flipping through my memories, the person next to me picked up a vine about the length of my forearm from the ground? Don't know what it is. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Yun waved. A crack opened directly in the void. Asajiri. It is quite relaxing. The moonlight outside came in, and when the two walked out, they realized that they were in a huge tree just now. The branches of the tree were as thick as the arms of a dozen grown men. Zhao Yun split it directly. Splitting a tree as old as his ancestors. Zhao Yun had no expression on his face and just threw the vine in his hand to the ground. What are you looking for? Weeping fairy grass, right? Seeing the serious look on the young man's face, Chao Wu suddenly started to laugh. The time here is frozen at the moment they came in, but it is still changing at a different flow rate than the outside world. Therefore, this tree probably only lasted a few hundred years before it became a spirit. But when he thought about someone like Zhao Yun, chopping down a tree so recklessly, with such reckless willfulness, Chao Wu wanted to laugh. Zhao Yun didn't know what he was laughing at. He frowned, but his bright eyes were not unhappy, as if Chao Wu would not be unhappy no matter what he did. Chao Wu smiled for a while and said, "You should follow me carefully from now on. I'm afraid if you chop it again, the fairy grass will escape again." Hearing the teasing in his tone, Zhao Yun took the vine's hand and wiped it on Chao Wu's clothes without expression. Kaijiri's charming eyes were filled with smiles, and he was wandering around the secret realm with Yin Yang. Watching the two leave, several little carrot heads emerged from the roots of the tree that Zhao Yun had just split. Under the moonlight, these fat dolls only wore red belly bands. There were different types of grass growing on the little head, which swayed in the evening breeze, and the little face was full of panic and fear. He, why is he here again? That big devil in red. Wurwa, once he comes, we in Baikeapu will be bald for a few years. He also brought someone with him when he came this time. A helper. Didn't you see that man split open the old tree? What? He actually helped us pull out the bees last time. However, the others have fallen into the fear of being dominated by Kaijiri, and they all said with grim faces, "Quick, quick, quick, go back and report to the clan leader. That big devil is here again." Chao Wu took Zhao Yun as if he were in his own back garden, turning here and there. "You have been here many times?" Chao Wu in front of him, although not that tall, was still shielding Zhao Yun from the thorny vegetation. Kaijiri thought for a moment, forgot. After finishing speaking, Zhao Yun suddenly saw a few thick, dead trees in the moonlight, which were half-rotten. Then, the bee poison tree. This time, Chao Wu didn't think for a long time and directly told him what he wanted to know. "It seems I've cut it before?" Since then, the legend of the chief disciple of a mortal show annihilating the clan with one sword spread. With one sword, the Bigu tree wiped out the clan. The one in the mortal world is probably the only one left, and it was stewed into soup by morning mist. Zhao Yun suddenly felt dumbfounded. Such a big thing, when it came to his mouth, was like a few words. Thinking about it this way, the Bigu tree is quite miserable. Ling He suddenly opened his eyes and found himself in a secret realm. The dizziness caused by entering the secret realm for the first time had not completely subsided when he raised his hand and pressed hard on his temple. I heard the sound of the disciples gasping for air. Ling He immediately looked around vigilantly and held his breath in disbelief. There were herbs all around. Some were smaller than the size of a palm, lying obediently at everyone's feet. Some were taller than a person, swaying their huge branches and leaves in the wind. It should be nighttime now, and some of the fairy grass leaves are still stained with non-bright halos of light. Light up the surrounding environment a little bit. Unlike the medicinal valley in Shuezhe Mountain, the magical herbs here are more unbridled, without accurate planning, giving it a messy yet prosperous feeling. My nose is filled with the fragrance of this place. All kinds of fragrance. One of the disciples stammered, "Where is this?" "Just these medicinal herbs. Any one of them is a fairy product." Ling He suddenly remembered that the senior brother said that he came out this time to look for some medicinal herbs. Is it because? Do you know that there is such a place in the secret realm? Where is he? Is he in danger? Why isn't he here? What medicinal herbs is he looking for? Just as I was thinking about it, a few fat kids came running over with their bare bottoms, crying and wailing. "Oh, Chief, that devil in red is here again." When they got closer and saw so many strangers, they almost stopped in their tracks, and even their expressions froze. "What are you blocking my door for?" When Ling He and others heard what these garlic guys said, "Red clothes? Big brother?" When the tribe leader came out, he saw the ginseng doll, the pearl grass doll, the Mingyue doll, and the snow lotus doll having their flowers and leaves on their heads pulled by a cold-faced young man wearing a Shuezhe Shan robe. It was so frightened that its beard fell off. "Ouch, little fairy, please have mercy. It takes several years to grow a piece of it. Can you please stop being so rude?" Hearing a muffled voice, Ling He and the others turned around. They didn't see anyone, so they lowered their heads and saw a little old man who was not even as tall as their legs. This time, there's a bunch of hair on the head? What is that? Roots? So many? Before he could say anything, the people he was holding in his hands began to howl and scream "Chief." There was still no expression on Ling He's face. "Are you their clan leader?" The little old man looked at their clothes and was about to say something. Then I heard the ginseng doll baring its teeth, as if it was going to fight to the death with Ling He. Seeing that, the tribe leader felt nervous, as if he was the one being grabbed. What did it do wrong? Ling He has long legs, so the fat baby can't reach the corner of Ling He's clothes even if he uses all his strength. Ling He said calmly, "It humiliates my senior brother." Just as the clan leader was about to speak, the ginseng doll angrily interrupted him. "Brother, who is your eldest senior brother?" "I don't even know him." Ling He said calmly, "He is a gentle and considerate person who likes to act like a spoiled child and likes beautiful things. His name is..." This made Ginseng Baby a little crazy. "Brother, we are not talking about the same person. The big devil we are talking about is insidious, cunning, shameless, and loves to show off. How could he be your senior brother? So we are talking about two people. Get your claws off me. Ling He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but finally remained silent, but did not loosen his hand. The clan leader thought of the kids shouting and had a bad feeling in his heart. Ling He heard this and spoke again with certainty. We are talking about one person, Jiantan. The patriarch was also disheveled in the wind. Ouch, what a sin. Suddenly, a familiar voice came into everyone's ears, lazily, with a little hook at the end. I shouldn't have gone wrong. Baikeapu is right here. Hearing the sound, the fat kids froze all over. The old patriarch didn't even care about the four fat kids and turned around to run. As soon as the disciples of Shuezhe Shan heard the voice of the eldest brother, they began to howl excitedly. Eldest brother, we are here. The two people who heard the sound looked at the empty ground in front of them and understood. Asajiri curled his lips. His eyes that seemed half-drunk brightened, and he reached forward, and sure enough, he touched a transparent wall. Then Chao collapsed on Zhao Yun like a boneless person, acting like a spoiled child. Brother Zhao, can you help me? Zhao Yun raised his eyebrows and wanted to push Chao Wu's hand away, but he didn't use any force. He just took a step forward and knocked on the barrier as if politely. The next second, a strong wind blew up, and the broken pieces of the barrier were blown everywhere. Finally, they slowly fell to the ground and did not hurt anyone. The disciples only saw a red shadow flash by quickly, and then heard a crisp ouch. Chao Wu sat on the chief's body, holding the hair on his head with his hands, his eyes sparkling. Hey, these are all spirit grasses. Why are you hiding from me? These can be used as medicine, right? So, without any hesitation, and without waiting for the clan leader to say anything, he directly pulled out all the messy and redundant roots. Several horrible sounds came into his ears. The ginseng doll that was being grabbed looked at the man in front of him and said coldly, thoughtful and gentle, love to act like a spoiled child? I can't tell. You are so young. You are quite blind. Lingyi. Chao Wu looked at the herbs in his hand with satisfaction and curved his eyebrows. Oh my, now Lin Song will be happy for several days, and he can ask for several more candied fruits when he takes the medicine. When he turned around, he saw 4 kids sitting in a row, and his eyes lit up even more. Hey, ha ha ha, can I eat you? Before the 4 of them could react, Chao Wu had already arrived in front of them, touching here and looking there on their heads. He even didn't spare their little arms and legs. It looked like a big devil who was going to cut off their arms and eat them in the next second. The 3 of them huddled together. Bing! The chieftain sat up, touched his bald head and overly clean face, and couldn't help but burst into tears. Why? Woo! Because the flow of time in the secret realm is different from that in the outside world. A few years in Chao Wu is indeed equivalent to several decades in the secret realm. His crying was even funnier. Chao Wu looked at Zhao Yun, who was laughing happily not far away. The smile in his eyes deepened, and he sat down next to the clan leader with a look of brotherly kindness. Her whole tone was full of advice. You little Asarum, pulling out your beard won't kill you. Why are you being so pretentious? Can't you just think of it as me doing a regular beauty treatment for you? Look at yourself in the mirror. Oh my God, what a handsome guy. He's so handsome that it kills me. Shishin sobbed weakly, seeming a little shaken. Looking at the roots that Chao Wu hadn't had time to collect, she started crying again. Wow, but the more roots we have, the prettier we are. Uve plucked them all. Now it's hard for me to even find a wife. It's rare for the morning fog to choke. It's not easy to cheat. Somewhat helplessly. What you have grown over the past few decades is not roots. It's brains. Now, everyone started laughing, and Zhao Yun laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. Asarum, wow wow wow. Woo 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 woo. Chao Wu ignored him, and Ling He let go of the ginseng doll after receiving a look from his senior brother. Accompanied by the sound of crying, Chao Wu looked around at the growth of the herbs in Baikeapu. Not bad, not bad. Without the disturbance of the bee poison tree, the herbs you planted are growing really well. Better than those planted by the elders of our Shuezhe Mountain Herb Valley. Lin Song, you are a little sick. Shixin stopped crying immediately. His professional ethics made him reply subconsciously, "Thank you for the compliment." "You're welcome." Shixin wiped the tears from her face and asked him, "What are you looking for?" If it were the previous Asajiri, he would have taken out mustard seeds to harvest his own bikaping long ago. Why is this guy still going back and forth today? How come he finally knows the process? After looking around, Chao Wu frowned and asked him, "Where is the hanging fairy grass?" Shixin touched his chilly head and said, "It practiced well. It seems that it got a great opportunity hundreds of years ago and became a spirit not long ago." Chao Wu, who had watered the Chuexian Chao with long yuan wine last time, said, Zhao Yun knew that becoming a spirit meant running away. Chao Wu had a headache. His luck was notoriously bad. If he were really asked to look for the immortal grass in such a huge secret realm, he might become the lord of the secret realm. Really, there is no need. Besides, he came out just to lie down all the way. Perhaps seeing his tangle, Shixin asked, "What's wrong? Don't have that expression. Your expression of how can I live without it will make your fellow juniors look at me with daggers. I really can't survive." Chao Wu was thinking, after all, he couldn't leave empty-handed. So he decided to drag Zhao Yun out with him to give it a try. What if their luck turned out to be a positive one? He was about to leave, but then he realized that he still had the task of taking care of the children when he went down the mountain this time. So, he said to Shixin, "You're welcome. Just pretend that I don't know these disciples. If they want to steal your herbs, just do what you need to do." The disciples thought that this trip was safe, and heard? Shixin immediately realized that this was to bring people here for training. "That's what you said." Chao Wu pulled Zhao Yun away without even looking back. "Yeah, I told you to go ahead and do it. Friends, the eldest brother will withdraw first. You should train well, and remember to share opportunities with the eldest brother." After saying this, the shadow disappeared. Shixin had been bullied too many times by Chao Wu, and he was ruthless in getting revenge from his fellow junior brothers. Soon, screams of the little disciples were heard from behind. Chao Wu, the hands-off boss, is so cool and carefree. Zhao Yun laughed so hard just now that the corners of his eyes were red, and his bright eyes were covered with a thin layer of mist, which made him look extremely beautiful. Under the clear sunshine, the mystery of the secret place is its greatest beauty. Chao Wu glanced at him and continued talking. "Tell me, if we really run into any trouble later, you must protect this delicate flower of mine, okay?" Zhao Yun ignored him, and Chao Wu continued. "I only know a little bit of medical skills, and my martial arts skills are not the best, but this face is still somewhat desirable. Do you like it?" After saying that, the man tilted his head and looked at Zhao Yun beside him. Asajiri is a person who really understands his own strengths. He believed that this face was charming enough and could serve as a means for him to do anything. So now he was flirting with people everywhere and was not afraid of anything. Asajiri was bored and trying to make conversation while taking out a toy that was not even the size of a palm and casually playing with it in his hands. That is the soul-attracting fragrance. Generally, creatures that have just gained intelligence but have not yet taken shape will like this fragrance very much. Zhao Yun sighed and was about to say something when suddenly a voice came from the bushes, which immediately attracted the attention of both of them. Any danger will become more terrifying at night. Asajiri has had such bad luck that she has encountered many such things and is no longer surprised by them. Sure enough, the inconspicuous herbs that were originally hidden in the bushes suddenly began to grow larger, even blocking the moon above and casting a huge shadow. Asajiri was still laughing. "Isn't trouble coming now?" The weeping fairy grass looks very beautiful, with green leaves that are long and drooping at the ends. In the middle of the flower, there are a few buds that are about to bloom, and they are crystal white in color. But it's too big, and it's a bit creepy when looking up from the bottom. A faint fragrance seems to be luring the prey to take the bait. Asajiri just smiled. He was wearing that loose and noble red robe. Under the moonlight, the pattern of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix was somehow more dazzling than in the sunlight. He had a yin-yang hanging on the left side of his waist, which looked useless, and his right hand was touching his earrings with some boredom. There was no light in his eyes, but he was smiling when he looked at Zhao Yun. There was still no expression on Zhao Yun's face, and he didn't care at all. The huge, weeping fairy grass looked down at them from above. Chao Wu even came close to Zhao Yun and said, "Be gentle, or it will be destroyed." Zhao Yun really thought about it seriously. "I was too gentle. Won't it run away?" Regarding this, Chao Wu was very relieved. "It's okay. If you are gentle, it will be half useless." "Twixianko, I am still here. Isn't it inappropriate for you to discuss this?" Maybe what Chao Wu said deserved a beating. The stems and leaves of the weeping fairy grass grew longer and immediately rolled him up. It was very easy because Asajiri didn't hide at all. Chao Wu even threw away Yinyang. Perhaps because the size of the hanging fairy grass was too large, the fragrance it emitted began to become stronger and stronger. This kind of fragrance is at the level of a 1,000-year-old fairy herb. If I could take it away, it would do more than just prolong my life. Asajiri was swept up like this, and her hair became messy, which made Asajiri a little concerned. Hey, it's fine if you tie me up, but what's the big deal about messing with my hair?" The handsome boy's eyes were sparkling with dissatisfaction. There was quite a commotion on his side, and some monks came over after hearing the noise. Those who know the goods know that this is the weeping fairy grass. It is so big that it is not a loss even if you take a little bit of it away. So they didn't care about saving people, and just started chopping down the magical herbs they could get. Asajiri was a little anxious just now, but now she is very anxious. Her beautiful eyes widened. Wow. Can you hit me more accurately, young man? My clothes are very expensive. You can't afford to pay for them. The wisdom of the immortal grass was awakened, and coupled with the stimulation of the spirit-attracting fragrance just now by Chao Wu, he was not in a hurry at all when facing the siege of these people. There was even morning mist swaying back and forth in the air. So Asajiri kept making noises. Even when the group of people had already fallen, Chao Wu was still chattering. "Huh? Why did they fall again? No way. You only chopped them a few times?" In fact, under the moonlight, Asajiri's androgynous face was even more breathtakingly beautiful, with half of her face lit and the other half hidden in the shadows. It makes people want to see his full appearance urgently, but at the same time they dare not disturb this beauty. Who knew that this beauty had a mouth? Zhao Yun couldn't help it several times and wanted him to be quiet for a while. But I was afraid that as soon as I opened my mouth, this person would pretend to cry again. And who knows what shocking and obscene words he would say next. Seeing more and more monsters and monks falling, Chao Wu was a little surprised. How much alcohol did I pour on him at that time? Why is this guy so energetic and still shaking here? Chao Wu was a little dizzy from being shaken, and he lazily let go of his strength and was about to say something to Zhao Yun. His face suddenly froze. Suddenly, liquid began to flow from the long leaves that were wrapped around the boy's waist. "Zhao Yun, you don't have to be so scared. Are you scared to death?" When Chao Wu heard this, his face turned red. "What are you thinking about? I have to tell you a piece of bad news. My wine has been spilled again." Chao Wu's wine is either Longyuan wine or Fengqi wine, both of which are immortal products. The veins on Zhao Yun's forehead bulged slightly when he heard this. "Asajiri, it's okay for this guy to bring wine when he goes out, but can he close the mustard bottle and not let it leak?" Zhao Yun left the spot in an instant, and the next second, the place where he had just stood was pierced through by a huge root. The fragrance of the weeping angelica flower has become stronger, and its size has even grown bigger. Zhao Yun sighed and looked around. This time he didn't find any suitable branches or vines, and felt helpless. But the blazing sun in the morning mist just lay there quietly. The dark green grass was still emitting a little fluorescence, and the flame sun was surrounded by flames, but it did not burn the grass. At this moment, Zhao Yun knew everything. This guy Asajiri did it on purpose. Most of the moonlight was blocked by the hanging fairy grass, and the morning mist was completely shrouded in shadow, so that the bright red robe turned dark red, like a poisonous snake or python, extremely dangerous. Longyuan night wine is a fairy-grade fine wine. When it is poured over the fairy-grade weeping grass, the blessing power increases significantly. Within a few seconds, its volume almost doubles. In his eyes, Zhao Yun seemed to be able to die with a single blow. However, Zhao Yun looked at the flame sun on the ground with dark eyes, making it difficult to guess what he was thinking. At this moment, Chao Wu suddenly heard the voice of Shui Zeshan's disciples. They were originally being chased and attacked by the creatures of Baikeapu and suffered many minor injuries. However, the miraculous spiritual herbs not only caused physical injuries, but also damaged their untempered hearts. The spiritual herb, which looks very harmless, can open its mouth and swallow them into its stomach in the next second, or turn into a graceful beauty and bite off their heads while they are obsessed with it. This completely destroyed the three perspectives of these children. Ah, save me, save me. Big brother. I want to go home. I'm going to die. After smelling the fragrance of the hanging fairy grass, even Ling He became a little out of control. He even used Chang'e to cut his hand so deep that the bone was visible, but his mind was still on the verge of fainting. They saw Chao Wu and shouted Big Brother, but their bodies became heavier and soon they fell to the ground. Asajiri's eyebrows slightly frowned, seeing that more and more monks and spiritual beasts were gathering around. The roots of the immortal grass began to cover them layer by layer like a spider web, piercing their bodies with an extremely thin root to absorb their spiritual power. This weird picture gives people goosebumps. At this time, the young man in the white robe appeared not far away, followed by a group of disciples. Under the moonlight, the boy's skin was dazzlingly white, so obvious in the entire moonlit night that he attracted everyone's attention as soon as he appeared. He looked at the weeping fairy grass in front of him, expressionless, and his breath seemed to carry a frosty chill. Get started. The two words came as if from an ethereal voice in an extremely cold land. Immediately afterwards, the disciples behind him rushed forward with impressive strength. However, they ignored the morning mist that was wrapped up by the hanging fairy grass and attacked the vital roots of the hanging fairy grass with every move, with a strangling and cold force, without any warmth. When Chao Wu looked over suddenly, he saw a young man in white under the moon. Narrowed his eyes. The strength of the people who came later was indeed high, and they beat Chuixianko so hard that he let go of Chao Wu in a short while. The roots through which it absorbed the spiritual power of the monks on the ground were also cut off by those people. Chao Wu rolled over and landed on the ground. But the immortal grass might have known that it would be caught, and with a determination to perish together with the enemy, it stabbed Chao Wu with its long roots before he could stand firm. It was so fast that almost no one saw the afterimage of the roots of the weeping fairy grass. The next second, its roots stopped less than 20 centimeters away from Chao Wu's face. Asajiri was not panicked at all, and even reached out to brush away the dust on the hem of her clothes as if nothing had happened. Then, in the dark night, dazzling sparks bloomed, and the immortal grass seemed to spontaneously combust, along with the broken roots connected to it, burning so beautifully on the spiritual grass. The spiritual fire has no temperature and does not burn people. The group of people seemed to be shocked by the scene before them. It wasn't them at all. But, not far away, there was also a young man in white standing there. His clothes were not particularly luxurious, but they made people hold their breath when they saw them. His long hair was loose and his beautiful face had no expression, but his eyes reflected brilliant flames, bright and beautiful. His thin body doesn't look strong, but he has a cool and elegant temperament. There is fire in his eyes, but deep inside they are ice. On the thin waist is a sword with a blue and white scabbard. If you look closely, the scabbard is very similar to Asajiri's flame yang. The yin-yang in his hand was covered in flames, but the soles of the boy's feet were covered in ice. Asajiri looked over and smiled even more happily. He had an earring on his left ear, which was exactly the same as the one Asajiri had. It was made of Sanskrit stone and gave this icy figure a hint of lingering and gorgeous color. The immortal grass was soon burned to only its body, and the monks and disciples who fell to the ground also slowly woke up. They subconsciously looked at the man holding the flame sun in his hand, and for a moment, no one could take their eyes away. Where did this beauty come from? Even though everyone in Zuezawa Mountain had seen a beauty like Asajiri, they couldn't help but be distracted for a moment when they saw that excessively handsome man. The man just lowered his eyes calmly, without any emotion, as if he had merged into one with everything in the world. The originally simple scenery instantly became beautiful because of his presence. But in this painting, only this beauty has color, and it really gives a feeling of the world has lost its color. Chao Wu picked up the almost burnt weeping fairy grass and looked at it with some disdain. I told you not to be so cruel. This is burnt. Never mind. Just use it. Chao Wu walked up to the man, her beautiful eyes full of him. Thank you, Brother Zhao, for saving me? Or should I say, thank you, immortal Mu Yun, for saving me? Zhao Yun, or to be more precise, Mu Yun. He raised his eyelids and looked at Asajiri indifferently. The chief disciple under the throne of Mingyue in Chunyuan Palace, the most mysterious person. No one has ever seen him. No one even knew his name. But after calling out his name, Chao Wu continued to say with a smile, "It seems that none of you disciples of Chunyuan Hall know you as their senior brother." Mu Yun snorted coldly. Everyone only knew that each of the disciples taught directly by King Ming was extremely powerful, and that the eldest senior brother was second to none. But no one had ever seen him, and everyone thought that his existence was just a rumor. But the one in red said that this fragile beauty, who makes people unable to walk after just one look at her, is the eldest disciple of Chunyuan Palace. Mu Yun didn't look at anyone else. His clear eyes were as glassy as glass, bright and cold, and he was staring at Chao Wu in front of him without blinking. Chao Wu put away the hanging fairy grass and suddenly moved forward, and the distance between the two people was instantly shortened. It was so close that Mu Yun could even count Chao Wu's eyelashes. "Mr. Mu Yun, why aren't you talking?" When Chao Wu smiled, the unclear fog in her eyes disappeared, and it was like stars falling into the clouds. He was about to move closer, but suddenly felt something blocking his waist. He looked down and saw Mu Yun holding Yin Yang against him. "Zhao Wu, you are really great." The gentle voice is full of youthfulness and is like the thin snow under the moonlight. The smile in Asajiri's eyes grew deeper. He still spoke with a hint of anger. "This is our first meeting. Why are you so fierce?" Chao Wu grasped Yin Yang's hilt and closed the distance again, and the heat of his words gently hit the snow like Beauty's face. "I'm a little curious. How did we meet at this time?" Logically speaking, he should meet him at the sword-fighting ceremony in the near future. Mu Yun looked at him, not knowing if it was Chao Wu's illusion. He just felt that the eyes of the little beauty in front of him were red again. But the words he spoke still carried a chill. "Why? You don't want to?" Chao Wu lost her mind for a moment, moved her eyes away from his eyes, smiled, and her whole chest was shaking. "How could it be? I just think it's still a little late. It would be better to do it earlier, the sooner the better." This distance, this tone, instantly became ambiguous. Mu Yun didn't say anything. He pushed him away with Yin Yang in an unhappily, and then threw Yin Yang to him. "Turn away from him." This man deliberately left Yin Yang behind and spilled the wine, forcing Mu Yun to pick up Yin Yang. The Flame Sun sword can break all illusions, including disguise. Moreover, among Shueshuang and Yin Yang, apart from Chao Wu, she is the only one who can handle Yin Yang. This person probably already knew that I was Mu Yun. When snow and frost were unsheathed, the moon-white sword was covered in mist because of its extreme coldness. Mu Yun let out a light breath, and starting from under his feet, the entire secret realm froze instantly, even the wind condensed. He swung his sword cleanly into the air. Then, a lake depression far away was instantly splashed apart by the airflow. The two separated waves of water turned into water columns and rushed towards them, and quickly condensed into solid ice. As soon as they got close to the dust clouds, the ice instantly turned into mist and gently fell on everyone. Reason returns, strength is restored, and spiritual power is released. For all the people here to recover to their peak state, it only takes one swing of his sword. There is a gap between people. Asajiri looked at the disciples of Xue Zhe Shan, who were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths, and couldn't help laughing. When Ling He stood up, some frost fell on his hands. He looked down and found that the scars on his palms had disappeared. He remained silent and bowed to Mu Yun to express his gratitude. Chao Wu walked up to Mu Yun and said something to him. The two of them stood together, one with an earring on the right ear, and the other with an earring on the left ear, and they looked so pleasing to the eye that it was heart-warming. Their swords were very close, and the flame on the yin-yang sword seemed to be weaker, as if it was being behaved. When these two people come to mind, one word flashes through people's minds: perfect match. Ling He frowned. Before the Shuezhe Mountain disciples could say anything, the group led by Yuan Yao suddenly bowed to Mu Yun. "Hello, senior brother." Asajiri looked at the young man in white who was saluting at the head of the group. His dark eyes were gloomy, and his thoughts could not be seen. Mu Yun's amber eyes were as beautiful as glass, but they were too cold. He glanced at the jade pendant on the leading young man indifferently and hummed in a non-committal tone, with a bit of coldness and arrogance. Everyone in Shuezhe Mountain suddenly reacted. My senior brother seemed to have said that the real most beautiful woman was the chief disciple of Ming Wang of Chunyuan Palace. Then this person who was called senior brother was. The disciples who had finally stood up felt weak in the legs again after they figured it out. Ling He frowned slightly, but soon returned to his usual cold look. Morning mist, evening clouds. Morning and evening, clouds and mist. Yuan Yao looked at the man in front of him who made the world pale in comparison and said, "Brother, will you come back with us?" Before Chao Wu could think about the meaning of these words, Mu Yun grabbed his wrist without saying anything. Both groups of disciples secretly took a deep breath. Shuezhe Shan disciple. "Oh my God, how can our senior brother be taken advantage of by others?" Disciple of Chunyuan Hall. "Oh my God, our senior brother can still take advantage of others?" Asajiri didn't resist at all, and could even be considered indulgent. Let Mu Yun take his pulse. After a while, Mu Yun withdrew his hand and said nothing. But Asajiri said, "What? Care about me?" The man started again. Mu Yun was somewhat helpless. "I just don't want to miss senior brother Shuezhe Shan at the sword competition in a month. Chuxianko is a magical herb, and its effect is to revive the dead and turn their bones into flesh. It is usually the last resort miracle medicine. What does he want this grass for?" Asajiri just smiled when he heard that. Chao Wu suddenly tilted his head and looked at the group of Chunyuan Hall disciples, asking as if he were talking to his own junior fellow apprentice. "What are you looking for in this secret realm?" Although Yuan Yao didn't know who he was, he and Mu Yun were standing together, and judging from Mu Yun's attitude, he was not a simple person either. So he said, "We are here for the fairy grass." After listening to this, Mu Yun looked at them coldly. However, Chao Wu calmly pulled Mu Yun's sleeve, as if to calm him down. "What are you doing? Don't do it." Chao Wu had a signature smile on his face, which was a bit dazzling, and several disciples couldn't help but blush. But someone was seriously injured? Asajiri. "Oh my God, how can I be so considerate?" Yuan Yao also answered truthfully. "It was our master who asked us to go down the mountain to look for it." Before he finished speaking, there seemed to be a hint of complexity in Mu Yun's eyes, but his whole body was relaxed, because he knew that Di Xian would be fine. He said directly to Chao Wu, "Take it away. No one in Chunyuan Palace needs this thing." Yuan Yao. I dare not say anything. Seeing that the time to leave the secret realm was approaching, Chao Wu and Mu Yun arrived at Bai Chao Pu. Xixin was happily watering the spiritual herbs, and it was obvious that he was happy to have gotten revenge on the disciples of Shuezhe Mountain. A few hairs have grown on its bald forehead, making it look like a crew cut, which is very inconsistent with its fair and tender body. The four dolls were also busy in Yaopu. When Shuilian doll looked up, she saw two people walking side by side. Startled. "Why haven't you left yet?" Whenever Mu Yun saw them, he would think of Chao Wu playing tricks on them. His usually cold eyebrows suddenly bent, so gentle that Shuilian doll blushed instantly. Suddenly, she became a red lotus doll. Who are you?" "This person is so beautiful. Compared with the big devil Chao Wu, she is simply a peerless and gentle fairy." When Xixin heard the voice, he turned around and saw Chao Wu's smiling face, and his legs went weak with fear. "Why are you here again?" Until he saw Mu Yun beside him, he was too confused to move. "Who is this person?" Chao Wu shamelessly reached out to hold Mu Yun's shoulders. "Both of our daughters are not children anymore. Who do you think he is?" "Mu Yun." Xixin didn't suspect anything and ran over quickly, probably because he was a little nervous when seeing such a serious beauty. "It turns out to be Madam, hello. So beautiful." Mu Yun pushed away Chao Wu's claws in annoyance. He said to Xixin politely, "Hello, Chief." The sound was very light, like the first snow, but it was definitely a male voice, which surprised Xixin. Male? Man? Even the ginseng dolls were shocked. How could it be a man? How could such a beautiful woman be a man? He looked at Asajiri beside him again. It's not impossible. Chao Wu might not be very interested in hearing them praise him, because he himself knew that he was a rare beauty in the world. But he gets excited when others praise Mu Yun. His eyes were bright, and he squinted his eyes in satisfaction and pleasure like a fox, wagging his tail proudly. Well, of course my people are extremely beautiful. You haven't seen them before, right? You haven't seen them before. Chatter and chatter. Asajiri starts to talk without restraint again. At the same time, Xixin and these dolls were behind. The disciples of Shuezhe Mountain were frantically plucking herbs and putting them into the mustard seeds, leaving only dry soil. A disciple asked Ling He carefully, "Brother, is this not a good idea?" Ling He looked at Chao Wu, who was talking eloquently, and curled his lips almost imperceptibly. If the senior brother says it's okay, then that's good. As soon as Dong Shi drove away, he saw a red figure suddenly jumping out of it, as if some savage beast was chasing him behind him. Sure enough, as soon as Chao Wu stood firm, Xixin's roar came from behind. Asajiri. Immediately afterwards, Mu Yun and others also came out, and the Shuezhe Mountain disciples held their stomachs and laughed. Even the corners of Ling He's mouth were curved. Mu Yun looked at the man in messy robes beside him. His eyes were shining because his evil intentions were successful. Kaijiri did not do it himself this time, but asked his junior brothers to install half a mustard seed of fairy grass. This time, Baikaipu really only had land left. The last ones to come out were the disciples from Chunyuan Palace, and they all looked at Chao Wu with somewhat complicated expressions. Who would have known? Shuezhe Mountain's chief disciple could be such a scoundrel and a scoundrel. He was the opposite of a cold and arrogant person like his senior brother. I felt a little lucky and a little envious for a while. There must be a lot of excitement in Shuezhe Mountain with a senior brother like Chao Wu. The elders of the 17 Peaks headed by Lin Xiao. No, not really. After Chao Wu's trip, his luxurious clothes became a bit shabby after all, but they still couldn't hide the attractiveness of this man. Yuan Yao looked at Chao Wu, something surging in his dark eyes for a long time. Suddenly, Mu Yun moved, blocking Yuan Yao's view of Chao Wu. You just took the drooping immortal grass. Do you have another one? Asajiri didn't like to tie her hair up, but she was covered in dust and her hair was a little dirty, making it a little uncomfortable around her neck. He was combing his hair with his hands, holding it with one hand, and then opened his hands towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun sighed, and after making the secret, he saw a long blue-white rope on Chao Wu's hand. Chao Wu looked at it, raising his eyebrows slightly. After holding it in his mouth, he began to tie his hair with his hands, and finally tied it with the rope. He spoke a little unclearly. Yes, and Luo Shui Shinji and the beautiful little brother. At first glance, the fiery beauty has a particularly eye-catching blue and white color on her head. After he finished tying his hair, he looked at Mu Yun beside him with a smile. But, I have found the beautiful little brother. Mu Yun ignored his tantalizing words and just answered his last sentence. Luo Shui Shinji, no one has seen that thing before. Are you sure you can find it? Chao Wu glanced at Yuan Yao and others who were obviously waiting for him behind Mu Yun, and played with his long hair rope. You have already arrived in Kunyu, why don't you go back with them? As for this Luo Shui Shinji, I know that in no need to worry. After hearing these words, Mu Yun frowned. A beauty like him looks very good looking even when he frowns, making people want to see him angry. Kaijiri likes to do this. He is like a weakling, leaning on Mu Yun, and his words are not serious. What? You can't bear to leave me? Otherwise, I will exchange Yinyang for you Shueshuang, which is considered a meeting. Thinking of things and people? Mu Yun frowned even more tightly and moved directly to his side. Chao Wu almost didn't fall to the ground. Mu Yun had already arrived in front of Yuan Yao and the others. He was half bent towards Wu Yu, not yet standing firm. From this angle, he seemed to be looking up at Mu Yun. Mu Yun just raised his chin slightly, like a proud kitten. No, Since you know, I won't accompany you. Seeing this, Chao Wu wanted to reach out and pinch his face. Even though it looks thin, if you pinch it, it definitely still has some meat. Chao Wu stood up with a dumb smile, and Mu Yun left with the disciples. Watching this group of people leave, the two leaders were both wearing snow-white clothes, and they were somewhat similar. After a long while, Chao Wu blinked. Are we still resting? The disciples were tired after all the trouble last night, but Mu Yun helped them get back to their peak condition, and Chao Wu brought them to Bai Chao Pu so much that they were full of energy. Asajiri took his children and left. The buildings in Kunyu are like the mortal world, like another human world. It is said that it is because Mr. Mingwang is a cultivator of the path of sentient beings. He likes all the phenomena of life and the world of mortals, and the entire universe is very compatible with the mortal world. The mortal cultivators are also monogamous, have one wife and one child, and live a simple but real life. But Xinyu is a place completely isolated from the world. The houses and buildings in Xinyu all reveal their fairy spirit, trying their best to imitate the suspension and reflection in the water and clouds. One is a fairy tower in the sky, and the other is an ordinary world on earth. It can be said that there is no similarity at all. Along the way, the bunch of trivial matters were gone, and Ling He really became the leader, lying flat in the morning fog. The disciples had never been to Kunyu, and everything they saw was strange. They all gathered around Chao Wu and asked him to explain. Kyajiri still has a good temper and will say whatever he asks. After drinking for so long, Zhao Wu finally felt thirsty. He just touched the mustard seeds and then remembered that all his wine had been spilled. He frowned slightly, but it was not obvious. At this time, a hand suddenly appeared in his sight, holding a small glazed ceramic cup with water in it. Chao Wu was not polite. He took it directly and started drinking. He thought it was just a sip, but he didn't expect that he couldn't finish it no matter how much he drank. Asajiri put down the ceramic cup and realized that it was a measureless cup, which was a good thing. As a result, he choked a little when he saw the owner of the infinite cup. It's Ling He. To be honest, during the first half of this trip, he was so focused on Mu Yun that he almost forgot about his future opponent. Thinking about it later, this man didn't say anything at all. He just stood aside silently, with a very low sense of presence. When I was thirsty, others knew how to give me water, but I ignored them all the way. Chao Xiaowu, you are a bit of a scumbag. Ling He's brown eyes were bright and his expression was gentle. Brother, this is new. Don't worry. Chao Wu was thick-skinned and smiled at Ling He. I'll take this cup. When I return to Shueza Mountain, I'll give you another one. He had already drank it, so it was no longer new. If he gave it back, Ling He probably wouldn't want it anymore given his temper. Ling He opened his mouth, hesitated to speak, and finally said, okay. It was dawn when they left the secret realm, but now it was past noon, and they didn't know if they had reached the destination that Chao Wu wanted to go to. Some disciples were tired again. Dragging his body, he asked, Elder brother, haven't we arrived yet? Kyajiri was playing with the blue and white hair rope. Hearing the tiredness in his tone, she kicked his calf angrily. Boy, how many times have you asked me this question along the way? The initial experience is for you to exercise and increase your knowledge. What can you do with your small body? The disciples were not afraid of him, so they held his arms to lend support, hoping that he could pull them away. No, no, no. Are we here yet? Suddenly, it was really just a matter of one step. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply, as if he had traveled directly from midsummer to midwinter. The disciple was so cold that he opened his paws and hugged his arms. At the same time, Ling He's brain was faster than his hands, and he raised his arm to stop the disciple next to him, who was about to continue moving forward. But those who were not stopped were in dire straits. Their whole bodies were shivering with cold, and they were no longer sleepy or drowsy at all. So cold. There was obviously nothing in front of him, just an ordinary mountainous area, no different from the scene along the way. Hearing this, Chao Wu glanced at them sideways and taunted them ruthlessly. Oh, you little noobs. In fact, the disciples could not see that the scenery around them had changed drastically. Under their feet were acres of ice, and in front of them were countless icebergs. The ice here contained spiritual fire inside, but it still remains unchanged for thousands of years. It reflects beautiful brilliance under the sun. Chao narrowed his eyes. You guys take a few steps back, don't move, and wait for me to come back. In Asagiri's eyes, this is the kingdom of ice. There are ice cliffs, ice lakes, and everything made of ice. It is so beautiful that you don't want to leave. The sunlight shone down, illuminating the fire in the ice and the colorful world. Snowflakes fluttered and landed on Chao Wu's shoulders, and frost covered the fire. 1.5 steps of white hair. Asami looked at the beautiful scenery in front of her and exhaled softly. The temperature is a bit high. Ice ruins at the end of the chapter. Asami is afraid of the cold, and at this moment her fingertips are covered with white frost, as if her entire hand is covered with a thin layer of ice. Even holding the hilt of Yin Yang's sword, he still couldn't thaw. There was no discomfort in Asagiri's eyes, as if he was not the one who was frozen. If someone saw it, it would be a striking streak of blood red amidst the snow white. The man had a flamboyant and fiery smile on his face, and his movements were very casual. He kept looking at the ice field, with amazement and emotion in his eyes. Walk to a lake. In this temperature, there is no frozen lake. Chao Wu picked up Yin Yang and cut a line on his hand cleanly. Blood instantly dripped into the lake and solidified into a shape. As it gradually sank, it was revealed that it was a Ganoderma lucidum. The lake did not freeze because the bottom of the lake was a vast expanse of land, full of prairie fire. The high temperature was boiling, and soon, the Ganoderma lucidum was completely formed in the fireworks, brown all over with a faint luster. It was still sinking, and Chao Wu threw Yin Yang in. The next second, the fire phoenix roared. The phoenix fire burned the sky, and a phoenix broke out of the water, bringing the Ganoderma lucidum to Chao Wu. The falling water drops turned into ice when they hit the ground, which was incredibly beautiful. The wound on Chao Wu's hand healed quickly, and when she took the Ganoderma lucidum, only a light pink mark remained on the palm of her palm. The air current was strong, and Chao Wu's hair was blown away again. Chao Wu immediately grabbed the blue and white hair rope that was about to slip and fly away, and tied it to Ling He. Ling He. Chao Wu couldn't help laughing out loud, and looked at the ice ruins at the end of the chapter again. Luo Tangqi, a good place. After a while, he muttered to himself, if they knew I was going to do this to you, they would never let me come no matter what. Asagiri's fingertips were red from the cold, and her beautiful, slender fingers looked like a work of art, with a strong sense of fragility at this moment. There is a phantom of a phoenix around Yin Yang, which is protecting Chao Wu and preventing the terrible cold air from getting close to him. But the frost on Asagiri's fingertips did not melt. Soon, Chao Wu appeared in the sight of his fellow disciples. The snow on his shoulders had disappeared, but the ends of his hair were still dripping with water droplets from the melted snow, soaking his clothes bit by bit. Ling He opened his eyes and hurried forward. How is that possible? With Chao Wu's cultivation, he should have come out the same way he went in. How could the cold air leave any marks on him? Or is it the trace of an entity like wind and snow? Chao Wu's face showed nothing, and he still looked carefree and unconcerned. Okay, I got the Luo Shui Divine Ganoderma, and I'll take you little rascals back to Shuezhe Mountain. When the group of disciples gathered around and asked what this place was, the moisture on Chao Wu's body had disappeared. It might be that he used the cleansing technique, but Ling He still had an ominous feeling. Shuezhe Mountain. As soon as Chao Wu came into the water and clouds, she heard the cries of Yun Huang and Luan Feng, and soon they surrounded Chao Wu. His complexion finally recovered a little and was no longer that sickly pale color. The sound of a dragon flying in the sky is very loud. If you look up, you can see the dragon's belly and tail hidden in the clouds. Along with the thunder that came from far away, the spirit beasts also made sounds. Looking at this, you might have thought that the king of beasts had returned. The disciples who came in later were surprised by the grand scene before them. Lin Song was the first to come up to them. He pulled Chao Wu's wrist from the pile of phoenixes, took the person and left with the sword without saying anything. Soon after, a series of hundreds of birds followed, which was really spectacular. Lin Xiao and Imo Gu Ting have both arrived, and their disciples have been taken back. Hua Yin looked at the apprentice who was a head taller than him. He also had obvious holes and scratches on his body, which surprised Hua Yin. Where did your senior brother take you? Why are you still injured? Before she finished speaking, Ling He looked at her and asked, Is your health poor, senior brother? This sentence directly led Hua Yin away. The woman seemed to have makeup on the corners of her eyes, and her smile was particularly lively and beautiful. How is it possible? That's Chao Wu. Looking at the Qingkuan and Kuan regions, there are no more than 3 people who can hurt him. What could be wrong with his body? But Ling He didn't think so. All he could think of were the fingertips covered in frost, the overly pale face, the forced smile, and the waist that never bent. But Huayan seemed to understand him very well. Oh, don't worry about it. We, the Peak Masters, didn't see anything wrong with him. As for you, just practice hard and surpass him in the future. There's nothing you can't do. When Ling He heard this, he felt a little pain in the hand he was holding Changgu. He had hurt Chao Wu before, when they first met, at the apprenticeship ceremony. He didn't want to, and couldn't, hurt Asajiri anymore. Mingyue Chao Wu was pressed on a chair by Lin Song. The man frowned and took his pulse seriously. Then he pushed the medicine that he had prepared long ago toward him. I have been studying your condition for the past few days since you left. Wu, tell me, what is wrong with your body? Indeed, after Chao Wu left, Lin Song looked through almost all the ancient books in the library, but there was still no introduction to Chao Wu's physical condition. Chao Wu came to her own Mingyue residence and stopped pretending. Her face was still as pale as ever, and there was even a layer of frost on her eyebrows. He closed his eyes and drank the medicine. Nothing said. When Lin Song looked at him like this, a terrible guess flashed through his mind. No candy. He is now lost all 5 senses. Huh? Lin Song felt a fishy and sweet taste in his throat, but he swallowed it down. The corners of my eyes turned red instantly. As soon as Imo Gyuding walked to Lin Song, he was hugged by Lin Song and buried his face in her waist. Imo Gyuding looked at Zhao Wu, who seemed to be asleep in front of him, and his heart tightened. What's wrong? Lin Song didn't speak for a long time, until Imo Gyuding felt his waist was a little wet, and then he heard his lover's soft words. I can't save Wu, his condition. Lin Song couldn't even finish a sentence. According to his pulse diagnosis, Asajiri's lifespan would be no more than 3 years. For a cultivator, 3 years is just a blink of an eye. Asajiri is only 19 years old. Lin Song was crying. Her sobs were small and pitiful. Unexpectedly, Chao Wu, who had his eyes closed, suddenly spoke up, tilted his head to look at him and chuckled. Songer, why are you crying? I can hear children crying for me even when I'm sleeping. Lin Song was stunned. Her nose tip was red, and her eyes were red from crying and still filled with moisture. When she heard him talking, she was completely dazed. Lin Song was startled and wanted to take his pulse again, but was stopped by Chao Wu. Lin Song heard Chao Wu say, No need to count, I know the number, don't scare you again. Lin Song's eyelashes couldn't help but tremble. Brother. Chao Wu loosened his hand, and a beautiful Ganoderma appeared in his palm. The man was still lazily leaning on the couch, as if he was coaxing a child with candy. Here, the Luo Shui Shinji you wanted. Lin Song's beautiful eyes opened wide in surprise. If he had a tail, his fur would have stood up at this moment. Imo Gyuding lowered his head and looked at Lin Song with heartache. Lin Song didn't expect that Chao Wu would really find him and be injured. Perhaps knowing that Lin Song would start to overthink, Chao Wu waved her hand indifferently before his eyes turned red again. Okay, this little Lingji can't hurt me. It's just a little cold. They all knew that Chao Wu was extremely afraid of the cold. After taking off the outer red robe, Chao Wu's complexion looked much worse, but her appearance became more attractive. Little Yun Huang ran in and saw Chao Wu, who looked a little haggard. The little guy then nestled in his arms obediently. Chao Wu felt the warmth and comfort on his chest. He seemed to want to touch little Cloud Phoenix's tail, but missed at first. Then he fumbled and stroked her fur. Little Yun Huang tilted her head and chirped a few times, as if asking something. Lin Song took the Luo Shui Divine Ganoderma, but still asked with some concern. What did you do when you went out this time? How did you catch a cold? That phoenix scale feather robe is an excellent warm garment. Seeing that Lin Song was talking endlessly, Chao Wu lowered his head and stroked Xiao Yunhuang's tail, pretending not to hear, and only answered the first question. Of course, I went to find my daughter's mother. Lin Song and Imo Gu Ting. Lin Song said unhappily, "You are not a decent person." Asajiri still smiled and ordered them to leave. "Okay, I'm fine. I'm going to the hot springs in the back for a while. Do you two want to come with me?" Imo Guting was too lazy to beat him up because he was still weak, so as to prevent Chao Wu from blackmailing him again. "You should have a good rest today. Songer and I will come over tomorrow." Chao Wu pointed at the little girl in his arms and said, "Take her with you. Don't be a hooligan at such a young age and peek at a man taking a bath." Imo Guting didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and grabbed Xiao Yunhuang's beautiful phoenix tail very ungently. The little guy chirped non-stop. Chao Wu frowned. "Haydn, can you be a little gentler to my daughter?" As soon as Chao Wu finished speaking, he couldn't help but started coughing a few times, and the corners of his eyes became even redder. Lin Song took Xiao Yunhuang from Imo Guting's arms and blamed him for being too rough. Chao Wu could only hear them talking as they left Mingyue, and she herself saw darkness before her eyes. The corners of Chao Wu's mouth flattened out, and when he was not smiling, he just sat in this posture. His arrogant and lazy temperament made people shudder. Asajiri's eyes were open, but they were not focused, just empty and beautiful. I don't know how long I sat there, but Asajiri's vision began to become misty, but at least some light came through the darkness. The chill in my body began to gradually fade away, and the bitterness of the cold medicine exploded in my taste buds, so bitter that it hurt. Asajiri blinked and took a breath of cold air. The temperature of the ice ruins at the end of this chapter was so low that even the cold poison in his body relapsed. Then he stood up, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and grabbed the end of the blue and white hair tie on his wrist. The next second, the long rope loosened and fell directly to the ground. Asajiri suppressed her physical discomfort and walked towards the hot spring at the back. Only when her whole body was immersed in the warm water did Asajiri begin to relax. He looked at the hair rope floating on the water and recalled his acquaintance with Mu Yun on this trip, the young man's cold eyes, the color of Xiang Fei's eyes, and his extraordinary temperament. Logically speaking, we should have met at the sword-fighting ceremony a month later, but how could it have happened so much earlier? Thinking that the development route has been completely restored, it doesn't seem strange to see Mu Yun in the no-man's land in advance. All of Asajiri's bones felt comfortable. She leaned comfortably against the stone wall of the hot spring and gradually fell asleep. A tall man in white stood not far away, watching him fall asleep in the hot spring out of exhaustion. Zhao frowned slightly, and as he walked over, the temperature around him seemed to be dropping. But when he reached Chao Wu, there was no chill at all. Emperor Zhao Hui had a smile on his handsome face that was rarely seen by others, including Chao Wu. He went into the water with his clothes on, without disturbing Chao Wu at all, but held him in his arms, his slender fingers as beautiful as jade. He gently rubbed Chao Wu's temples and used his spiritual power to nourish his apprentice. He did not feel that what he was doing was out of line, nor did he feel that the distance between them was too close. Yin Yang seemed to sense a dangerous aura from his master and flew directly from the outer hall to the backyard. However, Zhao didn't even look back, and Yin Yang just stayed where he was, not moving at all. It seemed as if he was frightened, or perhaps he was controlled by Zhao. Chao Wu was sleeping soundly and showed no signs of waking up no matter how Zhao manipulated her. So Emperor Zhao took Chao Wu's hand. The hand of the person in his arms was also as beautiful as jade, like an exquisite work of art. In her hand, she held a blue and white hair rope, which was made of high-quality material. It looked like dragon tendons, or a thin rope naturally condensed from broken agate jade. It looked extremely precious. The entire object was filled with someone else's aura, entangled in the boy's hands like this, as if it would continue to entangle him, and the illusion of reason made Zhao's eyes flash with crazy jealousy and morbid possessiveness. He held the hair tie so tightly that his knuckles turned white. This fairy-grade hair tie was crushed by him, turned into powder, and dissolved in the water. As the most beautiful woman, Chao Wu is now soaking in the water, and her delicate face has become even more rosy and tender. Her white neck seems to emit a faint fragrance, as if tempting people. Emperor Zhao's eyes turned scarlet and evil, not at all like the high and mighty, pure and innocent immortal head. There was no ice or ruthlessness in his eyes. Instead, there was only a bottomless desire to swallow the morning mist into his stomach. Zhao seemed to want to kiss her again, but he knew that with his personality, if he started this time, it would become an addiction. He tried his best to restrain himself, but finally bit the boy's right ear and even licked the earring made of Brahma stone. That is a sacred stone of Buddhist Zen, and now it is half held in the mouth of this immortal, rubbing and caressing it together with the lovely earlobe. Although nothing had been done yet, Zhao looked so emotional, as if he had eaten Chao Wu thousands of times. What should I do? My disciple seems to be very popular. She was dignified and polite before, but now she is wanton and flamboyant, each one more attractive than the other. What should he do? He suddenly wanted to have a chain. Zhao's hand stroked Chao Wu's slender waist. Because she was very thin, her waist bones were obvious and beautiful. Zhao pressed the area with his fingers until it turned into the ambiguous Xiang Fei color. Emperor Zhao looked at his own eyes full of desire in the water and suddenly smiled. His asagiri waist with ropes hanging from it would seem very beautiful. The sword ceremony held every 6 years. Qinyu Lu minding Mogu Ting was dressed in jet black robes and stood out among a group of Shueza Mountain disciples dressed in white. But it couldn't suppress the charm of the person next to him. The man had a slender waist and long legs, and had a signature gentle smile on his delicate and beautiful face. He was neither dissolute nor indifferent, like a spring breeze, which made people feel very comfortable. Her hair is carefully tied up, looking smart and elegant. At her waist is a silver-white sword with blue-white spikes, which are blowing in the wind, clean and inviolable. Ting, they said that Prince Ming of Chunyuan Palace's precious and incompetent disciple will also come. Is it true? Moguting was followed by Yifeng's disciples, so his face was very serious, and he wanted to ignore Chao Wu's blatant desertion. But the identity of that person was indeed too mysterious, so he couldn't help but say, I don't know. It depends on the situation. After all, 6 years ago, it was Chao Wu who was only 13 years old at the time, and won the championship in one fell swoop. As for the chief of Chunyuan Palace, he did not appear at all. Chao Wu squinted his eyes. Under the sunlight, the chief disciple of Shueza Mountain looked so glorious. Anyone who looked at him would sigh with emotion and dare not have any more thoughts. That's the only disciple of a mortal show. Oh no, he's not the only disciple anymore. Mo Gu Ting looked at Ling He beside Chao Wu. The expressionless expression on that man's face was even more serious than his. There was indeed a hint of the immortal show Zhao. As soon as this idea came up, Mo Gu Ting shook it out of his mind. The only senior brother he recognized was Chao Wu, and there was only one senior brother. There could never be a second senior brother, never possible. After everyone saw Chao Wu, they would inevitably look at Ling He behind him. Everyone knows that the immortal leader accepted another disciple during the apprenticeship ceremony. 2 people were accepted in less than a century. This Lord Immortal Head obviously likes his little apprentice very much. Today's morning fog is so dazzling that it is almost impossible to see the light of other people, but who can think of it in a few years? By then, everything may be drastically overturned. Soon, the 74 Dharma protectors all appeared, and people from hundreds of Xianmen families saluted. Chao Wu held Fuxing in one hand and bowed politely. The 74th protector wears a large and thick cloak. His face cannot be seen, and he is a bit eerie. But they are the most impartial referees in the Qian and Kuren realms, and will not favor any party. Whenever there is a grand ceremony that both the Qian and Kuren realms will participate in, they will be invited to appear and sit down. The first of the 74 guardians came to Chao Wu, returned the greeting respectfully, and even issued a special invitation. Xianwu Xianjun, you can go to the hot spring on the mountain to take a rest. When Zhao Wu heard this, he wanted to refuse, but then he thought that he had just had an illness last night, and now there was still some freezing cold in his joints. It would be good to take a dip in the hot springs, so as to save Lin Song from having to scold him again. If he doesn't eat the candied fruit, he won't even want to drink the medicine. Chao Wu nodded. You can lead the way. Mo Guting looked at him and warned him uneasily. Just give me a good soak. It will be fine when you come on stage. Chao Wu smiled, said nothing, and left with the protector. Ling He looked at Chao Wu's back, a dark color flashing in his eyes. He watched Chao Wu's back disappear before his eyes before looking away. Mo Guting glanced at him and sneered, his words not polite at all. Boy, there are too many people in this world who want to defeat or even replace Asajiri, but I have to warn you, he has a very good temper. You can't possibly anger him, but I have a bad temper. If you anger me, even if someone protects you, I will make your life worse than death. Mo Guting was taller than Ling He, and when he said this, he even released spiritual pressure, making Ling He have to lower his head. There was no emotion on the young man's cold face, and he didn't even know whether he heard it or not. Other side, Chao Wu took off her white robe and hair crown, and her long dark hair fell down, instantly adding charm and laziness to her face, making it even harder to distinguish between male and female. The snow-white underwear outlines the young man's slender waist and slim and beautiful figure. The long legs are covered by the white clothes, which seems to be a hidden temptation, making people blush. It's very warm here, and the warm water vapor soothes Chao Wu's slightly stiff joints. He narrowed his eyes in a good mood. Without the clothes, Kaijiri now looked like he was wearing hooks, and he was so charming that he didn't realize it. He walked towards the larger hot spring, lowering his head and unbuttoning his inner clothes as he walked. At this moment, in the thick, white water vapor, a person walked towards him. The man was not short, but his body was slender and his waist was so thin that it seemed like it could be broken if pinched hard. His long hair half covered his body, and his beautiful face was adorned with red lips, as if they had just been ravaged, and were as red as if they had been wiped with blood. He looks like an aloof and arrogant immortal, untainted by the mortal world. The most unique thing is that there is a long earring with a thin chain hanging on his left ear, which shines gently, which can attract people's hearts and blend with the world. Extremely cold and charming. It wasn't until they almost bumped into each other that they discovered each other's aura. The man was unbuttoning his white underwear in the same way as Chao Wu. The two looked at each other. They were stunned for a moment, and then turned around and retreated far away in the next second. I'm sorry, girl. I didn't know you. How offensive. Please see me. Two male voices sounded at the same time, and both of them were stunned. They all raised their heads and looked at each other in confusion and hesitation. Man? Is the man so good-looking? The man looked at Chao Wu and knew his identity. There is no one else with this beauty except the chief immortal, who is the most beautiful among men. Kaijiri, on the other hand, once again confirmed that he had never seen such a beautiful woman, and there was no one in the world who could compare with him, even though he felt a little ashamed of himself. So Chao Wu blinked, looking at the cold beauty in front of him with his beautiful and charming eyes, and then smiled. Little beauty, what is your name? Mingyue was suddenly startled. According to the characters Di Xian told him before he came, Chao Wu was a serious and gentle person. In other words, a decent person. Why? That sentence just now was full of dissoluteness and teasing. There was nothing so-called seriousness or gentleness in this man's eyes, but there were too many little hooks in his eyes. Is this really Asajiri? However, looking at that face, he was sure that this was definitely the case. Chao Wu suddenly moved forward, and the distance between the two suddenly shortened. Muyun's eyes darkened, and she wanted to push him away without politeness. Unexpectedly, Chao Wu spared a hand, and instead held his wrist and touched it. Suddenly he said, according to my observation of your pulse, you are the great disciple of King Ming of Chunyuan Palace, right? Mingyue, who originally wanted to break away, was suddenly stunned. What? He hasn't left the mountain for many years, and now someone can actually judge a person's identity based on his pulse? So strong. Looking at Muyun's widened eyes, Chao Wu smiled successfully. It seemed that he was right. Mingyue felt that he might not be his opponent anymore, but his momentum was not lost. So what? Chao Wu just took advantage of her, holding on to the beauty's wrist and not letting go. You tell me what your name is, and I will let you go. Chao Wu looked serious, as if he could kill Mingyue directly if he didn't say anything. Mingyue didn't speak for a long time, and Chao Wu started to provoke him again. What? It's so mysterious. Even the name is a secret that you don't want people to know? Mu Yun was wary. To Chao Wu, it looked like a beautiful white cat with fur, but he still stretched out his paws obediently. Mu Yun. The young boy's voice was a little cold, as if he wanted to be more fierce. Zhao Wu suddenly felt the desire to tease and continued to ask seriously, "How old are you?" Mu Yun rarely had contact with outsiders, and he didn't have a good impression in the few contacts he had. Now this beautiful young man had a different attitude towards him than others. He was just a bit fierce. Mu Yun didn't know that he was still asked about his age, but he still said stubbornly and coldly, 17. Ouch, he is a pretty little brother. The light in Chao Wu's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his smile overflowed. He still said with a straight face, "Then let me tell you a secret." Mu Yun blinked slowly. "What is this? Information exchange?" Immediately afterwards, I heard Kajiri say with a smile, "I can't take a pulse at all." Mu Yun. Bang. The people who were in the Sendai enclosure in front were startled by the loud noise and saw that the high mountain seemed to have collapsed and the hot spring water began to flow down the mountain, but there were no casualties. But that was one of the few good things in Lumen Peak. Who would do it in advance? And with such a big show? Asajiri quickly put on his clothes, but did not pull out Fushing. He still found an opportunity to get close and suddenly shorten the distance between the two. Mu Yun had never been teased by anyone, and at this moment his white ears were a little red. Asajiri was so surprised that she even desperately reached out to fiddle with his earrings. Mu Yun's brain exploded. He heard the boy whose smile lit up the sky with stars say something flamboyant and lazy. "You are so pretty." Mu Yun walked in front. Yuan Yao behind him looked at his tall and thin figure. His dark eyes were unfathomable, hiding many emotions behind the world. Suddenly, he heard the boy in front of him ask, "What's your name?" The man's voice was soft, with the crispness that was unique to teenagers at that stage, but it was emotionless and cold. Although she doesn't speak like Asajiri, with a little hook in her voice, and sounds lazy and noble, she is still very nice to listen to. Yuan Yao also replied, "Yuan Yao." His voice was also pleasant, and his tone was cold, sounding somewhat ruthless. Mu Yun stopped talking. The mountain road is hidden in the trees. The trees and fog are mixed together and are always contained in the clouds. It's cool here. There's no direct sunlight, but it feels like it's raining. The trees on both sides seem to be always lush. Mu Yun stopped to look at them for a while and suddenly curved his eyes in a good mood. His eyes were as gentle as broken ice in early spring, unable to hold back the emotion that was spilling out, yet subconsciously trying to hide it. Yuan Yao and other disciples did not dare to ask more questions. Mu Yun looked at the locust tree that had grown a lot taller and quickly suppressed the corners of his mouth. I laughed in my heart. Who can make a locust tree grow so well on the hillside? Someone must be taking good care of it. I don't know how long I walked, but gradually the clouds and mist were under my feet. The trees disappeared. The stairs became complete and clear, and I arrived at the palace gate. Mu Yun looked at it and stepped in. At that moment, the light from the sky parted the clouds, and the warm sunlight was a little dazzling for a moment. When Mu Yun came to his senses, the world had changed drastically. The entire Chunyuan Hall seemed to be very close to the sun and was illuminated by golden light. In the middle were 3 halls, the tallest, most luxurious and exquisite, and on both sides were 3 halls, gradually getting closer and smaller. It's not that small, because everyone knows that after entering each hall, there is a whole new world, which is bigger than you can imagine. The bottom layer, which Mu Yun stepped on, was a layer of golden white jade. The flying stairs connecting the halls are made of glazed jade, shining brightly under the light. Not to mention the materials used in the temple, even every brick and tile has a very high market price in the outside world. To be honest, if it were back then, Mu Yun was not so fond of this style of architecture, but when he thought of the man's natural nobility, he felt that it was the perfect match for Chao Wu. Suddenly, everyone was shrouded in a shadow, and it seemed to be a huge monster, a bird. The little disciples behind him all shouted to close their eyes quickly. The next moment, a dazzling golden light appeared, and a bird landed on Mu Yun's shoulder. It is obvious that it has deliberately reduced its size, but the golden feathers all over its body are still so intimidating and dazzling that people still dare not look directly at it. Yuan Yao looked over and saw the person in front of him didn't move. He was wearing white clothes with golden colors, which was a warm color. However, Mu Yun still had a coldness that could not be ignored. Golden wing Deepening. Just like that, it fell obediently on Mu Yun's shoulder. After everyone felt that it was not so dazzling, they opened their eyes carefully and looked at the scene in front of them. They almost fainted from fright. The golden-winged rock lost all its airs in front of the disciples and flapped its wings vigorously, hitting Mu Yun's face. It didn't hurt, but it was a little itchy. It kept calling, as if scolding, but Mu Yun knew that it was expressing its longing. This time, Mu Yun let it make noise with good temper. After a while, the peacock, which was the most aloof in the disciples' minds and could only be seen around Ming Wang, suddenly flew over. It seems very urgent. Unexpectedly, Mu Yun suddenly moved sideways, allowing the arrogant peacock to fly into the air. Mu Yun raised his hand and touched the feathers of the golden-winged Pong, and said calmly, "There is no place for you to stand." Mu Yun felt that if he went in later, with a golden-winged rock and a peacock on his left and right shoulders, his entire face would most likely be covered by golden light and his body would be hidden by the peacock's tail. Is there any human being left? His indifference was met with the peacock's fuss and tears. He kept rubbing against Mu Yun's feet. Perhaps he had forgotten that he was a high and mighty peacock. The golden-winged rock even shook its tail proudly, its dark eyes full of contempt for the peacock. The peacock was so angry that he wanted to jump up and peck it. Mu Yun's body swayed, and he almost fell down. The snow and frost instantly formed an icicle, and Mu Yun managed to stabilize himself by holding on to it. Mu Yun looked down expressionlessly and said 4 words. "Spring comes, the white bird." The two were so scared that they never dared to act rashly in front of him again and behaved as obediently as his grandsons. The disciples behind him were so frightened that their legs went weak. That's Lord Peacock and the Golden Wing Deepening. They acted fearlessly in the Chunyuan Palace of Fodu Mountain all day long. Sometimes even Lord Mingwang couldn't find them. Now, they are so cowardly in front of the eldest brother. Big brother. Is he that scary? But he really is just a pretty, weak-looking beauty. Mu Yun didn't say anything, but just walked up the jade stairs, step by step, with the peacock following behind him, hopping and skipping. It is obvious that the Golden Wing Pong and the peacock both like Mu Yun very much and want to be close to the beauty. Mu Yun was going to the main hall of Chunyuan Palace, and the only one following him was Yuan Yao. In fact, Mu Yun has always been trying to make himself more ordinary, wearing simple clothes and not exuding any spiritual pressure. Yuan Yao watched them enter the secret realm from outside the secret realm. At that time, it was impossible for anyone to be so beautiful, so the eldest senior brother changed his appearance. Changed the name. Zhao Yun? Chao Yun? But he couldn't avoid being noticed. There is the flamboyant and lazy morning mist around him, which can attract everyone's attention. Now, there are the golden-winged rock and the peacock beside him, which is really too dazzling. Soon, Mu Yun stood at the highest point, and this dazzling became the best. Yuan Yao was a little dazed. Before Mu Yun could do anything, the palace doors suddenly opened and many people rushed out. Before Mu Yun could see who it was, a hot woman hugged him directly. The man howled, "Ah, my little senior brother. I miss you so much, ah. It's Xianghong." Soon, another person behind them picked up both Xianghong and him. He seemed to be a strong man. "Brother, where have you been for the past 6 years? We thought." Judging from the rough words, it's Gongdu. Mu Yun was held tightly by Xianghong, and he didn't know where to put his hands. The golden-winged rock on his shoulder had already been knocked off by Xianghong with a slap. Soon, Mu Yun saw 2 twin brothers coming out of the hall. They looked at Mu Yun, and their eyes instantly became moist. He bowed deeply to Mu Yun. Mu Yun stood there in a daze. Time passed in the blink of an eye. When he opened his eyes, did he arrive home? Xianghong hugged Mu Yun and started laughing while crying. The big man behind her was sad at first, but he also laughed in the end. Mu Yun, who was caught between the two of them, felt a little helpless after a long time. He patted Xiang Hong's shoulder gently. Although his voice was still very soft, it was very gentle. Xiang Hong, be obedient. Among these people, Mu Yun is actually the youngest, but he is older than him, so the age issue is not the point. Xiang Hong's nose was red from crying. The sight of such a beautiful woman in tears was truly pitiful. However, such a beauty was still not good enough in front of Mu Yun. Especially when Mu Yun smiled gently, it was something that no one could control with all their strength. Seeing this, Gongdu behind him also let go. He was a head taller than Mu Yun and stood beside him. Mu Yun laughed. I'm fine. Gongdu is about to cry again. Mu Yun had no choice but to go in quickly. His unreal feelings suddenly became real when he saw the man sitting there. The man simply tied his hair into a bun with white jade and wore a dark robe. At the moment, he was playing chess leisurely. The corners of his mouth were raised, and it was obvious that he knew what happened at the palace gate. On his handsome face, his narrow and long eyes were bottomless yet extremely gentle. That was the world he treated with kindness. At that time, the disciples of Shuezhe Mountain suspected that Ming Wang was the most beautiful woman. In fact, if he participated, he could really compete with Chao Wu. At first glance, the face is somewhat androgynous, but the man's tall stature and broad shoulders also reveal his gender. He looked up at the boy standing not far from him. The tenderness and doting in his eyes were not concealed at all. You're back? The gentle and low voice, with a hint of sexiness, reached Mu Yun's ears. Mu Yun's face was emotionless, and he saluted in a businesslike manner. Disciple Mu Yun, greetings. Master. Di Xin looked at the young man's tall and straight figure. Alas, his beloved disciple whom he hadn't seen for a long time was so indifferent to him. Di Xin looked at him, waved his hand and asked him to stand still. After not seeing him for many years, his Mu Yun became even more hard to look away. Even though he looked at Mu Yun so directly, no one thought there was anything wrong, because no matter how many rumors there were about Ming Wang's chief disciple, one thing had been confirmed countless times. That was the Ming King Emperor Xin, who doted on his eldest disciple to no limit. Xiang Hong was getting used to this scene. Every time the eldest senior brother came down the mountain and saw the master for the first time, he was always very cold. But it wouldn't be long before the master would find trouble, annoy the eldest senior brother a few times, and bully him a few times before the relationship eased. The eldest brother then put away the thorns of vigilance on his body. It's just that I was alert to them as well before, so why am I so gentle to them this time? Could it be that they are in love? Asajiri slowly opened his eyes and looked at the familiar surroundings. His eyes gradually focused, but he was still a little dazed. Where am I? Shuezhe Mountain, the new Mingyue Ju? Asajiri sat up and suddenly felt something was wrong. Shouldn't she be in the hot spring in the backyard? He was still wearing an ice silk down quilt, and when he moved, the quilt slipped off, exposing his unfastened waist and abdomen. Chao Wu was a little confused. He looked down and saw that in the whiteness, the waist was red. Asajiri reached out and touched it. It didn't hurt. It wasn't swollen, so it wasn't a bump. Just then, there was a sound at the door. Chao Wu looked up immediately, and when he saw the person coming, his tense body relaxed again. He was about to get out of bed and perform the disciple etiquette, but the next second Di Zhao came to him and held his wrist. Di Zhao glanced at the Xiang Fei-colored waist as if inadvertently and said nothing, but handed the medicine to Chao Wu. Lin Song sent it to me, and I made sure to watch you drink it. He paused and observed Chao Wu's frowning brows. The resistance was too obvious. Di Zhao laughed. It seems that you often don't take your medicine properly. Asajiri felt the need to maintain his image in front of his master, but he opened his mouth and swallowed back any words of excuse. No, he has indeed been well behaved recently, but he has a lot of criminal records, and there is no telling how many bad things Lin Song has said about him to Di Zhao. Just when he was thinking about keeping silent to preserve his reputation, Emperor Zhao opened his hands, and 2 candied fruits were spread out in his palms. Asajiri's eyes lit up instantly. If he had ears, they would have pricked them up immediately. Zhao didn't mind the stickiness of the candied fruit in his hands at all. He blinked at Wu, then took the medicine and drank it with a smile. As soon as he finished drinking, he frowned, opened his mouth, and stuck out his tongue to get the candied fruit. 2. His master gave more than Lin Song. He announced that his master had won this time. Lin Song, I'm so tired. Zhao looked at him with candy in his mouth, squinting his eyes in satisfaction, and looked very happy. Ling He, please lend me your master for a while. I'll build a good relationship with you now, so that you can save my life in the future. Asajiri, who was making her own plans, smiled even more happily. There were still medicine stains on her thin lips, but because of eating candy, her lips were now shiny and looked delicious. Zhao's eyes were a little dark, and those eyes that had never shown any expression of sadness or joy in the past were now full of tenderness and smiles. He gently put the quilt around Asajiri's waist and said something that was not serious. If you sleep in a hot spring, your body won't be able to handle it. You need to take good care of your body. Be obedient next time. Asajiri had finished chewing the first piece of candied fruit and was taking the second one, but did not reply to him. When his claws got the candied fruit, Zhao clenched his hand tightly, unable to pull his hand and the candied fruit apart. What? You're not giving it to me? Zhao understood what his disciple meant. You are so much older than me, it is not fair for a master to lie to his disciple. He suddenly felt that his Chaowu eyes were more lively and beautiful than he had imagined, and could make people happy just by looking at them. No, I won't deduct your candy. If you listen, won't you sleep in the hot spring in the future? In the past, it was Chaowu who coaxed Lin Song and those younger junior brothers and sisters. This was the first time someone spoke to him in a coaxing tone. He is still his master. Chao Xiaowu's brain short-circuited, and he nodded after a while. But perhaps because he hadn't finished chewing the candied fruit, his words were a little slurred. Okay. Emperor Zhao felt his heart tremble. Very good. The victim. I'm kidding. How can he be good? Zhao did not leave all night last night. After carrying him to the bed, he used his spiritual power to nurture him all night. His body should be almost recovered. But where did this little guy go to be able to withstand such a severe cold? Zhao let go of his hand, letting Chaowu quickly finish another candied fruit, put away the medicine bowl, and asked softly, Where did you go down the mountain this time? Like coaxing a child. Asajiri always likes to share something when she is eating sweets or in a good mood. Zhao had been treating him too well recently, and Chao Xiaowu's alienation towards him gradually disappeared. Zhangwei Bingshu master. When Chaowu said this, his eyes lit up even more. He pulled Zhao excitedly, and the quilt fell off again. It's the place full of ice. It's very beautiful. It's said that it was like that 10,000 years ago. Even if the fire is not turned off, it can't melt. Zhao knew all these things, but his little disciple couldn't remember clearly. He was the one who taught him these words, and he had also taken him there. Asajiri's top was also torn open by the gravity of the quilt, revealing her soft and white skin underneath, which was incredibly beautiful, and her waist was as white as Xiangfei's. Like, someone has tormented me. Chaowu didn't know what he looked like in Zhao's eyes, but he still leaned forward. Eternal ice? Ice below absolute zero. I guess I can stay with it forever if I don't turn off the fire. Zhao's eyelashes couldn't help but tremble. Asajiri yawned and lazily lay down on the bed. His long hair draped over him gently. Chaowu's legs swayed. Master, I am going back to the mortal world. Chaowu propped up his arm and played with his hair, scratching his nose, unable to help but laugh. I still can't fully understand time and space, but my understanding of eternity should be quite profound. If even the ice in the chapter-end ice ruins can be melted, then nothing is impossible. By then, I think it will be no problem for me to drink 10 bowls. 5 bowls of medicine. Zhao rubbed his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What's the fuss? Chaowu tilted his head, as if he felt that this action was somewhat intimate, but in a sense he was Zhao's son. So, touching his own son's head seemed to be nothing. Then, rub it. Zhao looked at the scenery outside the window. The scenery of Mingyue residence was very exquisite. It was obvious that Chaowu had drawn the blueprints himself. The disciples of the Internal Affairs Department did not have such aesthetic taste. The Buddha's word tree likes warmth. Now with the phoenix nest in place, the coldness is gone and the flowers are blooming beautifully. Not as pretty as Chao Wu's smile. There is indeed eternity in the world, but ice ruins and an unextinguished fire are not eternity, so there is no need to envy them. When Zhao said this, his tone was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Chao Wu was still distracted and missed this sentence. What? Master, what did you say? Zhao returned his gaze to Zhao Wu's face and smiled. Nothing. I'll tell you when I have the chance. Asajiri blinked and said, Okay. Zhao wanted to rub his head, but he held back. The most urgent task is to modify the buildings on the main peak. It is so cold there, and his Chow Mist is afraid of it. What if he doesn't like the main peak in the future and doesn't want to live there? And sugar, wine, beautiful clothes. Everything needs to be prepared. He can do whatever he wants in the future. When Lin Song arrived, Zhao had already left. Seeing Chao Wu still lying on the bed leisurely and not even dressed properly, he felt a little heartbroken. When the immortal chief was here, you were also like this? My goodness, when he just came to Mingyue with the medicine this morning, the immortal head was already there. Judging from his appearance, he must have been there for a long time. At that time, Zhao didn't say anything, but just took the medicine from him. It should mean that I have to watch Chao Wu drink the medicine myself. Lin Song was grateful in his heart. His waist was almost broken. But thinking about how senior brother Zhao has been getting more and more outrageous recently, and Chao Wu is a person who likes to climb up the ladder, he might end up wasting his medicine by acting like a spoiled child. After careful consideration, he said, Master Immortal, that senior brother doesn't like to drink medicine. Please don't be fooled by him. Make sure to watch senior brother finish the medicine. If it doesn't work, you can prepare candied fruit for senior brother. He knows there are sweet things. Maybe he will be easier to talk to. So, what happened this morning happened. Chao Wu narrowed his eyes and came to his senses. What's wrong? Lin Song walked over and felt his pulse. Even though he knew this, he was still a little surprised. As long as the immortal head has stayed with the eldest senior brother, Chao Wu's pulse will appear to be no different from before. If he hadn't known how serious Asajiri's illness was and hadn't seen how miserable he looked when his illness flared up, he would have thought there was nothing wrong with him. Even though discussions about the immortal head were rarely allowed, Lin Song still asked, How did your master do it? Asajiri knew what he was going to ask, but to be honest, even he, the person involved, didn't know. Dry veins indicate death, a fate marked by the exhaustion of oil. If he wasn't still breathing, it would have been the pulse of a dead person. But Asajiri interrupted him in advance. Hey, don't ask me. I don't know either. He is a very principled man. He is Linghe's master. He is spoiling him by accident because he took advantage of his luck. He will have to pay it back in the future. After Chao Wu finished speaking, she finally sat up. Her white inner garment was wide open, and the red skin on her waist flashed in front of Lin Song's eyes. But it happened too fast, and Lin Song thought he had seen it wrong. That thing. He has a lot of it. Oh, my waist hurts even more. He suddenly thought of something and asked, Didn't you always tell the immortal leader to be careful and not get hurt? Is it because your master knows about your situation? Although Chao Wu didn't want to admit it, he had to say that he could have kept his physical condition a secret for his entire life. So how come Zhao knew about it now? And it hasn't been said explicitly yet. Asajiri smiled and said, How could that be? You know I didn't get this disease just from an injury. Lin Song laughed angrily. You are quite proud? Mingyue faces south, and the sun is shining brightly now. The warm light shines on Chao Wu, which is very comfortable and makes her bones soften. But when he thought of Mu Yun's glassy, bright, and deliberately cold eyes, Chao Wu felt as if someone had grabbed him by the collar and pulled him out of the water. The pair of eyes that seemed to be covered with fog were rarely clear. After blinking, his thoughts finally came back to him. Lin Song was feeling sore all over now, and did not notice these detailed changes in Chao Wu. Lin Song took a look and felt his throat a little dry. He looked at the cups on the tea table next to him, and without caring whether it was herbal tea or hot tea, he tilted his head back and drank it. When he wanted to take a closer look, Asajiri reached out and pressed her hand on his face. Looking at the slender, sickly hand. She could see that the force was quite strong and not gentle at all. The man pressed him down and raised his eyebrows. Teasing and laziness seemed to overflow from those seductive eyes. The sound is nice, but the content is crude and crude. Lin Song's love for beauty, which had finally risen up, disappeared in an instant. He just thought Asajiri had a nice figure. That's all. I originally thought that as the eldest senior brother, he should have big abdominal muscles and biceps, but from the first glance, Asajiri's figure is actually a bit thin. He was held down for a very long time last night, just because he kept talking about Asami every 3 out of 5 sentences. So long that his legs are shaking when he walks now, and his waist is about to break. Take another look at it. Forget about breaking Chawu's waist. Your own waist will break first. He immediately put down the teacup as if it was too hot and started coughing violently. The handsome young man with jade-white skin coughed, and his neck turned red. At this moment, the little mountain spirits handed Chaowu a thick green robe of emperorshire, with a blue-black neck scarf, which was furry and made Chaowu look even more cold and noble. Asami looked at the blue outfit and suddenly remembered the blue and white hair tie that Muyun gave her. I squeezed my wrist, but it was gone. Just as I was about to go to the hot springs behind to take a look, I heard Lin Song coughing. Looking at that red face, I couldn't help but bend down and tease. Why? My figure is so good. But you blush when you look at it? Lin Song glanced at his figure and wanted to say that your figure is just so-so, similar to mine. So what's there to be embarrassed about? But his mouth was occupied by coughing, so he couldn't argue with Asajiri. So he just let Asajiri show off proudly. Lin Song finally recovered and rolled his eyes. You should go to the main hall now. The leaders of all the peaks have already gone there. The gathering will start in half an hour. Asajiri was standing with her hands on her hips and laughing, and when she heard this, she translated it directly in her mind. There is more work to do. His face instantly fell. He is the senior brother of Shui Zhe Mountain, second only to the elder brother. Why does he still work so hard? Why does he still struggle? Why does he still want to pursue his career? Asajiri felt himself starting to feel uncomfortable again. Lin Song was very good at controlling him, and he felt comfortable all over after choking him. You're told to keep talking endlessly, so you can't hold it in, right? The stone on Chao Wu's right ear glowed warmly in the sunlight, and was particularly eye-catching under the dark and cold outer robe. The deep red lips made this person look extremely ostentatious. The fairy-like aura was gone, replaced by only dignity. No one could take their eyes away from her. Lin Song. No, he's just a little bit cocky. Chao Wu raised his eyebrows, and suddenly curved them in joy, and his eyes were full of stars. You said, I can just be a vase, right? Lin Song knew that this man was very thick-skinned, but when he heard these words, he was still shocked by his lack of limits. Why didn't he know before that Asajiri was so thick-skinned? How can anyone rush to make themselves a vase? The more Chao Wu thought about it, the more he was right, and he left directly for the main hall. Behind him, Lin Song looked at the young man's back, really worried about this rally. When Chao Wu arrived, there was still one peak master who had not arrived. Chao Wu sighed silently in his heart, thinking that he was the last one, but this guy seemed to be unable to pretend. The last one is Doryman. You can enjoy everyone's attention, But he was not the last one to come. The peak masters and their disciples were still very surprised. After all, Chao Wu was the first to arrive in the past, waiting for you all in this hall. Now, it has become the penultimate one. What is also very strange is Imogu Ting. He is famous for his bad temper. He keeps a cold face and frowns all day long. If his appearance is not justice, the sect does not know how many disciples would avoid seeing him. He has a good relationship with Asajiri and is not afraid of offending him. He always came very late before and even made others wait a few times. But this time, he came early. Moreover, there was an obvious tooth mark on the lower jaw. It looked like he had bitten hard. I don't know why, but Imo Guting didn't do anything to get rid of it. What's going on? Everyone, your characters are all broken. Chao Wu reacted immediately when he saw the tooth mark on Imo Guting's jaw. Good guy, were you so fierce last night? He came closer and kicked Imo Guting's feet. Imo Guting was quite unhappy with him last night, But after a night, he somehow liked him. Rarely did he look up at the dog in a good voice and asked, "What are you doing?" This time, Asajiri didn't go to the front and middle seat. She sat directly next to him with a bad look on her face. "What? Preparing for pregnancy? You can't do this. No matter how hard you try, you can't give birth to a baby as cute as my daughter." Emoguting was not angry and replied calmly, "Thank you, it's enough for me to raise one baby." This wave made Chao Wu stunned, and the overly beautiful boy thought about it thoughtfully. "Yes, I have to say this so as not to make my mother-in-law angry." The two of them had no idea how shocking the conversation just now was. Why is Emoguting preparing for pregnancy? Chao Wu has a daughter. Emoguting can say baby. Chao Wu has to learn how to coax the baby to his mother. Even Jiang Sun, who had always loved eating melon, was dumbfounded. His long white hair was tied up, but his face had no wrinkles at all. He looked not much older than Chao Wu, but he was the oldest among the group of peak masters. Normally, he does care about the lifelong events of young people like them, but that doesn't mean he should be frightened like this. "Zhao Wu, you have a daughter?" This man was causing trouble everywhere not long ago. When did he find time to give birth to a child? With whom? Lin Song? Are they usually so close? Jiang Sun's mind was filled with questions. When Chao Wu mentioned this, he got excited and was about to start boasting when the last peak master arrived. Peak master of Pingzhou, Peak Mu Rong. The man was not tall. His eyebrows were sharp, and his eyes were a little gloomy, which made people feel uncomfortable. When he arrived, he attracted everyone's attention. After all, the last one attracted people's attention. He seemed to glance at Moguting silently, and then looked at Chao Wu, who was sitting next to Moguting. Now, of the 17 positions, only the center position is left. Before that, it was Asajiri's position. It is an established rule that Asajiri takes the main seat. Are these two people going to mess with him today? Let him arrive last and leave him the middle seat? But under everyone's rather strange gaze, he still sat on the main seat. This strange atmosphere made Jiang Sun uncomfortable eating in such a formal occasion, so he coughed to signal that the gathering would start quickly. In fact, it's the sword ceremony in a month's time. At this time, various sects in the Qin region may be invited to come. Shueza Mountain is impossible to open to the outside world. This location must be discussed by them every time. After Chao Wu arrived, he didn't say anything. He wore the most luxurious clothes in the room and stood in front of the most exquisite vase in the room. Ling He, who was behind Hua Yin, glanced at Chao Wu. Today's senior brother was more aloof than usual, and he looked very good, not weak at all. Could it be that I really thought wrong? Is there really nothing wrong with Asajiri's body? They talked a lot to each other, which made Chao Wu feel sleepy. Feeling that he was already about to chat with Duke Zhou, Moguting beside him suddenly said, "This time, Chao Wu cannot be the guiding grandmaster." At the end of the sword discussing ceremony, the grandmaster of the initiating party will always summarize the competition of the ceremony. Usually this kind of thing will be done by the strongest person. But Moguting rejected this request without thinking. Everyone was stunned. No one knows how strong Chao Wu is, but without Di Zhao's intervention, Chao Wu has never lost. Asajiri also realized what he was doing. The reason why Moguting did not let him go was because his tuberculosis was becoming more and more serious. Precisely because there was no pattern, the probability of the disease getting worse during the sword discussing ceremony was greater. Although Hua Yin was somewhat dissatisfied with Chao Wu because of the title of First Beauty, she had no doubt about Chao Wu's strength. Why can't he go? And the ominous premonition in Ling He's heart became even stronger. No one dared to fight with Moguting, but all their eyes were on Chao Wu. "Senior brother, can you give me an explanation?" A dozen or even dozens of gazes really made Chao Wu feel uneasy. This pressure was put on him again, right? No one spoke, and the entire hall was extremely quiet. Only the screams of dragons and phoenixes and the roars of spiritual beasts could be heard among the water and clouds. Chao Wu opened his mouth, but before he could speak, a cold word rang out. "Senior brother, your strength has not declined, have you?" After saying that, he seemed to feel that he had said it too tactfully, and Mu Rong added another sentence. "I don't even bring Fu Sheng with me. Is it because I can't pick it up anymore?" If a sword cultivator cannot lift a sword, it means that his entire body is broken. Upon hearing this, Gyuting looked at Mu Rong with murderous intent. The peak masters who knew that Fu Sheng was of great significance to Asajiri were indeed surprised to discover this problem. Morning fog no longer carries Fu Sheng. That Chao Wu cannot be a minter. This status is Zuezhishin's face. Now that he can't afford Fu Sheng, it's like losing half of his face. Thinking about it, several peak masters opened their mouths hesitantly. Chao Wu swept his eyes across their faces one by one, and Ling He looked at the serious expressions of the peak masters and was probably convinced. The eldest brother was indeed injured, most likely seriously, and could no longer even hold the original sword. Kaijiri didn't look at anyone, just played with his fingers lazily. He didn't seem to care at all about the concern, regret, nervousness. So many emotions in other people's eyes. Mogu Ting suddenly felt tired and forgot that this guy's brain was broken recently. Everyone looked a little downcast. The dignified disciple of Zuezhishin should not serve as his mentor, but as a vase? Hua Yin felt offended. Emperor Shurching's outer robe and blue-black fur collar made his cold white skin look sickly white. This man used to give people a feeling of being like a spring breeze, and he was well-rounded. But now, his lazy and noble temperament is gone. Can't hold it down. Chao Wu waved his hands indifferently and raised the corners of his mouth, feeling that what he said was quite right. You can't say that without me, Shueza Mountain will collapse. What do you think, Elder Morong? Zhao Wu still didn't look at them and shook his own wrist. He still couldn't remember where he had thrown the hair rope given by Mu Yun. In Morong's eyes, Chao Wu's change of subject seemed to confirm his question. Mo Bone Ting sneered, glanced at the remaining peak masters, and said in a cold and arrogant tone full of sarcasm, "So what if you don't wear Fu Sheng? He can kill you even with his bare hands." Everyone thought that what he wanted to say was actually you, but Gyuting still held back, pressed him to the ground and beat him. Chao Wu also raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Hee, am I so powerful now? And everyone's expressions became even worse. Lin Xiao couldn't see his brother being so angry, so he followed the conversation and said, "Didn't you go to the sword pool not long ago? Senior brother, what kind of sword did you take?" Chao Wu opened his mouth before he could speak, but was snatched away by Mogu Ting again. "It's nothing. A sword without a sword heart is ranked 4th in the sword manual." Mu Rong's face turned even worse. He was not stupid. Of course, he could hear the two people quarreling with each other. Ling He, on the other hand, was a new disciple, so naturally he didn't know Chao Wu's original sword. In his impression, Chao Wu's sword had always been the red scabbard engraved with phoenix, and the whole body was filled with flames. Chao Wu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You two started dancing before I started, right?" Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more uncomfortable, Zhang Sun quickly said, Okay, let's change to someone else, okay? It's okay." Mu Rong's gloomy eyes were staring at Chao Wu sternly. With the courage to ignore everything, he continued, "Since the senior brother is still very strong, you should be the one to be the mentor. If you have to let them talk you down so hard, it will be fine even if you get hurt." As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Wu pressed Mo Gyuting's hand on the hilt of the sword to draw the sword. The dark eyes were not bright at all, with a coolness that made people unable to see through or touch them, and finally looked at Mu Rong. However, this sight was like an illusion. The next second, he returned to his lazy look, and his words were a little evil, with a little hook. "I'm so beautiful. Why should I be a master instructor for nothing? As a free coolie? It seems that they know that they are going to use you are also a member of Shueza Mountain to morally kidnap them." Kaijiri's mouth was sharp. "Shueza Mountain is my family, and you are all my brothers, so my brothers will settle the accounts and give me the money to go up to the mountain. Anyway, I'm still strong, right? Threaten. A solid threat." But when he heard that he still wanted to be that instructor master, the veins on the hands of Mo Gyuting next to him bulged out. He looked very angry. Hua Yin couldn't stand it anymore. Although she occasionally choked Chao Wu, it was still a trivial fight. She could tell the difference clearly in the face of such a big event. "Kaijiri, if you are feeling ill, please don't show off. You really don't have to be the master of swordsmanship. although she said this with some lack of confidence. However, before she could finish her words, Chao Wu interrupted her with a smile. Sister Huayan, I'm not injured. I'm in good health, it's just that I've recently discovered that I'm too pretty, and I'm afraid that if you beat me, you'll hurt me again. What should I do if my daughter-in-law doesn't like me anymore? Hearing this, Mingyue suddenly laughed angrily and withdrew his hand. I'm a fool to feel unfair for this dog. After saying this, Huayan was both angry and laughing, and he was kind enough to excuse you for mentioning your appearance. Chao Wu looked at Lin Zhao's worried expression and winked at him, telling him not to worry, as he knew what was going on. Jiang Sun naturally saw the clues and expressed concern to the nearest immortal leader. Lin Xiao helped manage up and down Shueza Mountain. Lin Song almost moved to Mingyue to see Chao Wu. Chao Wu was definitely injured. Could it be possible that such a good talent was crushed by them? The more I think about it, the more frightened I am. Just as he was about to open his mouth to persuade, Jiling beside him suddenly held him down and signaled him not to cause trouble. Chao Wu looked young and felt like a bright mirror in his heart, seeing everything clearly. He had been raised by Di Zhao since he was a child. As the top disciple of Shueza Mountain, he knew what to do and what not to do. He made it clear that he was just putting on a show. He just wanted to see what the so-called harmony on the surface and the internal division of the 17 peaks was like. His city is even more terrifying than before, and he made a lot of money with such an understatement of threats, probably because Ji Ling's gaze was too obvious. Chao Wu also looked at her and curled his lips towards her. It was a smile that was even more dazzling than the sun. But Ji Ling felt a chill in her heart, like a knife on her neck, and she quickly looked away. No, I have to tell Lao Jiang that I should avoid provoking this kid less, lest I get tricked one day and lose my underwear. He was such a bad chess player. Even if he got the hang of it, he wouldn't be enough to bully Chao Wu. Chao Wu looked at Ji Ling, who quickly turned away, and his smile deepened. Ah, I scared Elder Ji Ling. But smart people like to compete with smart people. I just want to survive. Don't be afraid with Kaijiri causing such a disturbance. Many people in Ji calmed down in the second half and had their own plans. It was inevitable that they were not interested in the sword ceremony. Finally, the location of the sword discussing ceremony was determined at the top of Lumin in the Qian domain. Asajiri is the mentor. Everyone from Yaogu wants to come. Everyone from Jianling Peak wants to come, and half of the disciples are selected from each of the other peaks. As for the money, it was finally sent to Yefeng and Kaijiri. But after the rally was over, Mingyue left directly, and Lin Xiao cautiously approached Chao Wu with a grimace on his face. I said, Heidan's expression looks like he's going to tear you apart. Tell me, why is your old illness not considered an injury, and not letting you go will not harm you? Chao Wu was thinking about whether it would be better if Lin Song could extinguish the anger that turned into desire. After hearing Lin Zhao's Baba Baba, I felt a little emotional. It is true that they are not harming him, but compared to Asajiri is ill, senior brother Zuezishin's strength has declined is the real reaction of people. By then, some evil forces will be very rampant, and people will be nervous and worried. Will blame. No one cares about his body. He just went up and said a few words. If there was a problem on either side, he would have emergency measures, so he would not cause so much trouble if he didn't go. But he didn't say these words. He just continued to listen to Lin Xiao whispering next to him. As Huayan left, she still hummed angrily, followed by several disciples. Ling He nodded towards Chao Wu as a salute. Chao Wu returned the favor, feeling that this son of heaven was definitely holding back his ultimate move. Jiang Sun, on the other hand, saw that the people had almost left, and the remaining ones were all acquaintances. He couldn't help but approached him. Chao Wu, are you serious? Do you really have a daughter and a wife? Kaijiri laughed heartily. Even though he wore cold-colored clothes, he still looked flamboyant and enthusiastic. You guess? When Mu Yun left the main hall and came to Boijia Hall, Xiang Hong and others still followed him. Especially after Xiang Hong secretly said something to them. The eyes of the other three people were filled with disbelief. No way, little senior brother, can you still fall in love? When Mu Yun pushed open the door of the temple, the first thing that caught his eye was the beautiful Buddha tree. It was now in bloom, and every flower was in full bloom, just as it was when he left. There are many plants in the hall, and the decoration is not complicated or luxurious. The faint fragrance of plants is refreshing, which makes people feel calm. Before Mu Yun could sigh, Xiang Hong pulled him into the inner hall, and Gongdu even closed the door. The peacock and the golden-winged roc who flew over to find Mu Yun to stick close to them hit their faces against the door. Yu Qing and Yu Bai immediately set up a barrier to ensure that no one would eavesdrop. Mu Yun blinked slowly. Xiang Hong walked around him several times, looking at him carefully, as if trying to find some evidence on him. Mu Yun looked at Yu Qing and Yu Bai over there, his eyes full of confusion. What are you doing? He hasn't been around for a few years, and yet his fellow disciples are already in bad mental states? Xiang Hong's pretty face was full of seriousness. The four people stood in front of Mu Yun, each with their arms folded. Brother, you haven't been here for a few years. Have you started a family outside? Even though Mu Yun's emotions don't fluctuate much, he still widened his eyes when he heard that. This man's eyes are always bright. Emperor Xian once said that there is nothing good to see in Kunyu, except on the Buddha crossing mountain, under the Buddha's words tree, beside the Buddha mother peacock, even the Garuda bird would like the starry sky. Countless people have tried their best to get into Chunyuan Palace. They wanted to see if there really was such a beautiful galaxy here that could make Lord Ming Wang love it so much and give it such a high evaluation. But to their disappointment, the Chunyuan Palace on Mount Fodu was indeed vast and huge, but it was definitely not large enough to contain the Milky Way. How could they come up with the idea that the Milky Way is absolutely beautiful? If they saw this person's eyes, they would probably know that this kind of beauty is not more beautiful than that Xinghan. There are stars in those clear and clean eyes. Mu Yun was somewhat amused and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could it be? However, just as she finished her words, something suddenly fell off her earrings and landed on the ground. Bang! I saw a palm-sized Mu Yun lying on the ground, but the little Mu Yun had a weird expression. His bright eyes seemed to be able to speak, and his posture was a little lazy and noble, which was completely different from Mu Yun's own temperament. Xiang Hong had never seen such a cute little senior brother. She was so curious about him that she put him in the palm of her hand and poked him with her fingertips. Originally, the little Mu Yun was looking closely at herself. After being poked by Xiang Hong, he turned his little head and looked at the pretty girl seriously, saying helplessly, "My pretty sister, please don't bully me anymore, okay?" She speaks in a pretentious tone, and even though she is so childish and cute, she has to add a hook to the end of her sentences. This familiar feeling made Mu Yun instinctively want to stop him from opening his mouth. Xiang Hong had never seen such a lively little brother, and with his childish appearance, the girl's maternal instinct overflowed. "Oh, little brother. You. No, he's so cute." Mu Yun also stared at the little guy closely, and suddenly, the little guy curled his lips mischievously. Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat, and alarm bells began to ring in his head, but he was still a step too late to stop her. "Xiao Yuner, my daughter and I will wait for you at the sword-fighting ceremony in a month." Mu Yun raised his right hand to cover his face tiredly. Even someone as well-mannered as him wanted to swear at this moment. The four of them were so shocked that their mouths opened wide. Falling in love? They underestimated the execution ability of the little brother. They thought he was a pure-hearted senior brother who didn't even reach first base, but who knew that he actually reached third base. Xiang Hong was so shocked that he stood there frozen, allowing the Mu Yun in his palm to stand up. He patted his robe with dignity and elegance, stood up and looked at Mu Yun. Mu Yun calmed down and thought about whether this little guy was Chao Wu himself, a wisp of spiritual consciousness, or just a puppet with specific action instructions. But the last one was ruled out, because Chao Wu likes to flirt and will start talking dirty when he sees someone pretty. It is obvious that he really saw Xiang Hong. He pinched Asajiri, but not too hard. Unexpectedly, this little guy held his chin with one hand, resting it on his fingers. She looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Mu Yun had never had such a frivolous expression before, and for a moment he couldn't bear to watch it. He lowered his voice and gritted his teeth. "You want to be beaten?" Seeing that he dared to speak harshly to her, Xiao Mu Yun raised her eyebrows even higher. "I'm in the room of the Grandmaster of Lumin Peak. waiting for you to come over and have an affair. Her words were full of charm and coquettishness, but her expression was full of I asked you to be mean to me. Now you see how I'm going to deal with you, Mu Yun. The four were even more shocked. Their eldest brother, who had the most beautiful face in the world, was still 3. Gongdu swallowed his saliva. Old third, our eldest senior brother. Looks like you, but he is called Little Third. Yu Qing also swallowed his saliva. If we know this inside information, will we be silenced by the senior brother? Yu Bai was so scared that he hugged himself tightly. Brother, you better knock me out. No, you better wake me up. Then only in the dream will there be. Xiang Hong wanted to cry but had no tears. She looked at her murderous junior brother and said, forget it. Even in dreams there would be no such exciting plot. Chao Wu was satisfied and smiled at Mu Yun's face, opening his mouth wide as if he was going to eat a child. See you in a month. If you don't come, I will bring my family to find you, the unfaithful man. After saying that, he ran away before Mu Yun strangled little Mu Yun to death, and then the little guy also disappeared. Mu Yun looked at his empty hand and clenched his fist in anger. He was about to smash something in the next second, such as Chao Wu's head. He looked up at the four people who had already sneaked to the palace gate. They even opened the door. The peacock and the golden-winged roc who had been waiting outside the door for a long time were about to fly in with their wings fluttering. Bang! The door slammed shut again. They slammed their faces against the door again. Looking at Mu Yun approaching step by step, the four of them hugged each other tightly. Big brother, we promise that we won't tell anyone about your affair with another woman. Seeing Yu Qing, the evil-minded one, come up to protect himself, the others also rushed forward. Yes, yes, yes. Your daughter is my own son. I will definitely protect her well in the future. They are truly brothers. They speak without thinking. Gongdu was quite direct. Such a rough old man was quite thoughtful. Big brother, are you unwilling to accept this? I will kill my sister-in-law's first wife right now. Let her make you the first wife. We won't be the third wife. After saying that, he still felt angry that his senior brother had such good conditions, but had to humble himself to be third. Xiang Hong felt that what they said was right. So what should she say? Mu Yun sighed deeply. He thought that he could be quiet for 2 days after leaving that noisy person. He was wrong. Okay, stop making trouble. When the sword fighting ceremony comes, join me. After saying that, he turned and left. The remaining 4 people were all confused. Xiang Hong is indeed someone who has read countless folk stories. In just a few words, a heart-wrenching story popped out. Our little brother is really in trouble this time. Even if he has to continue to love that fickle woman. Gongdu was about to cry again. My senior brother is a kind-hearted person. How could he suffer such a great injustice? No, I have to go too. I can't let my senior brother face that blind, evil woman alone. Second, Chao Wu was sitting under the Buddha tree. She seemed to be distracted just now, but the next second she started laughing. Little Yun Huang was pecking at the gold, silver, and jade beads that Chao Wu had brought back from the mortal world, making crisp sounds. She was startled by Chao Wu's laughter and looked at him with her head tilted. When Chao Wu thought about Mu Yun's frozen look and how he wanted to hit her but couldn't, he laughed even more happily. Xiao Yunhuang's black eyes were bright and full of confusion, which made Chao Wu's heart soften. He held little Yun Huang in his arms and kissed her little head happily. The charming eyes were filled with the beautiful feathers of the phoenix. Bower, I'm relying on you to survive. When he wants to chop me, you go up and chirp at him. Got it? Then, ha ha ha, I won't get hit. Wow, Asajiri has even thought of a way out. Little Yun Huang was still a little overwhelmed after being kissed again. She came out of his arms in a daze and shyly blew a small spark at the Buddha tree. Frightened, Asajiri quickly put out the flame with her hands. He held the little guy in his arms again, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Ancestor, this tree cannot be burned. Everything on Yefeng can be lost, but this tree cannot be lost. The last time when the leader of the Yunhuang clan burned down his Mingyue residence, he was still careful to protect the Buddha tree. On one side is the phoenix nest that was obtained with great difficulty, And on the other side is the Buddha's words tree that was grown with great effort, and both have to be taken care of. Even though the moon is very warm now, Chaowu is still wearing warm clothes. If you look closely, you can see that his beautiful fingertips are sometimes still covered with frost. After the little spirit boys finished their work, their paws were covered in mud. Maybe it was because they were too young. Some of them were even covered in mud, looking dirty and pitiful. Asajiri curled her lips and chuckled. The group of little guys lined up to get close to him, and when Chaowu waved his hand, they were clean and lay on their outer robes, saying that they were tired. One after another, there was a lot of noise and it was quite lively. Chaowu raised his hand and rubbed their heads, as if remembering something, and asked, "Does Mingyue have a limitless cup? Find one for me." The little spirit boys were so tired that they rolled over. No, it's too tiring, big brother. Go by yourself." Chaowu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He stroked little Yun Huang's tail and said soothingly, "Daddy will go get the cup." "Can you get up from Daddy?" The little spirit children rolled over and fell off his robe onto the ground. "It's in Mingyue residence." Chaowu smiled, held onto the tree, stood up straight, and walked towards Mingyue residence. Maybe it was because Zhao sent a lot of things last time, and these little guys carefully classified them and put them away, so it was not so difficult for Chaowu to find them. I saw a tripod full of teacups in the Yunzi Ding. The pile of teacups seemed to be from all kinds of kills, with different colors, dark and light, and they looked very beautiful. It was a great toy to hold in the hand. After pinching the incantation, you can have wine if you want wine, or tea if you want tea. The beauty yawned and gave this to the Son of Heaven, which could be considered as a way to win his favor. Xiang Qingfeng the disciples were practicing sword skills, and when they looked towards the fog, they saw at least disciples from 2 peaks, probably from Pingzhou Peak. No matter how talented Ling He was just a new disciple, so naturally he was also among this group of people. However, his figure and appearance are the most outstanding, and people can see him at a glance. Chaowu changed into an ochre-colored cloak. The pattern on it looked like a celestial dragon, with a gilded color. If you look closely, the most radiant and dazzling parts are the scales on the belly of the waist-length dragon. They are made of colored jade as thin as a cicada's wing, and are placed next to each other, just like real dragon scales. This time he did wear matching hair accessories, but he didn't tie his hair up completely. He simply braided it, making him look more like a spirited young man of nobility. Chaowu's dress is very eye-catching, and her presence is too strong in front of a group of fairy-like little fairies. There was sweat on Lingyi's forehead, and the sweat beads slid down his temples to his chin. Looking at it this way, he looked quite handsome. His whiteness was not like Chaowu's cold whiteness, but a very sunny warm jade color. Even though he was very tired, his lips on that face dotted with sweat were still bright red, which made Chaowu think of that word. Red lips and white teeth. I have to say that when God chose this son, he must have considered his appearance to a certain extent. Oh, if this kid becomes my rival, I'll have to hit him with my eyes closed. If I really hit him in the face, I'll feel bad. Asajiri's gaze was very focused. Lingyi looked up sharply and saw Asajiri standing not far away with his arms folded and a look of regret on his face. Ling He was stunned. After he entered Shangqing Peak, many of his fellow brothers mentioned Chaowu, but the Chaowu they mentioned was so pure and clean, bright and beautiful. How to put it? It's different from the one he knew. In his eyes, the senior brother was like a little child. Even though he flirted with those eyes that could make anyone fall in love with him, his eyes were always clear and clean like water. If there are really people who are bewitching, it is because they are the ones who are asking for it, and the eldest brother cannot be blamed. It's obvious that he can only act like a spoiled child even when he's drunk. It seemed like he could take a break. Asajiri looked at the boy who, in his mind, was a wolf cub. He walked over with a smile. Ling He was a little confused, and then he saw Chaowu handing him a cup. The cup is made of excellent material and looks like a fairy product. Big brother? Chaowu subconsciously pulled her cloak closer, and her jade-like fingertips flashed across Ling He's sight. Woolen cup, apologize. Ling He looked at the Gu Kiln cup, which was made of material far superior to his own. The cup was cold, and he didn't know if it was because of the material or because the person who had just held it had cold hands. Just as he was about to say something, Asajiri asked him, "What are you doing?" Ling He wiped his tears and replied calmly, "People from Jianling Peak and Pingzhou Peak will be divided into groups to practice together." A trace of doubt flashed across Chao Wu's beautiful eyes. 3 peaks, and only so few people? Ling He sighed in his heart. Otherwise, his senior brother would be a foolish beauty. Senior brother, the meaning of the distribution is that someone has entered the secret realm refined by my master. Hua Yin is good at refining, and his attainments in illusion are even higher. The sword discussion ceremony is open to hundreds of immortal sects from the Qinkuan and Kuran domains, and everyone will be encountered. It is a good idea to break through them one by one in the secret realm specially created for refining. As he spoke, Chao Wu followed Ling He's gaze and looked towards the entrance to the secret realm not far away. Chao Wu pointed, touched Ling He beside him with his arm, and sighed. Believe it or not, my luck in the secret realm is so bad that once I enter, I will encounter big troubles that others won't encounter. Thinking of the weeping immortal grass that went crazy in the secret realm of Kunyu, it was obviously just a small grass spirit, but when it came to the eldest senior brother, it almost wiped out the entire army. So he nodded expressionlessly. I believe it. Asajiri, you are quite good at interrupting others. Don't do it next time. At this moment, screams and cries for help from the disciples suddenly came from the secret realm. Asajiri couldn't hold back her expression. Even though Ling He has a strong psychological quality, he is still a little. Is Big Brother's luck so bad now that he can get into big trouble just by approaching the secret realm? Asajiri heard the screams of the disciples inside and intuitively felt that the trouble inside might be very troublesome. He subconsciously wanted to run, but unexpectedly all the disciples came over after hearing the sound and seemed to be looking at him. Asajiri, but I really don't want to go in. Ling He frowned. I'll go in. You go call Master Mo Feng. Unexpectedly, as soon as he moved, he was pulled back by Kaijiri beside him. At the same time, Kaijiri himself also entered the secret realm. His golden brown hair flashed before Ling He's eyes for the last time. He left a message. Okay, I'll go, kid. Don't be so stubborn. Ling He, who had just been frowning, suddenly looked panicked and almost immediately rushed to the entrance of the secret realm. Perhaps Chao Wu did something, and he couldn't open the entrance to the secret realm no matter what. No. Chao Wu's fingertips were not just frosted, they seemed to be frozen. His body should be the weakest now, and he couldn't go in to save people. Ling He panicked and didn't care about anything else. He flew directly to Jianling Peak. Now the only one who could save Chao Wu was Emoguting. Asajiri inside frowned as she looked at the more than 10-meter tall white tiger with drooping eyes and blood-marked patterns. The drooping-eyed white tiger is the sacred beast of the twin immortal mountains in Kunyu. It is a divine spirit beast, rarely seen in the world, and its strength is extremely terrifying. The secret realm is obviously a simulation, so its strength should be very weak. But the furious white tiger with drooping eyes in front of me is obviously quite powerful. He took a deep breath and then exhaled white air, which was cold air. The group of disciples had originally subdued it, but just now, for some unknown reason, the dying tiger suddenly jumped up, broke free from the barrier, and knocked several people to the ground. Due to the rapid increase in the strength of the red-striped white tiger with hanging eyes, the entire secret realm is on the verge of collapse. This is because the secret realm cannot withstand the existence of such a high-level spiritual beast. It is originally an illusion. If a being with intelligence and super-powerful strength emerges, the entire secret realm will collapse, just like a person clearly realizing that he is dreaming. Asajiri's eyes were a little dim, and he frowned almost imperceptibly as he looked at the tiger that was still in a frenzy. When the disciples saw that it was the senior brother coming, their hearts were instantly relieved. Senior brother. Quick. Suppress it. Chao Wu flashed in front of the disciples. The distance was very close, as if he was protecting them closely. It was so close that they could even see the dragon pattern on Asajiri's cloak. The white tiger with droopy eyes and red stripes looked at Chao Wu in front of it. Its blood-red eyes instinctively shrank, and it was about to retreat. Asajiri narrowed his eyes. Somehow, the white tiger suddenly roared again and attacked them as if it had lost its mind. Yin Yang and Fu Sheng didn't bring anyone with them, so they were basically unarmed. Asajiri didn't need to make any hand gestures. Just a wave of his hand created a powerful and beautiful French spell that blocked the attack. The backhand attack landed on the white tiger very cleanly and neatly. Originally, Chao Wu was still in the upper hand, but the white tiger seemed to be immune to pain and would not stop attacking no matter how many wounds it suffered. Chao Wu was getting annoyed by the nagging. Asajiri felt his entire right arm begin to stiffen and go numb, and the cold air made him gasp slightly. No, not yet. This is not enough. However, Baihu seemed to have remembered that there was a group of injured disciples over there, and they were a big target. He instantly shifted his target of attack, turned around and blasted a palm wind towards the group of disciples. The group of disciples thought they had nothing to worry about as long as Asajiri was there, so they relaxed a lot. It was not until the attack force came right before their eyes that they panicked and wanted to run around. Asajiri quickly dodged, and the furious blow landed directly on Asajiri. Asajiri gritted her teeth. Sweat instantly broke out on her forehead. Her face turned pale instantly, and even her usually bright red lips lost their luster. Everyone was shocked. Then, the sky was split open, and a powerful pressure instantly made people's hair stand on end. Before they could look up, Mingyue's sword came down with tremendous anger, splitting the damaged white tiger into two halves. Chao Wu didn't care about anything else and let the blood stain his body. Although the ochre color was not very dark, the blood stains were still very obvious. It just looks very embarrassed. The entire secret realm began to collapse, and Hua Yan's anxious voice came from outside. Everyone, get out of the secret realm quickly. Mingyue came to Chao Wu with a stern face and wanted to pull Chao Wu up. Unexpectedly, Chao Wu smiled bitterly, raised his eyelids and looked at him. Master Mo Feng, please carry me on your back. Now, except for his face, he was probably frozen by the cold. There seemed to be a raging rage brewing in Mingyue's eyes, which made people suspect that he was going to kill Chao Wu with one sword, just like he had killed the white tiger just now. Mingyue didn't say anything and just carried him on his back. However, the person on his back was stiff and cold all over. I didn't know. I thought I was carrying a frozen corpse. This thought made Mingyue feel uneasy for no reason. Before everyone could even see clearly, Mingyue brought Zhao Wu to the medicine valley. Lin Song was drying the medicine and reading the ancient medical book in the sutra repository. When he was reaching out to turn over Dangue, Mingyue arrived carrying Chao Wu. Mingyue spoke to Lin Song eagerly, which was rare. Song, come and have a look. Chao Wu couldn't even move his arms. Lin Song was so frightened that his hands were unsteady and he dropped the medicine. Wu. Mingyue didn't care about anything else and put Chao Wu on the ground. Lin Song hurried forward to take her pulse. Her beautiful eyes widened like a frightened animal. Asajiri smiled weakly. I spoke for him. The cold air is spreading everywhere, and the four animals are frozen. The fingertips of Lin Song that were resting on Chao Wu's wrist also began to be frosted. Asajiri looked at it and calmly withdrew his wrist. Chao Wu continued. There is no spiritual power at all. It is because his meridians are completely destroyed. As soon as he finished speaking, Mingyue opened his eyes wide in disbelief. This elder, who had the worst temper among the 17 peaks, now had a terrible murderous look on his face. Lin Song's face turned pale. That was Chao Wu, the eldest disciple of Shui Zishan. He was such a powerful man. How could his meridians be destroyed? Asajiri closed his eyes. The blood that splattered on his face had dried. His fragile and beautiful face made people's hearts tighten. His hair tie was gone, and now his hair was all loose, covering his fair and slender neck. At this moment, Asajiri looked extremely fragile. Lin Song's soft eyes were instantly filled with tears. Asajiri moved his arms, but couldn't help but take a deep breath. His face turned even paler. Haydn, comfort me. Let me take a break. Mingyue felt both distressed and angry. When he thought of the scene he saw when he entered the secret realm, he couldn't help but get angry. Logically speaking, He shouldn't have taken his anger out on those disciples. But the fact was that Chao Wu had damaged all his meridians in order to save that group of people. Gyuding held Lin Song's waist, his expression extremely serious. His handsome face faintly revealed a bit of murderous intent. I can't forgive him. How could a white tiger with droopy eyes and red stripes suddenly become so powerful that it becomes angry and attacks people randomly? There must be a reason for all this. That group of disciples were disciples from Pingzhou Peak and Murong's disciples. When he thought of this, Gyuding was so angry that he pressed the tip of his tongue against his back teeth. Murong then learned that Chao Wu had been ill for some time, and he hurriedly took action to completely destroy Chao Wu's meridians. He seemed to want to say something. For a cultivator, the destruction of all meridians is a huge blow. The pain at that moment is unimaginable for ordinary people, and the cultivation career thereafter is even more like a darkness. With Chao Wu's ability, he can reshape his meridians, but this kind of rebirth is no less than dying again. Moreover, at this moment, the coldness in Chao Wu's body has spread to all parts of the body, making it completely unsuitable to reshape the meridians. The longer you delay, the more likely something will go wrong. Lin Xiao came quickly and ran over in a hurry. When he saw the scene in front of him, his face turned pale as paper. Big brother. Chao Wu didn't have the energy to look up at him. She just said in a humming voice, "Take me back to Mingyue residence later. I will be in seclusion for a month. No one is allowed to come." Gyuding seemed to want to go over and grab Murong and beat him up, but just as he was about to move, Chao Wu opened his eyes and looked at him. In the past, when Chao Wu was nonchalant, Gyuding was indeed not afraid of him, but now he saw a calmness in those dark eyes that made his scalp tingle. This means he wants to solve it himself. No matter how angry Gyuding was, he had to put it out first. Asajiri has his plans. The news that Chao Wu was seriously injured spread all of a sudden, coupled with Gyuding's calm expression since then. The entire Shueza mountain was filled with panic. Now Gyuding looked at Murong as if he wanted to kill him. What Asajiri said about being in seclusion for a month was true. During this period, he saw no one. They all thought that Chao Wu was dying and was retreating to heal his wounds, but they never thought about this person. Back at Mingyue, Chao Wu's coldness had completely faded away. Lin Song gave him acupuncture before leaving to relax his muscles and bones. But as soon as they left, Chao Wu set up a barrier and lazily stretched his legs and arms. His seductive eyes were astonishingly bright at the moment. He raised his hand lazily, and his jade-like fingertips were dripping with water and turned into ice when they fell to the ground. The man stood up unsteadily. Although he looked strongly broken, he didn't look like his meridians were completely destroyed. Asajiri took off his clothes and soaked himself in the hot spring again. The little soul boys came up obediently to clean up his dirty cloak. One of them looked at the soft scale armor on the waist and blinked. Huh? Why is there a piece missing? The workmanship of that piece of clothing is so fine that if you were a normal person, you wouldn't even notice it if there were several dragon scales falling off. But the little soul boy is very small, and only a group of little guys can hold this piece of clothing, so the missing piece looks like an obvious flaw in the handicraft to them. Chao Wu raised his eyes when he heard the sound and said, "Then just throw it away." Under the sun, the cold white Ruashu's skin was stained with water drops, which flowed down with his movements and fell into the water from the waistline. The warm current warmed all the joints of Chao Wu, and he was like a contented lazy lion, leaning against the stone wall comfortably. He raised his hand, and a small blue spiritual flame suddenly appeared in his hand, blooming obediently in his hand. "I'm really sorry to ask you to take out your spiritual consciousness." He was obviously apologizing, but there was no apology in his words. The little flame swayed weakly, as if not very happy, but too timid to say anything. It just emits a weak tiger roar. Chao Wu curled his lips and said, "Go back." After saying that, the spiritual flame of the white tiger beast with hanging eyes and red stripes extinguished instantly, and it ran away as if there was an evil ghost chasing it behind. This man is really crazy, woo-woo, woo-woo. He was sleeping soundly in the temple dedicated to himself, and his body was stripped away by this man and put into the body of a garbage tiger in this fantasy world, and allowed himself to attack him ferociously. He didn't dare, so he threatened to scare himself with a look that threatened to kill him. When he actually did move his hand, he said that all his meridians were destroyed with just one blow, and then the eyes of those people were so fierce, as if they were trying to peel off a tiger's skin. Woohoo, it's so scary. But he couldn't beat it, and he was even more afraid. Seeing Chao Wu's weak look, he just wanted to go crazy. Pretending. He is all pretending. The main hall on the other side, Hua Yan's face was very solemn, and his delicate and beautiful face originally had a faint smile. But now the fox eyes that were raised at the end of the eyes were now darkened. Someone has touched my secret realm from the outside. Hearing this, Mingyue tightly grasped the hilt of the sword with his slender fingers. This is impossible. Hua Yan's hallucination skills have reached the pinnacle. In the entire Shueza Mountain, except for the one on the main peak, there is no rival. But according to the dead white tiger, its body was indeed parasitized by powerful spiritual consciousness, and Hua Yan's secret realm was limited. How could that kind of highly intelligent spiritual consciousness come in? Lin Zhao's face also looked very bad. His brother is now being plotted by a villain, and his meridians are completely destroyed. That is the senior brother who is as pillar-like on the top of Shuai's mountain. Ling pulled the broken hair away from her ears and thought for a while. If it's not the outside, could it be someone in the secret realm who did something? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at the peak leader of Pingzhou Peak, Mu Rong. The disciples who were next to Bai Hu at that time were all from Pingzhou Peak, and Chao Wu was shot by Bai Hu just to save them. It cannot be ruled out that those disciples did something to Bai Hu. Mu Rong noticed everyone's gaze and was so angry that the veins on his forehead popped out. Look what I did. I didn't do it. Lin Xiao narrowed her eyes, looking at him as if he was having a good time all day long, and his face looked very charming. Can't it be you who instructs the disciples in your peak? This statement is simply ridiculous. Mu Rong's gloomy eyes were staring at Lin Xiao, and there was an uncomfortable hoarseness in his throat. Isn't he Chao Wu very powerful? How many young disciples can still play tricks under his nose? Am I stupid, or are they stupid? But this did not dispel everyone's suspicion of him. He had just had a verbal dispute with Asajiri and found out that Asajiri's strength had declined. It seemed that he was even very excited about Asajiri becoming weaker. Immediately afterwards, Asajiri's meridians were destroyed at this moment, which really made people think that Mu Rong took the opportunity to do evil. Ling always felt that something was wrong. She couldn't help but ask, Chao Wu is so good. Why are you going to Qingfeng? Everyone was stunned and reacted. Yes, he is not staying at his Yefeng to recuperate, so why should Xiang Qingfeng be here? Unexpectedly, Ling He, who was behind Hua Yin, suddenly said, Return to the elders. The senior brother is here to return the disciples' things. What things? Ling He took out the cup given by Chao Wu. It was an exquisite and precious immortal grade immeasurable cup. During training, senior brother lent me my infinite cup, and now I have returned one. That's why Xiang Qingfeng came. Ling subconsciously felt that something was not right. But the reason here is perfect. When Ling thought of the bottomless eyes of the young man, she held back a cold sweat and asked, Didn't Chao Wu do anything strange? As soon as he finished speaking, Ling He's original attitude of lowering his head respectfully suddenly changed to looking straight at Ling, who was speaking at the same time. That look was like a wild wolf that was ready to attack. It made Ling's whole body feel even colder. What a look in this kid's eyes. Want to kill me? Before she could speak again, Mingyue sneered. With this sneer, the temperature of the entire hall dropped again and again. Ling, do you think Chao Wu himself took action on the secret realm and destroyed his own meridians? Ling He also squinted his eyes full of coldness and danger. Jiang Sun was startled by Mingyue. The guy from Yaogu was the only one who could control this kid in the entire Shueza Mountain. He still wanted Ling to say a few words. Ling, how could it be Asajiri himself? Stop talking. Fortunately, Mingyue gave another reason. Hua Yan's illusion technique cannot be destroyed by Chao Wu in a short time. It is possible in half a quarter of an hour, but chaos breaks out as soon as Chao Wu gets close. Everyone's suspicion came to Mu Rong again. Mu Rong didn't know how to refute for a while. The entire hall was in a deadlock. For this past month, The entire top management of Shueza Mountain was in panic. Mingyue, Immortal Chief, never pays attention to these things and excludes his old man. Chaowu is considered the #1 combat force in the Qin domain, but now his meridians have been destroyed. After this month, the senior brother will have to be the guidance master. What if something goes wrong by then? During this chaos, many elders treated Morong coldly. They felt that it was indeed Mu Rong who did these things. However, the matter is still under investigation, and there is no way to arrest him. Moguting fought with Lin Xiao several times and cut off a lot of Pingzhou Peak. Morong had several confrontations with Moguting, and Moguting would react with murderous intent no matter what he did. How could he, a weapon-refining elder, beat a sword cultivator? Every time he watched Moguting leave, his gloomy eyes were full of gloomy emotions. Qinyu Lu minding when the sky was bright and the entire Shuiyun realm was shrouded in the early morning frost and mist. The disciples set out. Under Lin Zhao's arrangement, he was stationed at various important places. The 74 protectors also arrived, still wearing their large cloaks and unable to see their faces. Seeing that it was Lin Xiao who came to hand over, the leader was a little confused. Isn't it Immortal Lord Chaowu? Moguting took the note and frowned slightly. He has something to do, so he will come a little later. It stands to reason that once a month is up, Asajiri should be released from seclusion. Or, he had an accident while he was in seclusion? It's not impossible. Moguting's expression became more serious, and just as he was about to leave, he heard a loud phoenix call from far to near. When everyone heard the sound and went away, they saw the feathers of several neon cloud phoenixes lighting up the entire sky. It was like a divine gift from heaven. At that moment, the light came and it was dawn. The leading phoenix landed in front of them, and a young man jumped down from it. The phoenix feathers of Yun Huang were gorgeous, and the entire sky was rendered into dazzling colors. The young man was wearing the most flamboyant colors. Nowadays, he almost never wears a white fairy robe. Today, he wears a crane shadow red cloak, which seems to make him feel cold. There is also a luxurious water bloom vermilion fur outside. Judging from the quality of the fur, it looks like a Xidigarba flaming fox. Of soft fur. He had his hair tied up in a bun crookedly, and the hairpin with the warm jade from Luo Shanzhu completely outlined the few tenderness in this man. He seems to be very fond of gilt designs now. The patterns are all soft gold depicting auspicious mythical beasts. Looking inside, there are high-level magic circles everywhere, which can save his life countless times. After Chaowu saw his own person, his eyes lit up, just like the sky filled with colorful clouds, so bright that people couldn't move their eyes away. Under the warm light, the cold white skin looks like the finest warm jade in Kunlun, gleaming and dazzling. This man seems to know that his appearance is rich and colorful, so the clothes he wears now look like a peacock with its tail opened. Those deep and clean eyes, the ends of the eyes are slightly raised, and the corners of the Xiangfei-colored eyes are so tempting. Moreover, he also wore an earring on his right ear, which fully highlighted his laziness and wickedness. Waiting for me? Yu Luobing's voice. After 6 years, the 74 guardians saw the appearance of this god again, and the voice became more and more pleasant. They didn't come back to their senses until Chaowu came forward. 74 people, talking more or less, half of them are now dumbfounded and speechless for a long time. Chaowu hung a flaming sun around his waist, and the bright red scabbard matched his clothes, which still made people look at him at a glance. Moguting was a little bit dumbfounded. Oh my god, he's dressed like a red wedding dress. Is he courting a mate? Finally, with great difficulty, the 74 law enforcement officers headed by him bowed to Chaowu in a formal manner. Immortal Chaowu. Chaowu smiled, but Ling Lang's laughter was inexplicably charming, making people's heads heat up. Haven't seen you for a long time. The man couldn't even speak. The subordinate seemed a little embarrassed that their boss was seduced by Chaowu's words, and said to Chaowu very embarrassedly, Xianjun, please move to the hot springs. The hot spring authority of Lumin Peak has been opened to Xianjun. Luminding Hot Spring is famous for its medicinal treatments. Chaowu raised his hand and touched the beautiful feathers of the little guy in his arms. Just when Moguting thought he was going, Chaowu refused. No, I'll go directly to the upper compartment. As soon as he finished speaking, Imo Gu Ting grabbed his arm directly. Fog? His meridians are now completely destroyed. Not to mention that the hot spring medicine is very effective. The more he stays in a place with fewer people, the safer he will be. Nowadays, there are so many experts at the top of Lu Min. Who knows if there are some evil ways to test Chao Wu's strength? If someone really looked at it, it would be too dangerous for Asajiri. Chao Wu reached out and patted Mo Guting's cold hand. It's okay. This place was not a good place to talk, and Mo Guting couldn't say anything more, so he had to retract his hand. However, Lin Xiao was still in charge of all matters. Everyone only knew that Chao Wu was the guidance master. It was easy for one person to be distracted by multiple responsibilities, so they didn't think much about it. Lu Minding built the sword forum in a huge open space in the mountains, which could not be called a valley. The surrounding hills have been built into viewing platforms and wing rooms, which are divided into yin and yang according to the two domains of heaven and earth, that is, north and south. Shueza Mountain is the highest in the south, and the upper part of Chaowu is even higher. Correspondingly, the top of Beishan is the upper chamber of Chunyuan Hall. Each wing has a viewing platform, separated from the inner room by a screen made of Lulin cocoon silk. When Zuezishin's disciples were fully in place, people from hundreds of immortal sects also arrived in droves. Chaowu glanced at the opposite side and set his sights on the gate of Lumin Mountain in boredom. Little Yun Huang was pecking at those delicious pastries beside her, her tail wagging back and forth happily. In 1 month, this little guy seemed to have grown a lot, and his tail was getting longer and longer. Just a flick of it could cover Chao Wu's sight. Mogu Ting and others were welcoming the guests from afar, and everyone saluted them with respect. There are 15 people on the 17th peak of Shueza Mountain, which is already a huge queue. The 4 redundant senior brothers in Chunyuan Palace who originally planned to hide their bodies first saw such a large crowd and felt that they had to reciprocate his courtesy, so they stopped hiding and stood behind their senior brothers. That won't work. Chunyuan Palace also needs to be filled with Paimyon and Bingo. Mu Yun didn't pay attention to the magical brain circuits of his junior brothers and sisters. He glanced at them and found that Chao Wu was not there, and his interest was half lost. What about that guy? Gang behind him saw Mu Yun's emotional changes and immediately came to a conclusion. That woman is not among these 15 people. According to what they heard that day, that woman should be a high-level executive in Shueza Mountain. But among the 17 peak masters of Shueza Mountain's 17 peaks, there are only 2 women. Not in this group of people yet? Who is that? Seeing that there was still some distance to go to Lumin Peak, Xiang Hong moved closer and asked in a low voice, "Senior brother, that day, was that a man or a woman?" Mu Yun knew that she was asking Kaijiri about teasing him with a little puppet and said with a headache, "Man." As soon as they finished speaking, these 4 began to glance at the remaining 13 people one by one. Who is it? What a stinky man. Thinking about it this way, that girl is probably the child of that man and another woman, and she is not the biological flesh and blood of their senior brother. Even more angry. Then the disciples of Chunyuan Hall, headed by these 5 people, arrived. Even though it was Mogu Ting, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the 5 people. The man in the middle is wearing a snow-white robe, and the dazzling peacock pattern can still be seen on the outer cloak in the sun. If you look closely, you can see that the cuffs are made of white phoenix feathers woven with ice epiphyllum flowers. Just that piece of feather is like a tower of mortal dust. City value. The tall and thin figure is like the glistening snow on a lonely mountain and even looks weak. The waist is wrapped with a silver-white crystal waist rope, which looks very casual. It is wrapped around and around, but there is still some left. Quite a long length. The snow-white jade pendant was of excellent quality, as bright and clean as him. The temperament of Chuchin is not like the kind of eyes that are above the top, but the kind of snow that shines on the mountains at the beginning of the lunar month, and the floating dust is still comparable to Qinghui. It's just that he also wears a bamboo hat with thick white gauze hanging on it, which makes it impossible to see the appearance of the owner of this ecstasy figure. Lin Zhao's eyes widened instantly. He was very surprised when he saw those 4 people. They were the 2nd young lady Xianghong of Chunyuan Palace, the 3rd young master Yu Qing, the 4th young master Yu Bai, and the fifth young master Gongdu. But it was so dazzling that one couldn't help but tremble in his heart. In the entire Kuan-Yu Chun Yuan Palace, he could only think of that mysterious senior brother, Mingyue. The surrounding immortal families were really shocked. Originally, they thought that being greeted by 15 elders was the highest courtesy. Who would have thought that they would still be able to see the senior brother of Chunyuan Palace in their lifetime? Look at this ecstatic figure and extraordinary temperament. What a beauty in the world. In fact, what really shocked Mogu Ting was the sword on Mu Yun's Wei Shueshuang, the third most famous sword in the book. This is the sword with the flaming sun sword heart. It turned out to be in this person's hands. Lin Shao and the others came to their senses and hurried forward to greet them. The thick white veil blocked other people's view of Mu Yun, but Mu Yun could see everyone clearly. He saw the Mogu Ting, frowning at him with the sword at his waist. Maybe because Mu Yun kept his gaze on Mogu Ting for too long, the other four quickly turned their gazes to Mogu Ting. Indeed, this man is very handsome, but he has a sullen face and looks fierce. Senior brother, do you like this? However, thinking about the way that Xiao Muyun spoke that day, he didn't seem like this brother. Could it be that he is a two-faced person? Thinking of this, Xiang Hong became more alert as she looked at Mogu Ting. After Mogu Ting finished looking at the sword, he met the extremely unfriendly gazes of the four people. He even tasted the meaning of unparalleled scumbag from them. Thank you for your help. The sound, as light as the first snow, suddenly brought everyone back to their senses. Lin Shao smiled and said, "Welcome. Wow, he has made it big. He can even talk to the chief of Chunyuan Palace Mingwang." Probably to highlight his importance, Lin Shao also noticed the four people staring at Mogu Ting, and immediately said, "Brother He, Brother Mo, you can go in with the immortals of Chunyuan Palace." Mogu Ting raised his eyebrows, and his expression seemed to say, "It's not like they haven't been here before and they don't know the way. So why do they need me to lead the way?" But he also knew that the other party's identity was indeed extraordinary, and it was not easy to neglect him. So he had to resign himself to his fate and lead his men inside. The four of them stared at Mogu Ting's back, almost staring a hole through him. Is it this scumbag? I don't know, but the eldest brother looks at him the longest. That's it. Ordinary people can't get the eldest brother's attention. Why do I feel something is wrong? At this moment, a figure of bamboo moon color rushed out, as if to scare the man with expressionless face. However, it seemed that he didn't expect that he was receiving someone. When Mogu Ting saw Lin Song, his expression suddenly softened, and his previously cold eyes almost melted into water. Song? Lin Song was also very well behaved, and it seemed that he had never been scared before. At the moment, he was being held by this man, and was smiling with his eyebrows curved. The light hit Ling Song Zhuyue's figure, and her pretty and delicate face shocked the four people. Is this the original wife? Hey, it turns out she is such a fairy. The brothers Yueqing and Yuebai spoke one by one, looking straight at the little goblin Lin Song. When Lin Song saw the people behind him, he heard Mogu Ting say, "These are the senior brothers from Chunyuan Palace." Lin Song fixed his eyes on the handsome young man in white, blinked, and smiled again. "Hello, Yaogu Lin Song." When the people around heard the name, they subconsciously looked over. The miracle Dr. Lin Song has saved countless lives at a young age. Not to mention that he is still alive. He can still save people by chatting with the King of Hades for half a quarter of an hour. But this miracle doctor has always been in the Shuezhe Mountain Medicine Valley and has never left the mountain. Today, we can invite him. Mu Yun had never seen such clean eyes, as if they had never experienced any of the dirty things in the world. It should be said that such people are always loved and protected. Such a well-behaved and gentle temperament made Mu Yun subconsciously feel close to him. The laughter was very light. "Hello, Chunyuan Palace Muya." This friendly scene simply blinded the four guys behind. What is this? The original wife and the third wife are in love with each other? Just when Xiang Hong was about to speak, Mogu Ting suddenly said, "Let's go." After saying this, he looked at Mu Yun warily. "Don't flirt with my wife. Why would my wife smile at you? My wife didn't even smile when she saw me for the first time." Seeing this, Gongdu was so angry that he wanted to attack on the spot. This guy is such a scumbag. What does that warning look mean? He doesn't allow our senior brother to get along with his first wife? Do you think our senior brother is unworthy? Do you think our senior brother is vicious? Huh. However, the noisy sound finally made Mu Yun in front turn around and asked in confusion, "What have you been mumbling about for a long time?" Gongdu was about to speak when Xianghong covered his mouth. He smiled and said, "It's okay. He is sick. You don't have to pay attention to him, little brother." Mu Yun said nothing more. He just felt that his fellow junior brothers and sisters had been acting strangely along the way. I hope they don't cause any trouble. Mo Gyuding naturally put his arm around Lin Song's waist and rubbed it flatteringly. Song, all of a sudden, it's like a big dog, clingy and pitiful. His action made Lin Song subconsciously rely on him, but knowing where they were, she slapped his claws away in annoyance. "What are you doing? Don't touch me in public." Mo Gyuding smiled happily, lowered his head and whispered in his ear, "Are you worried that something will happen to me?" You see, his wife never participated in this kind of activities and never left the mountain. But this time, for him, his wife came out of the mountain. Lin Song tucked her hair behind her ears and glanced at him. "I'm afraid Chaowu will die here." Mo Gyuding's face froze. Song. With just one word, the feeling of floating up and down in bed last night instantly spread from my waist spine to every part of my body. Lin Song was so scared that he tried to save her. "It's mainly because of you." Mo Gyuding was satisfied then. Look, his wife loves him so much. South Upper Chamber Asajiri's eyes swept over the young man wearing a white gauze hat. Smiled. Poured a glass of Fengqi wine. Little Yun Huang was pecking at the jade cake, and the next second, Chao Wu carried her to the wine. "My girl, this wine is good for your body and replenishes your spiritual power. Want some?" The corners of Asajiri's eyes are slightly upturned and his eye bones are very deep. At first glance, it looks like he is wearing makeup. Little Yun Huang smelled it and found it very fragrant, so she started pecking at it without saying a word. Asajiri just looked down at her, his beautiful eyes drooping lazily at the moment, giving people a feeling of deep affection. Asajiri looked at the delicate little baby sitting in front of her, and a cunning look flashed across her eyes. The little girl was wearing a scarlet phoenix feather dress, and her milky white skin was so watery that it seemed like water could be squeezed out of it. Everyone who sees it will be touched. Little Yun Huang looked at it curiously, and her clean and cute cat eyes suddenly widened. Chao Wu hugged her and asked with a smile, "Do you want to see a beauty? Your mother's beauty?" Little Yun Huang had heard Chao Wu talk about that beautiful mother many times, and when she heard that she could see her, she became even more excited. "I wanna." Chao Wu had no awareness of bringing a child to do something bad. Instead, he taught the child in a serious manner. "Come, repeat after me." Mother Little Yun Huang tilted her head and imitated him, calling out coquettishly and obediently. Mother dear, she was so cute, and Meng Chao Wu's face was full of blood. The main reason is that the Yun Huang babies are so beautiful. They are born with stunning looks, which can be seen from a young age. However, the Yun Huang clan is not allowed to transform. If they really transformed, everyone in the clan would be a great beauties. Zhao Wu watched the people from Chunyuan Palace enter the upper room, and directly held Xiao Yun Huang in his elbow and walked out. "Let's go and find your mother." When he arrived at the north wing, Mu Yun glanced across and found it was empty, feeling a little confused. "Where is Asajiri?" Lin Song patted Mo Gyuding beside him and said, "I'll go check out the fog." However, just as Mo Gyuding was about to follow, the four people from Chunyuan Palace blocked his way. Seeing Lin Song disappear from his sight, Mo Gyuding's face suddenly darkened, even with a chilling look. "What do you mean? The leader of Jinling Peak is leading the way, but you are still not satisfied?" Who knew that Gongdu looked at him like this and cursed? "Scumbag!" The murderous intent in Mo Gyuding's eyes instantly overflowed. "Are you looking for death?" Compared to Gongdu's recklessness, Yueqing was more rational. "Master Mofeng, I think you need to properly handle the matter with our senior brother." Then Yubai said, "Yes, our eldest brother loves you so much that he condescends to be your younger brother, but you actually glare at him when he talks to your wife." Xiang Hong looked at Mo Gyuding, whose face was getting worse and worse, thinking that he was angry because he was exposed. "Yes, our senior brother didn't mind you having a child. He is so kind-hearted. What else do you want? These people kept saying nonsense one after another, saying that their senior brother loved him, didn't mind his wife, didn't mind that he had a child. Putting aside the fact that he does have a beautiful wife, their senior brother loves him? That Mingyue? Has he seen her? What the Hades? He himself doesn't even know that he has a child? Guting sneered. You are really sick. I don't know what you are talking about. Inside the compartment, Mingyue poured himself a cup of tea and was about to drink it when Xue Shuang suddenly unsheathed and flew towards the screen. In an instant, wherever Xue Shuang went, it was freezing cold to the bone. The tip of the sword was pointing directly at a baby made of delicate jade. At the last moment, Xiao Wu blocked Xiao Yunhuang's face, and Xue Shuang really stopped. Zhao Wu tilted his head and saw Mingyue wearing a thick white gauze hat and said something. Why are you so fierce? I just wanted to give you a surprise, didn't I? The little guy blinked, then started giggling, and even reached out to touch the tip of Xue Shuang's sword without any fear. But soon, Mingyue put away the snow and Shuang. The smile in Xiao Wu's eyes grew deeper. She sat beside him holding the child. She looked around but couldn't find his fellow apprentices. Without any hesitation, she poured herself a cup of tea. Where are your fellow apprentices? And that pretty girl? Mingyue looked at the little kid with big eyes in his arms. Xiang Hong is 4 years older than you. What kind of little girl is she? Hearing this, the two of them were almost stunned. Then Mingyue was about to change the subject, but Xiao Wu beside him went crazy for some reason and stood up to take off his hat. Mingyue subconsciously tried to stop him, but he didn't try hard. It seemed that Xiao Wu was very strong and pressed him to the ground. Naturally, the hat was also taken away by Xiao Wu. Under him was a beautiful woman with fair skin, black hair, snow-white skin and ice-like bones. The stone earring on her left ear made her look delicate and charming, like blood in the snow, extremely dazzling. In Mingyue's eyes, there are thousands of stars, never dim. At this moment, there was a sound of a wall collapsing outside, as if someone was fighting. So beautiful. Listening to Xiao Wu's careless and unfocused voice, Mingyue sighed. Let's go see who's fighting. Just as Xiao Wu was about to refuse, Mingyue said coldly. While I am still in a good mood, we can settle the matter of teasing me later. You'd better go and take a look. Asajiri immediately got scared and was about to stand up. The door opened. Guting let the knife hang on Yu Bai's neck, and he himself was injured, looking very angry. In the middle is Lin Song, who looks anxious. Gongdu's big knife was also placed on Jiang Sun's neck, giving the impression that both sides had hostages. It turned out that Guting didn't understand what these people were saying, so he cursed and was about to leave. However, the 4 people insisted that he be held responsible, which annoyed him. Originally, the fight was still restrained, but Lin Song suddenly came over and said that Xiao Wu was missing. Those 4 guys kept pestering him, making Guting think that they were stalling for time so that he could kidnap Xiao Wu. He was so angry that he took ruthless action. Just as they were fighting fiercely, Lin Xiao and Jiang Sun also came over. Seeing that they were outnumbered 4-1, they thought they were definitely helping their family members, so they also started fighting with them. Just now, I accidentally opened the door. However, everyone was really shocked when they saw the 2 people overlapping each other. Little Yunhuang was startled by the sound of the door opening just now. He vaguely remembered the word mother that Zhao Wu taught him when he came. Then he shouted to Mingyue in a baby voice, Mother Asajiri. Mingyue. Everyone. The 4 people in Chunyuan Hall were dumbfounded. What was going on? Who was the beauty holding down their eldest senior brother? What was that child shouting? Mother. Lin Song was so angry that he was speechless. He thought that this guy was weak and could behave himself. He hadn't been paying attention for a while, but he ran to the chief of Chunyuan Palace Mingwang. Asami, you are really great. Seeing this, Jiang Sun quickly shouted at the top of his voice, Hey, save me first. Brother, be gentle with the knife. My old bones can't stand this. Yu Bai also howled, Brother, save me. This pretty boy is fierce. Xiao Wu quickly got up from Mingyue, but before he could say anything, he heard Mingyue say calmly, 5, let go. Gongdu didn't react at first, but now looking at the beautiful woman standing next to the eldest brother and pulling him up, he understood everything. They hit the wrong guy. Xiang Hong was simply mesmerized by the sight. Just like her name contains the character red, she personally likes red very much. But he seldom sees anyone who can wear such a warm and bold color so beautifully. That face is so exquisite. Lin Song watched Jiang Sun being released and said, "Brother, even if Mo Gu Ting wanted to kill these people, he had to put away his sword and walk to Lin Song." He still didn't understand what was going on, but he knew that it was definitely related to that rascal Asajiri. So, looking at Chao Wu's eyes, it was written grimly, "You'd better explain it to me." Chao Wu touched the tip of his nose, and the little Yun Huang looked at them in confusion. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Chao Wu covered it. "My ancestors, stop talking. If you keep talking, I will die." Mu Yun swept his cold gaze across the 4 miserable guys in Chunyuan Palace, frightening them so much that they instantly straightened their backs. Then he looked at the elders of Shuezhe Mountain who were also injured, and bowed apologetically, saying, "Sorry, please come in." Chao Wu touched the tip of his nose in embarrassment. "Hurry up, brothers. You are almost making Shuezhe lose face." Perhaps because they felt guilty, Xiang Hong and the others felt that this statement was just right for them. They were indeed about to lose all the face of Chunyuan Palace. After several people entered the house, Lin Song, as a doctor, carefully applied medicine to Mo Gu Ting. The wild wolf, which was extremely ferocious in front of outsiders, now looked as aggrieved as a big dog. Seeing this, Lin Song felt distressed. "Be good, it doesn't hurt." The two of them were obviously very much in love, but they ended up causing such a big misunderstanding. Even Yu Qing, who was known as the third young master Ruyu by the outside world, blushed like a big apple. It's so embarrassing. So when Lin Song offered to treat their injuries, they waved their hands. No, we have thick skin and flesh, and we can withstand a beating. Yes, we can withstand a beating. We can withstand a beating. Mu Yun poured tea for Mo Gu Ting and the others, and sneered when he heard this. How shameless. The 4 of them suddenly fell silent. Mo Gu Ting looked at Mu Yun unkindly. "So, what's going on?" However, Chao Wu looked at him with an unfriendly gaze and tapped the table with his fingers in a serious manner. "Haydn, we are one family. Don't be so harsh. Are you responsible if I scare you?" Mu Yun felt even more tired. "You shut up too." This way of getting along was so overwhelming that everyone present was unable to react. Just now, that very obedient thing was Asajiri? Even Mo Gu Ting, who was able to refute Chao Wu with cold words, was stunned. The obedient one is Asajiri, right? Jiang Sun looked at Mu Yun with horror. My goodness, who exactly is this guy? Even Chao Xiaowu is so well behaved in front of him and doesn't dare to act rashly at all? Mu Yun glanced at the 4 people sitting upright and said, "Xiang Hong, you go ahead." When Xiang Hong was called out, she trembled in fear. He noticed that all eyes were on him and probably felt too embarrassed, so he spent a long time organizing his words. Finally, he said, "That day, what that little senior brother said was too misleading. We thought that you were the third party in someone else's relationship and wanted to support you. As a result, we accidentally mistook that person for Lord Mo Feng. Seeing how he got along with immortal Lord Ling Song, we thought Lord Mo Feng was a scumbag, which is why there were some misunderstandings." The more Xiang Hong spoke, the softer her voice became, and her face became redder and redder. The people at Shuezhe who were originally confused immediately understood after hearing this explanation. Even the little senior brother that Xiang Hong mentioned, they all knew who she was talking about. I think the only one who can be so coquettish is Asajiri. After hearing this, Chao Wu burst into laughter. His beautiful and charming eyes were now filled with mist. He looked at Xiang Hong, but Xiang Hong's face became even redder. She lowered her head and dared not raise it. How embarrassing. Chao Wu glanced between Mo Gu Ting and Lin Song, and couldn't help laughing again. "Haydn, you are such a scumbag. I never thought that you would use this title before I used it. Asajiri now doesn't know how to stand or sit properly." Yu Qing knew him, but now she is a little hesitant to recognize him. At that time, Chao Wu was still wearing the white Shuezhe Shan robe and had a faint smile on his face. Anyone who saw that look would remember it for a lifetime. But now, with Asajiri's carefree and unrestrained behavior and her flamboyant and eye-catching clothing, it is really impossible for him to connect the two people together. On second thought, it has been so many years. There must be some changes. Mingyue sat very upright, picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Her beautiful and clean fingers held the teacup like a piece of handicraft. Xiao Yunhuang thought the tea smelled delicious, and she wanted to drink it again. Taking advantage of Chao Wu's inattention, Xiaodi rubbed against Mingyue and said in a baby voice, "Mom, I want to drink too." Gongdu spit out all the tea he had drunk onto Jiang Sun's face. Ahem. Sorry, brother. Ahem. Everyone thought that Mingyue would frown or say something to Chao Wu, but nothing happened. Mingyue just poured a cup for Xiao Yunhuang and said in a gentle voice, "For you." Many looked confused. Xianghong finally managed to cool down the heat on her face, but when she saw Chao Wu, she couldn't help feeling shy again. This man is so handsome. He is completely different from the senior brother. One is so unbearable to desecrate, while the other arouses people's desire to destroy. Xiao Yunhuang likes beautiful women very much. Chao Wu did not lie to her. Her mother is really beautiful. She sat obediently on Mingyue's long clothes, sipping tea in small sips. Chao Wu also smiled and introduced himself. Shuezhe Shan, Chao Wu. Xianghong, the chief fairy leader of Shuezhe Mountain, who tops the list of beauties with his masculine appearance. He met Yu Qing and raised his glass to him as a greeting. Yu Bai and Gang were both shocked. Lord Chao Wu? The legendary Lord Chao Wu should be gentle and elegant, right? Last time in Kunyu, that little guy teased the eldest brother and said those misleading words, and that grand posture. Is he really the immortal Lord Chao Wu? But there is one thing that can overturn all doubts. He is so handsome, even more handsome than Mingyue. As for this kind of beauty, they only know one person, Chao Wu, who is at the top of the beauty list. Mingyue put down the cup and said softly, "Apologize." Chao Wu did not hesitate and said to the people in Tsubaki Yuan Palace, "I'm sorry." Yu Qing and the others didn't dare to say anything and quickly waved their hands. "It's okay. It's okay. God, with such a face, even if he stabbed me twice, I would forgive him if he apologized." After apologizing, Chao Wu unhappily moved towards Mingyue. "We are all family. Why do you have to apologize so politely?" "It's not necessary." Lin Xiao and Gang both reacted and began to agree. Yes, we are all family." However, Mingyue, who had never been beaten so badly before except for the one he suffered at the hands of Chao Wu, said sarcastically, "I've never seen a family that didn't get to know each other until they fought." Yu Qing was in the wrong, so she hurried over to apologize. Mingyue didn't say anything, but Yu Qing immediately poured a cup of tea and handed it to Lin Song. Sister-in-law, I'm so sorry." This made Mingyue's expression relax. Gongdu and Yuebai also came to Jiang Sun's side and began to massage his shoulders and legs. "Brother, how's the strength? How do you maintain such good skin?" Older people like to be praised for their youth. Others may not know, but Jiang Sun feels very comfortable being praised. Who could have imagined that this was how the representatives of the elders from the 17 peaks of Shuezhe Mountain and the representatives of the masters of the 39 Hall of Chun Yuan Hall got along? His face fell to the ground. Chao Wu looked at this very funny scene, leaning towards Mingyue without any bones. "Isn't it said that the most difficult choice in the world is to choose the kingdom or the beauty? If it were me, I would definitely choose the beauty." The lazy boy's eyes, which used to be always covered with mist and looked unfathomable, now curved his eyebrows and smiled very genuinely. Before Mingyue could say anything, he heard Chao Wu continue to say, "Because beauty brings her own kingdom. Look at the amount of money he has paid for this. Not only Shuezhe, but even the top leaders of Chun Yuan Palace have become like this. The two realms of Qin and Kuan, aren't they something within our grasp?" Mingyue pushed him away angrily. "You are talking nonsense again." At this moment, a golden paper rose-scented crane flew in and shouted into Jiang Sun's ears. "Jiang Sun, you old man, get back here. And those two brats Mingyue and Lin Xiao. The sword-fighting ceremony will begin soon. Where have you been?" Jiling's voice startled everyone. Asajiri sat up straighter reflexively. Several people immediately realized that they had important things to do. He hurriedly stood up and was about to leave, forgetting that he was the host. Muyun politely stood up to see them off, which made Jiang Sun flattered. In his impression, he knew only one immortal leader who could make that rascal Chaowu become so cowardly. This young man could achieve the same effect with just one sentence or two words. It was obvious that he was not someone to be trifled with. However, Lin Song glanced at Muyun before leaving. He was sure that there was something between Muyun and Chaowu. Judging from Asajiri's personality, it doesn't seem like she would be obedient. Gongdu added enthusiastically, "We are all family. Come visit us often in the future." After Chaowu and the others left, Gongdu was finally able to take a breath and collapse to the ground. He had never been so embarrassed in his life. He was the 5th senior brother of Chunyuan Palace, but he hit someone like a 5-year-old child, and he hit the wrong person. But then again, brother, you are so familiar with senior brother Shuezeshin? My goodness, I thought it was a tragic love story, but it turned out to be just that guy's teasing and joke. The key point is that the eldest brother was not angry. Instead, he let him do whatever he wanted. Yuqing quickly poured herself a cup of tea to calm her nerves. But what about that girl? She's delicate and pretty, speaks in a baby voice, and is quite adorable. She doesn't look like his senior brother at all. Muyun reached out and stroked Shueshuang, a smile flashing in her beautiful eyes. That's the youngest of the Naiman Yunhuang family. He just transformed. After he finished speaking, he was stunned for a moment and then laughed out loud. The snow on Kunlun Mountain melted, and I think it was just like Mu Yun's peerless charm. His smile made people feel like the rain had stopped. Gongdu stared at it for a few seconds, then he yelled, "Don't the Naiman Yunhuang clan never transform?" Mu Yun turned his gaze to the top of Shuezhe Mountain across the way and shook his head helplessly. He doesn't care about those things. These people left the North Wing. Mo Guting and the others went to the competition stage, while Lin Song walked back with Chaowu. In just a short while, almost all the immortal families had arrived. Looking around, each family has its own unique clothing, and there are men, women, young and old, with the majority being sword cultivators. Lin Song scolded mercilessly. "You? Now the senior brother of Chunyuan Hall can beat you to pieces with just one finger, and you are still looking for trouble? I thought you could be more honest." Here she comes again. Old lady Lin Song is online again. Just then, a little girl who had been keeping her head down bumped into Asajiri. This was also the reason why Asajiri was distracted the whole time. The little girl was a grown-up person and a monk, while Asajiri was a sickly child, so it was inevitable that he would be knocked off balance. Lin Song was so scared that he held him tightly. The girl realized that she had bumped into someone, and her already pale face became even worse. She was so scared that she quickly raised her head to pull Chaowu. As a result, I saw that the man in front of me was facing the sun, wearing a gorgeous and exquisite dress, with the corners of his eyes as red as Xiang Fei, so beautiful that it seemed unreal. I'm sorry." When the little girl reacted, her face turned pale and red, and she stuttered when she spoke. Asajiri stood firmly and looked down at the little girl in front of him. She looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, with a very bad complexion, and her thin shoulders looked like they would fall apart if touched. She seemed a little introverted. When Chaowu doesn't smile, his aura is very strong. Coupled with his flamboyant clothes, it is no exaggeration to say that he looks ferocious in front of the little girl with his height. Just when the girl thought she was going to be scolded, the man in front of her suddenly bent down and moved closer. She was so scared that she trembled all over. Then I saw Asajiri's eyes that were like peach blossoms, which crushed the light and tenderness and made my brain go blank. Asajiri looked at her and suddenly smiled with curved eyebrows. The little girl felt like her heart was about to jump out. Then, Chaowu's big hand fell on his head and rubbed it gently. "Your eyes are so beautiful. Don't be nervous. If the sound of evening clouds is like the first snow, the sound of morning mist is truly like the spring breeze. Too gentle." Lin Song also smiled at the little girl. When he smiled so gently, it seemed that he knew what Mo Guting was crazy about. Even the little baby Yun Huang grinned at her, a smile as bright as the sun. However, as soon as he walked away, Lin Song started to scold him again, and Chao Wu instantly wilted. "Oh, I know I was wrong. Will you dare to do it again next time?" The two adults and one child were walking like this, looking both pleasing to the eye and enviable. The little girl stood there, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. She herself knew that she was just an ordinary one among thousands of monks, without a solid backing, outstanding talent, or outstanding appearance. "Those eyes were just the most ordinary pair of eyes," he said, but her eyes were very beautiful. Even though the immortal had left his sight, his heart was still beating fast. Even the loss and inferiority from being scolded just now disappeared. Then I heard someone shouting not far away, "Mingyue, let's go." She suddenly felt less depressed. Something was sprouting in her heart, small but growing rapidly. "Here it comes." Practice. The 74 guardian towns are located in the four corners of southeast, northwest, northeast, and southwest, and the order of the ceremony is presided over by the Great Elder. The 15 peak masters of Shuezhe Mountain took their seats one after another, demonstrating the host's bearing and strength. Everyone knew that not only that, the guiding master Chao Wu was sitting in the south upper wing watching this ceremony. Chao Wu was half lying lazily on the chaise longue. He didn't like to tie his hair up, so he took off the jade hairpin early in the morning. Now her long black hair is all loose, half covering her clothes, which has weakened the aggressiveness of her face and made it look lazy. With a look of contempt for everything. "Songer, can I sleep?" Lin Song brewed herbal tea and glanced at the sword-fighting competition that was about to begin. A mentor master must watch the entire competition. Otherwise, how would you know what guidance the champion needs? Chao Wu had already closed his eyes. Who else could it be except Ling He? This is true. As the son of heaven, Ling He never lost a single battle in the first sword-fighting competition he participated in. Lin Song looked at the young man in white who was the leader of Chunyuan Palace and said nothing. Mu Yun over there was flipping through the book printed out from Chunyuan Palace. The more he read, the more his brows furrowed. Xiang Hong saw Mu Yun frowning and thought he was worried about Yuan Yao. "Don't worry, big brother. Little brother won't lose." Mu Yun didn't say anything. Xiang Hong curiously leaned over to take a look at the book and asked in confusion, "Big brother, why are you reading the history book of the mortal world?" An incredible but traceable thought flashed through Mu Yun's mind. "Xiang Hong, what year is it now?" Xiang Hong tilted her head. "The time in the three realms is based on the mortal world. Since immortal cultivators have a long lifespan, they are unwilling to waste time sorting out these so-called timekeeping. According to the mortal world, it should be Jiaqing." Before Xiang Hong finished speaking, Gang Du suddenly howled loudly, "Brother, look! Junior brother has won the first victory." Xiang Hong happily ran to the screen to see Yuan Yao's style as her junior fellow apprentice won the first victory. But Mu Yun's eyes, which looked like glass, were dark. And Asajiri over there also opened his eyes instantly. Yuan Yao of Chunyuan Palace won the first victory? The pair of eyes that always seemed to be smiling now no longer had any gentleness and seemed to contain countless dangers. As long as she looked into his eyes, she would be doomed. Although Yuan Yao did not defeat Ling He, but, no matter what, it shouldn't be. Yuan Yao's first victory. Chao Wu turned over and got off the bed, walked a few steps to the outside of the screen, and looked at the young man in snow-white clothes standing in the middle of the training platform. The young man also had an extraordinary demeanor, with a frosty face and no expression. His exquisite and handsome face won the favor of many people. He held a silver sword behind him, neither humble nor arrogant. "Looks just like dust clouds." Asajiri suddenly sneered. "Dixian, you are looking for death." Soon, Ling He also won the first game. As the rookies of Shuezhe Mountain and Chunyuan Palace, these two players attracted everyone's attention for a while. The sword discussion ceremony is divided into two parts. The first half is a competition, and the second half is a sword discussion. Mainly disciples participate. After good young talents emerge in the sword discussing ceremony, they will inevitably be the focus of the sect's cultivation in the future. The time of the competition depends on the situation. 10 days and a half month is not impossible. According to the level of the sects, the one at the top is naturally a competition between the top sects. That is to say, to be on the list. The top players on the middle and bottom lists can challenge the top players on the top list, and the final winner will be the top one. Ling He noticed the sight and saw Chao. Those eyes were cold and dark, nothing like before. But after looking at each other, Chao still smiled at him, and then looked at Yuan Yao not far away from Ling He. Ling He followed Chao Wu's line of sight and saw that it was Yuan Yao, the rookie of Chunyuan Palace. He didn't say anything. Lin Song pulled Chao Wu back behind the screen again, feeling a little worried. I was afraid that someone could see that Kaijiri had no spiritual power now. This year's sword discussing ceremony is still interesting. After all, this kind of double show is rare, and everyone wants to see who owns the leader. Chao Wu sat at the table and looked at the training table through the spiritual mirror, and only looked at Yuan Yao. Kaijiri rarely does anything so seriously recently. He just does nothing all day long. Today is a little unusual. Xiao Yunhuang fell asleep, and now she turned into her original form and was nestling in Lin Song's arms. Didn't you say that the leader must be Ling He? Why do you keep watching that Yuan Yao's game? Chao Wu didn't say anything. He watched Yuan Yao's moves, his demeanor, and his luck style. For those who didn't know, they thought Chao Wu was Yuan Yao's elder brother. It wasn't until he saw Yuan Yao winning the fight again and picking a sword flower that he sheathed his sword. Chao Wu's expression suddenly worsened, and he stopped looking. Lin Song had known him for so many years, so she naturally knew that he was angry. What? He provoked you? How many times have they met? What grudges or hatreds do you have? However, Chao Wu frowned. What's going on? Di Zhao, who should have accepted a disciple, confiscated it. But Di Xian, who shouldn't have accepted a new disciple, accepted one instead. Because it was a ranking competition, there were too many strong disciples. So the injuries suffered were naturally severe, and soon someone came to invite Lin Song. Lin Song looked at Chao Wu worriedly, as if he was afraid that he would suffer from cold poison. But Chao Wu smiled obediently. Don't worry, I'll stay here and not go anywhere besides. Please help me send a message to Ling He. Lin Song hugged Xiao Yunhuang and felt uncomfortable hearing the name Ling He. What words? Chao Wu lazily returned to the imperial concubine's bed and lay down in an awkward manner. Boss, it's no longer a surprise. Let him take second place. It's okay to risk half your life. I just don't know if I can bear this grievance with my heart as a son of heavenly Tao. Lin Song was stunned. After watching a few games of Yuan Yao, he could conclude that the leader was Yuan Yao. Didn't you think Ling He was the leader at first? But he still agreed, locked the door, and even sealed the door with worry. Once someone broke in, they would be able to sense it immediately. As soon as he left, Chao Wu immediately waved his sleeves, and an oval space mirror appeared in front of him. Over there was Mu Yun, who was flipping through the book. Mu Yun put down the book calmly, without raising his head, and asked in the same tone as before. Why? Don't you pretend that all the meridians are destroyed in my place? Chao Wu crossed his legs in an awkward manner, put his arms under his head, and said lazily, Thank you in advance, Mr. Mu Yun, for accompanying me. Mu Yun sneered. Come on, you'd better do something practical to thank me. Even though the white tiger with hanging eyes and red stripes is a mythical beast, it cannot withstand your fear even if it is enshrined by Shuangshin Mountain. A month ago, a letter came from Shuangshin Mountain in Kunyu, saying that the mythical beast was in critical condition. The hair on its body was not as shiny as before. The whole big tiger was wilted, and it completely lost the charm of the mythical beast. When he arrived, he thought it was something big. When the mythical beast saw him, he didn't intend to pay attention to him. Mu Yun didn't say much and froze the entire mythical beast temple. Only then did they find out that a man dressed in fancy clothes had forcibly taken away its consciousness and frightened it. It raised its hand to scare him, but the man said that his meridians were completely destroyed by the attack. If Chao Wu hadn't arrived in time, even his consciousness would have been split in half. It can't be beaten. It's so cowardly that even if it comes back, it can't get out of the shadows. To put it bluntly, I was scared by Asajiri. Was his meridians destroyed after being beaten by the white tiger beast? This is really the most ridiculous joke Mu Yun has ever heard in his life. Fortunately, some people still believe it. Kaijiri had been listening to him and smiled when he heard the words. Don't you know that immortal Muyun will take care of me? It's true that Muyun finally solved the matter. Chao Wu pursed his lips and suddenly asked, Muyun, where did you meet those fleeing people? Muyun pressed Shueshuang on the book, paused, seemed to be really thinking, and replied after a while, Qinyu Xiaoza, what's wrong? This time it was Asajiri's turn to be silent again. Muyun raised his eyes and met those bottomless eyes. Muyun's complexion is jade white, and she looks like a delicate young lady who has been carefully raised since she was a child. She is a bit well-behaved. But this person always has a cold face, with an alienation that refuses people thousands of miles away. At this moment, Muyun raised his eyebrows and asked, What's wrong with you? Kajiri turned his head and resumed his leisurely posture, speaking in a lazy tone. How old are you this year? I remember you were older than me, right? Muyun pinched his eyebrows with a headache, as if Chao Wuchi smiled. Did you drink fake wine? I'm 2 years younger than you, 17. Chao Wu also smiled. Then you call me brother and I listen? Muyun looked at him and waved his hand angrily, and the spiritual mirror disappeared. Xiang Hong, on the other hand, looked at Muyun with a complex and even horrified look. She listened to their conversation verbatim. Muyun calmed down the expression on his face, and there was still no emotion on his fair face. Senior, brother, aren't you 29 this year? Muyun looked up at Chao Wu in the south compartment opposite, as if he could really see it even through the screen. Well, I know. Don't tell him. Lin Song handed a pill to a disciple and just in time saw Ling He coming down the stage. The boy was tall, and even though he looked childish, he looked more stable than the other disciples beside him. Ling He. Ling He heard the voice and saw that it was Lin Song, so he respectfully performed the disciple's salute. Elder Lin Song. Lin Song had disliked him since he wanted to take Xian Shou as his master. Now that he saw that he was treating Xiang Qingfeng well, he stopped thinking about him and didn't hate him so much. Your senior brother asked me to tell you something. Ling He thought of Chao Wu's bottomless eyes and bowed politely. Please speak. Lin Song looked at him and repeated word for word. No need to worry about the first place. Let him take the second place. However, Ling He's dark eyes seemed to sink in an instant. Why? Does the eldest brother think that he can't compare to Yuan Yao? However, with Lin Song in front of him, Ling He hid his feelings very well and just said respectfully, I know. Does Chao Wu think that Yuan Yao from Chunyuan Palace is very strong? Can't. Lin Song looked at the boy's back as he left and felt a little cold. He shivered and left. Asajiri was half leaning like this, feeling drowsy. Some scenes kept appearing in his mind, making him unable to sleep well. When I opened my eyes again, it was almost evening. He was the only one in the upper room, and before he knew it, the entire room was covered with frost. Chao Wu had a headache. He stretched out his fingers and gently pinched the bridge of his nose, then weakly called out Yin Yang. The silver sword was unsheathed, and the phoenix's virtual image looked like a dazzling light, instantly melting the ice and frost. Asajiri staggered and nearly fell off the couch. It was only until Yin Yang rushed over, stood there, and let Chao Wu hold the hilt of the sword that he was able to stabilize his body. Chao Wu's fingertips began to freeze again, and even holding Yin Yang was of no use. There was no color on that bright face, and her dark eyes were unfocused. It took a long time for Asajiri to come back to his senses. Where is this? He felt exhausted and only relied on Yin Yang to steady his body. After a long time, he remembered that he was now at Lumen Peak and a competition to get on the top of the list was being held outside. He waved his hand, and a spirit mirror appeared in front of him, with Ling He and Yuan Yao on the field. The two young men in white both had extraordinary temperaments and exquisite looks, but their faces were expressionless and cold as ice. Ling He looked at the person opposite him. He vaguely remembered that in the secret realm of Kunyu, it was also this young man who had stared at Chao Wu for a long time. And today, Asajiri also looked at him for a long time. Are they on good terms? Why does the eldest senior brother care so much about Yuan Yao? The eldest senior brother feels that he can't beat Yuan Yao. Or does he want to let Yuan Yao win so that he can take the first place? Whatever it was, he wouldn't allow it. Yuan Yao felt that the young man opposite him was looking at him with extremely unfriendly eyes, as if he wanted to cut him into pieces. I couldn't help but frown. The competition started quickly, and Ling He arrived in front of Yuan Yao almost instantly. Changgu chopped him down very fiercely. This reckless fighting style was different from all the previous games. With cruelty and anger, Chao Wu frowned when he saw this. What is Ling He doing? Is he crazy? Yuan Yao was also very strong. Facing such an equally matched opponent, excitement suddenly surged in his blood, and his moves were ruthless. The fighting on the stage was fierce and more exciting than any previous one. The 74 Guardians even needed to set up a barrier to prevent those moves from hurting others. I have to say that these two guys are really strong. The last time they took action was by Asajiri. It didn't take long for both of them to be injured. Ling He's emotions fluctuated greatly, and Yuan Yao soon found a breakthrough. However, Ling He always had the aura of dying together. So Yuan Yao would only hurt the enemy 1,000 times and lose 800 of his own. No one knew how long the fight lasted, but there was no clear winner. Lin Song frowned. Didn't I tell him not to fight for the title? If Ling He continued to fight like this, he would lose half his life. Seeing that Ling He's long song was about to pierce his chest, Yuan Yao's eyes darkened, as if he had finally exploded, and he raised his hand and slapped Ling He's heart. At this moment, Ling He felt as if all the organs in his body were out of place and his meridians were instantly frozen. The frost quickly climbed up the barrier, and the entire semicircular barrier was like a crystal ball. The inner layer was completely covered with frost, and people outside could not see what was going on inside at all. An ominous feeling arose spontaneously. The elders of Shuezhe Mountain were about to move. Chao Wu sighed, helplessly sat on the ground, changed his posture, leaned his back against the chaise longue, raised his hand, and threw yin yang in his hand out. In the sky filled with sunset glow, everyone heard a loud phoenix cry, and when they looked up, they saw a fire phoenix flying towards the barrier on the stage. He broke the barrier of the 74 guardians from the outside world. Like an explosion, ice and fire met, and for a moment water vapor enveloped the entire Lumen Peak. The entire Lumen Peak was also shaken by the collision just now. When everyone reacted, they saw a beautiful woman with a frosty face standing in the center of the stage, holding a silver sword that was covered in flames. Behind him was a magnificent fire phoenix. Yuan Yao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. No emotion could be seen in Ling He's dark eyes. Everyone was stunned. What on earth is going on? Who is this beauty? Ling He saw clearly that Yuan Yao was definitely murderous just now. At that moment, his whole body seemed to be frozen and he could not move. It was his senior brother's sword that broke through the frost and coldness and blocked the attack for him. But the one holding the yin-yang was Mu Yun. Mu Yun's pair of glass-like eyes carried the bitter coldness of winter, and just a glance at each other was enough to make people's hair stand on end. Yuan Yao couldn't even stand up. Mu Yun's move just now had brought a shock like a landslide. The disciple of Shuezhe Mountain, Ling He, wins. The sound of ice and snow pressing down on the three realms appeared coldly, and everyone naturally saw the jade pendant on the man's waist. This is Chunyuan Palace Ming Wang's chief disciple, Mu Yun. The water vapor has not completely dissipated yet, and everything is foggy. It is just as the saying goes, seeing flowers in the fog, and seeing beauties like paintings. Everyone saw a beautiful woman wearing a white phoenix feather dress with a dazzling earring hanging from her left ear. She was like the only color in the entire ink painting, making people unable to help but take a few more glances. Her black hair was tied into a simple bun with a white jade hairpin. Her skin was as white as ice, and her beautiful white neck gave people a sense of sacredness that one dared not desecrate. Those eyes seemed to be divine, making people salivate but also lower their heads in fear. But they will never forget such a beautiful girl like Ruoxue in their lifetime. The white clothes were whiter than snow, but in his hand he held a sword with flames all over it. This visual impact brought them an unprecedented shock. Big brother. Mu Yun heard Yuan Yao calling him. He looked down calmly, his eyes devoid of any emotion. You haven't yet fully mastered the move that Master taught you. That move just now was enough to kill him, and yourself at the same time. Mu Yun rarely talks so much. Lin Xiao reacted and realized that. This was indeed Ling He's victory. But isn't the sword in Muyun's hand Chao's? Even if he is not a professional swordsman, he knows that the swords in the famous sword list can only be drawn by lovers and relatives. On the other side, Chao Wu lazily looked at the scene in the spiritual mirror, watching everyone look at Muyun. The corners of his mouth curled up. He stood up and lay back down again, so that when Lin Song came in, it felt like nothing had happened. Chao Wu looked at Lin Xiao announcing Lingyi's victory in the mirror, and raised his eyebrows at Lin Song who came in. Didn't you tell him? Lin Song walked over and took his pulse while saying, I've said it. After that, that kid looked weird. Chao Wu looked at Ling He who was being helped down. The young man's back was always straight, never bending down. He was proud and straight. Sighed. Hey, this Tiandao's own son is so ambitious that he cannot tolerate taking second place. When Chao Wu looked again, Muyun was standing next to Yuan Yao, treating his wounds. The move used by Yuan Yao is Tian Xiao, a move that causes absolute death in a large area. If he had mastered his skills, Lingyi would have been completely cold by now. Just as he was thinking about it, Lin Song sighed. You don't even know that Yin Yang nearly scared me to death when he took it out of its sheath. He really thought that of the two people Chao Wu tried to stop, he was the only useless person with all his meridians destroyed. That is, Yin Yang was still of some use. If he stood there by himself, he would die. Looking at the pulse, it seemed that Chao Wu was not sick just now, so he felt relieved. Lin Song also took a look at the badly damaged refining platform through the spiritual mirror. There were ice particles almost everywhere. He couldn't help but shiver, and subconsciously stretched out his hand to gather his robe. Because of your cold poison, I feel scared even when I see ice. Taking another look at the graceful man in white, I felt that he really looked like he was made of snow, clean and cold. I still want to know why your cold poison is so serious now. Chao Wu stretched out, his eyelids were drooped, and he was very listless. I'll give you a disease once. You ask about it? Lin Song was silent, and Xiao Yunhuang jumped out of his arms and got into Chao Wu's arms again. The warm feathers soothed Asaki's stiffness caused by the cold. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he gently stroked Xiao Yunhuang's tail. After a while, Mu Yun came in, holding Chao Wu's yin-yang in his hand. This man was leaning on the imperial concubine's couch without raising his eyelids. He thought that Mu Yun had come in with a sword and yin-yang would fly over on his own. Who would have thought that Chao Wu didn't hear any movement for a long time, and finally couldn't help but look over, and saw yin-yang circling back and forth around Mu Yun. It seems to be expressing his reluctance. Lin Song didn't even look at it, and it was very hard to hold back her laughter. He smiled at the mist. I said, Are we okay? I'm still here. The phoenix pattern on the scabbard of the yin-yang sword was originally filled with flames. It was a flame that was unbridled and willful, a flame that could be reduced to ashes by anyone who came close to it. But at this moment, the flames of yin-yang, which were close to Shueshuang, were not so hot and seemed gentle to the naked eye. Mu Yun nodded towards Lin Song who was sitting and sat down at the table. That disciple of yours was seriously injured. I've had someone send medicine over to him. Tianxiao is one of the advanced secret techniques of Chunyuan Palace. Very few people survive, so the exclusive treatments and medicines have never been used, but they can be used today. Thinking of this, Lin Song felt that she really wanted to thank Mu Yun properly. After all, this can be regarded as Mu Yun helping to protect Ling He, even though he took Chao Wu's sword. Thank you so much, Immortal Mu Yun. If it weren't for you, our senior brother would have done something stupid again. Chao Wu clicked his tongue in displeasure. What do you mean by doing something stupid again? Mu Yun accepted the thank you very obediently, with a faint smile on his face and a very gentle tone. You're welcome. He has lost all his spiritual power now. We are all senior brothers, so we should help him. Lin Song didn't expect Mu Yun to be so easy to talk to in private. She thought that he was just like his temperament and should not be approached by strangers. Thinking about this, Lin Song complained to him with a headache. You don't know. Chao Wu is really noisy. I said that someone can definitely see his current physical condition, and he still has to run around. Mu Yun said, It's true. Why aren't you locked up and beaten? Asajiri. The two of them getting together would really hurt Chao Wu. Moreover, As soon as the little Yun Huang in Chao Wu's arms saw Mu Yun, he was not willing to be hugged by Chao Wu. He suddenly fluttered his wings a few times and wanted to nest in Mu Yun's arms again. But thinking that Kaijiri was also extremely beautiful, she couldn't bear to let go of her claws. So Xiao Yun Huang was stuck between Chao Wu and Mu Yun, which looked a little funny. Lin Song laughed. This little girl is really greedy. She wants to take advantage of these two beauties. Kaijiri also smiled. Let me just say that your mother is pretty. She has good taste. Mu Yun glanced at Chao Wu. The man was wearing bright red clothes, sitting there with a lazy posture, not even caring about the messy clothes. He couldn't help but shook his head helplessly. You really developed your shame. They were having a good chat here, and it was about to explode outside. Especially the girls from Manhua Palace, seeing such a peerless beauty, they wanted to take down Asajiri as the top beauty. But some people said that Chao Wu was wearing red today, and her arrogant and fiery appearance was really attractive, so she would have no problem being the most beautiful woman. The most discussed thing was Mu Yun's strength. Yin Yang and the others all know that the famous sword manual was rewritten not long ago, and Yin Yang is the fourth sword in the world. Mu Yun single-handedly used this sword to break through the barrier of the 74 guardians, and blocked such a powerful blow without being injured. His strength was really terrifying. It has never appeared in the past. I just knew that the senior brother of Chunyuan Palace was very strong. Now that I saw it with my own eyes, it was still a bit shocking. But those who have seen Mu Yun know it clearly. That sword belonged to Chao Wu, and Mu Yun's own sword was clearly Xue Shuang's. This made them curious about the relationship between Chao Wu and Mu Yun. I didn't notice it before, but now that I think about it, these two senior brothers seem to be a match made in heaven, even their names. Not to mention the current sword. Yin Yang and Xue Shuang have many artistic conceptions. Anyway, Mu Yun is quite popular and is talked about by everyone. When the sword theory ceremony is over, both the combat power list and the beauty list will probably have to be rewritten. And among the crowd, a sinister and vicious gaze looked towards the south wing where Chao Wu was. Kaijiri, you can't even use Yin Yang now. Mu Rong thought about the ostracism he had received recently from some people in Moguting and Shueza Mountain, and his murderous intention grew stronger in his heart. Soon, the so-called number one genius in the Qin domain, the good senior brother of Shueza Mountain, will die. At that time, he no longer has to look up to anyone humbly. As long as no one becomes the top, there will be no chasm-like gap. Genius is the last thing that should exist. Chao Wu in the south compartment seemed to be aware of it, and the curvature of the corners of his mouth became wider. He couldn't even hold back his laughter. Lin Song and Mu Yun both looked at him. Why are you laughing? Chao Wu squinted his eyes lazily and said in a lazy tone, Nothing. I'm just laughing at the ants. Lin Song was worried that Chao Wu might suddenly fall ill and was a little concerned, but Lingyi's injuries were indeed serious. The compromise was that Mo Guting brought Lingyi to the south wing of Chao Wu and let Lin Song treat his wounds. The evening clouds had gone away, and the morning mist was lazily rubbing against the flaming sun. Probably because Xue Shuang and Mu Yun were gone, Yin Yang got angry and lost his temper. Zhao Wu was mopping the floor just fine, when the cloth suddenly caught fire. Asajiri. When Lingyi came in, there were already several pieces of burnt cloth on the table. Chao Wu pulled Xiao Yunhuang over, put Yin Yang in front of her, and said, Girl, breathe fire and burn it. Lin Song couldn't bear to watch. Don't embarrass yourself, okay? Ling He's face was pale, but his back was straight. The moment he saw Chao Wu, his eyes were a little complicated. He got the first place on the list, but the senior brother didn't want him to get the first place. Would he be unhappy? Chao Wu was surprised to see Tian Dao's own son in such a state of distress. Mu Yun gave you the medicine. Did you use it? Lingyi was forced to sit down by Lin Song. When he heard Chao Wu asking him, he nodded obediently. At this moment, little Yun Huang was obediently following what Chao Wu said and spraying Yin Yang with her little flame. Yin Yang is the ancient divine fire after all, and the little Yun Huang hasn't grown up yet, so that little flame looks like a joke. In a moment of carelessness, Xiao Yunhuang's flame was directed to Chao Wu again. Ling He had been looking at him. Seeing this, he subconsciously reached out his hand. A small frost flower flew to the small flame and extinguished it in an instant. But his body has reached its limit now, and after using his spiritual power, his face became even paler. Lin Song was so scared that he quickly gave him a pill and frowned and said, "You are still using your spiritual power? If you move again, you will be useless." But Ling He's face showed no expression. He just let him scold him obediently and didn't show any regret at all. Zhao looked at Ling He, who was so obedient, and felt a little dazed. Is this still the biological son of the heavenly Tao? Just now, he was fighting Yuan Yao fearlessly on the training stage like a madman. But since this scolding was because of him, Asajiri still said a few words on his behalf. Aya, why are you being so fierce? If you have to be fierce, then you should be fierce to my sword. Yin Yang, do you want to listen to what you were saying? Ling Song gave him an unpleasant look and asked Ling He to take off his clothes. You can see that the thin and well-shaped body is covered with scars, some of which are even torn, which looks particularly eye-catching against the fair skin. After all, he is still your junior brother. Even though you and he don't get along, you are the only one who thinks so. He has always been helping you. Now that he has suffered so many injuries, it looks very infuriating. Asajiri's expression visibly darkened. Ling He really didn't like Chawu's expression, which was serious and cold, as if she couldn't be happy no matter what. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Chawu speak. When your injury is healed, I will teach you a move. Even if he comes to your house, you have to pin that guy to the ground and beat him back. The tone was light, and it didn't sound like a joke at all. Ling He also had a wound on his face. He wanted to smile, but it hurt when he pulled the corner of his mouth, and he couldn't help but gasp. When Chawu heard this, he looked at the handsome face that was personally certified by Tian Dao, and now there were scars here and there. Somewhat puzzled. Didn't Lin Song tell you something? We don't care about that leader anymore. Why are we fighting so hard? Asajiri is a chatterbox, and once he starts talking, he can't stop. What's so good about a lousy leader? I saw that there was something wrong with that brat, and he actually dared to use a dirty trick on me? Look, now he's almost lost half his life. Lin Song was applying acupuncture to his back. If he moved too much, the needle would easily go astray. Big brother, what did you say? You always thought that person. Seeing that the needle was about to bend, Lin Song said quickly, "Don't move." Ling He, who didn't dare to move, looked at Chao Wu, and one could actually see a bit of pity in him. Chao Wu sat up straight, held the exhausted Xiao Yun Huang in his arms, and repeated it. This time, Ling He was sure that the eldest senior brother had known that Yuan Yao was not right and did not want him to get hurt, so he told him not to take the first place. He worries about himself. Mo Guting looked at the boy's injuries and felt that Yuan Yao from Chunyuan Palace was a bit ruthless. He couldn't help but frown. It's not like Xue Zeshan hasn't won the first place before. Why are you taking it so seriously? Ling He's nervousness and complicated mood before coming here disappeared instantly, and even his shoulder blades relaxed. Yin Yang finally behaved himself, and it was already dark now. The medicine Mu Yun gave was for internal use. Lin Song checked his body and made sure that he just needed to recuperate well, so he asked Mo Guting to send him back. In the following days, after the competition for the top places, it was time to compete for the middle and bottom places. Chao felt that just watching the competition was a bit boring, so he called Ling He up. Although his injuries have not fully healed and he cannot use his spiritual power, he can lay the foundation first. Asajiri used his self-proclaimed talent for painting to draw all of DC's moves and techniques on paper. Ling He was looking at the abstract paintings at first, wanting to laugh or not, but after looking at a few of them in succession, he was completely shocked. Chao Wu crossed his legs, ate a few bites of cake, and drew a few strokes. Well, what you see now is called DC, and the boy who beat you yesterday is called Tian Xiao. But they are not the only ones who have secret methods. We have them too, and they can definitely defeat us. You can watch the simulation now, and you can start after you recover. The sky is noisy and the earth is rampant. It sounds like a very powerful secret method. Is it really okay for the senior brother to teach me these? Senior brother, these? Will not the immortal chief blame you if you teach me? Hearing this, Chao Wu stopped what he was doing and quickly finished chewing the cake in his mouth. This is not what master taught me. I wanted to draw it when that kid beat you up yesterday. Ling He was stunned. This place was created by the eldest brother himself yesterday? Chao Wu yawned, thinking, this kid probably doesn't know that his meridians are destroyed. Then thinking about it, Chao Wu said, look at the effect. As he spoke, Chao Wu took Yin Yang, but without unsheathing the sword, he pointed it at the wall on the south wing and made a sword flower according to DC's moves. Ling He looked over, and after 2 breaths, the wall was fine, but a small hill on Lumin Peak behind the wall just collapsed. As the earth shook, the entire Lumin Peak shook 3 times, scaring everyone into panic. Asajiri raised an eyebrow. Not bad. He didn't know that his meridians were completely destroyed, so the fluctuation of spiritual power he just generated was not considered a reveal. Ling He, on the other hand, couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Chao Wu picked up the changa that Ling He had put aside very skillfully, held his hand, and asked him to hold changa and pointed at the wall. So when people came in, they saw Chao Wu leaning lazily on the chaise longue, eating the pastries placed next to her, and the whole plate was empty. But Ling He was holding changa. It was self-evident who caused the landslide just now. Ling He was speechless for a long time, and the group heard Chao Wu say nonchalantly, "What? My junior brother is training well? Are you trying to scare me?" The group stared in amazement at Ling He, who had been so injured that he had to be helped off the stage yesterday, but now he was able to split the hill in half. Fellow Taoist Ling He, you, please use less strength. Fortunately, Ling He usually had a blank expression on his face, but at this moment, his stunned expression was so indistinguishable that it was hard to tell what he was saying. Yeah, I see. After everyone left, Chao Wu finally couldn't help laughing, and the color of her eyes became even darker. It looked stunningly beautiful. It took Ling He a long time to come back to his senses. This is what the senior brother just remembered yesterday and just drew. Big brother is the genius. About 5 days later, the top 2 and 3rd place winners were announced. What is shocking is that the top one on the list is an unattractive girl, but she wields the soft sword surprisingly beautifully. The top one on the list looked at the skinny girl and challenged her, but was defeated miserably. It can be seen that the little girl is in good condition. Zhao Wu was making tea, and Ling He, who was standing next to her, had just finished looking at today's DC moves chart and was obediently giving Zhao nuts. Then he heard the disciples below come to report, "Big brother, junior brother Ling." Chao Wu raised an eyebrow. The tea leaves in the teacup were expanding, and he looked at the disciple who hurried up. "Don't worry. What's wrong?" Ling He did not stop what he was doing. I only heard the disciple say, "The top one on the list wants to challenge junior brother Ling He." As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Wu got off the bed and looked at the stage. Standing in the middle of the training stage was a young girl who looked quite young. This made Asajiri smile. Ling He walked up to him, looked at the little girl standing there quietly waiting for him to challenge her, and asked, "Do you know her, senior brother?" Asajiri looked at the little girl. "Yeah, I saw her a few days ago. She was pretty well behaved. He is also very smart. He knows that Ling He's injury cannot be healed in a short period of time, so he wants to take advantage of Ling He's weakness to win the championship. Well, how should I put it? Although this style is shameless, he likes." Ling He looked down at Ing Shui, and when he thought of something, he said to the disciple who came up to report, "I surrender." Even Asajiri was surprised when he heard this. Wow, is this still the biological son of the heavenly Tao? What happened to his high aspirations? You fought so hard when you were fighting Yuan Yao. Why are you letting the duck fly away now that it's about to be in your mouth? Ling He didn't explain much and went back behind the screen to continue opening nuts for Chao Wu. Ing Shui on the stage noticed the gaze, looked up, and saw Chao Wu in the south wing. The extremely handsome man was leaning against the stage and looking at her, and her eyes were truly filled with shattered stars. Ing Shui couldn't help but blush, but Chao Wu smiled, greeted her, and went in. That immortal turned out to be Shui Zhe Shan's senior brother. He is so powerful. Thus, after so many years, the only female champion was born. No matter whether people said that she won unfairly or something else, it is an indisputable fact that Ing Shui is the champion of the competition. As the news came out, The entire Qingquan domain was shocked. After all, this is the first time in all the years since the sword-fighting ceremony was held that a woman has topped the list. Even Ning He herself found it hard to believe. She became the leader? However, Chao Wu in the South Wing, while eating nuts, asked in confusion, "You fought hard with Yuan Yao for the first place. Even if you are injured now, you can still get the first place. Why did you give it to that little girl?" Chao Wu's clothes were almost always a new one every day, and they were never the same, except that I had never seen him wear white clothes again. "No, senior brother, my goal has never been to be the champion," Ling He said calmly, looking at the peeled nuts, making sure that they were enough for Chao Wu to eat for a while. Then he stopped and looked at DC's drawings. Chao Wu's hand holding the nuts suddenly paused. What's your goal? To prove yourself? It's not like you. There's no need to do that. Just from that one battle, who doesn't know that Shuizhe Shan Ling He is a rare genius in a century? Ling He listened to Zhao Wu's mumbling. His eyes suddenly softened, and he asked him, "Why doesn't it look like me? Senior brother seems to know me very well." Asajiri was suddenly stumped by his question. Not to mention, the Ling he knew was a carbon copy of Di Zhao. Ever since Di Zhao accepted him as his disciple, he taught him personally, which caused him to be a little dazed whenever he saw Ling He. The face is as cold as ice. The Tao is ruthless, without sadness or joy, without desire or demand. He doesn't seem like the kind of person who would do anything to prove himself. So Chao Wu repeated the 4 words to Ling He. Who would have thought that after listening to him, Ling He looked into his eyes and said very seriously, "If I hadn't met my senior brother, this is exactly what I would have become." Asajiri, do you believe it? Logically speaking, even if you met me, it should be like this. That's a bit strange. Asajiri suppressed the strangeness in his heart, coughed, and changed the subject. Ling He didn't say anything else, but just looked at Chao Wu deeply, as if he wanted to imprint his appearance in his heart. After the competition, it was time to discuss the Tao. Those disciples whose names are on the list will enter the Lumen Peak discussion forum. The forum will be sealed and can only be opened after 3 days. Whoever has an epiphany will be considered a successful discussion. This is the opportunity given to them by heaven to discuss the Tao. This proves that their faith in the Tao is firm and will not be shaken. Chao Wu was wearing a cloak with a gold-plated crane pattern and was playing with her hanging hair rope out of boredom. This kind of clothing seemed a bit thick in Lumen Peak, where it was spring all year round. But when he looked at the disciples below the stage, and then looked at Mu Yun, who was also looking at the audience, he immediately smiled. "Immortal Lord, are you free? What a coincidence, I'm also." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly disappeared. Mu Yun? What is that? When the people who were originally looking at the altar heard the voice, they all looked towards the south wing and were shocked. I saw an extremely huge tripod appearing on the mountain where Nanshangxiang was located, and it was upside down. The dark brown shadow carried the solemnity and simplicity of ancient times, engraved with many ancient ferocious beasts and auspicious beasts, and was slowly descending. The expressions of the 74 guardians, Shuizhe, and everyone in Chunyuan Palace changed instantly. Sanding asked. When the 3 cauldrons asked about the situation, the mortal world was in chaos. Xi and Xingnu caused chaos in the 3 realms. When the 3 cauldrons came down, Xi and Xingnu was seriously injured, so it is also called the arrival of God himself. To put it nicely, it's asking for the truth, but to put it bluntly, it's a massacre. Everyone has 7 emotions and 6 desires, and the only ones who can truly withstand them are the immortal chief of Shuizhe Mountain and the Mingwang of Chun Yuan Palace. We were discussing the Tao peacefully, and the disciples were fine. So why did the tripod end up in Chao Wu's place? Lin Song and others looked very bad. Asami is now a mortal body, and it is obvious that Sanding One Dao was brought here by a villain who wants to take Asami's life. Jiang Sun frowned. This thing hasn't appeared for many years. Who brought it out? The most important thing is that this thing can't be stopped at all. Soon, the sky above Lumen Peak was covered with dark clouds. The sound of thunder came near and far, and the whole world became dark. The depressing weather coupled with the dark brown cauldron made it almost impossible to breathe. Lin Xiao looked at the cauldron with worry, but still ordered. Evacuate all the sects first. Lin Song's face turned pale. He didn't care about anything else. The scene before him was sending a signal. Chao Wu must die. People from various immortal sects and schools naturally know this truth. They didn't know what to say and could only save their own lives and leave the altar. When I looked at the cauldron again, I felt a mixture of hope and fear. Fortunately, it wasn't me. Mu Yun looked at the gloomy sky. The thunder and lightning that flashed from time to time seemed to be declaring his own power and oppression. This thing made Mu Yun raise the corner of his mouth in a sarcastic arc. After all, they knew each other. Xiang Hong looked at the large cauldron that was still descending. Amid the thunder, there seemed to be the sound of bells, as if they came from ancient times, one after another. Brother, shouldn't we help? Mu Yun raised his eyelids and looked at the big cauldron opposite him. What help? Who? This tripod is not strong enough for Chao Wu to chop with one sword. At this moment, a fire phoenix let out a long cry and flew towards Mu Yun. Not until it flew right before my eyes could I see clearly that it was the flaming sun in the morning mist. Mu Yun raised an eyebrow. Xiang Hong looked at Chao Wu's sword and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Is this immortal Chao Wu asking for help from my senior brother? How could he not bring his own sword? There was still no big change on Mu Yun's face. No. It was obvious that Asajiri threw it outside on purpose. Asajiri nonchalantly held the end of her hair tie, idly looking around at the paradise-like surroundings. The waterfall flows down from the mountain, and the whole valley is filled with the sound of clear water. There are several farmlands not far away, and a puddle of water under the waterfall flows into the farmlands along the stream. There was no emotion in Asajiri's eyes, but there was still a nonchalant smile on the corner of her mouth. When she turned around, she could see farmhouses and livestock. It was a very peaceful scene. Asami walked toward the village. A man carrying a basket of firewood on his back saw him and couldn't help but shout in surprise, "Mr. Asami, you're back." Chao Wu tilted her head to look over. Although the man was wearing coarse clothes, his appearance was first-rate. His fair skin had a hue of xiangfei color, and there was a thin layer of sweat on his forehead, which made him look even brighter. People can't help but feel dazed when they see this person, as he has a beauty that's hard to tell whether he's male or female. Asajiri paused and said nothing. The man was still speaking enthusiastically. Although there was a smile on Asajiri's lips, the smile did not reach his eyes. Not long after, several people came out of the farmhouse, and whether they were men, women, or children, they were all extremely beautiful. The one in the lead had a smile like the first snow on his face, which gave people a cool feeling under the shining midday sun. The sunlight shines on the silver hair, and the whole person looks like it is made of snow, clean and attractive, which can quickly calm people's restless hearts. Chao Wu stopped where he was and looked at him. There seemed to be some storm brewing in his calm eyes. Mu Yun saw him coming back and smiled. Her beautiful eyes lit up instantly. Why are you back an hour later than usual? What could have held you back? He was still wearing Ruoshua's robe, as if there had never been any dust on it. Mu Yun rarely saw him in such a daze, so she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Are you stupid? Chao Wu came back to his senses and smiled at him. Nothing. After he finished speaking, he walked over, and a little child smiled happily when he saw him. Even though he couldn't speak yet, he still babbled at him. Asajiri picked up the child with a smile. My goodness, this kid is not light. Everyone laughed. Perhaps out of envy of this child, the other children surrounded Chao Wu, talking, laughing, and playing with her. An older boy pointed at his sword and said, Brother Chao Wu, can I have a sword as good as yours in the future? Asami was holding the little guy, and just as he was about to say something, he heard a woman next to him say, You may have your own sword when you grow up, but I'm afraid you won't have a sword like your brother Asami's. The children were very curious and asked, Why? Chao Wu heard the woman say with a smile, Brother Chao Wu's sword is called Fu Sheng, and it is the best sword in the world. As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Wu looked down and saw a silver-white sword as white as the moon. The scabbard had a light blue spiritual flame, which was very beautiful. His face didn't look very good. Mu Yun was the first to notice his abnormality. Chao Wu, come over here and help me. Hearing Mu Yun calling him, Everyone tactfully took their children and left first. Chao Wu looked at the tall young man in front of him and smiled. What's wrong? Mingyue tilted her head, and the crimson earring on her left ear trembled, attracting Chao Wu's attention. Did you encounter anything on your way back? You looked a little absent-minded. Asajiri looked into his eyes for a few seconds before looking away, her tone a little soft. I've been having nightmares lately. Mingyue smiled again. He now lived in this secluded place and felt more relaxed than in the outside world. You said it was a dream yourself. I think you were too tired. Go and have a rest. Chao Wu was looking at Mingyue again. His long, straight white hair was unlike his black hair with big curls at the ends. He reached out and took a wooden bowl. The visual impact of Womatang and Yubai made Chao Wu feel a pain in his heart. Mingyue didn't notice his strange look and just continued. Everyone is very grateful to you. If it weren't for you, Xian Xingnu would have been killed long ago. Chao Wu hummed absent-mindedly and handed Fu Sheng to Mingyue, but didn't know what to say. Fortunately, Mingyue did not ask, and just thought that Chao Wu wanted him to put the sword aside. He still said worriedly, now your enemy is the Qingkuan realm. No matter how strong he is, you must protect your sword. Asajiri didn't say anything, but just stared at him without blinking, as if she wanted to remember him like this. Mingyue felt that there was no movement around him and felt a little confused. Then he saw those beautiful yet empty eyes. There is no light in there. Asajiri looked at him and pinched the end of the hair tie. The next second, his black hair was spread out and the gilded hair tie was held in his hand. Chao Wu slowly folded the hair rope, making it shorter and shorter, but his eyes never left Muyun's face. Mingyue seemed a little confused. Asajiri smiled. That smile was a little shallow, but it made people know clearly that he was not happy at all, as if he would never be happy again. In this space, his eyes were clear. I suddenly regret that I shouldn't have met you this time. It's good that you don't know me. What if I can protect you this time? The next second, Chao Wu waved the folded hair rope, and in an instant, the whole space seemed to be torn apart, and the Mingyue was also split apart. So after a few seconds of strange disappearance, pulling, and transformation, the sky suddenly became dark, blood was everywhere, and the paradise outside seemed like purgatory. The cold light in Asajiri's eyes grew brighter, and before the scene even changed completely, Asajiri grabbed the end of the hair rope and whipped the entire hair rope to the ground like a whip. In an instant, the entire space distorted again, and several mountains and a blood-red sky could be vaguely seen. But Chao Wu's whip directly tore off the two illusions, followed by a heart-wrenching cry. There was a frost in Chao Wu's eyes, filled with murderous intent, and even his pupils turned blood red. He looked like an evil ghost crawling out of Hades, ready to kill anyone he saw. Chao Wu looked at Mu Rong, who was lying on the ground in agony. The blow he had just dealt had directly to his body, and the wound had directly broken through his flesh, revealing his white bones and bloody flesh. His face was beaten to pieces, and he was wailing heartbreakingly. Asajiri looked at him as if he were a dead man. This time, Mu Rong looked at the boy in front of him, and the fear in his heart overwhelmed everything. Please spare me. Chao Wu. No, no, no. You are not Chao Wu. However, Asajiri just lowered her head and looked down at him, listening to his crazy talk, with no emotion on her face. Mu Rong was so scared that his eyeballs bulged out, as if they might fall out at any time. His bloodshot eyeballs looked dirty and gray, like a cheap toy. For a moment, Asajiri no longer wanted to dig out his eyes. So what if he saw me associating with Xian Xingnu? As long as he can't tell anyone, isn't that fine? Thinking of this, Chao Wu raised his hand again, but Mu Rong was so scared that he couldn't help talking, and even started to laugh crazily. Ha ha ha, bright and clear? Chao Wu, are you worthy of this bright and clear? You still dare to protect Xian Xingnu. You are as dirty and rotten as them. After hearing these words for who knows how many times, Asajiri was not angered at all, and just gently waved his hand away. Time froze on Mu Rong's hideous and terrifying face. Asami, with dark eyes, watched everything in front of her collapse without joy or sadness, and then slowly tilted her hair and tied it up loosely. You don't need to tell me, I know. Because he was seriously injured, Ling He was not scheduled to go to the altar for closed discussion. He looked at the huge tripod, his dark eyes grim. He could hear the sound of thunder and bells in his ears, but he only knew that his senior brother was still in the cauldron. He stared intently at the cauldron that was still slowly descending, recalling the DC move that Chao Wu had taught him, and chopped it down with his sword. At that moment, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to turn into a ring, surging and mixed with thunder and lightning. However, the move penetrated the cauldron and struck the top of the mountain directly, and the entire upper south wing began to collapse. Mingyue in the north wing looked at this move, then looked at Ling He, who was holding Chang'e in his hand, and said nothing. Yu Qing frowned. This move looks familiar? The south upper wing collapsed, and the crowd evacuated faster. Mingyue asked, "Where did you see it?" Yu Qing watched Mingyue wave his hand, and a barrier covered the cauldron. The collapse of the upper south wing did not hit anyone, nor did it hit the disciples who were discussing the Tao in closed circle over there. Then he continued, "Many years ago, but I can't tell whether it's a dream or reality. I always feel that there was a big commotion. The other party used only one move to open a canyon on the flat ground. Of course, it should be a dream. After all, there has never been a canyon in Kunyu out of thin air. Even Yu Bai has never heard of this incident." But after hearing this, Mu Yun's eyes suddenly opened wide. Just at this moment, the entire cauldron suddenly stopped. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to freeze, and a bolt of lightning struck the cauldron in an instant. Lin Song and the others were stunned where they were. Before they could react, they didn't know if it was an illusion, but a whip suddenly came out of the cauldron and swung towards the sky. The bells were still ringing, but the thunder had stopped. Lin Song stared at the position of the southern wing. The cauldron began to dissipate, and the sky began to brighten. Morning fog. Everyone saw a light pine smoke-colored figure standing on one of the legs of the cauldron. As the cauldron began to dissipate from its mouth, the entity under his feet was still solid. But, for a moment, his aura felt wrong. That is the temperament of a superior, yes, but that should not be the temperament of senior brother Shuezeshan. Asajiri looked at them indifferently, and the moment their eyes met, everyone felt a chill on their backs, as if they were being stared at by a poisonous snake. Those eyes seemed to be blood-red. Mingyue's heart tightened, and he saw a white figure passing by Mingyue. The disappearance of the tripod and the collapse of the south wing. As if the sunlight was shining down today, the bell sound did not stop. Chao Wu looked at Mingyue in front of him. He was still wearing the jade pendant that symbolized his status as the chief disciple of Chunyuan Palace. His hair is not yet gray. He is not dead yet. In an instant, as if the force was relieved, Chao Wu's shoulder blades relaxed instantly, and there was a teasing look in his eyes. "Why? Are you worried about me?" Mingyue noticed that his eyes were on her hair. Although her heart tightened, she did not show it on her face. She just stepped forward, grabbed him, and flew to the people of Shuezhe Mountain on her sword. The group of people seemed a little frightened, and a few of them even stepped back imperceptibly. However, when Mingyue saw him, he immediately went forward to check if he was injured. Lin Song's palms were full of sweat, and his lips were pale because of nervousness. Yun Huang, who had been screaming and struggling in his arms, suddenly threw herself towards Chao Wu. The little Yun Huang didn't know anything else, but her intuition told her that she almost would never see this beauty again. Lin Song was so frightened that his legs were weak and he couldn't even walk. Seeing this, Mingyue went to Lin Song and supported him. Mingyue checked over and over again, completely forgetting about Chao Wu's strange behavior. Or rather, Mingyue didn't care about his strange behavior. "How is it? Are you injured internally?" "Huh." Looking at Mingyue's anxious expression, Chao Wu smiled after he personally checked him. "I am your senior brother after all. How can I get into trouble so easily?" Lin Song wanted to make a mockery, but he didn't have the strength. "You are most likely to get into trouble." Mingyue was so worried that he didn't even have any doubts about the fact that Chao Wu came out less than an incense stick later. It's good enough that he can come out with all four limbs intact. Lin Xiao and Jiang Sun had just settled the group of people and were flying over on their swords when they saw Chao Wu standing there. They were so scared that they fell off their swords. Lin Xiao hugged Chao Wu and cried, and Jiang Sun's eyes also turned red. For a moment, the most tender part of Asajiri's heart was suddenly pulled. At this moment, Ling He also arrived. Seeing Chao Wu was safe and sound, his crazy and nervous heart finally calmed down. Asajiri looked at him, and a smile suddenly flashed in her eyes, as if to say thank you. Mu Yun felt that the strange aura on him was dissolving, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go to a safe place first. Asajiri's hair tie was a little crooked and fell off after she walked a few steps, and her hair became all scattered. Mu Yun looked at the fallen hair tie. The blood on the end looked like it had just dried. As Mu Yun left with him, the hair tie was instantly ignited, leaving no ash behind. The hundreds of immortal sects who had fled to a safe area looked back and found that the tripod had disappeared, and, the Nanshangxiang was also gone. What's going on? Asajiri is coming out? Sanding asked. That's 3 whole tripods. Has he been here for an incense stick? How strong is he? At this time, his fellow apprentices were wondering how Chao Wu could drag his mortal body out in such a short time. Because they had never seen the scene of the 3 tripods asking for success, they just thought that the disappearance of the tripod meant success. In fact, they overlooked one point. The cauldron dissipated into that state. It was obviously broken from the inside by violence. The only difference between Chao Wu and before he came in was his hairstyle. The rest was exactly the same, as if what Sanding asked just now had never happened. He looked at the pairs of eyes staring at him. Stop, I don't know what happened in the cauldron. I really was just standing there. Then a sword force came from outside, and it opened. He was talking about Ling He's sword. Gyuding and Lin Song no longer dared to care about these things. At the moment, nothing was more important than Chao Wu's safety. After finding the culprit of such a terrible thing, I'm scared just thinking about it. The other elders had seen the power of that move a few days ago, and Ling He even cut off half of the mountain. Now that the entire south wing is destroyed, it is not unacceptable that the sword broke the 3 tripods. It's just that Ling He is too strong. Just one sword, and it's split open? Seeing the shocked expressions of the elders, Mu Yun said calmly, This is not the real Sanding Dao. It is just a shady trick used by a villain. But this is the internal affairs of your Shuezhe mountain. These light words instantly alleviated the elders' fear and concerns about Ling He. Chao Wu raised his eyebrows. Mu Yun can lie. It turns out that he has read Lin Song still felt worried, so he checked Chao Wu's pulse. After making sure that he was fine, his complexion finally began to improve. Zhao Wu looked at the frightened people, stroked little Cloud Phoenix's feathers soothingly, and said with a smile, Are you really frightened? It's okay. Mo Guting now didn't even dare to take his eyes away from him. He now remembered what Di Zhao had told him before, to take good care of him, and he thought it was because Chao Wu might get hurt. But even if he was really injured now and his meridians were destroyed, trouble would still come to him automatically. At this time, an elder suddenly asked, Where is Mu Rong? After hearing this question, I realized that Mu Rong was really not there. The weapon refiner was quite powerful and had a chance of winning against the swordsman, so he would not have failed to escape at that time. Then these 3 tripods. Could they really be made by Mu Rong? How could Mu Rong have such great ability? But at least, apart from the collapse of the upper south wing, nothing else happened. But after Chao Wu came back, he would always suddenly become distracted, and he seemed to be very alert when people approached him. Mo Guting saw all of this. Although he didn't know why, Chao Wu had changed a lot since the apprenticeship ceremony. However, there were many questions that he couldn't ask because they were destined to have no answers. Just like, he would not admit that his meridians were not destroyed. There are too many mysteries surrounding Asajiri now. To put it more extremely, he was like the snow on the top of Shuezhe Mountain, a veritable immortal in everyone's eyes. He has a broad mind, is gentle and elegant, and has a bright and clear mind. But now, that arrogant and lazy temperament is like an ordinary person who has fallen into the world of mortals. He flirts with women, is dissolute and unruly, as if there is nothing he cares about. There is always fog in his eyes, making it even more difficult to understand him. But he couldn't ask, because you are destined not to get a real answer from Asajiri. Mo Guting had a headache. He held Tingping's hand tighter and tighter, and finally just kept his eyes on Mu Yun. He always felt that this Chief Mingyue of Chunyuan Palace, who had always cooperated with Chaowu, would know something. Gyuding kept frowning, and Lin Song beside him tilted his head and asked, "What's wrong?" Gyuding's thoughts were suddenly pulled back. He looked at Lin Song's fair face and smiled. "Nothing, let's talk about it when we get back." These days, Gyuding did not go anywhere and stayed in the room he had opened for Chaowu, guarding him, fearing that something unexpected would happen again. Jiang Sun and others were secretly investigating Sanding and asking where he came from. The discussion at the altar lasted only about 3 days, from the first person to the last. The disciples were so surprised that they were speechless when they saw Lu Mindian, who seemed to be half-bald. They seemed to have been gone for about 3 days. What happened? Chaowu was lazily leaning on the chaise longue, eating melon seeds, with the sleeping little Yun Huang in his arms. So pleasant Ling He actually took the second place. Gyuding was holding Tingping and leaning against a pillar. He heard Chaowu mutter with emotion, "I wonder if this child will regret it when he thinks about it in the middle of the night?" Gyuding felt that there was something wrong with this sentence, but he just frowned slightly and didn't say anything. The third-place winner was none other than the new disciple of Mingyue from Chunyuan Palace. This time, Chaowu didn't even bother to look at him. Obviously, he disliked Yuan Yao very much. "Why? Are you so protective of him? Isn't it just that Ling He was hurt? Why are you so angry?" Asajiri pulled his clothes closer. Even though it wasn't cold here at all, it seemed like a subconscious action. Those eyes were bottomless and looked a little frightening. Chaowu suddenly said to Gyuding, "Haiden, come closer." Although Gyuding was a little confused, he still did as he was told. Chaowu asked him to come closer and bend down so that he could look at Yuan Yao from her perspective. From his angle, he couldn't see Yuan Yao's face at all. He could only see Yuan Yao standing on the stage. His slender figure was a little elegant and awe-inspiring, like an immortal from another world, with a great temperament. "What's wrong?" Chaowu said again. "Go and see Mu Yun again." Gyuding did as he was told, while Mu Yun was drinking tea. The snow-white robe made the boy look so sacred that no one dared to desecrate him, etc. He was a little dazed and could hardly tell the difference between the two. Thinking of this, Gyuding's eyes widened instantly. Chaowu was playing with her hair tie nonchalantly, but her tone was a little cold. "Lord Mingyue is very sentimental, and my eldest disciple has a cold personality. I haven't seen him for many years, but he has carefully raised a child who looks exactly like him. One can tell at a glance that the move Tianxiao was taught by Di Xin himself. He also taught Mu Yun in the same way back then. But Yuan Yao's strength was not enough, and the effect was not even 1,000th of Mu Yun's. Gyuding didn't expect that Chaowu disliked Yuan Yao because of this. But he is Kunyu Mingyue after all, and he is on equal footing with the immortal chief. No way. It's because Lord Mingyue practices compassion and teaches his disciples with care, so it's his fault? Asajiri didn't argue with him about this. Of course Mingyue did nothing wrong. It was not wrong for him to be kind to all things in the world, and it was not wrong for him to treat his eldest disciple very well. But it was precisely this kind of kindness to anyone, that made Chaowu increasingly dislike him. Di Xin, do you really love everyone in this world equally? Thinking about it this way, his master doesn't love everyone in the world equally. Seeing that the sword-fighting ceremony was finally coming to an end, Gyuding felt a bit of a headache. Recently, things were getting worse than they should have. He would soon go to Kunyu Shuangshin Mountain to attend a lecture, and the matter on Mu Rong's side had not been investigated yet. He couldn't get away. After much thought, Chaowu was the most suitable person. "Wu, you lead the team to the Dharma Assembly." Asajiri's hand, which was about to take the melon seeds, paused. It seems that Gyuding knows that his meridians are not completely destroyed. Gyuding didn't say anything, so Chaowu just went along with it. "Okay, as long as the money is enough." The guiding master was Asajiri, and when he saw that it was almost ready, he went up to the training platform. Looking at Ling Shui, Ling He, and Yuan Yao, Chaowu didn't hesitate and looked at Yuan Yao. Although he didn't like him, he still gave him evaluation and guidance. Sometimes, you don't need to be deliberate. Because the person who teaches you is not perfect, and the person you are learning from also has flaws. Our ancestors said that we should take the essence and discard the dross. As for that move Tian Xiao, I hope you can distinguish between absolute casualties and suicide deaths. However, Yuan Yao understood what Zhao Wu meant. Di Xian is not perfect, and the Mu Yun you deliberately imitated also has flaws. Some of his moves are just small movements that he habitually does, so there is no need to deliberately imitate them. Mu Yun paused while drinking tea, then continued drinking. Gong Du didn't hear the hidden meaning. He just felt that what senior brother Xue Zeshan and junior brother Yuan Yao said was very sharp. Looking at Ling He, he didn't even need to think before he said, "If you practice hard, you will be awesome in the future." It made everyone laugh and cry. Could it be that Chao Wu was possessed by someone else? This was not something he would say. But it was also possible that he was his junior fellow apprentice, and they were so close that he would not care about his heirs. Looking at the obviously nervous girl in front of him, Asajiri's tone became more gentle. "You are the best. Just keep moving forward. Those who can't hurt you will make you successful." Chao Wu looked at the half-bald Lu Mindian and poked Mu Yun beside him with his arm without any guilt. "It's a pity. There are excellent hot springs in the Nanshan Mountain of Lumin." Mu Yun's temperament would always become gentler when he was around him, and there was no hint of coldness that kept strangers away from him. "In a few days, you will come to Shuangshin Mountain in Kunyu. There are also good hot springs there." Chao Wu looked at him, and there seemed to be some emotion finally welling up in his eyes, probably relief. He gently touched his arm with yin yang, indicating that he was leaving. In the background was the clear blue sky on top of Lumin Mountain, and Chao Wu's eyes seemed to finally have a little light. "See you another day. See you another day." Mu Yun and others saw the little Yun Huang, whose wings were not full yet, spread its wings, and finally landed obediently on Chao Wu's shoulder. She rubbed Chao Wu's neck affectionately, making Chao Wu laugh. Chao Wu wore another red cloak today. It was a flaming palace red. Under the sunlight, the extremely fine lines of the beasts kneeling down reflected the light, like agate crystals. "He is glowing." Yu Qing looked at the stunning red figure, frowned, and moved closer to Mu Yun. "Elder brother, this immortal Lord Chao Wu must have been taken away." He had heard a lot about this recent abnormality in the past 2 days. He originally thought that his personality started to change after the last time they met, but judging from the situation, it seems that he started acting abnormally recently. Mu Yun looked away, her beautiful eyebrows a little calm. "No, don't think too much about it." Yu Qing heard that his elder brother said no, so he had no choice but to give up. But he still couldn't hold back his curiosity and followed him gossipingly and asked, Senior brother, where did you and immortal Chao Wu meet? Did you get to know each other in the 6 years since you left?" Mu Yun's voice was very calm. He glanced at the collapsed Nanshan Mountain and said, "We met at Lumin Peak." "Ah, senior brother and immortal Chao Wu just met? That is not what you mean." In Lin Song's eyes, Chao Wu had no spiritual power, so he arranged for him to be placed on the new disciples' Tianzhou. Most of the disciples had accompanied him down the mountain for training. After seeing the senior brother, they became inexplicably excited. "Sister, look here. Sister, are you finally crazy? The genders have been changed. There is no one you care about in the 17 peaks of Shueza Mountain, right?" Chao Wu was very pleased with it, and Xiao Yunhuang also flapped his wings excitedly. "Brothers, come here." Imo Guting suddenly had a headache. "To be honest, this is the first time I have felt embarrassed and tired." Mo Guting sent the people there and left. The elders and direct disciples opened the way in front, while the new disciples Tianzhou followed. Keijiri had a good temper, and soon he was messing around with the disciples again. Lin Xiao in front of me couldn't stand the laughter anymore. "Woohoo, he wants to play too." Zhang Sun's face was a little ugly, and he frowned. Lin Xiao, Jiling, and his disciples found a corpse in the ruins of Nanshan. It was definitely not Mu Rong's, but he had the elders of Pingzhou Peak in his hands. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zhao's expression couldn't help but become serious. It is said that many years ago, the mortal world was in chaos and the people were in dire straits. It was probably because heaven could not stand it anymore and gave many beautiful jewelry boxes to Zhong Lijia, the then Emperor Wu. These jewelry boxes were quickly delivered to the slaves in the palace by Zhong Lijia. The slaves loved those luxurious and precious playthings and couldn't wait to open the jewelry boxes. There is also the saying that Sanding asked. Zhenshengnu suffered heavy casualties, but Zhong Lijia was able to successfully break through the city gate and sit on the throne. I thought this was just a folk legend. After all, how could God personally intervene in this matter? If that's the case, it seems that Mu Rong colluded with Xinxingnu and used the Chuanqing box to summon the 3 tripods. Asked, it can be explained. What about Mu Rong? Why did others disappear? On the other side, Keijiri was sitting on the ground without any objection at all, listening to the group of disciples telling him about the strange events they saw when they were discussing Taoism. From time to time I would laugh so hard that I would fall to the ground and burst into tears. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Ling He outside the crowd. After all, he had a cold temperament and didn't seem like someone who would take the initiative to join the crowd. Chao sighed. Ever since he felt DC's sword intent in the cauldron, he felt that this indifferent son of heaven was no longer so aloof. Anyway, he and Ling He just had a few fights, and it wasn't a blood feud. At most, it was his own pride that was causing trouble. He always said that Ling He was high-spirited, but he was willing to take second place. On the contrary, I am a bit old-fashioned and petty. Thinking about it, Chao Wu called him Ling He. Ling He looked over and met those bright eyes. I couldn't help but be stunned. He had never seen Chao Wu's eyes so bright before, like a happy cat who had discovered something interesting and was eager to share it. Eldest brother? Come on, come on. Their illusions are always interesting. All the women in the village are dragging him to have children. He was afraid that he would die from exhaustion early in his life, so he ran away overnight. Obviously, this story is not that funny, but when Chao Wu told it, it seemed to have infected the people around him, including Ling He, who all laughed. Qinyu Lumen Peak is not that far away from Nanming. However, just when a few people were chatting and laughing, Zhao Wu's Yinyang and Lingyi's Chang'e suddenly began to become restless. Chao Wu put away his smile, sat up vigilantly, and frowned for a moment. Everyone, hurry in. After hearing the order from the elders in front, everyone realized something was wrong and walked inside one after another. Not far away, a group of birds and beasts were attacking. Looking at the formation, there were thousands of them. Unable to touch head-on, the elders immediately stopped and cast an invisibility barrier. However, Chao Wu looked at the group of birds and beasts. There were raptors, giant eagles, fairy rainbow birds, and even a few black dragons. I couldn't help but frown. They weren't from the same group, so how could there be such a large-scale movement? At this moment, he suddenly thought, where is Yun Huang? When he turned his head, he didn't see Xiao Yun Huang as expected. Even Chao Wu was a little panicked at this moment. I forgot. The beast tide has a strong aura, and in a certain sense, it may even send out a let's go together signal. Little Yun Huang is too young, and there is no guidance from the adult Yun Huang. If she is really attracted by the beast tide, her small body, don't know what will happen. Chao Wu frowned quickly, turned over, and came to the Tianzhou barrier. Sure enough, he could feel Yun Huang's aura. The beast tide moved very fast, and the elders put up barriers there, so no one could see him for a while. Keijiri Yujin flew into the group of birds. Different monsters had different levels of strength, but Keijiri, a human and a swordsman, suddenly appeared, and the monsters were boiling for a while. He subconsciously wanted to attack Asajiri. Chao Wu, who couldn't find his daughter, was in a bad mood, and there was no trace of smile in his eyes. TSK. In an instant, all the monsters felt a strong pressure, with lazy and careless anger. Their bodies froze uncontrollably, and the alarm bells sounded. Chao Wu's coercion caused the entire beast wave to stop, and Chao Wu's right eye was bright red, strange and coquettish, like a killing god. Where is my little Yun Huang? The powerful pressure frightened the monsters so much that they dared not move. Monsters are more sensitive than humans, and they know that this man can kill them in an instant. The phoenix is male and the Huang is female, but since the Yun Huang is a species that has both males and females, it cannot be classified as yang according to the standards of the dragon and the phoenix. They are the reincarnation of yin and yang, and are born with the constitution of a furnace. This is one of the reasons why the Yunhuang clan has never allowed transformation. If Xiao Yunhuang was kidnapped now, it would be really. Thinking of this, the pressure released by Chao Wu became even heavier. The monsters were frightened, but they dared not make a sound or move. A few seconds later, a dark blue horned dragon came forward, with the unconscious Yunhuang on its head. Fortunately, she is still in the form of a phoenix. Chao Wu frowned and used his spiritual power to carry Yunhuang to his side. The horned dragon survived a catastrophe and turned into a dragon, which was a once-in-a-century opportunity. Now, looking at its half-horn, we knew what it wanted to do to steal Yunhuang. Zhao Wu reached out to hug Yunhuang, but felt something strange about Yunhuang. The seal of love. There was no expression on Chao Wu's face as he turned and left indifferently. Just when all the monsters thought that the god of death had left and they were safe, the horned dragon suddenly exploded. It shattered into a blood-red mist, finer than rain, leaving no bones behind. The entire long-horned dragon died in an instant, without even having time to make a sound. All the monsters just watched it. The ones closest to it had been stained with blood, looking weird and terrifying. Fear surged in their hearts again. All the monsters dared not make a sound. They waited tremblingly, waiting for Chao Wu to allow them to leave. That was a horned dragon that transformed into a dragon in one step. The young man didn't even raise his hand or do anything, and the horned dragon just died like that. Chao Wu lowered his eyes and checked Yunhuang's body again, confirming that there was no other damage except the Hahuan seal. Then he used his spiritual sense to speak lightly in the spiritual senses of the monsters. Let's go. The elders who had originally set up the barrier discovered that the group of monsters had stopped moving and were trembling with fear as if there was something terrifying around them. The next second, the monsters left obediently, and it could even be considered as running away. I couldn't help but wonder, what happened to these monsters? Why are they so abnormal? Chao Wu reached out and pressed the furry little guy's head. A red seal emerged from Xiao Yunhuang's body and slowly flew to the back of Chao Wu's hand. Only when the love seal disappeared did Chao Wu withdraw his hand. Hey, my daughter, Daddy is willing to get his hands dirty just for you. Naming Shueza Mountain, Chao Wu stretched lazily, but Yelong suddenly flew up into the clouds, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. Not long after, Asajiri saw the black guy coming towards him, and he stared at it. Some people were amused and said, "Brother Long, what are you doing?" Yelong was very big, and when his dragon head got close to Chao Wu, his body was even bigger than Tianzhou. The young disciples behind looked at the huge creature in front of them with curiosity and excitement, their eyes literally shining. However, Chao Wu had a little Yunhuang who was still unconscious in her arms, so she couldn't take care of Yelong. Yelong's dragon whiskers were floating, he sniffed at Chao Wu, and suddenly a dragon roared, shaking the entire Tianzhou. Asajiri felt that this voice seemed quite unhappy, resentful. Suddenly I remembered that I had just killed a horned dragon. Could it be that? It was infected with the aura and made Yelong unhappy. Unfair. But he couldn't explain in front of so many people. Yelong looked at Chao Wu in silence, thinking that he had confirmed that he had brought back other dragons. Another dragon roared, and this time, it seemed to be angry, as if to say, "I want you to explain it to me now." Mo Guting and others also cast curious glances. What did this guy do again? He had just returned, and Yelong came to question him. Lin Xiao flew to Chao Wu's side on his sword, intending to hear first-hand gossip. Asami pinched her brows with a headache, looking at Long's eyes that were piercing and full of resentment. Brother Long, I have to go find my master first and explain it to him later, okay? The disciples on the Tianzhou opened their eyes wide and looked at Chao Wu as if they were looking at an idol. The eldest brother is so handsome. The eldest brother and Yelong have such a good relationship? Yelong, on the other hand, remained motionless, demanding an explanation from Chao Wu, the scumbag. At this moment, the surroundings suddenly became cold. The elders were the first to react, and Yelong was even smarter, immediately lowering his head. A tall man appeared next to Chao Wu. All the disciples were so frightened that they immediately bowed and saluted. Master Xin Shou. Lin Xiao quickly put away his playful smile. Master Immortal Chief. However, Zhao was holding Yun Huang in his arms, so he couldn't free his hands. He could only look at Di Zhao and call out politely, Master. Emperor Zhao said nothing, nor did he look at the evil dragon. He asked him, looking for me? When Zhao was asked this question, he remembered what he had just said and immediately responded, Master, this little Yun Huang has been unconscious. What should we do? Logically speaking, the love seal has been transferred to his body, and the little guy is not injured, so he shouldn't still be unconscious. Di Zhao lowered his eyes, moved his gaze away from Chao Wu's face, and looked at the little Yun Huang in his arms. A few seconds later, he reached out and took out a pill bottle. She is growing and has consumed too much spiritual energy. It's nothing serious. Having consumed too much spiritual energy, Chao Wu almost immediately thought of the group of monsters. It should be because Xiao Yunhuang was struggling to seek help that she consumed too much spiritual energy. If I had known earlier, I should have killed them all. A strange red light flashed in his eyes, and Chao Wu immediately gave up the thought and handed Yun Huang in his arms to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was still confused when he saw Chao Wu wiping his clothes with his hand. You rascal! Then he took the medicine from Di Zhao with both hands. Thank you, master. Di Zhao hummed softly, then raised his eyes and looked at Yelong again. The light-colored eyes that were neither happy nor sad made people dare not look directly at them. The powerful pressure from the superior made Yelong extremely cowardly. Let him go back and rest first. As soon as Di Zhao finished speaking, Yelong wagged his tail as if unhappy, and his breath became heavier. However, Di Zhao's eyes cooled slightly, and Yelong's tail wilted again. I feel even more wronged. Asajiri feels a little distressed. Before he could say anything else, Di Zhao in front of him had disappeared, and the temperature in the entire environment seemed to gradually rise, and it was no longer so suffocating. Too scary. I just felt like all the blood in my body froze. Zhao Wu fed the pill into Yun Huang's mouth and snatched her daughter from Lin Zhao's hands. You can go now. Lin Xiao laughed angrily. Throw it away after use? I haven't even complained about the few times you rubbed it on my clothes. Chao Wu didn't have time to pay attention to him. She let him be angry on his own and turned over to Yelong. He stroked the dragon's head in a flattering manner. Brother Long, take me back to Yefeng. I will explain everything to you on the way. Here he comes again. He pretends to be obedient and pleasing, but he is looking for another dragon. So angry, but he is reluctant to throw him off, which makes him even angrier. Moon Peak Mingyue residence, Zhao Wu put Yun Huang on the couch. The little spirit boys came forward one by one, looking at the unconscious little Yun Huang, all a little worried. Big brother, is little Yun Huang okay? Yes. What happened to her? When will she wake up? Asami took off her outermost coat. She said with a smile. She's fine. Can you guys keep an eye on her for me? I have something to do. After listening to what Chao Wu said, the little spirit children felt that they had a heavy task on their shoulders, and they all looked very excited. No problem. If they looked closely, they would probably be able to see that Asajiri's ears were slightly red. Moon Peak Ice Lake with Yun Huang and Wanfeng guarding the mountain. It is not that cold. Now we need to find a cool place. The morning fog comes to the foot of Yefeng Mountain. The Bings was not covered with ice everywhere. Only the spring was bone-chillingly cold, like an ice cellar. By the time the morning mist arrived, the color of Xiangfei at the corners of his eyes had become as thick as cinnabar. His inner garment was also white, and his fingers, which were holding the dead tree, had turned pink, leaving scratches on the wood. Asajiri staggered a little and fell into the icy lake. The bone-chilling feeling weakened the emptiness and desire from within. There was sweat on Chao Wu's forehead, and his black hair stuck to his scalp, making him look so pitiful. Now not only his ears are red, but almost his entire body is red. His charming eyes are now blurred, which makes people want to destroy them. He was originally relieving himself by following his desires, but at this moment his consciousness was blurred and his whole body was controlled by his desires. Suddenly, he felt as if he had fallen into a cold embrace. He hummed comfortably, and the man's body stiffened. Chao Wu's white inner garment was completely soaked and was sticking tightly to his body. The water in Bing's was very clear, and Di Zhao could see every change in his body in the water. Those eyes that had never contained anything before were now filled with unspeakable desire. After glancing at Asajiri's red and tender lips, he finally couldn't help but suppress it. Zhao's whole body was cold, including his lips. Just touching them made Chao Wu feel comfortable, and she grabbed his clothes like a cat to prevent him from leaving. Heavy breathing accompanied Shui Zhe, and Zhao's eyes became more and more gloomy. Chao Wu became even more confused by Zhao's kiss. He seemed unable to recognize the person in front of him. Just when he was about to take a closer look, a black band covered those seductive eyes. Everything fell into darkness. Asajiri couldn't help but tremble even more violently. Emperor Zhao left his marks on his body like a madman, as if he wanted to swallow him. The other party's desire, which was even more terrifying than his own, made Asajiri sober for a moment. His reason and desire seemed to be pulled apart, and he struggled slightly. This subconscious action, as if trying to escape, made Zhao's movements even more rough. The young man in his arms, who originally had a fair complexion and graceful figure, was now pink all over and trembling as he pressed against him. From time to time, he let out a small humming sound, and I couldn't tell whether it was because of comfort or pain. Zhao's kisses went all the way down, and the flowers covered half of her body. Chao Wu could not see anything. The black belt had been soaked by her tears. It seemed that Zhao knew what kind of captivating eyes were underneath without even taking it off. He can't watch it, or something bad will happen. But if he didn't look, the fire that had risen in front of his eyes because of the visual impact of the boy in black and white would be difficult to extinguish for a while. He placed his large palm against Chao Wu's neck and gently pushed him towards himself, while his other hand reached under the water. The next second, Chao Wu trembled all over and struggled to move, but he couldn't move because of Zhao's hand on the back of his neck. Following Zhao's actions, Chao Wu felt like she was dying. She bit her lower lip tightly, but some broken words always came out of her mouth. The struggle was so intense that a blood-red mark flashed on the neck under Zhao's palm, and Chao Wu collapsed in Zhao's arms. Zhao carried Chao Wu ashore. At this moment, the corners of Chao Wu's eyes were completely red, as if she had been crying for a long time, and there was still a slight wetness in them. There were many marks on his body, and all his clothes were gone. Now he was just wrapped in Zhao's white robe. His whole body was dry, and he nestled obediently in Zhao's arms. The tall and thin boy rarely looked so well-behaved and weak. Zhao looked at him. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes, and the next second he came to the side room of Mingyue. Zhao gently placed the person on the bed and skillfully picked up Chao Wu's clothes and put them on him. Asajiri's Haohuan seal has disappeared, but he still needs to rest well. The water in the Bing's lake is cold. After the commotion they just made, there's a chance that Chao Wu's cold poison will flare up again. Thinking of this, Zhao held Chao Wu's hand and nurtured it with his spiritual power again. The fallen plum blossoms faded away little by little, and there was no trace of any bad deeds on her snow-white skin. Cold poison. Zhao's consciousness seemed to be pulled far away. He looked at the handsome young man on the bed, and suddenly a sentence came to his mind. It seems that dying from the torture of that group of people wouldn't be that painful, at least. Compared to the coldness of these 2,900 steps, I actually feel that death is nothing. For a moment, Zhao had difficulty breathing. He gripped Chao Wu's hand with great force, but immediately let go, as if he was afraid of hurting him. Zhao's emotions fluctuated greatly. He looked at Zhao Wu, and the heartache and regret almost tortured him crazy. You will be fine. The next day, Chao Wu felt warm around him, and there was some light in front of him. He couldn't fall asleep anymore. When he opened his eyes, he saw the beautiful feathers of little Cloud Phoenix. Daughter? The little spirit children also chirped. Big brother, are you awake? Chao Wu did not feel any discomfort. He looked at the back of his hand and found that the Haohuan seal was gone. He only remembered that he went to Bing's, and then, gone? If you can provide yourself with food and clothing, you won't have any problem coming back and lying down properly? Chao Wu, you are so awesome. Asajiri didn't think much about it, just thought that desire took over at the time. Reason and consciousness were completely gone. It doesn't matter. Instead, he checked little Yunhuang. Little Yunhuang was a little bigger than when she was at Lumin Peak, and her tail was longer and more beautiful. Seeing this, Chao Wu felt relieved. My daughter is so beautiful, she will definitely be the most beautiful child in the Yunhuang clan in the future. Xiao Yunhuang's memory of yesterday's beast tide was erased by Chao Wu. Now she only heard Chao Wu praising her, and the spiritual flame on her tail became more prosperous with joy. Chao Wu stretched himself lazily, and the little spirit children were climbing on him one by one. Big brother, you need to have a good rest. You will be going to the Shuangshin Mountain in Kunyu soon. Asajiri listened to the little ones continue to say. Some weird things have happened recently. You have to be careful. When Asajiri heard this, he became excited. What's so weird? A little spirit boy had just climbed onto his head when Chao Wu grabbed him by the collar and held him in his hand. The little guy sat on his hand with his legs open, as if lying flat on his back. It is said that the bones of the demon king of the vast sea have appeared in the world. Whoever obtains them can become the king. Many demon beasts in the north of the Southern Ocean have come out. Asajiri knew that this was referring to the abnormal tide of monsters that appeared yesterday. Isn't it weird? We don't even know whether the demon king of the vast sea is real or fake. Then a demon king's bone appears out of nowhere. Whoever gets it can become king. Only monsters believe it. Chao Wu lazily stretched out his hand to straighten his clothes, picked up a robe and put it on. Before he did anything, he heard the sound of the Hongding bell. What happened in Shueze Mountain again? He was the eldest senior brother of Shueze Mountain, and it would be against the rules not to go. However, when Chao Wu stepped into the Sanqing Temple, he was still surprised. I saw that half of the floor of the Sanqing Hall was filled with large boxes made of golden nanmu and mahogany, as well as many swords, weapons, corals, and luminous pearls. It looked magnificent. There were managers from various households wearing different costumes, and it was crowded and lively. It's just that Lin Xiao and Jiang Sun in the palace are having a headache. As soon as they saw Chao Wu coming in, the faces of the people who were arguing fiercely suddenly changed. Greetings, immortal Lord Chao Wu. Asami looked at the things on the ground again and understood everything. Are you here to propose marriage again? Chao Wu's appearance is extremely gorgeous. Even without makeup, she is naturally aggressive and makes people dare not look directly at her. I am Liao Yangzi's confidant from the East Sea. My master fell in love with the fairy at first sight when he saw her beauty. I am the servant of the fairy Liuxuan from the West Mountain. The fairy was impressed by her extraordinary demeanor and was willing to come to her house. Several people came forward and talked to Asajiri, which made Asajiri feel a headache. Before, Chao Wu was always gentle, elegant, and graceful. As the saying goes, one should not hit a smiling face. Whenever these things were to be returned, the group of managers would say that even if they didn't like the things, they could still accept them, just as if their master had spent money to buy a beautiful woman's smile. So Asajiri had no choice but to accept it. But today, Chao Wu suddenly said, "Stop." The group of managers immediately fell silent and looked at Asajiri in confusion. Chao Wu had a very good figure, with a waist as thin as a woman's. He walked slowly to a small leaf-red sandalwood box. "Qiu Shanxie family? Where is the manager?" I saw a thin, middle-aged man at the back raised his hand. "My lord, here." Chao Wu glanced at him sideways, half bent down and tore off the gold foil item of the betrothal gift on the box. This shocked the man greatly, and a feeling of ecstasy rushed to his brows, thinking that Chao Wu agreed to marry his son. Unexpectedly, Chao Wu continued to move forward without stopping. "Mingze Duan family? Hey, immortal lord." Chao Wu also tore off the seal of the betrothal gift. "The Su family of Maching? The Li family of Nanshan?" Asamu walked around and called out the names of dozens of families. As for the seals on the betrothal gifts, he tore them all off. All the managers were stunned. Is immortal Lord Chao Wu going to marry everyone? Chao Wu smiled. "Charming people. Did your master tell me before he came that if I didn't accept it, I had to keep it no matter what, so that if I liked it in the future and saw the name card on it, I would have some feelings of gratitude?" Yes. Chao Wu waved the large number of business cards in his hand, which were either gold foil or fine silk and cotton. I have just met all the distinguished families represented by you, and I have already thanked them. I will accept the gifts, and please go back." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Sun couldn't help but cover his face. This guy doesn't even pretend. How shameless. All the managers were stunned. Just accept it so readily, and then let them go? After saying this, Asajiri ignored them and opened the boxes by herself, looking at the gold, silver, jewelry, silks, and satins inside. Lin Xiao felt that it was really hard to put into words, so he could only laugh awkwardly. Just as he was about to speak, Chao Wu asked with a smile, "Do you want to stay at Shuezhe Mountain to have a family dinner on behalf of your master?" These words frightened the stewards so much that they bowed and left. It looked as if there was a ferocious beast chasing him from behind. Jiang Sun and Lin Xiao walked down, watching Chao Wu put on a cloak with a headache, and gestured with their palms on their waists. "Yeah, it's okay. It should be wearable. Wu, what are you doing? Today I realized again how thick-skinned you are. You really let yourself go, and you don't even say polite words, making Shuezhe look like you are greedy for money." Chao Wu didn't have time to look at the two of them, but he didn't miss the opportunity to criticize them. "Don't mention Shuezhe. I am Chao Wu. If you want to say anything, just say that I am greedy for money." Lin Xiao looked at Chao Wu's busy figure, thinking that he was trying on clothes, which made him even more troubled. "Do you still remember that the immortal chief asked you to take all these betrothal gifts somewhere else and not to put them in Yefeng?" Asajiri didn't stop. "I know, but who said I want to keep it for myself?" Lin Xiao and Jiang Sun looked at each other, not understanding what Chao Wu meant. Not long after, Jiang Sun looked at the gigantic dragon of karma and a dozen phoenixes and clouds outside the Sanqing temple, and his forehead twitched violently. Zhao Wu put all the betrothal gifts on their backs, looked at the bright red box on Yelong's black back, and couldn't help laughing. "Brother Long, you look so handsome today." Yelong spit out dragon breath on him in an unfriendly manner, and his clothes fluttered like wind. Chao Wu touched the dragon head with a smile. "Hey, I explained it to you yesterday. I didn't go looking for the dragon behind your back. Are you still angry? Send these to Chunyuan Palace for me first, and then get angry when you come back, okay?" So, on that day, people in both the Chinquan realm and the mortal world saw the dragon and the phoenix flying from south to north, pulling the bright red betrothal gifts. The whole sky was dyed colorfully, as if a good omen had descended from heaven. The people in the mortal world knelt down on their knees. Zhong Libai was wearing a bright yellow dragon robe and looking at the strange scene outside. He just felt a little empty. He had no one around him to share with. The woman he loved the most died, and he killed his adoptive father. He was afraid of exposing his identity, and he had no one in his harem, no children, and those filthy people who gave birth to him were either killed or fled the mortal world. Now he had nothing except this empty palace. The Chunyuan Hall in Fodu Mountain is busy at this moment. Because of Mu Yun's appearance, she also attracted the admiration of countless people, and the betrothal gifts were also moved to the main hall in boxes. At this moment, there are still people queuing up at the foot of the mountain to send. Di Xian often goes into seclusion, and Mu Yun always goes down the mountain. Now Yu Qing is in charge of Chunyuan Palace. But now Yu Qing was also scared to death. The eldest brother looked so fierce, his eyes seemed to say, "Tell them to take their things and leave." However, as the leader of the hundreds of sects in Kunyu, he really couldn't let anyone take the things away after he had refused many times. It seemed that they had no intention of asking Mu Yun to agree and wanted to give these things to him. The person behind him had good eyesight. Seeing Mu Yun's gloomy face, he put down his things and left without letting Yu Qing repeat the words he had been talking for a long time. Yu Qing didn't even dare to look back at his senior brother. This is exactly like an emperor choosing his concubines. Mu Yun was sitting there. The proud peacock had landed obediently at his feet. The golden-winged roc was also quietly staying on his shoulder. He said nothing, but his face was covered with frost. The group of people felt their hearts tremble at the first sight of her. No matter how much gold, silver, and jewels they put in front of her, they could not make this beautiful lady like Shue Shue smile. Suddenly, there were cries of surprise from the disciples outside, followed by the roars of dragons and the howls of phoenixes. Everyone subconsciously looked outside the main hall. The next second, Mu Yun arrived outside the hall and saw several dazzling phoenixes landing on the golden and white jade, with a black karma dragon in the middle. They are huge in size, and the scene is quite grand. They didn't look hostile, especially the majestic dragon in the middle. It had obsidian-like dragon scales, but a bright red back, which looked a bit funny. Yelong looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, who was as pretty as snow, and glanced at the Van stone earring on his left ear. He knew that this was the person Chao Wu was looking for, so he lowered his head obediently. Mu Yun didn't recognize this huge karma dragon, but realizing how obedient it was, he couldn't help but put his hand on it. Yelong was very well behaved, and the phoenixes were completely mesmerized by Mu Yun's beauty. The disciples stepped forward to help them take off the countless boxes on their backs, which shocked the outsiders so much that they could not close their mouths for a long time. What's going on? Asking Longfeng to send a betrothal gift. So generous. Soon, the hundreds of wooden boxes were taken down, leaving people speechless for a moment. However, there was no name card on the boxes that looked like betrothal gifts. Instead, there was a piece of paper fixed to one of the boxes with a seal. Mu Yun took the paper off and saw a few words written by Zhang Yang on it. To win the beauty smile. The moment Mu Yun saw the handwriting, he knew who it was. Only Chao Wu could have such a flamboyant handwriting and style. When he thought of the man holding the pen and looking a little naughty, Mu Yun couldn't help laughing. Everyone was stunned again. Laugh. Laugh? It's been a long time, and this beauty finally smiled. Yelong rubbed the dragon head very affectionately and completely forgot about the unfaithful man from Shui Zeshan. Mu Yun patted its head gently and coaxed it with a smile. You are better behaved than him. Yelong pushed the ground even harder. When Yu Qing and others came out, they saw their aloof senior brother, who was surrounded by a huge dragon and was smiling happily. Looking at so many betrothal gifts and the phoenixes with beautiful feathers, I didn't know what to say. Everyone was guessing in their hearts which family the young man and young lady were from. They were so generous that they even sent a dragon and a phoenix to ask for the betrothal gift. Because of this blockage, the group of people at the foot of the mountain could not deliver the betrothal gifts, so they sent people up the mountain to take a look. When they saw this scene, they immediately went down to report and left. Is there anything better than this? Yu Qing listened to his disciples' words, and his face lit up with joy. This was great, as they could help him persuade so many people to retreat at once. Those who saw this scene on the mountain felt that it was incomparable and left in shame. Seeing that Chunyuan Palace was no longer so noisy and complicated, Mu Yun waved his sleeves in a good mood and saw a magic mirror appear on the side. That side was Asajiri lying on the cushion. Asajiri didn't open his eyes, but put his hands under his head and crossed his legs. What's wrong? Mu Yun's bright eyes were twinkling with brilliant stars. What's the fuss? When Chao Wu heard this, she opened her eyes, looked at him and smiled. How come such a serious matter is a joke, just to make you laugh? Chao Wu continued. I know you like quietness and don't like noise. Chunyuan Palace must have a lot of people visiting. My trick will make them all leave, right? This is really a perverse logic. Do you think that the dragon and phoenix ceremony is quiet and simple? Hearing this, Asajiri touched the tip of his nose awkwardly, just in time to see Yuan Yao in the camera. Chao Wu looked at Mu Yun. He was still smiling, so he must be very happy. That was enough. He would say whatever he wanted. I just want everyone to know that you are the best and worthy of this dragon and phoenix ceremony. There will be even grander ones in the future. What's wrong with giving them a heads up? The gentle words were inexplicably serious, and Mu Yun was stunned. Or rather, everyone who heard this was stunned. Mu Yun didn't buy it. Come on, you're being naughty again, aren't you? Maybe because Mu Yun was only busy talking to Chao Wu, Yelong felt a little unhappy and nudged Mu Yun again, as if to attract Chao Wu's attention. Such a large dragon head definitely cannot be fully captured in the camera, but Asajiri can still see the dragon's whiskers and a part of it. This startled Chao Wu. Hey, Brother Long, what are you doing? Yelong didn't even look at him and continued to push around. This made Mu Yun laugh. Haha, stop joking. Yu Qing and the others came to Mu Yun and were able to appear in the camera. The one who could make the eldest senior brother laugh was, as expected, the immortal Lord Chao Wu. Chao Wu looked lazy and noble, like a lion king who looked down on everything. He glanced at them with a sidelong glance. The intimidation in his casual look made Yu Qing and the others shudder. The aura of this immortal Lord Chao Wu is really too strong. I have never felt such a strong sense of oppression in front of my master. Immortal Chao Wu. Asajiri grinned. Hello, it was as if the man with infinite oppression just now was not him. Mu Yun didn't see these, but was attracted by the Buddha's word tree behind Chao Wu. Chao Wu, that's the Buddha's word tree behind you? Isn't Yefeng very cold? Isn't it true that nothing grows there except cold loving herbs? Chao Wu didn't really care. Yeah, thanks to the Feng brothers who took a fancy to my Yefeng, they moved their nest here. Yefeng is very warm now, so I planted a Buddhist tree. What do you like it? Naiman Yunhuang. Nine-tailed phoenix. When a beautiful woman is around, give you some face and also give yourself some face. Mu Yun's eyes flickered, and he changed the subject. Your family's Yelong is not going to stay in Chunyuan Palace, right? Why don't you come to pick him up? When Yelong heard that this beauty was trying to drive him away, she immediately rubbed against him even more. The cold dragon scales were originally quite sharp, but it was afraid of hurting Mu Yun, so the dragon scales that were touching Mu Yun's skin became extra soft and felt very good to the touch. Zhao Wu said with a playful smile, and what he said made Yelong so angry that he was fuming. It's okay. My brother Long can stay if he wants. I'll go to Longyuan to get some jars of wine. You wait for me. Then Chao Wu quickly closed the spirit mirror, so he naturally didn't hear Yelong's angry roar. The main point is, as long as I didn't hear it, you didn't scold me. The outside world had already gone crazy with the news. According to those who saw it, the dragon and phoenix flew from the South Sea. According to this, the one who sent the betrothal gift must be someone from Shuezhe Mountain. Apart from the immortal leader, I think the only one who can command the dragon and the phoenix is the immortal Lord Chao Wu. Chao Wu just wanted to support Mu Yun, promote his reputation, and most importantly, make him smile. He was asked to tear up all the lists of betrothal gifts, as what he gave could not be considered betrothal gifts, but just some small items. However, the chief disciple of the immortal leader of Shuezhe Mountain asked Long Feng to marry the chief disciple of Mingwang of Chun Yuan Palace with countless betrothal gifts. Mu Yun agreed immediately. The rumors of their love, blah blah, spread throughout the two realms of Qinkuan before dark. Wanhua Palace gave the following. A match made in heaven, equally matched. Summary, perfect match. Chao Wu was sleeping when he was woken up by Mo Guting. He looked at Chao Wu, who was still in the mood to sleep, and laughed angrily. You are free. Relying on the fact that he has no spiritual power, he leaves everything to them. Just when there was some progress in the matter of sanding one Dao brought by Mu Rong, another call for help came from the no man's land, saying that many people were unconscious and it was a large-scale incident. Mo Guting was too busy to handle everything, but Chao Wu was free to deliver the betrothal gift to Mu Yun. After making it known to the world, he went back to sleep. Chao Wu stretched lazily, her beautiful eyes drooping, as if she had no interest in anything. What's wrong? Mo Guting explained his purpose. He wanted Chao Wu to go to the no man's land to deal with the matter. After all, judging from the beast tide yesterday, there must be some problems in the no man's land. Besides, if you go alone, I won't let you bring any more burdens. Chao Wu turned over and wanted to continue sleeping. No, I just came back. Can I rest for a while? Mo Guting said. Mu Yun is leaving too. As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Wu stood up and looked at Mo Guting with a little annoyance. No, Mu Yun is the eldest senior brother of Chun Yuan Hall. Didn't Di Xian just accept a precious little disciple among so many disciples? He is sick, and he let Mu Yun go again. Will he die if he uses someone else to command him? Mo Guting. He didn't dare to scold King Ming. Mu Yun wanted to go there on his own, saying that he would go back after they dealt with the pile of annoying betrothal gifts. That is fine. Chao Wu lay back down again, thinking and thinking. Mo Guting didn't leave either, so he heard Chao Wu's muffled voice getting mad. Ah, there's no peace of mind. Can I go? Mo Guting achieved his goal and stood up to leave with satisfaction, but suddenly stopped and asked, Do you like Mu Yun? Asajiri then said with a playful smile, Can't you see? That is, I don't like it. Chao Wu didn't expect that the "see you another day" he promised Muyun would be changed so soon. He just said it yesterday, and they met today. He didn't care about the disciples behind Muyun at all, and they just slumped over him like bones. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come, humph." Muyun was a little amused and didn't push him away. Instead, Xianghong looked at Chao Wu. Even though she had looked at him for a long time, she still felt shy when she looked at him again. Today, Immortal Lord Chao Wu wore a dark blue cloak with a high-level magic circle on it, which looked very expensive. He is a cultivator, but he always wears such luxurious and lazy clothes. He is the only one in the world and very handsome. Chao Wu turned his attention to the disciples and found a few familiar faces. The ones who escaped? Well, they have been disciples for more than a month. Let's pull them out and give it a try. Do they know you are Zhao Yun? I don't know. After Chao Wu finished speaking, he saw Xianghong, who was always avoiding his gaze. He immediately smiled at Xianghong. Hello, beautiful sister. Xianghong's face instantly turned red after hearing this shout. The normally decisive second miss of Chunyuan Palace was now too embarrassed to say a word. Stop flirting. How can you be flirting? We are all family, and you are being mean to me when I just say hello. After all, that group of people had seen Chao Wu before. Seeing that Chao Wu never left his senior brother's side, they suddenly remembered that he had always been sticking to his younger brother Zhao Yun before. I couldn't help but ask, hey, little brother, how is Zhao Yun now? After all, Zhao Yun had taken care of them all the way, so he should ask. Brother Zhao. Chao Wu glanced at Mu Yun beside him, only to see that man holding Xue Shuang with an expression that said, don't look at me, I'm asking you. He also put on a sad face. Alas, he has become very successful and now he treats me like nothing. Mu Yun kicked his calf without changing his expression, signaling him to be normal and speak normal words. Asajiri kept her mouth shut, but a smile still filled her eyes. He didn't answer the group of people, but smiled and patted Mu Yun's shoulders. Wrong. The group of people looked at each other. What did this mean? There are no laws or rules in this lawless area, so it is very chaotic. There are people from all over the place, doing all kinds of things. Mu Yun pinched his fingers and deliberately concealed their breath and faces. Walking in the no-man's land nowadays, it is indeed quite desolate, and there are not many people. Chao Wu was as relaxed and leisurely as if he was strolling in his own backyard, completely different from the group of nervous new disciples. Have you heard that the bones of the demon king of the vast sea have appeared in the world? Yubai told me about it. What's the matter? Chao Wu looked at the deserted street in front of him and said calmly, when we were returning to Shuezhe Mountain, we encountered a tide of beasts. But they didn't see any large groups of monsters along the way. Where did they go? If we find them, we should be able to find a point of entry. But it was getting late, so they decided to stay at someone's house for one night. One of the disciples knocked on a closed door. After knocking for a long time, a ferocious-looking man opened the door. The muscular body and scar on his face frightened the disciple so much that he dared not say a word. What are you knocking for, you little brat? Are you looking for death? At this moment, Mu Yun glanced at Chao Wu with a look that was very familiar, raised his chin, and made way for Chao Wu. It's like saying, it's your turn to perform. Chao Wu sighed and pulled the disciple back with ease. With his other hand, he tugged at his clothes. His affectionate eyes instantly became misty. Half of his profile was extremely charming, and he deliberately exposed his jade-like neck and collarbone. The words he spoke were also soft-spoken, and the people who heard them were excited. My dear, we have been traveling all day, and our feet hurt. This scene made the man's lower abdomen tighten, and then his nose felt hot, and he felt it coming on, and blood started flowing down his nose. Come in. This wave of operations simply shocked the group of disciples, and they felt their noses getting hot. So this is how the beauty trap works? The sturdy man covered his nose and pointed them in a direction. There are a few empty rooms over there. However, after a Seijai and others came in, the sturdy man seemed to want to take care of his nosebleed, but a Seijai grabbed his waist rope. The strong man felt like he was burning with fever. Asajiri's beautiful eyes were full of alluring temptation. Are you the only one at home? The man, who was dazzled by the beauty, suppressed his pounding heart. The brothers came back late at night. The next second, Asajiri punched the man, knocking him to the ground, and his expression immediately changed. He turned around and looked at Muyun carelessly. Let's tie up those guys tonight and rest here for a few days. The sudden change made it difficult to comprehend for a while. Is such a bandit's behavior really okay? Why are you so skilled? Several people went to other rooms, only to find unconscious people on the bed. There were people in many rooms. It seemed that they were the original owners of the house. No wonder the man asked them to go to the room on the other side, because he was afraid that they would see something was wrong. I was lucky enough to stab the thief's den directly. Chao Wu stepped forward, lifted a man's eyelids, and looked at his eyeballs. It's not that he was poisoned, he just didn't wake up. He may have been trapped in a nightmare and has something to do with the monster. There were so many people sleeping in the rooms, and the disciples did not dare to stay in the rooms for longer, for fear that they would also be tricked. So a group of people sat in the yard, planning to spend the night together. Chao Wu and Muyun came to the outer courtyard, planning to wait for the so-called brothers who came back at midnight. Chao Wu leaned against him like a boneless man, putting half of his strength on Muyun, Chief King Ming of Chunyuan Palace. Muyun listened to the sudden words of the man beside him and said nothing, waiting for his next words. Chao Wu blinked slowly. How does your master treat you? Muyun didn't know why he asked about this. You haven't heard of it? What have you heard of? Those rumors? Prince Ming treats the eldest disciple like a sore eye? Muyun couldn't help laughing. What eyeballs? Chao Wu cast his gaze towards the pitch-black sky. The Sangue zone was now very depressed. Such a quiet night made people feel strange. Chao Wu heard Muyun next to him continue what he said. It's very good. He has never treated me badly. Chao Wu glanced at his hair, frowned, and was about to say something. Muyun interrupted him. He is my master, not anyone else. I cannot ask him to be so kind or special to me. Therefore, whether it was one Yuan Yao or countless Yuan Yao, they were all just disciples of King Ming, just like him. Chao Wu looked at him and suddenly realized that Muyun was very clear-headed, and he was not obsessed with what those people said. Master Ming Wang is the best to his disciple. Because of this, Chao Wu felt even worse. Do you think I believe it? The corner of Kaijiri's mouth curled up quickly, as if he lost his mood quickly and suppressed it again. Muyun said nothing. Under the moonlight, that half of her fair face was so beautiful that it was hard to take your eyes away. However, the next second, Shueishuang was unsheathed, and the few strong men who came in suddenly turned into ice sculptures, and only one was left behind. When the man saw this, he turned around and ran away, and Muyun also chased after him. As soon as the person whom Chao Wu was leaning against left, he did not fall. He just maintained this position for a few seconds and then closed his dark eyes. When he opened it again, he couldn't see anything strange, and he walked slowly to the backyard. The disciples were gathering together. It seemed that they were nervous because it was their first time and couldn't sleep. Always be alert and ready to fight the enemy head-on. Chao Wu looked at them. His usual smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he sat beside them as if he was careless. Seeing that he was the only one coming back, Xiang Hong couldn't help but ask, Xianjun, my senior brother, he? Chao Wu looked at her after hearing the sound and smiled. Don't worry, he is chasing someone and will give us the location in a moment. Xiang Hong nodded, and then heard Chao Wu ask unintentionally, what year is Jiaqing now? If the three no matter zone asked for help, didn't the Emperor of Mortal World send someone? Kaijiri likes to have an uptick at the end of his speech, like a little hook. The tone of his words was even more lazy and casual, with a hint of bewilderment. Xiang Hong remembered that her senior brother had asked the same question at that time, so she did not hesitate at all when answering. The 12th year of Jiaqing. She didn't see that after she finished speaking, Chao Wu's eyes widened instantly. His beautiful fingers flicked subconsciously. Really? Muyun is already 29 this year. The little liar dared to lie to him that he was 17 years old. Maybe because the night was too dark, Xiang Hong didn't see Chao Wu's strange blood-red eyes. Chao Wu smiled evilly, but Xiang Hong felt that everything around her was frozen. Even though she was very powerful, she felt a little cold at the moment. Your senior brother. It seems that you just returned to Chunyuan Palace not long ago? Xiang Hong looked at Chao Wu. At this moment, the eyes of the young man in front of her had returned to normal, but for some reason, people dared not look directly at him. The words he spoke were stuttering. Senior brother, I went down the mountain to practice. I just came back not long ago. Then, senior brother, how long have you been going down the mountain to practice? Xiang Hong seemed to sense something was wrong with Chao Wu and did not dare to answer. However, the blood red flashed in Chao Wu's eyes. Xiang Hong seemed to be bewitched and said dully, 6 years. Asajiri stopped talking. The long bangs covered the upper half of his face, and the clear sunlight shone down. The shadow made this man mysterious and dangerous. The yin-yang in his hand moved uneasily, but Chao Wu suddenly turned around and asked those disciples, do you still remember where you and Zhao Yun met? Those disciples didn't know what Chao Wu and Xiang Hong had just said, nor did they know that something was wrong with Chao Wu now. After hearing Chao Wu's question, he thought about it seriously. When we saw Brother Zhao, he was injured by the people who were chasing him. He was hiding under a very big locust tree, and then Brother Zhao appeared. Kaijiri suddenly took a deep breath, and the hand that wasn't holding the sword couldn't help but tremble. Huge locust trees. The entrance to the Sea of Flowers in Yunxi. The corners of Chao Wu's eyes suddenly turned red, and he felt mixed feelings in his heart. Yunxi Flower Sea. The little liar lied to him again and said that the first time he met these hunted people was in Xiaoza, Qinyu, which was clearly in Yunxi Huahai. Xiang Hong saw something was wrong with Chao Wu now, so she had the courage to express concern. Xianwu Chao Wu, what's wrong with you? Chao Wu was asked by name. After thinking for a few seconds, he tilted his head and looked at Xiang Hong. The dark eyes were like crystals that had been completely contaminated, dark and depressing. Xiang Hong, do you believe in the separation of time? It's the same time and space, but 2 points in time. Xiang Hong didn't know why Chao Wu suddenly asked herself this. After being confused for a few seconds, she still answered truthfully, no. Chao Wu pursed his lips. At this moment, a white light lit up, and Shueshuang flew to Chao Wu. It seemed to be showing them the way. Chao Wu looked at Shueshuang in front of him, tried his best to suppress the turmoil in his heart, and stretched out his hand towards it. The silver sword, which was filled with cold air, seemed to be aware of Kaijiri's slightly trembling hand, and obediently approached him and let him hold it. Kaijiri was speechless for a long time, and when he spoke again, his voice was even hoarse. Follow-up. The disciples didn't know why Chao Wu became so serious in an instant, even more scary than the expressionless senior brother. After all, although Mu Yun looked at you with cold eyes, at most it was a warning. But this Asajiri, even if he smiles, he gives off a ruthless attitude that will come up and twist your head off in the next second. The disciples didn't know what they said wrongly to make this master's face look so terrifying. When Chao Wu and others followed Shueshuang to the wilderness, they saw a big man who had also been frozen into an ice sculpture. Mu Yun was dressed in white, leaning against a tree with his eyes closed. Sensing their breath, Mu Yun opened his eyes and saw Chao Wu looked so bad. He couldn't help but frown. What's wrong with him? However, before he could ask, Chao Wu spoke first. Is there a barrier? The voice was low, without any emotion, and the eyes were very dim. Mu Yun glanced at the many disciples behind him and decided to put the overall situation first. Well, but the monsters inside are not sure if they are good or bad. This place is not far from the village. If we force our way in, I'm afraid. Before he could finish his words, he saw Chao Wu take a step forward, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. Then the scenery in front of him began to distort and become chaotic. Mu Yun's heart tightened, and then he heard Chao Wu Xiesi's lazy words, but they were terribly cold. What does their life and death have to do with me? As soon as he finished speaking, the scene of the desolate suburbs in front of him changed instantly. In the void, the ground was filled with hideous and terrifying monsters and countless people, and the sky was also filled with monsters fighting with each other. Because the barrier was broken, the monsters were furious and roared as they rushed out with the momentum to destroy the world. Asami didn't even raise her head, but spoke a fierce and cold word that froze countless monsters in their place, instantly silencing them. Anyone who moves will die. The young man in red was standing at the entrance to the barrier, and he was releasing the terrifying pressure of a supreme being. There was no doubt that he would really kill the restless monster in an instant. Everyone was horrified by the sight before them. In their eyes, it was like another alien world in front of them. The smell of decay and blood was everywhere. The monsters had lost their minds and looked extremely terrifying. In front of the huge space stood a young boy who looked tiny. But all the monsters were frightened and dared not move. This frightened the disciples so much that they dared not move. This beautiful woman who looks so bright and beautiful. Is her strength so terrifying? Xianghong was also shocked. Is this the strength of the chief of the Shuezhe Mountain Immortals? It is so terrifying. Mu Yun's eyes also darkened, but Chao Wu didn't look at him, but said calmly, "You stay here, and I will kill anyone who dares to move." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked in, but disappeared the moment he entered. Even when Mu Yun reached out to stop him, he couldn't touch the hem of his clothes. Mu Yun withdrew his hand and said nothing. When the monsters saw that the morning mist had disappeared, they tried to move, but their bodies seemed to be frozen. Mu Yun stood there, the frost spreading from under his feet, and began to freeze. There was some commotion among the monsters inside, and the next second, all of them were frozen by ice. They realized that this young man in white was very strong. If they attacked together, their chances of winning would be 0. Xianghong realized something and quickly shouted, "Big brother!" However, Mu Yun ignored her and started walking inside. Her hairband fluttered in the wind, forming a new barrier. Xianghong saw. The eldest brother's hair turned snow-white at a speed visible to the naked eye. Elder brother. As soon as Chao Wu entered, he saw a sea of blood and a pile of corpses. A man in red clothes was standing there, holding a silver sword in his hand. There was blood on the man's face, but no one knew whose it was. The stream in front of him was full of blood-red water, and at the source of the stream was a white-haired boy kneeling on the ground. Asajiri's heart was wrenched, and it hurt to breathe. And that man was clearly himself. He saw himself running over and hugging Mu Yun. The young man in his arms was already dying and could barely open his eyes. "Brother." Chao Wu hugged him tightly, his hands shaking with panic. "Brother. Brother is here. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Brother will save you." There was a weak smile on Mu Yun's beautiful face, and it looked like it would break in the next second, and that was indeed the case. Chao Wu continuously injected spiritual power into Mu Yun's body, but found that the spiritual power was mixed with Mu Yun's spiritual power and returned to his own body again. The strong and pure spiritual power made Chao Wu panic and almost desperate. His wounds were gradually recovering, and his spiritual power was becoming more and more abundant, but the words he spoke were full of humble requests. "Yun, no, no, no. I beg you, don't." That is Mu Yun's spirit image. No matter how much Chao Wu wanted to stop, it was useless. He watched Mu Yun's face become paler and paler, and his vitality faded away bit by bit. "Brother, live well, be yourself. That's also living for me. Okay." At the end of Mu Yun's words, even his voice couldn't be heard anymore. Asajiri burst into tears. The boy in her arms gradually lost his breath. Asajiri hugged him. He had lost everything. His only brother who was still alive died for him. I don't know how long it took. Chao Wu wiped the snow and frost clean and picked up Mu Yun. There was a dull look in Chao Wu's eyes, and despair was hitting his internal organs and brain. "You like locust trees. Brother, can I take you to Yunchi Flower Sea? There is a beautiful locust tree at the entrance, and there are many Buddhist flowers. You will definitely like it there. Brother will take you there now." He walked away holding Mu Yun like a zombie, leaving bloody footprints with every step. Mu Yun's spiritual form was extremely cold, while his own spiritual form was fire. He absorbed Mu Yun's spiritual form hastily but failed to digest it in time. His body now felt like it was being cut into pieces by thousands of knives. But Chao Wu still wants to take Mu Yun to Yunchi Flower Sea, and he needs this kind of pain to stay sane. Chao Wu watched herself leaving with Mu Yun in her arms, her eyes dark. After a long time, Chao Wu made a tut sound and raised his arm, as if he was pinching someone in the air. The scene in front of him disappeared in an instant. At this moment, Chao Wu was standing in a void, with nothingness all around him. In his hands he held a small brown-skinned child. He was dressed very gorgeously, but his temperament was very strong. Let me go. There was no emotion in Chao Wu's eyes, only endless darkness. No one dares to peek into my consciousness, not even Emperor Zhao. How can you be qualified? As she spoke, the force of her hand that was pinching him gradually increased, as if she was going to strangle him to death. Ahem. I never thought that you would dare to challenge. Ahem, heaven. No wonder it caused chaos. Everyone wants to kill you. Asajiri frowned and exerted more force on his hands. The child's face turned red and his eyes almost rolled out. There were indeed signs that he was being strangled to death. At this moment, a silver sword flew over, causing Chao Wu to let go of his hand instantly. Immediately afterwards, the child was frozen by the ice and disappeared in an instant. Chao Wu slowly withdrew his hand, raised his eyelids, and looked at Mu Yun. Mu Yun frowned. If you really kill him, those people will never wake up. Chao Wu just kept looking at him and his white hair. After a while, he kept saying the same thing. Why should I care about their lives? Mu Yun looked at him. After a long while, he finally spoke. What are you pretending to be? You want everyone to find out that your temperament has changed so much that they will suspect that you have been robbed and had your soul changed, but at the same time they have to admit that you are this kind of person, and this is the kind of person you should be. It was they who forced you to become the glorious senior brother, and you deceived yourself and others with the excuse of seizing the body. Watching them apologize to you, you put yourself out of the matter like an outsider. You're just living another life. So do you want to get rid of the past and spurn your past self? Chao Wu looked at Mu Yun in front of him, and he could feel Mu Yun's doubts. Probably because he was suddenly poked into his mind, Chao Wu sneered. Aren't you the one who spurned me? Mu Yun didn't say anything, just looked at him in silence. Asajiri realized what he said and wanted to slap himself. He took a deep breath. Sorry. As expected, the closer people are, the more they know each other's weaknesses, and they always say the most deadly words when they quarrel. Mu Yun sighed. Brother, what's wrong with you? What else happened after he died? In other words, how did Asajiri die? Asajiri stood there and said softly, I just don't want to save them anymore. Is that okay? There was a feeling of grievance in the soft words, which made Mu Yun feel heartbroken. Okay, then we won't save you. Chao Wu looked at him again. After rebirth, I thought we would meet again at Lumen Peak. This time I didn't want to anger you. I asked them to make me Vanstone earrings. I feel like this is your first love for me. The impression won't be bad. Chao Wu seemed to have gone crazy and realized that he had done something wrong. He began to talk about his experience in an aggrieved manner, hoping that Mu Yun would feel sorry for him. I got Yin Yang. Sword Intention is the master who protects Shueishuang. I will protect you. These words made Mu Yun's heart twitch. I know. He already knew that Asajiri was reborn, but he didn't know that he was also reborn. Since he wanted to protect himself, he would go back to Chunyuan Palace and let all events develop according to Asajiri's impression. I also want to protect him and not go on the same path for the rest of my life. It's too painful. In fact, Kaijiri had been suspicious for a long time, and he had become suspicious during the sword discussion ceremony, but because of the timeline, he had to give up this seemingly absurd idea. They both knew the other knew something, but neither said it. Zhao Wu was pitiful now, and Mu Yun sighed. Everything is fine, don't be afraid. I won't tell you because, starting from the year I died, the time connection between the two realms of heaven and earth seems to have been broken. Opened, time split. Taking the 6th year of Jiaqing as the dividing line, you will be reborn 6 years ago in the 1st year of Jiaqing. And I was resurrected 6 years later, which was the 12th year of Jiaqing. There is now a 12-year gap between the two domains of Qin and Kuan, but they are inexplicably in the same space. Such words were almost like those spoken by a lunatic. Even Kaijiri, who had really made this conjecture, was still surprised when he heard these words. I went back to Chunyuan Palace and read the history books of Morchinchen. Because the time in the mortal world is the same as that in your Qin realm, and the time in the Kuan realm is 12 years longer than yours, we can see that the emperor in the 1st year of Jiaqing was not Zhong Libai, but Zhong Linan. After hearing this, Chao Wu and Mu Yun looked at each other, and suddenly felt a little scary. Someone cut through time and space and resurrected them. The reason why the sword discussing ceremony is carried out as usual is because it happens every 6 years, and it happens to be Shueza Mountain's turn again in the 12th year. Therefore, it almost perfectly avoids people's confusion, and no one will notice. There is actually a gap of 12 years between the two realms of Qin and Kuan. Chao Wu's eyes gradually became clearer, his madness faded away, and everything became clear. Although it was a bit unbelievable, he didn't care anymore. It was enough that Mu Yun was still alive. Regardless of this, how is your health? Mu Yun knew that what he was talking about was about the birth of a spirit, so he let Chao Wu check it for him. Well, there is nothing wrong with me now. Even my spiritual appearance is intact. Chao Wu was stunned when he heard this. How could it be possible? Mu Yun's spirit was clearly still in his body. Because he did not transform immediately back then, the extreme cold spirit form not only allowed him to recover 80% at that time, but also merged with the cold poison, which caused the cold poison to intensify. But Zhao Wu didn't say anything out of fear that Mu Yun would be worried. The treacherous and murderous emotions in him were soothed very well, and he was even considered obedient. That one just now, was that the demon king of the vast sea? Mu Yun released the guy, but the ice hardened, and the boy bared his teeth and claws to fight Mu Yun. It's so funny, can't he beat Chao Wu or Mu Yun? Unexpectedly, before he could jump up, he was kicked down by Mu Yun, and then, this weak man who looked not only beautiful but also beautiful, stepped on his chest, making him feel that he was about to ascend to heaven in the next second. He raised his head in pain and saw Mu Yun's extremely cold eyes. Those people fell into coma? Was it you who did it? Being able to peer into the hearts of himself and Asajiri is enough to make everyone in the Sangue zone comatose. Ahem. Do you know me? Who I am? I am the demon king of the vast sea. Chao Wu and Mu Yun looked at each other, and after a beating, the demon king of the vast sea knelt on the ground, with a bruised nose and a swollen face, and said, I was forcibly awakened. The man said that I lacked spiritual power and asked me to absorb the essence. He also found so many monsters for me. Mu Yun said coldly, Who is he? The demon king of the vast sea was silent for a few seconds, then tooted at Wu, and turned his wrist impatiently, which scared the demon king of the vast sea to the point of crying. I don't know. I didn't see the face. It seems that there is nothing more you can ask. Mu Yun turned to leave, but Chao Wu asked, Why don't you take it back and let those people wake up? If you don't want to save it, then don't save it. Chao Wu glanced at the Hanhai Demon King. The face that had been beaten into a pig's head looked very funny, and he didn't look like a demon king at all. You're here, just treat it as a matter of course. That's not to save him. Mu Yun hummed softly, I've set up a barrier. Just wait until I break it. Chao Wu looked at his white hair spread out, and her heart was still tight. Mu Yun took out another hair tie and tied it up, and his white hair turned into black hair. Sensing Chao Wu's gaze, he smiled and said softly, I'm afraid that my hair will suddenly turn white and it's hard to explain. Chao Wu touched his head. The wide red sleeves dangled in front of him, and Mu Yun suddenly asked, On the day I died, what color clothes were you wearing when you came? Chao Wu took back his hand, looking puzzled. Huh? Why do you ask this? But Mu Yun seemed to be troubled by this question and asked again. Kaijiri could only think about it and said, It's red. Didn't I say it? I have a lot of clothes like this. However, when the two of them came out and saw the disciples from Shueza Mountain and the disciples from Chunyuan Hall, they were still a little confused. What's going on? They went in for a while, but when they came out, why did everyone come? Huayan immediately came to Chao Wu and said, Let me see if you are injured. Seeing the anxiety and worry in her eyes, Chao Wu raised his eyebrows unconsciously. Mu Yun was also a little confused. Xianghong? Big. Senior brother. Xianghong looked at Mu Yun who came out, as if she couldn't believe it, and finally hugged him directly. Whoa, I'm scared to death. It's been almost half a month since you entered, and I can't break through your barrier, senior brother. So I had to call the disciples from Shueza Mountain and Chunyuan Hall to force it open. Xianghong was indeed frightened. Mu Yun couldn't say anything, and could only let Xianghong hold her. Seeing this, Hua Yin glanced at Chao Wu beside her. Seeing her like this, Chao Wu naturally opened her arms and said, "How about? You hug me too?" Hua Yin. Chao Wu and Mu Yun exchanged glances. Time flows at different speeds. It took them at most 2 sticks of incense to go in, but half a month had passed outside. It's okay. Chao Wu and I went in and took care of the vast sea demon king. Don't worry. Xiang Hong also seemed to feel that it was outrageous for the dignified second lady of Chunyuan Palace to hold Mu Yun in her arms and burst into tears, so she quickly let go of him. I saw Mu Yun carrying the vast sea demon king out. He looked very weak indeed. Just now he was in the form of a 13 or 14-year-old boy, but now he has turned into a 7 or 8-year-old child. Everyone seemed surprised. They did not expect that the so-called vast sea demon king was such a young child. Perhaps stimulated by the attention of everyone, the demon king of the vast sea bared his teeth at them. "What are you looking at? Watch me dig out your eyeballs again." Just as he was in danger, Mu Yun was frozen again with ice. I took him to relieve the coma nightmares on those people. Kaijiri hummed slightly and had no intention of following. Hua Yin, on the other hand, hates iron for not being able to become steel. What a silly boy. What are you doing standing there in a daze? Do you want your wife anymore? Seeing that Chao Wu didn't look injured, Hua Yin's worried heart was relieved. She only knew that Chao Wu was ill now, and Lin Song and others didn't tell him anything else. When Lin Song received the news from Xiang Hong, she wanted to fly over immediately. Mogu Ting persuaded her for a long time before letting anyone come over. Mogu Ting was very busy recently, so she had no choice but to let her come. Lin Song asked me to convey that if you are missing an arm or a leg when you go back, he will not be responsible for replacing it. A model of hard-spoken and soft-hearted. Chao Wu smiled, and as an outsider, Hua Yin could see that Chao Wu was even in a relaxed state, as if he was even more relaxed than when he was in Shueza Mountain. "Since you are fine, I should go back. These disciples happen to be the ones you want to bring to the Dharma lecture. The Dharma lecture is only a few days away. Let them follow you." However, Chao Wu noticed a line of sight and saw an honest disciple. Chao Wu is in a good mood now, but he doesn't show his reluctance on his face. "I'm sorry to bother you, Elder Hua." By the time Chao Wu brought people back to the house, the Hanhai Demon King had shrunk into a 5 or 6-year-old baby due to excessive energy consumption. Even with a fierce expression, it was not intimidating. Several people in the house woke up and were shocked to see so many people in the yard. Mu Yun said little, so Xiang Hong stepped forward to explain. I saw Chao Wu approaching with a faint smile in his eyes. "Disciple of Shueza Mountain, let Xiang Hong take it back. Let's walk directly. We should be able to reach Shuangxin Mountain in 2 days. How about it?" "Okay." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a slightly immature voice sounded. "No." Chao Wu lazily raised his eyes and looked over. It was the disciple who seemed to be honest and obedient just now. Perhaps because of nervousness, the child kept clutching his clothes, with subconscious dodges in his eyes. "Lin Song. Elder Lin Song specially told me to. Stay with senior brother at all times. If you are really missing arms or legs, then just throw you outside. Don't go back." After finishing speaking, Mu Yun couldn't help laughing, while Chao Wu leaned over and looked at the young disciple. Asajiri is half a head taller than him, and her flamboyant temperament would indeed be scary if she didn't restrain herself. But Chao Wu narrowed his eyes, looking particularly affectionate, and those seductive eyes gave people a very affectionate feeling. "Oh, then, are you willing to do it?" The ambiguous tone was like bewitching. Mu Yun laughed again and bumped Chao Wu with his arm, signaling him not to go too far. Kaijiri saw the child's face so red, smiled and patted his head without saying anything, as if it was a tacit approval. "What's your name?" The lazy voice was very charming. The young disciple stumbled and said, Su Yang. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the vast sea demon king shouted in dissatisfaction, "Hey, does anyone remember me?" The voice was very childish and had no momentum at all. Chao Wu and Mu Yun then looked at the demon king of the vast sea. At this moment, the child was locked by the demon rope, and the other end was tied to Mu Yun's finger. Chao Wu knelt down, and his deep eyebrows made this bright face even more colorful. "Hanhai, how about being my son? I'll hold the red rope for you perhaps because his worries were resolved. Mu Yun laughed a lot when he was around him, and his cold and indifferent temperament almost disappeared. For our daughter? Hearing this, Asajiri smiled even deeper. Not to mention, I'm going to find a child supporter for our daughter. Although she's a bit ugly, I can't help but make her happy vast sea demon king. Do you think I am willing? It seems. Not bad. If she doesn't like it, it doesn't matter if she kills her again. Vast sea demon king. From now on, you are my father. Chao just went ahead and made a contract with the demon king of the sea and patted him on the head. Okay, so you won't shrink. The vast sea demon king. I'm so angry, but I can't beat him. Couldn't you do, because Chao was so noisy. Almost every stall had to stop for a while. The demon king of the sea has never seen such a noisy person. After being forced to stop for an unknown number of times, the vast sea demon king very spinelessly took off the demon binding rope from Chao's wrist and handed it to Mu Yun's hand very spinelessly. Dad, please hold me. Mu Yun couldn't laugh or cry. Over there, Chao was following Su Yang and saw the white cat doll. Just as he was about to go over, an old man wearing a black cloak grabbed him. Chao stopped. Old man, what's the matter? Little brother, I have an excellent storybook here. It's a unique book. It's only given to those who are destined. Do you want to buy it? Chao glanced at the person in front of him. The large black cloak did not fit him well. The old man under the cloak was stooped. The hand holding the corner of Chao Wu's clothes looked haggard and covered with age spots. The face under the cloak couldn't be clearly seen, but one could tell from the hoarse voice that he was an old man. Storybook? Chao suddenly remembered that when Mingyue's residence had just been renovated, he had indeed planned to buy a storybook to pass the time. The old man's storybook seemed to be quite old, with selected notes on Yudu clearly written on it. Seeing that Mu Yun was about to walk away, he took the storybook without hesitation. Old man, how much does this book cost? The old man smiled, his voice a little hoarse and sounded weird. Just watch and give it. Chao thought that he was an only one anyway, so he gave him a scrap of gold and went after Mu Yun. Su Yang always felt something strange, so he couldn't help but turn his head and look, but the old man was nowhere to be seen. The child trembled with fright, thinking he had seen a ghost. Kunyu Shuangshin Mountain is located outside Yudu. It is named after two mountains shrouded in immortal energy. Later, more immortal cultivators came here, and the scale gradually grew. Ong, the white tiger beast with hanging eyes and red stripes, is enshrined by Shuangshin Mountain. The circular altar for discussion of Taoism is surrounded by one layer and one layer, with hundreds of schools and immortal sects, all teaching the sutras of Dharma, Shintian, and the meaning of earth. Shueza Mountain in the Qin region is in the top position, and Chunyuan Hall in the Kuren region is also in Jotian opposite. Su Yang stayed beside Chao with his sword in hand, but he stopped talking for the first time. It was such a serious occasion. Why? How could the senior brother lazily lie on the imperial concubine's couch, not even raising an eyelid, just looking at the storybook in his hand? What's so good about this book about Yudu and Kunyu, and why is it said to be an only copy? That elusive old man is a liar. Su Yang was probably affected by his nonchalant attitude, and Su Yang couldn't help but be distracted. This article is full of beautiful sentences in classical Chinese, long and boring. How can it be read and listened to by senior brother? Ever since he started, he had heard that under the immortal Emperor Zhao of Shueza Mountain, the chief disciple ranked first among the most beautiful in terms of male appearance. I just thought it was an exaggeration, but now this man is wearing a large cloak hand woven with phoenix feathers and flowing fire. It is extremely gorgeous. Even the soft fur of the nine-tailed sky fox is used in the fox fur, and the dragon scales of the blue dragon are only for him. Made that blouse. It seems to be extremely luxurious, but it is all focused on him. But it makes people feel that it should be like this, and this is how it should be. The eldest brother doesn't seem to like to tie up his hair. His long hair is let down. Although his beautiful face is less impactful, it is more lazy and charming. Why? A man's lips can be so red. It looked like rouge was applied deliberately. Chao was looking down at the script at the moment, a little lost in thought. He gathered up his outer robe, but still felt a little cold. His fingertips holding the pages of the book were so cold that they turned red and were covered with frost. Suddenly, he heard Mingyue's message to him. Are you distracted? What are you looking at? His call really brought Wu back to his senses. As if he was afraid that he would notice something, he immediately let go of his hand and just moved it along his robe naturally. He smiled and replied, It's nothing. This book really surprised me. It's so well written. Is there anyone else in Kunyu who has such magical powers? He rarely said so many words at once, as if he was trying to hide something. Mingyue didn't think much when he heard this person ask again in an awkward manner. Why are you paying so much attention to me? Wu closed the book casually, threw it aside, and looked up to the opposite side. Even though they were separated by the entire altar and layers of magic barriers, he could still meet Mingyue's eyes. Mingyue sighed, ignored his joke, and said, The little disciple next to you is staring at you more intently than you are staring at the book. After you go back, will your master ask you what you gained from this trip? It doesn't matter what you think. The master will not make things difficult for you. Just keep your tail and don't mess around. Kaijiri had never thought of this, and she had really wronged him. He was sincere and honest this time, and did not say anything provocative to his disciples. Why should he blame him? Wu tilted his head, smiled, and passed it with his spiritual sense. Unjust Mingyue over there turned his head and snorted, making Wu laugh, and his smile made Su Yang's soul wander again. Is this so beautiful? This time Wu did notice his gaze. After thinking about it, he smiled evilly and looked at Su Yang to one side. Junior brother Su. Su Yang, who was suddenly called, trembled all over and immediately responded, Yes. Wu felt that the hair on his neck was scratching his neck a little itchy, so he raised his hand and pushed all his hair to the other side. The extremely white jade neck was completely exposed to the air, and Su Yang's face turned red again. Wu said with satisfaction, Ask the people below to bring up some pens, ink, paper, and inkstones. Su Yang was about to move when he heard Wu continue to say, Draw a picture after my appearance. If Elder Hua Yin asks about her experience on this trip, show her the drawing and let her comment. After all, this appearance not only deserves the title of the most beautiful woman. How about saving her from talking about my vain reputation all day long? After saying that, no matter how stupid Su Yang was, he understood the implication of Wu's words. He blushed so much that Wu was afraid that he would be familiar with it in the next second. Yes. No. Wu chuckled softly. This laughter was much lighter than before, and Su Yang's heart tightened when he heard it. If you don't paint, just listen to it. Maybe you can really realize something. It's also good luck. With that said, he himself finally turned his attention to the altar. But Su Yang could clearly feel that the senior brother was not in a good mood. Those beautiful and seductive eyes seemed to be filled with a layer of emotions that he could not understand. Just looking at them made people feel, I can't even be happy about it. But the senior brother wouldn't let him look at it, and he didn't dare to look at it again. After listening to it for about half a quarter of an hour, Wu picked up the storybook again, didn't even read it, spread it on his face, and fell asleep. Su Yang. Is this really good? Thinking about it, Lord Immortal Head seems to be very fond of this disciple. It is just a Dharma lecture. I shouldn't blame him if he doesn't listen. But I have never heard of the Immortal Chief punishing his senior brother to think about his mistakes or practice because of something he did wrong. And the disaster on the entire mountain of Shueza Mountain was almost caused by his senior brother. Thinking about it this way, it is not an ordinary favor. The old man outside said something with an excited face. Su Yang had never seen anything that could make these old guys so excited. Then I heard, slaves born in the heart will always be slaves. How can they get human rights? You all know clearly that they once disturbed the mortal world, and now they dare to interfere with the universe. There is no need to have sympathy for such animals. His overly excited words left the fair boy opposite speechless. Su Yang was a little confused. He was originally talking about the growth of all things and the death of heaven and earth. Why did he get distracted and look at a senior brother and accuse him of being a captive? The young man opposite couldn't think of any words to refute him, as if he was also frightened by the Taoist's almost insane state. The old Taoist continued to talk with saliva flying all over his body, and his words became more and more unpleasant. The Taoist priest's voice was obviously loud and his tone was very excited, but the word TSK was heard by everyone in the forum. Su Yang looked at his senior brother on the couch. Chao Wu picked up the scripture with his slender fingers and shook it, then leaned on the couch. This time, there was no smile on his face. He looked so strange that it made Su Yang feel cold in his heart. Chao Wu is always lazy, as if he doesn't care about anything. Although his eyebrows are curved, his eyes are cold. I saw Chao Wu casually taking out 2 withered plum blossoms from a gold and jade carved vase beside him, and pulling them in the air as if he was pulling a string, with his eyebrows drooping listlessly, as if there was a pool of stagnant water in his body. The next moment, the 9 heavens cauldron was raised, and a phoenix cry resounded. 2 white shadows rushed straight towards the Taoist priest, and the powerful mysterious force fluctuations behind them caused half of the cauldron to shake. The old Taoist couldn't move at all. In his cloudy eyeballs, a shadow reflecting white light was getting closer and bigger. Just when everyone thought that the Taoist priest was doomed, the 2 white shadows intertwined and, accompanied by the cry of phoenixes, transformed into 2 colorful phoenixes that shattered the twin immortal mountains outside the altar. The sound made everyone cover their ears, their faces filled with pain. The spiritual power gave them splitting headaches, and the shock of the collapse of the twin immortal mountains continued. The terrifying aftermath was as powerful as a mountain collapsing. At that moment, both heaven and earth moved. The green-brown fairy mountain was still crumbling, and Su Yang watched with his own eyes as if his senior brother did it casually. Anyway, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Taoist Fushu was even more shocked. The Shinxian sect was able to build the round altar and become famous throughout the world, but it all relied on these 2 immortal mountains. Now, the mountain was suddenly destroyed by someone. Asami leaned forward, lightly gathering her outer robe, and uttered 2 words from her red lips. Noisy. Fushu Daoxin was horrified, but he had no strength in his legs, and coupled with the spiritual pressure exerted on him by Chao Wu, he actually knelt down. In the morning mist, in the Shangding wing room, layers of green screens and barriers blocked the view, so no expression could be seen, but the voice was extremely calm. Master, when a person is about to die, his words should be kinder. Fuxideo narrowed his eyes at the spot where Chao Wu was, his eyeballs bulging outwards and bloodshot. Immortal Chao Wu. He recited these 4 words, as if he was recalling something, or as if he was stating something. After a while, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and smiled grimly, his voice even older than before. You are so angry and won't let me continue speaking. Who are you favoring? As soon as he finished speaking, Asagiri's hands, which were straightening his outer robe, suddenly stopped, and Mu Yun's eyelashes trembled almost imperceptibly. Fuxideo rolled his eyes, looked towards Mu Yun's position, and suddenly started laughing, spitting out blood while laughing. The sound was like a knife cutting rusty metal, extremely harsh. It's a beauty, right? But his words came to an abrupt end. The sudden silence made one's scalp tingle. The 74 guardians suddenly appeared, ready to stop a massacre. Time seemed to stand still, and in an instant, a person was seen standing in front of Fuxideo. The man was wearing a crane cloak with phoenix feathers, and his red clothes were fluttering. It was the morning mist. Immediately afterwards, Chao Wu raised his hand and knocked in the air above Fuxideo's head. This time, even the 74 guardians of Qinkuan could not stop it. In an instant, the entire altar, with Fushu Dao as the center, sank 3 feet and collapsed completely. Everyone seemed to hear the sound of burning fire and echoed the cries of the common people. The people were in despair and crying for help, which made people feel the pain in their hearts and lungs. Another bell sound was heard, coming from the distant sky, ethereal and shocking. It was like a sudden enlightenment, instantly bringing them back to reality. When the world returned to silence, it seemed that the 4 people also breathed, because Fuxideo laughed loudly with a bloody and even unrecognizable appearance, and the circular platform under Chao Wu's feet was splattered with blood. Fuxideo's head exploded, but the mouth in the lower half of his face was still smiling. The scene made people pale and stomach churn. The 74 guardians were about to leave when they heard the young man in the audience say something in a calm tone. "I'm going to kill him today. Whoever stops me will die." It was too bland. The young man had a very eye-catching and flamboyant appearance, but now he was so cold that anyone could feel terrified at a glance. There was nothing in his eyes. The bright light seemed to be completely swallowed up by the darkness, as if there was an evil ghost crawling up from the underworld lurking around him, ready to easily kill anyone who wanted to approach him at any time. Asajiri raised his hand and lowered his eyes to look at his slender white fingers, which were stained with blood and were a bit dazzling. But he doesn't care. Fuxadeo's breath was completely gone, and his laughter before death seemed like a mockery to Chaowu. He was thinking, who does he care about? Who in this world cares about him? He seemed to have fallen into an endless abyss. The darkness gradually devoured everything he had, and he could not see anything. After a long time, he felt a chill on his face. Was it snowing? He looked up and saw Mu Yun standing in front of him, wiping the blood off his face. Those eyes were also very calm, but they were full of trust. He suddenly felt a lump in his throat, and all the words he wanted to say were stuck there. Soon after, Su Yang and the disciples of Shuezhe Mountain came to his side. They were shouting something, but Chaowu couldn't hear it at all. He just looked at the man in front of him. He was a little tired, he felt. My Mu Yun. After that, I really couldn't hear anything. I still remember how this snow-white person looked before he fainted, with red eyes, and how reluctant he was to let her go. Don't cry. He wanted to say it, but he didn't have the energy to say it, because all the strength in my body seemed to be used only to make the tears in the corners of my eyes flow out of my eyes. When the snow phoenix on Shuezhe Mountain cries 3 times and the dragon roars twice, it is the hour of Chen. Su Yang rushed into the Medicine Valley. Elder Lin Song. Save them quickly. Lin Song was sitting on a chair made of vines, looking up at the sun above his head, shaking his Angelica a few times. But he was not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry? Who is in a hurry to ask me to save someone? I didn't save them. Even if I chat with Yin Luo for a while, I can. Su Yang hurried back, not even having time to catch his breath, and interrupted. It's senior brother. As soon as he finished speaking, following the sound of Dangue falling into the jade porcelain, Lin Song's shadow had disappeared from the rattan chair in front of him. Mingyue, the nine-tailed Wanfeng, and the Naiman Yunhuang almost surrounded the place. You could see how anxious they were. The temperature of the entire Yefeng had risen by who knows how much, and it felt a little hot. Little Yunhuang was so anxious that her tail was burning with anger. The little clever children were running around in a hurry, with hot water on their heads and towels in their hands. It was a complete mess. Lin Song opened the door and saw Mu Yun sitting by the bed. It was rare to see a panic look on his face. Lin Song also quickly stepped forward to check Chaowu's pulse. Under Mu Yun's gaze, he also breathed a sigh of relief. It's not cold poison, that's easy to say. Then he checked his pulse again, seeming very surprised. He is very emotionally unstable, angry and sad. What happened? Didn't you go to Shuangshin Mountain to attend the Dharma lecture? There were either Confucian or Buddhist cultivators, and they all spoke in a harmonious and gentle manner. Plus, with Chaowu's face and mouth, who could make him angry? Mu Yun's eyes flashed and he wanted to say something, but he swallowed it. Seeing this, Lin Song didn't hesitate to ask. He told the little soul boys some medicinal ingredients and asked them to decoct Chaowu first. Don't worry, it's just fire attacking the heart. Just take good care of it and you'll be fine. At present, as long as it is not cold poison, he can cure it. However, at this moment, the surroundings suddenly became cold and the temperature dropped sharply. There was no sound at all outside, which made Lin Song's whole body tremble. He quickly stood up and called out respectfully, Master Shinsho. Mu Yun was stunned, turned around and saw a tall man standing at the door. His snow-white robe was so wide that it touched the floor, but it was spotless. She only tied up her hair with a white jade hairpin, and her temperament was as pure as the moon. But that man's light-colored eyes were cold and cold, especially when he looked at himself. As Zhao came closer, the winter temperament on his body became more obvious. Mu Yun stood up and finally shouted, Xianshou? The man didn't look at him, just walked to the couch and sat down. His eyes suddenly softened, and he tucked Chao Wu's quilt. His aura was so strong that Lin Song couldn't bear it at all, so he saluted and went out directly. But suddenly he remembered that Mingyue was inside, and even though Xianshou was inside, he didn't come out. Chao Wu asked Longfeng to give betrothal gifts to others. It couldn't be the legendary ugly daughter-in-law always has to meet her parents-in-law. Zhao held Chao Wu's hand and warmed him. Chao Wu was raised by him, and all his techniques were inherited from him. They were from the same family and lineage, so his warmth and nourishment had the best effect. But Mingyue moved his eyes away from their clasped hands and fell on Chao Wu's somewhat weak face. In 2 lifetimes combined, he had never seen Chao Wu look so fragile, like a mortal with no power to resist. Or maybe it's the illusion brought about by his personality. The chief under the immortal head of Shueza Mountain is simply an indomitable existence, and it is absolutely right to leave all dangerous matters that cannot be solved to him. But everyone gets tired and hurts. He just doesn't say it and doesn't let you know, but it doesn't mean he won't. Zhao suddenly said, "He is in Shueza Mountain. As long as he is not injured, he is Wuji. He can do anything." But he went to Kunyu for only 5 days and came back injured. What Zhao said was that, not counting the speed of time in the secret realm, it was true that it could not exceed 5 days. The man's voice was always cold, and his calm and authoritative aura made Mingyue a little breathless. "Feel sorry." There was no emotion on Zhao's face. He just rubbed Chao Wu's hand gently, and his tone became colder. Great anger and sadness. Heh. The temperature in the room is still dropping, and frost is gradually climbing up the pillars and beams. You don't have the ability to make him sad, so why would he be angry on you? Even though Mingyue was also accustomed to the frost technique, he couldn't bear it at this moment. He narrowed his eyes and his tone was trembling. Fushu Dao angrily denounced Xin Shengnu, but he couldn't stand it, and then angered him again, and killed Fushu in a fit of anger. Zhao seemed to be able to imagine the young man dressed in red, standing alone on a round platform, killing a Fushu as easily as squeezing an ant. What else did he do? Shattered the Shuangxian mountain. Only then did an expression appear on Zhao's face, which Mingyue considered to be a smile. "It saves me the trouble of doing it myself." Chao Wu's face gradually returned to color. Mingyue saw his improvement and could not forget his current fragility. Zhao bowed and said, "The 74 Dharma protectors came to Shueza Mountain to discuss the matter. During the lectures, no one is allowed to kill anyone. This is an iron rule. I will take the punishment on his behalf. I hope the immortal chief agrees." Zhao still didn't give him a look, and even said with sarcasm in his tone, "Who are you? You just take the punishment as punishment?" Mingyue did not raise his head. He knew that he had failed to protect Zhao's disciples, and it was right for the immortal to be angry. However, what Zhao said next made Mingyue almost unable to react. What's more, that Fushu was not killed by him, but by me. At this point, he slowly looked at Mingyue, and the coldness in those extremely cold eyes almost turned into reality. Continuing with the explanation of good intentions. Just after I killed all the slaves in my heart. It was the first year of Jiaqing in the Qian realm and mortal world, and there were still Xinqing slaves. The killing, he said, was during the Kuran realm. In the 12th year of Jiaqing, all the Xinqing slaves had already died. An emotion called fear instantly spread from the soles of his feet to all over his body, and his back was covered in cold sweat. Zhao knows everything. The heart is a captive? Mingyue felt like he couldn't hear his own voice anymore, but his body asked instinctively. Zhao's face was full of coldness, and there was no trace of gentleness in front of Chao Wu. "I killed them all." Mingyue felt a huge hand strangle his neck with great force. He felt that the blood all over his body was not only cold, but also flowing backwards. After a long time, he stiffly twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Then you should kill me too." After he finished speaking, a terrifying coercion came over him with overwhelming force, carrying overwhelming killing intent. The whole mountain of Yefeng was frozen, and even the flames in the phoenix nest were extinguished in an instant. The phoenixes made frightened sounds. No matter how much they breathed fire, they could not quell the anger and murderous intent of the immortal head. The water in the entire Shueyun realm was churning unsteadily, and the water elephant dragon jumped out of the water restlessly, fearing both the heaven and the earth. What did Mu Yun say? This was even more angry than when Ling He hurt Chao Wu during the apprenticeship ceremony. However, Mu Yun, who was motionless in the house, was fine. He was well protected by Yin Yang. Di Zhao glanced at the sword blocking Mu Yun's body, and his expression worsened. He sneered. Why do you think you can survive until now? Yin Yang's sword heart is on Shueshuang. Chao Wu asks Yin Yang, and what he gets is the sword intention of protecting snow. You can imagine who he wants to protect. Di Zhao knew everything. He knew everything about Chao Wu. After realizing this, Mu Yun's face turned completely pale and showed sadness. He didn't say anything. The young man stood there tall and thin, which was a beautiful scene. The bright red earring on his left ear made him even more distressing. Beauty's heart is broken and everything is sad. No matter where you looked at it, he was a perfect match for Asajiri. Thinking of this, Di Zhao hated himself and had no choice but to kill Mu Yun at all costs. Chao Wu frowned uncomfortably, and Di Zhao turned his attention to Chao Wu again. Cloud. Hearing this weak murmur, Di Zhao's eyes were filled with emotions, and he suppressed his murderous intention. He held Chao Wu's hand tightly at first, and then immediately let go because he was afraid of hurting him. However, Mu Yun has never been a good-tempered person. In this life, since he has made a decision and will not repeat the mistakes of the previous life, then whether he is a captive or not has nothing to do with him. But how did Asajiri die in his last life? Di Zhao didn't speak, and the whole room was too quiet. The Shueyun realm is not so calm, but like chaos. Countless aquatic monsters jumped out of the water, as if they were being tortured by the water. Mu Yun knew that Di Zhao would not tell him. Although he didn't know where Di Zhao's inexplicable hostility towards him came from, he definitely didn't have the temper to be counterintuitive. He took Yin Yang and left the room, and Di Zhao put Chao Wu's hand on his face, his eyes full of strong emotions. Don't be angry. I didn't hurt him. His cautious words were filled with fragile tenderness and pity, but in his eyes were the jealousy and possessiveness of a madman. When Lin Song saw Mu Yun come out of the room intact, she didn't know whether she was more grateful or admired. He quickly stepped forward and held Mu Yun's wrist, feeling his pulse. Fortunately, there were no internal injuries. As expected of the chief Ming Wang of Chunyuan Palace, he was able to survive the anger of the immortal chief. How? Is this the immortal leader agreeing to this marriage? Seeing that Mu Yun's face was not very good, Lin Song quickly suppressed the gossip and said, "You don't look very good. How about I take you back to Yaogu first?" Mu Yun's eyes were on the Buddhist tree where Mingyue lived. "No, I'll just stay outside." Lin Song didn't have much to say. Chao Xiaowu was guarded by an immortal head inside, and Mu Yun was in good health, so he left first. Mu Yun, on the other hand, was leaning under the Buddhist tree, and the familiar smell relaxed Mu Yun's tense nerves. But my fingers were still trembling. The Xinqing slaves were all killed. Why? Didn't Di Zhao know that Chao Wu was protecting Xinshengnu? At this moment, a black figure suddenly ran out of his consciousness. I'm scared to death? The vast sea demon king gasped for air, his face paler than Mu Yun. What's wrong with you? He has been in his own consciousness, and most of Di Zhao's pressure just now was dissipated by Yin Yang. What can happen to him? The vast sea demon king squinted at the foot of the mountain. It was the water cloud realm, where clouds and water coexisted. His expression worsened. Is this Zhao's territory? Mu Yun's beautiful brows couldn't help but frown. Zhao? Are you talking about Di Zhao? This is Qinyu Shueza Mountain, Shueyun Realm. Where is Zhao? Xinshou Emperor Zhao? The demon king of the vast sea was stunned for a moment, as if he felt that chatting like this was inappropriate. He began to describe directly. Is he wearing a white dress with a paralyzed face? Yes. The face of the vast sea demon king became even worse. He's such a lunatic, and he still acts as an immortal? How ironic. Mu Yun intuitively felt that the demon king of the sea knew something about the past that he didn't know at all. What's the meaning? The vast sea demon king seemed to be instinctively afraid at the thought, but he was just a contracted beast after all, so he wouldn't be killed if he didn't do anything. I am the ancient demon king, but before I could cultivate into human form, there were 3 people in the world who no one could mess with. They are Zhao, Xin, and Ming. No one knows how strong these 3 are. It took me thousands of years to achieve a little success. At that time, these 3 had their own jurisdiction, split out. When Mingyue heard this, he blinked in surprise. Later, when I became the overlord of one party, I was lucky enough to meet 2 of them. My luck means lucky enough to be alive. It's Zhao Huan. They started fighting. When the vast sea demon king thought of that scene, he felt chills all over. I found out later that it was because they were already too strong, and they tried a new way of cultivation. Zhao's technique is the ruthless way. He is used to going his own way, sometimes like a madman possessed by a demon, and Xin's technique is the way of love, and the 2 of them seemed to be competing to see who is stronger. Mingyue was certain that Zhao was Emperor Zhao, the immortal Shou, and Xin was Emperor Xian of the Ming dynasty. Then what? Then, the place where they fought was like purgatory. Xin couldn't stand it any longer. What he said, Zhao sealed the place in ice. It was the coldest place in the world. Jiangwei ice ruins? Then which one of them won? As a result, the vast sea demon king looked at him in horror. Do you still want me to live? If I had witnessed the whole process with my own eyes, my bones would have been frozen in that extremely cold place. This is indeed true. However, Mingyue suddenly caught one point. Then, where is that Ming? Di Zhao, Di Xin. Why have you never heard of Ming? The demon king of the vast sea glanced at Mingyue's room. He didn't hear Mingyue's words, but asked him, why do I feel that Chaowu's kid is in there? But Zhao's aura seems to be there too. Mingyue thought about it. That was something that was even older than the ancient times. The demon king of the vast sea knew it. Well, the Zhao you were talking about is now the immortal Emperor Zhao, and Chaowu is the only direct disciple of Emperor Zhao. The entire demon king of the vast sea is in bad shape. However, the demon king of the vast sea stiffly turned his head. Mingyue was about to lie down and digest the information when he heard the demon king of the vast sea pointing at the jade pendant on his waist in even greater surprise. What's this? Mingyue glanced at it nonchalantly. This is the jade pendant my master gave me. A terrible thought flashed through the mind of the vast sea demon king. He was so frightened that he was trembling when he spoke. Your master is. Mingyue was sleepy, and his voice was tired, Di Xian. The vast sea demon king couldn't hold it back and knelt directly on the ground. That pretty boy is a disciple of Zhao. This pretty boy is a disciple of Xian. His legs felt weak just thinking about it. He even felt that it was reasonable for him not to be able to defeat them, but it was abnormal for him not to be beaten to death. That jade pendant was what Xian had been wearing back then. His legs are weak, really weak, but to be honest, he could see the shadow of Zhao and Mingyue, and the shadow of Xian and Chaowu. These 2 really seemed to have learned from the wrong teacher. Woohoo, then his legs are weak too. At this moment, he felt something warm around him, and when he looked sideways, he saw a furry little guy. She is very beautiful. Is she Yunhuang? Xiao Yunhuang looked at her mother with fondness in her eyes and automatically ignored the demon king of the vast sea. Maybe it's because after becoming smaller, the character of the mind also becomes smaller. The vast sea demon king grabbed Xiao Yunhuang and grinned with a strange smile. You are so young. Can you be full if I eat? Xiao Yunhuang looked at the ugly monster in front of him, chirped a few times, and struggled to break away from his hand. Paji landed next to Mingyue and turned directly into a 4 or 5-year-old baby, clean, soft, and waxy. Those clear cat eyes opened with disgust. Where did you come from, ugly monster? Why do you appear here? This is my father's yard. The demon king of the vast sea did not expect that she could transform, but before he could ask, the demon king of the vast sea exploded when he heard the sarcastic voice. Who are you calling ugly? Since the last incident with the acacia seal, Yunhuang has grown up a little more, and her mind has matured a little bit. The ability to criticize people was half-learned from Chaowu. Xiao Yunhuang wanted to go in to find Chaowu, but the demon king of the vast sea insisted on letting her explain clearly to him. The 2 of them were arguing and disappeared after a while. Mingyue had a fairly solid sleep this time, if the Hongding bell didn't ring. The sound of the bell is indeed quite annoying. He let go of his spiritual sense to sense it and came to the Sanqing Hall. The first 3 of the 74 Dharma protectors arrived and stood before His Highness, not daring to raise their heads. Zhao just sat there, his eyes indifferent. Wrong. These 2 words scared the 74 guardians below and wanted to run away immediately. The spiritual pressure that Zhao released intentionally or unintentionally was really too much for them to bear. They resisted the desire to kneel down, and the fear deep in their hearts screamed at them to leave quickly, but they had no strength to move in their legs. Zhao has never been a talkative person. His appearance here today is a sign of his attitude. Xianjun Chaowu indeed killed people in public. Everyone present can testify. Zhao glanced at the leading protector and swallowed all the words that followed, not daring to say a word. If Chaowu kills him, he deserves to die. Master Xinsho, you. After all, Taoist Fushu was worshipped by the Xinxian sect. Chaowu killed him in public, and it was hard to explain. But as long as Zhao gives them a reason, they hope more than anyone else that this matter has nothing to do with Chaowu. Besides, I was the one who killed the person. The 3 guardians were stunned, and Zhao on the stage had disappeared. Mingyue stood there thoughtfully. Zhao went on a killing spree after Chaowu's death, which means that Fuxideo should have died in the 6th year of Jiaqing. It is now the 12th year of Jiaqing in Kunyu. Does this mean that someone has replaced Fushu for 6 years? This is unlikely. I can still be resurrected. Why can't others? When the discussion first started, everything was fine. But since then Asajiri started to lose focus. That book. Mingyue quickly transmitted the message to the disciples of Chunyuan Palace who were still in Shuangxian Mountain. Go to the south wing of the 9 Heavens Cauldron and see if there is a book on the couch. Pass it to me. The disciples looked at each other and quickly entered the room where Chaowu was staying. Sure enough, they found an old-looking book on the couch. It was immediately teleported to Mingyue. Mingyue looked at the selected notes of Yudu in his hand, frowned quickly, and opened the book. That page may have been suppressed by Kaijiri for a long time, but it opened as soon as it was turned. Chaowu, the immortal head of Shueza Mountain in Chenyu, and the chief disciple, is jealous, arrogant, and domineering, and treats his fellow disciples harshly. He wants to step on the spiritual platform, destroy the way of heaven, destroy the common people, become the king of contempt, and die in Phoenix for the rest of his life. He is 25 years old. Mingyue's eyes widened instantly. Deliberately, someone had planned it, to make Chaowu angry when his psychological defense was at its weakest. To make him kill Fushu. Blood. It's blood. The person behind it wants Fushu's blood to splash on Chaowu. Mingyue quickly pushed open Chaowu's door. Zhao was still there, but Zhao's face wasn't very good either. He has been splashed with Fushu's blood. There is something wrong with that blood? Zhao was silent, obviously already knowing. Chaowu frowned. There seemed to be something extremely unhappy in his dream, and his face turned pale. Blood nightmare. Hearing this, Mingyue suddenly realized that there were some things in the past life that were Chaowu's obsession. In the illusion of the vast sea demon king, Chaowu let go of his obsession with his own death, but he still had his obsession. Otherwise, the blood nightmare will not take effect. Are we going to enter his consciousness? Zhao seems to have some understanding of what Chaowu dreamed about. If he goes alone, Chaowu will not come out with him at all. Bringing Mingyue in is the best way. In an instant, the surrounding environment changed. The whole sky was dark, giving people a suffocating feeling. In the vast open space, there are disciples from various sects of hundreds of immortal sects. They stood ready and looked at the distance, not far away with vigilance. Mingyue felt that this place looked familiar for a moment. These mountains and mountains. I saw a young man in red on the opposite side. Morning fog. Kaijiri's face was covered with blood, and there was an arrow stuck in his shoulder. The arrow carried spiritual power fluctuations and was not an ordinary weapon. It was shot from behind him, and behind him, it's a captive born from the heart. They are the group of heart slaves protected by Kaijiri. Their beautiful faces bear the fear of death and the struggle to live. Master, Asajiri, you just need to be obedient. Go back with them, they promise us. They will let us leave. Chaowu stood there without bending his back. The messy broken hair covered the emotion in his eyes, and then a child broke away from his parents and ran towards Asajiri, who had been stabbed by an arrow. The child cried so hard that his voice was sobbing. Kaijiri. Brother Kaijiri. Woo-woo. I'm sorry. Does it hurt? Woo-woo. The child's parents had complicated expressions on their faces and could only shout for their children to go back quickly. They just stabbed Asajiri with an arrow, and he would kill his own child. Chao Wu smiled softly. The curve of the corners of his mouth was very light, but he used all his strength. Be good. It doesn't hurt, brother. Go back first. Brother will take you away. He touched the child's head with his non-sword hand. You are all grown up. Obedient. The little fat man was still crying, and for the first time he realized that this was the last time this brother would touch his head, regardless of whether he survives in the end. Mu Rong's dark eyes looked at Chao Wu, seeing that he was at the end of his strength, but he was still in the mood to comfort others. Chao Wu, as a traitor to Shueza Mountain, you destroyed the spiritual platform. You must not feel well now. Indeed, Kaijiri almost used all his strength to destroy the spiritual platform that was said to be the will of heaven, but his muscles and bones were all broken, and now he only used his spiritual energy to hold up the body that could fall apart at any time. He looked at Mu Rong with extremely cold eyes. He could not have imagined that the elders of the 17 Peaks would actually kill him like this. He walked forward, and the disciples of the hundreds of immortal schools all backed away in fear. Chao Wu was able to cut through the canyon with one sword, so he was very powerful. But Mu Rong, who knew that he was holding on, suddenly came to his side, his vicious eyes shining with excitement. The magical weapon directly pierced Chao Wu's dantian. Chao Wu reacted very quickly, but he didn't dodge. The fushing in his hand also pierced Mu Rong's chest. Severe pain came from the dantian, and Kaijiri could hardly stand. Mu Yun looked at all this and wanted to run over like crazy, but he couldn't move. Can't even make a sound. Mu Rong even used the dagger to stir in Chao Wu's dantian, turning over his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones. Chao Wu kicked Mu Rong away. Mu Rong was pierced through the heart by a sword and almost died on the spot, but he still had a crazy smile on his face. He succeeded in turning this genius into a useless person. The severe pain from his dantian made Asajiri feel like he was dying. His voice was trembling as he spoke. Hurry up and leave. If you delay any longer, you really won't be able to leave. People from the hundreds of immortal families will not let Xi and Shengnu go. However, the slaves looked at each other but did not dare to move. Asajiri was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The meridians are destroyed. The dantian is destroyed. He didn't know how long he could hold on. Mu Rong is dead. Seeing that Chao Wu even killed his fellow disciples, everyone hates this evil guy even more. Taoist Fushu looked at the people around him and saw them forming a seal with their hands. When Chao Wu opened his eyes, a huge barrier trapped him. I'll say this one last time. Leave here quickly. His voice became weaker, but he stood between this group of people and the Xinxing captive, blocking the blow that would have been fatal to them. The Xinxing slaves were shaken, and some were about to move when they saw Chao Wu's scarred back. Someone shouted, "We can't leave. Chao Wu is about to be killed now, and we are no match for that group of people. If we don't obey and run away, we will be dead. They promised us that as long as we are obedient, they will spare our lives." Now, those who were originally wavering also became obedient. After hearing these words, something in Asajiri's heart collapsed. Heaven is unfair. He destroyed the spiritual platform to save the people. What was his mistake? Xi and Xingnu is not a completely dirty person. What's wrong with him saving those powerless people? Why? Will it become like this? He promised Mu Yun that he would let them live a normal life, but he hasn't done it yet. He can't die. Thunder roared from all directions in the barrier and struck Chao Wu crazily. Chao Wu used the last bit of his strength to slash with his sword. The barrier was broken, and his bones were almost all broken. It hurts. It hurts so much. He was unsteady on his feet and was about to fall down, so he stuck fushing into the ground and managed to hold on to his feet. The child behind him was calling out to him heartbreakingly, and Asajiri sighed in his heart. even if it's, for this child, I can't give way. The people from the hundreds of immortal families didn't seem to have expected that even in such a foggy day, they still had the strength to swing their swords. That was the best sword in the world. It was spiritual and had extraordinary power. They did not dare to approach easily. The two sides were in a tug of war, and neither side was willing to back down. Asajiri didn't have the energy to speak again and let Shinsei Nu leave. There was no sign of fragility on that beautiful face, as it was covered with scars and blood, and it carried a natural pride and dignity. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and a ray of light appeared behind the dark clouds. But that light hit the hundreds of immortal families, and Chao Wu was just in the shadows. It's the immortal chief. The immortal chief is here. After hearing this word vaguely, Asajiri slowly raised his head. His heart suddenly felt a tug, and at that moment, his nose felt a little sore. This is obviously his master. Emperor Zhao was still wearing the same white robe, his light-colored eyes showing neither joy nor sadness. He ignored the group of people from the hundreds of immortal sects and just looked at the morning mist in front of him. Although he had no strength left, Chao Wu managed to squeeze out two words, Master. It has been 6 years since they last met. Ever since he took over Ling He, Di Zhao had hardly met him again. Even when he was driven down the mountain, Di Zhao did not show up. Di Zhao's godlike face was calm, but his words made Chao Wu's heart churn. I don't have any apprentices. Without my disciples, what am I? Yes, all the immortal families say that he is trash, a rotten thing. The stars in Asami's eyes were shattering, little by little. The fog brought by the dark sky was covering Asami's eyes, gradually making them dim. The coldness on Emperor Zhao's body was even greater than 6 years ago. There was nothing in his eyes. He was truly an immortal head of the moon who was not tainted by the mundane world. But Asajiri couldn't get out of the way. Asajiri was dressed in red. His feet and hands were covered in blood, and his eyes were even a strange blood red, making him look like a fallen immortal. Perhaps it was because he saw the sword in Chao Wu's hand that a ripple finally appeared in Di Zhao's eyes. Before Chao Wu could understand anything, Fu Shang was already under Di Zhao's control. He broke free from Di Zhao's hand and stabbed his heart with a sword. Chao Wu opened his eyes, which still had a little starlight, in disbelief. The sword of life is as bright as the moon. Hold it in your hand and humiliate it. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all. How can it not hurt when a sword pierces my heart? It hurts. It hurts so much. Insulted? Yes, he was trash, a rotten thing. In Di Zhao's eyes, he was not worthy of his life. So of course he had to take his life back. Yes, I am dirty and rotten. Asajiri felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. The pain in her body at that moment was far less than the impact of these words. The last bit of starlight in his eyes disappeared, and in his heart, the thing that had been keeping him angry was also broken. Mu Yun was watching not far away, shouting hysterically and struggling to run over. His eyes were filled with tears, and his heart felt suffocated. So that's it. He didn't want to touch Fuxing because he thought he was dirty. Every time he took something from Di Zhao, he would wipe his hands on the person next to him because he thought he was too dirty. Di Zhao, how dare you? How could you? No wonder Chao Wu is unwilling to get involved in the affairs of the people and is unwilling to save people. Those people are not worthy of his brother's sincerity at all. In the selected records of Yudu, it is said, his eldest senior brother was jealous of his fellow disciple. It was obvious that after Chao Wu slashed Ling He with a sword during the apprenticeship ceremony, Di Zhao and Ling He never appeared again. So where did the jealousy come from? Arrogant and domineering. But he was arrogant by nature. It was obviously they who forced Chao Wu to be such a bright and handsome senior brother. He treated his fellow disciples harshly. None of the 17 peaks of Shuezhe Mountain could accommodate him, and half of them drove him away. He didn't say anything. The most he did was kill Mu Rong, who had just destroyed his Dantian, trampling the spirit platform and destroying the way of heaven, just for the sake of benefiting the common people, ended up destroying the common people. He claimed to be the king of the barbarians just because he wanted to save those innocent slaves. The final god falls to the phoenix's resting place. I remember. This is Fengqi. Chao Wu died in Fengqi at the age of 25. No wonder Chao Wu wears red clothes so luxuriously, because in the minds of immortal cultivators, they are noble and untainted by the mundane world. Only ordinary people like yellow, white, and soft things. Anyway, he flirted with people everywhere, like a goblin who had fallen into the mortal world and was full of foul language. It can all be explained. Mingyue was so heartbroken that he was crying breathlessly. He had actually said such words to Chao Wu before, saying that Chao Wu despised his past self. You're wrong. Asajiri didn't despise his past self. He just felt that he was not worthy of being his past self. He's going to be a bad guy. The entire dream began to collapse. Everything started over again, and the nightmare continued to repeat. No matter how Mingyue struggled, he could not escape the control of the master of spiritual consciousness. In other words, Asajiri is now somewhere, watching this nightmare repeating itself over and over again, watching the floating life as clear as the moon piercing her heart over and over again. It's like a form of self-harm. In this period of utterly desperate self-degradation, no one came to his rescue or gave him a reason to live. Why is he still alive? Why don't you die? Why can't I die? His blood has stained his master's sword. He really deserves to die. Mingyue looked at the sky that was getting darker and darker and realized the ultimate goal of the blood nightmare. If Chao Wu continued like this, he would be completely lost in this nightmare and would never be able to get out. As soon as he showed any intention of running towards Asajiri, he could neither move nor make a sound. Mingyue once again watched Fu Sheng pierce Chao Wu's heart, and he felt his own heart hurt so much. Mingyue's eyes were bloodshot, with tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. He took a deep breath and said, Chao Wu, if you still have your sanity, can I take a gamble? Mingyue took off the earring on her left ear, and the deep red Sanskrit stone earring turned into a slender and sharp dagger. It fell quietly in the center of Mingyue's white palm, looking strange and enchanting. Mingyue held the dagger and stabbed it towards the heart. In an instant, just as the tip of the dagger touched the fine fabric, a hand grasped the sharp blade of the dagger. The sharp blade cut the palm, and blood dripped onto the ground bit by bit along the slender and beautiful fingers. Mingyue looked at Chao Wu, who was dressed in red in front of him, and the tears in the corners of his eyes could no longer be held back and fell. There was no expression on Chao Wu's face. He snatched his dagger, and the next second he saw Mingyue throwing herself into his arms, crying quietly. Chao Wu was stunned for a moment, then gently patted the back of Mingyue's head with his uninjured hand. His voice was a little hoarse. It's my fault. I scared you. Mingyue was crying so hard that she couldn't speak. She could only shake her head. Be good and go out first. I'll wake up in a moment. There was coaxing in Asajiri's gentle voice. But Mingyue did not let go, and Chao Wu did not urge him. He just patted the back of his head to comfort him. After a long while, Mingyue said softly, They are not worthy. No one deserves you to do so much. Mingyue used to think that he should do more if he had the ability, even if it was not for the common people. He would protect as much as he could. But he felt he was wrong. Those people don't deserve it at all. They pulled the hero who saved them down from the altar and destroyed everything he had with the greatest malice in the world. They even used false words to discredit the person who truly cared about them, even though he was protecting them until his death. Mingyue felt like he was about to suffocate. Why do they do that? Upon hearing this, Asajiri suddenly smiled. He could hear Muyun's anger and heartache. The dream had stopped, frozen at the moment when the little fat boy pounced on Chao Wu. There was a bloody feather arrow stuck on Chao Wu's back. Yuner, I think. My original purpose of saving them was not to make them grateful. Mingyue opened his eyes. After all, the worst thing is that everyone will hate me. I have always had bad luck, you know? The invisible big hand once again grasped Muyun's heart. It hurts so much. This is his brother. He was originally a child of destiny, but he was forced to that point by those malicious people. The boy in his arms couldn't stop crying, as if he was crying for Chao Wu. Don't worry, how can I bear not to go out when you're crying like this? After a long while, Mingyue sobbed and said, I like the flowers of the Buddha's words tree very much, but there is only one. When you wake up, can you plant all of them in Mingyue residence? Chao Wu felt a pang in his heart. Okay. Mu Yun gradually disappeared in his arms, and Chao Wu sent him out. He looked at the scene going on not far away, without any smile in his eyes. God still wants to kill me. Now, the only variable after rebirth is the master. Asajiri walked towards his fallen self step by step. He was already emaciated. Everything here was what he saw before he died. Chao Wu raised his eyes to look at Di Zhao opposite him. There was no emotion in Di Zhao's light-colored eyes, as if the one who died was just someone he didn't care about. The dream began to collapse again. Di Zhao's figure gradually disappeared, but Chao Wu frowned slightly. No, what he saw before he died was not this. When he fell to the ground, he clearly saw a pair of shoes, and his master was clearly walking towards him. Who is wrong? He wouldn't be wrong. Before he died, he just saw Di Zhao walking towards him. Even if he couldn't see his face, he knew it was Di Zhao. After all, he remembered what he said. I will probably still love you in the next life, so there should be no next life. Asajiri frowned again. What Mu Yun said to him flashed through his mind. He is my master, not anyone else. I cannot ask him to be so good to me or so special to me. The reason why he felt uncomfortable looking at Ling He was probably because his admiration had turned into love, which was unacceptable. He was just Di Zhao's disciple. He didn't need Di Zhao to be nice to him, nor did he need Di Zhao to be special to him. It's already pretty good to be able to be a master and apprentice with this person. By then, even if countless floating lives pierced his heart, it shouldn't hurt that much. Asajiri, lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes, his splitting headache making him gasp. The next second, the grip on the hand was suddenly tightened again. Chao Wu looked at the person beside the bed. It was Di Zhao. Subconsciously, Chao Wu quickly pulled back his hand, but was grabbed by Di Zhao. Master! Master! Di Zhao's dark eyes were filled with emotions that Chao Wu could not understand. He intuitively felt that those emotions were too strong and were not something he was worthy of touching, so he better be good. Seeing that Chao Wu was no longer determined to pull his hand back, Di Zhao eased up on his strength. When Chao Wu saw the fluctuations of spiritual power on his and Di Zhao's clasped hands, he realized that Di Zhao was healing his injuries. He curled his lips and said, "Thank you, Master." Di Zhao sighed. "I told you not to get hurt again." Zhao Wu thought of what Di Zhao had been saying recently, and her heart softened, and she relaxed. "I will try my best." Di Zhao just stared at him. But Chao Wu didn't see Mu Yun, and his heart tightened. Where's Mu Yun? Emperor Zhao discovered that he could not enter Chao Wu's consciousness at all, as if the heavenly Tao had temporarily severed the connection between him and Chao Wu. He didn't know what happened between Chao Wu and Mu Yun in there. At that moment, jealousy made him hope that Mu Yun was nothing to Chao Wu and that Chao Wu would continue to be trapped in the blood nightmare. But he also hoped that Mu Yun could really pull Chao Wu out. When Asajiri saw Di Zhao was silent, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Could something have happened? However, Di Zhao looked at him for a few seconds, as if defeated. He's fine. Forcing his way into your consciousness is more energy-consuming than you might think. He's gone to rest. Chao Wu looked at Di Zhao in front of him. Now, Di Zhao's light-colored eyes were full of him. If he hadn't known that it was unlikely, Chao Wu would have suspected that his master was not practicing the ruthless way. Master, don't ask. The blood nightmare takes effect. What is my obsession? It's you. However, Di Zhao just looked at him and let him look. Will you tell me? Will he tell Di Zhao? Won't. This was his most humble side, and he didn't want Di Zhao to see it. So Chao Wu just smiled lightly and stopped talking. Perhaps because of the interference of the blood nightmare, Chao Wu was unable to play the role of the good disciple in Di Zhao's mind. Master, aren't you going to retreat? Aren't you leaving yet? However, Di Zhao seemed not to understand his implication and continued to inject spiritual power into Chao Wu's body. But Asajiri's condition wasn't very good, and he wasn't in the mood to pretend to be sunny and optimistic, especially when the opponent is Emperor Zhao. So he pulled his hand back and looked away, as if he was determined not to give in. Di Zhao looked at his hands, which still had the residual warmth from Chao Wu's palm. He sighed, then held Chao Wu's hand again and injected his spiritual energy into it. Be obedient. As if he had stepped on a minefield of Chao Wu. Chao Wu's eyes darkened, and he turned to look at Di Zhao with a cold look in his eyes. Like a threat, because of anger and indifference, the pair of eyes that used to be smiling were slightly narrowed because of the emotional ups and downs. Master, do you really not want to know what happened in my blood nightmare? Am I still not listening? I obeyed you and let you stab me to death. Isn't that enough? Di Zhao seemed to know what he didn't say. His light-colored eyes opened involuntarily, and the strength in his hands loosened. Asajiri withdrew his hand indifferently, as if silently ordering him to leave. Di Zhao lowered his eyes and looked at his hands, his voice gentle and soft. You don't want to see me. Why? Di Zhao's voice was rather cold, but he lowered it in a coaxing way, making Chao Wu's ears feel a little hot. Asajiri said nothing. Emperor Zhao continued to persuade Chao Wu to give the final answer. What did I do? Chao Wu wanted to speak out as if instinctively, but he forced himself to stop and looked at Di Zhao in front of him warily. Master, want to know? The smile in Di Zhao's eyes did not diminish. I want to know. After all, there are some misunderstandings. I want to help you solve them. Before he could finish, Chao Wu turned over and sat directly on Di Zhao's waist. The earring on his right ear was gone, and only the blood-red dagger in his hand was against Di Zhao's neck. Chao Wu's eyes were a little gray, as if covered by a layer of fog, and at this moment they were even more chilling. Who are you? Di Zhao's skin was also very white, and he was wearing a snow-white robe. The dagger in Chao Wu's hand was the only bright color on his body, like blood. Asajiri couldn't help but loosen his grip, but his tone was terribly cold. My master practices the way of mercy. Your performance is too poor. Di Zhao looked at the fierce cat on his body. His hair suddenly stood up and looked a little messy, as if it had exploded. There was no sense of deterrence in front of him. Di Zhao's hands were loosely wrapped around Chao Wu's waist to prevent him from falling off him. Such a blatant and sarcastic expression was particularly beautiful, and Di Zhao narrowed his eyes in pleasure. So fierce. Chao Wu felt that his master's face, which looked like a god, was smiling so wickedly, and he looked like a demon from Hades. Then I must have done something that deserved to be struck by lightning. How could I let you suffer such a great injustice? Asajiri was completely unable to react. How could he still say such words with Di Zhao's face? You. However, before Chao Wu could finish his words, he saw Di Zhao grab his hand and press it down mercilessly. The bright red blood instantly stained Di Zhao's snow-white robe. I will not allow my sword to hurt you, not even to point at you, but you can kill me if you like. When Asajiri heard these words, his heart seemed to tremble violently, and the scene of Fushing piercing his heart appeared in his mind, making his face pale. But the next second, Di Zhao raised his hand and pressed his head into his arms. Don't think about that. This is not the truth. Di Zhao's gentle and guiding voice sounded in his ears, and his slightly cool lips pressed against his ears, making Chao Wu a little dazed. After a long time, liar. It's obviously you. The two words weak seemed to contain all the grievances that the young man had suffered in his 2 lives. You're a liar. You never showed up, never saved me, never loved me, and even killed me. If it wasn't Di Zhao, why would Fusheng listen to him? Di Zhao felt distressed when he heard this. The dagger was only against his neck, but it felt like it was stabbing countless knives in his heart. He doesn't love you. I love you. However, before he could finish his words, a sound of wailing suddenly came from outside. It was Xiao Yunhuang. Chao Wu suddenly came back to his senses and jumped up from Di Zhao's arms. Even the dagger loosened. He looked at the man in front of him in great shock. What Di Zhao saw was not the ruthlessness of the Tao, but the mundane world. Master, Master. Is it really Emperor Zhao? Emperor Zhao frowned slightly, seeming very dissatisfied with the interruption. But seeing the obviously frightened boy in front of him, he had no choice but to comfort him. What's wrong? Chao Wu's eyes were misty because of the sadness just now, and the Xiang Fei color at the end of her eyes was just right, very beautiful. Master, were you replaced by Di Xian? Di Zhao's light-colored eyes seemed to have regained some of their coldness, but Chao Wu felt that the indifference was not because of herself. His brain was about to explode. You are not well yet. So today is not the right time to explain. Chao Wu's mind was filled with what Di Zhao had just said. He was like a drowning man in the Wuwang Sea who grabbed a life-saving float. Is there something hidden? However, just as Chao Wu was about to open his mouth to speak, little Yun Huang's crying outside became louder, so it was indeed not convenient to continue asking. Looking at Chao Wu, he lowered his head with some disappointment. Di Zhao couldn't help but feel distressed when he saw this. The blood nightmare has had a significant impact on you. You are weak now. I will tell you whatever you want to know later, okay? Asajiri said nothing, as if she had compromised. The eyes that were shining with broken stars just now were now drooping weakly. Di Zhao touched his head. It's no longer the ruthless way. Just this sentence made Asajiri stunned for a moment. It's not the ruthless way? When did it start? His thoughts went back to when he was just reborn, and his master said to him, "Go and have fun." That S when something was wrong. No, maybe it S even earlier. However, Di Zhao just looked at him gently and said nothing more. It was as if his reason had returned and he was conscious. Little Yun Huang's crying became clearer. Chao Wu quickly got out of bed, bowed hastily to Di Zhao and ran out. However, Di Zhao's expression had already turned cold when he saw the young man's back disappearing from his sight. The red mark on the back of the boy's neck flashed and finally disappeared again. If it weren't for this, Asajiri wouldn't have been so easily tricked by him. He raised this child, and he knew that there were some things Asajiri would not say. But if you don't say it, the misunderstanding will only grow bigger. He really can't explain anymore today. His health is too poor now. Explanation is related to the principles of time and space, and it might backfire on Asajiri's body. Asajiri fled the room and saw her daughter sitting on the ground crying pitifully. Next to it was a pile of beautiful phoenix feathers. Yes, a pile. Hey, don't cry. I didn't mean to. Xiao Yunhuang didn't care. A lot of her feathers were plucked out by this ugly guy. Her father would definitely think she was ugly. The vast sea demon king walked back and forth in circles beside little Yunhuang. There was a look of panic on his face. Although he was very greedy, when he was pulling Yun Huang's phoenix feathers just now, he felt the restrictions on this little girl. Just when the demon king of the vast sea was seriously considering whether to just knock her out, a shadow suddenly fell. The familiar feeling of oppression made the vast sea monster king stiffen all over. The fear of being beaten made him turn his head stiffly and look at the indifferent Chao Wu. Hey, Dad? When little Yun Huang saw Chao Wu coming out, she cried and hugged his thighs. Her big cat eyes were sparkling and she cried very hard. Asajiri put aside everything that happened in the room and in the blood nightmare, and held the little girl who was pulling down his pants in his arms, letting her sit on his arms. Hey, why are you crying so hard? Be good. Those sparkling, alluring eyes were gentle. A trap that no one could escape from, leaving people helpless. Xiao Yunhuang knew that Chao Wu was beautiful, but she was still amazed by her father's beauty every time. When I think about how I have lost a lot of hair, I feel uglier and even less worthy of my father. Woohoo, is there anything sadder than a woman not being as beautiful as a man? Xiao Yunhuang was even more sad. Asami's cold gaze swept towards the trembling vast sea monster king. What's the matter? Did he bully you? Daddy will tear his head off for you right now. The vast sea monster king was so frightened that his legs went limp. This was Zhao's direct descendant, the little lunatic from a big lunatic's family. Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. No. Don't I know she is my wife? Now I know. I will definitely treat her well. In order to survive, the demon king of the vast sea really lost face. He was an old demon who had lived for tens of thousands of years. But now he became the child husband of this young girl. He himself feels like a beast. Zhao Wu frowned, but before she could say anything, she heard the little Yun Huang in her arms whimpering sadly. Woo, no, don't be the wife of an ugly guy. Woo, the demon king of the vast sea. Asajiri couldn't stand this girl crying so much, so she agreed to everything she said. Okay, don't cry anymore. I don't want to be an ugly wife. The demon king of the vast sea. Do you think I want to? However, the vast sea demon king cannot be killed in a short period of time. If he is killed, It will be difficult to find out the person behind the scenes. Chao Wu coaxed him for a long time, but the vast sea demon king just stood there timidly. As a demon king, he apologized when asked to do so and shook hands when asked to do so. Finally, the little girl was coaxed into submission, but the price was that the vast sea demon king would be responsible for restoring the little cloud phoenix's feathers and would be available at any time. The sea monster king was about to explode. What? Then I will become a servant. Chao Wu was holding his daughter with red eyes in his arms. Just as he was about to lecture her about making her feel a little more dependent on others, he sensed the presence of Mingyue. I couldn't help but look up and saw Mingyue standing not far away. Just like Zhao said, entering Chao Wu's spiritual consciousness consumed too much spiritual energy, and he is very weak now. The already fragile feeling now gives people the illusion that it will break at the slightest touch. Asajiri's expression, which had been playful just now, suddenly became very gentle. Little Yun Huang, who had never heard the vast sea monster king's yelling, lit up as soon as she saw Mingyue. Mother! Mingyue's skin was too white, and his whole body seemed transparent, giving people a sense of otherworldly coolness. But at this moment, the corners of this person's eyes were particularly red, as if they had been accidentally rubbed with rouge, and she was as beautiful as a fairy who had just fallen into the mortal world. He looked at Chao Wu and felt his nose sore. When he forced the moisture in his eyes to subside, Chao Wu was already standing in front of him, holding Yun Huang. Why are you crying again? I'm fine now, aren't I? It's a low voice, very nice to hear. Little Yun Huang in his arms didn't know why Mingyue looked a little sad, but she remembered that if she was sad, she could just hug her. So she leaned towards Mingyue and said in a soft and sweet voice, Mother, hold me. Chao Wu was so frightened that he hugged her back and said, That won't work. Your mother is not feeling well right now. You are a fat kid and will tire her out. The little one in his arms became unhappy immediately, and the father and daughter quarreled in a very childish way. The warm sun shone on Chao Wu. He was only wearing a snow-white inner garment, which made the boy's waist and figure look thin and handsome. The earring on his right ear was also gone, and his whole body looked clean and sacred with black hair, snow-white skin, and jade-like bones. He doesn't have that alluring and flamboyant temperament, but this gentleness is in his bones. Suddenly, Mingyue said, Come with me. Don't stay in Shuizhe Mountain anymore. They are all not good to you. Chao Wu acted as if he didn't hear anything and continued to tease Xiao Yun Huang. Finally, he annoyed the little girl so much that she jumped down and ran away unhappily. The demon king of the vast sea noticed Chao Wu's gaze and resigned himself to chasing after him. Mingyue thought he didn't hear her, so she opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, she felt a weight on her head. Elope? Another joke. He avoided the question. Mingyue lowered his eyes and put all his thoughts aside. Chao Wu looked at the sun in the sky, shining warmly on her body, and remembered that it was quite cold when she was in Fengqi. It seemed to be a cloudy day. Is it time to meet the parents? Mingyue was a little amused and helpless for a moment, but he had to admit that he was calmed down by Chao Wu's words. His brother has always been like this. He won't allow himself to be comforted by others. All emotional transitions and controls must be in his own hands. But he is always channeling other people's emotions. This guy is really domineering. Okay, follow me. Chao Wu seemed to have not expected that Mingyue would really take up his words, and was stunned. Just think of it as going out for fun. Are you coming to Chunyuan Palace, young master? Chao Wu seldom heard Mingyue joking with him. Maybe it was because they no longer had countless mountains pressing down on them, so they were particularly relaxed. Chao Wu raised his eyebrows and curled his eyes. His unrestrained and flamboyant temperament prevailed again. He moved closer to Mingyue and said, With a beautiful woman as my companion and a passionate invitation, I will definitely go. The two people looked into each other's eyes, and it was unknown who laughed first. In the end, they couldn't stop laughing, and the whole Mingyue residence was filled with their hearty and unrestrained laughter. Zhao looked through the window at the young man whose smile was brighter than the sun, and couldn't take his eyes away. However, the next second, he looked at Fuxing flying in front of him, with an undisguised coldness in his eyes, as if he was the high and mighty immortal again. You don't deserve his forgiveness. Emperor Zhao looked at Chao Wu in front of him, and seemed not surprised by his request to go to Chunyuan Palace. The main reason is that Chao Wu's mind is very confused now, and he doesn't know how to face Di Zhao. To be honest, on the day of the apprenticeship ceremony, he did have the intention to kill Ling He. He thought that if he did this, he could anger Di Zhao, and he would no longer be his disciple. The farther away from him, the better. But man proposes, God disposes. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. This time, Di Zhao didn't use a jade hairpin to tie up his hair. His long hair was just hanging down. The hair at his collarbone didn't fall down naturally, which made him look a little. Don't get hurt. Okay? Asajiri came back to his senses. This time he didn't say a word, using silence to express the fact that he probably couldn't do it. Emperor Zhao knew his past life. This realization made him feel frustrated and filled with unknown resentment. He didn't want to pay attention to him. He felt like he was going crazy. Is he worthy of blaming this person? Thinking of this, Chao Wu pulled the corners of his mouth with difficulty and was about to speak. Then he saw Di Zhao already in front of him, and Chao Wu stared at the strand of hair hanging down from the collarbone. My heart skipped a beat. Subconsciously took a step back. However, Di Zhao's figure pressed down on him, and his light-colored eyes were now staring at him deeply. He even forgot the next step of pushing him away. Are you hiding from me? I don't know if it's an illusion, but the master who doesn't practice the ruthless way has a terrifying aura. It's not the awe-inspiring aura of the immortal leader, but a kind of pathological aura, like he can laugh crazily even when he's tortured someone to death. For no reason, he felt that this kind of Emperor Zhao was a little scary. She fearlessly blinked her beautiful eyes at Xiao Wu and said timidly, I just feel that I need to have a good rest. I've been staying in Mingyue residence all day. If I could see Di Zhao every day, I would collapse. Di Zhao seemed dissatisfied with this answer and frowned slightly, but he didn't want him to be unhappy. Okay, then come back. Can you listen to my explanation? Asajiri looked up at him. He could feel that there was a misunderstanding, but the person who killed him must be his master. In that case, Asajiri didn't want to know what the misunderstanding was. He was afraid it was him, but also afraid it wasn't him. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a heaviness in his right ear, and Di Zhao put the Brahma stone earring on him. Emperor Zhao let him go, and suddenly said, You don't have to perform formalities when you meet Emperor Xian. Chao Wu was stunned, thinking he had misheard. I don't need to perform formalities when I meet the Ming King? No way, that's Kunyu Mingwang. Unexpectedly, Emperor Zhao just gently rubbed his head and said, He is not qualified for you to salute him. This news made Asajiri a little happy. Watching the young man leave, the tenderness in Di Zhao's eyes gradually faded. He raised his hand slightly, and it seemed that only the warmth of the young man's waist remained in his hand. It was so soft and looked so thin that he felt he could hold it with both hands. I saw Fuxing flying again, and this time a white figure came out. His face was unclear, and his tone was cold. Is this why you gave up the ruthless way? Di Zhao withdrew his hand lazily without even looking at him. The man continued to speak coldly. Does he know that you are a lunatic? Does he know? If one of the answers just now is wrong, you will lock him in the main peak? The cold and murderous spiritual power attacked the spirit without mercy, and the spirit seemed to fade a little, as if it would disappear in the next moment. I have been in seclusion for 6 years to abolish the ruthless way, and you let me see that scene. Since you know I am a lunatic, don't you know that if you irritate me again, you will die? The man's eyes were filled with morbid murderous intent and madness. He was evil and daunting. At this moment, Di Zhao was no longer a godlike being, but a sinful ghost in Hades. The spirit did not say anything, and soon disappeared from the spot, returning to the floating life. Emperor Zhao looked at Fuxing and frowned. You are attached to the Fansher. Xian is not a good person either. Protect him for me. By the end of his words, the threat and murderous intent were undisguised, and the tea that was being brewed nearby had frozen. Fuxing turned into a white shadow, flew quickly to the Fansher, and turned into a tiny silver mark. Asajiri's earrings moved, but he thought it was the wind and didn't pay much attention to it. Mu Yun looked at the main peak, blinked his cold eyes, and said nothing more. At this moment, Yun Huang was clinging to Chao Wu's clothes tightly and refused to let him go. Chao Wu was wearing ink-colored Rui Luyun arrow sleeves and a cloak as usual. The jet-black fur made him look very noble. Mu Yun looked at this noble man coaxing the fair and tender baby with a smile and tears, and thought it was very cute. "I'm going." "What are you going to do? To see your grandfather?" Mu Yun fanned Chao Wu's head without much force. Xiao Yunhuang wanted to go, but Chao Wu was in a dilemma. His original intention was to let the vast sea demon king stay in Shuezhe Mountain. After all, Long Yuan could nurture the vast sea demon king's now weak consciousness. Being forcibly awakened is not a good thing. But Yunhuang insisted on going. At this moment, Mu Yun picked up little Yunhuang and looked at Chao Wu, obviously intending to take his daughter with him. With so many people in Shuezhe Mountain, you still can't keep the vast sea monster king at bay? If Elder Imo finds out, he will beat you up, right? That does make sense. When little Yunhuang saw that Mu Yun had controlled her father with just one sentence, she instantly knew who was the boss in this family. He rubbed against Mu Yun's arms in a very flattering manner. Seeing this, Chao Wu was delighted. This is really my daughter. She's making trouble again. Fotishin Chao Wu looked up at the high mountain and felt a headache. This is the second reason why I hate Mingyue. He likes the mortal world, and even climbs the mountain like a mortal, step by step. Then why do I practice sword? Boy, good question. Mu Yun had already collected little Yunhuang into his sea of consciousness and glanced at the boy beside him, who looked like he had lost all hope in life. When you see my master, you can ask him? Asajiri pursed her lips, and the corners of her charming eyes were no longer raised, but drooped obediently. This man is a coward and is unwilling to do hard work. If someone really carries a sedan chair from the foot of the mountain to the top, he will definitely be the first to sit on it, and the price is a small matter. The two walked on the mossy stone steps, with lush woods on both sides. Fodu Mountain seemed to be shrouded in mist, and the sky was overcast. But the drizzle did not hit them. Chao Wu suddenly smiled as he thought of something, his sparkling eyes full of curiosity, like a kitten. What is my identity in Chunyuan Palace? The future. How do you say this? Mu Yun thought about it seriously and curved his eyebrows. Sister-in-law? He smiled at Wuchi and wanted to tickle Mu Yun directly. You little rascal, I will teach you a lesson. When Chao Wu finally stepped onto the golden and white jade of Chunyuan Palace, he was about to collapse on Mu Yun. Next time I come, I must fly the sword. The exhausted look made Mu Yun laugh and cry, and then he saw a peacock flying towards them at a rapid speed. Asami was stunned, and the peacock's claws had already scratched his cloak. The huge peacock made Asami lose his balance and fall backwards. He sat down on the ground. Well, this second impression is also bad. The peacock stood beside Mu Yun, wagging its tail proudly. Mu Yun was speechless. Fengchun. Chao Wu was so angry at the bird's fall that he pressed the tip of his tongue against his back teeth. Can this bird be eaten? As he said that, the demon binding rope directly tied up the peacock's claws, and Chao Wu lifted it up in an instant. Fengchun? From now on, you should follow my last name, Chao Si. Telling it to others will be like seeking death. How about that? Chao Wu grabbed its tail, not wanting to laugh. It couldn't open its tail and couldn't move. It tried to suppress it with its spiritual power, but found that it couldn't beat it. Ah, what a fierce pretty boy this senior brother has brought back. Just as Mu Yun was about to speak, he heard the voices of his disciples behind him. They quickly took out the magic lock and locked it on Chao Wu's wrist. When the group of disciples approached, they immediately stopped showing their various expressions and all looked obedient and respectful. Big brother. Mu Yun hummed calmly, and then the disciples said to Kong K Feng Chun one by one, as if they were begging their ancestors. You should come back with us quickly. If anything happens, Master will turn us into small fish in a whirlpool again. However, before he could finish his words, the moment they saw Chao Wu, all the disciples fell silent, blinking their eyes as they looked at the beautiful woman in black in front of them. His face turned red immediately. Chao Wu blinked, raised his wrist, and gently shook the demon binding rope in his hand, feeling a little depressed. Why are you locking me up? When the group of disciples saw Mu Yun's demon binding rope, they were so scared that they retreated one after another. Such a beautiful girl turned out to be a murderer. She must have done something so heinous that the eldest senior brother had to catch her personally. Mu Yun cleared his throat. Let Fengchun go first. I'll let it apologize to you. When Fengchun heard that, he refused to do that. As the Peacock King, why should he apologize to a pretty boy? It was obviously he who did something wrong first and molested Mu Yun. No apology. Chao Wu seemed to have sensed its resistance and laughed angrily. It would be easy for me to pull your hair, even with the demon binding rope. So everyone heard a cry that could be considered tragic and heroic. Mom. The disciples were all dumbfounded and saw that Chao Wu had untied the demon binding rope at some point and had directly pulled half of Fengchuan's beautiful tail. And that sound just now, was it the cry of a peacock? It really sounds terrible. Asajiri smiled maliciously. Your voice is so nice, isn't it? It is very suitable for your current half-feather. Chao Wu let go of her hand, and Fengchun cried out to the sky, looking so pitiful. Asajiri obediently put the demon binding rope back on. A look of satisfaction. Mu Yun had a headache. Fengchun looked at his half-bald tail and cried more and more sadly. The sound was scary. At this moment, the golden-winged roc also flew over. It was because the cry just now was too miserable that he came over to comfort her. As a result, when he saw the bald Fengchun, he laughed so hard that he couldn't fly anymore and fell to the ground and rolled around. Asajiri raised an eyebrow. And juggling? Mu Yun had a headache. He seemed to have foreseen that with Chao Wu in Chunyuan Palace for the next few days, there would be no peace. Xianghong and others also rushed over and saw that Fengchun, who was always proud and conceited, had become bald. Fengchun came close to Yueqing and made a lot of noise. He pointed at Chao Wu and was almost speaking human language. Chao Wu looked at the ugly bird with great interest. You have such bad taste that you only keep this? Ugly bird meets spring. I want to die. Before I die, please let him die first. As soon as Gongdu saw Chao Wu, he subconsciously stood up straight. Chao. However, Mu Yun quickly interrupted him. He is causing trouble at the lecture. Take him away. Gongdu? Who? Asajiri? He doesn't want to live anymore? However, after receiving the cold and murderous look from his senior brother, Gongdu took one end of the demon binding rope with trembling hands. Asajiri blinked and chuckled for a long while. At this moment, the other end of the demon binding rope was still in Mu Yun's hand. Chao Wu pulled it bit by bit, leaned over, blew a breath towards Mu Yun, and teased him with his eyes. My lord, a criminal like me who has committed such a heinous crime must be locked up in your palace. This person is extremely beautiful. When he deliberately seduces people, anyone would feel their nose bleed. He is much more charming than a woman. The young disciples' hearts were unstable and their noses were bleeding. Mu Yun stretched out his fingers and pressed his temple. Take him away. Gongdu's face also turned red, and he felt that the demon binding rope in his hand was burning hot. Take. Where to take it? Mu Yun was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. Where else can I take it? His palace. However, Gang was a man without tact and just scratched his head stupidly. Are you really going to take him to Chaojiang prison? Isn't this the eldest brother's mistress? Just as Mu Yun was about to speak, Chao Wu had already spoken. Of course, we should go to where the criminal should be. Gang was a little stunned. Was he really taken to Chaojiang prison? But after Chao Wu said this, Mu Yun couldn't refute it. But when Gongdu took Chao Wu away, Mu Yun's eyes clearly said, Don't make trouble. Asajiri simply closed her eyes. I didn't see it. I don't know what you mean. Fengchun was so angry that he kept pecking at him, but before he could move, Xianghong hugged him tightly. You say'n't beat him. In Xianghong's impression, Chao Wu is a man who can break the barrier of the vast sea demon king with just a glance. He is not to be messed with. Chao Wu even provocatively blinked his right eye at Fengchun, which almost made Xianghong lose her soul. Fengchun was so angry that he almost lost his soul. Mu Yun, who had finally gotten rid of Chao Wu, looked at Yuqing and asked, Where is Master? Yuqing and Yu Bai were squatting beside the golden-winged Deepening, laughing at Fengchun's new look. The next second, they replied, Master is still in seclusion. This made Mu Yun feel relieved for no reason. He knew that because of the Yuanyao incident, Chao Wu now disliked Di Xian very much, and family relationships were now giving Mu Yun a headache. It's better for Di Xian to stay in seclusion and not come out. But he was also afraid. His brother had no one to look after him, and he himself couldn't control him. So Chunyuan Palace was probably going to be turned upside down by him. Look, I just arrived at Chunyuan Palace today, and it's already like this. I wonder what I'm going to do in the future. Taking care of children is so tiring. Something terrible happened during the Kunyu Dharma Assembly, and the Shuangshan Mountains were razed to the ground. But after all, it was a very embarrassing thing to tell others, so the news was quickly blocked. Nor did the 74 Dharma protectors continue the investigation. Chao had a good temper. Although Gongdu was torturing him, he knew there was something going on. Chao Xianjun, why are you? This respectful title made Asajiri feel a little choked. In fact, if we really talk about age, she is much older than him now, and no one around him has ever called him so formally, so he was a little scared for a moment. Just call me Wu. Why do you have to be so formal? We are already a family. Gongdu scratched his head and thought so. Didn't the eldest brother go to deal with the matter of Shuangshan Mountain? How come he arrested you? Asami wanted to laugh when she thought of Mu Yun's headache, and her chest was shaking slightly with laughter. Ha ha ha, is it possible that I am the culprit? The young man was wearing a thick, black cloak, and the black wolf hair on his shoulders made him look like an emperor. Gang couldn't bear it anymore. Chao Wu's aura is too strong. He almost thinks that Chao Wu is the reincarnation of a real dragon and the emperor of the world. So when he said this, Gang accepted it easily. And once again, I think that if Immortal Lord Chao Wu is a big villain, no one in the hundreds of immortal sects and the 2 realms of Qinkuan can stop him. Before Chao Wu had the chance to visit the Sanjiu Palace, he came to the Chaojiang prison first. If this were to be made known to others, it would be quite shocking. He is awesome feeling that something was going to happen soon. Asajiri squinted his eyes comfortably. If you didn't know him, you would think he had gone home. The Sanjiu Temple of Fodu Mountain is located at the top of the mountain, while the Tide Prison is halfway up the mountain. Because the fog, humidity, and yin energy are very heavy in this area, it will not torture the erring monsters to death. At least it can also provide nourishing yin energy. The further we went in, the colder it became. The sound of water dripping from the top of the cave became clearer, dripping. It's like the countdown of someone's life. Chao Wu subconsciously raised his hand to gather his cloak, and the crisp collision sounds of the demon binding ropes spread inside and echoed back. Soon, the roars of monsters were heard from inside, like a show of force and a warning, declaring whose territory this was. This prison is good, but there is no such prison in Shuezhe Mountain. Do you want to build one? Gongdu noticed Chao Wu's bright eyes and excited look, and suddenly felt a little scared. He lit the candles for the others inside first. The eldest brother should take you out soon. I see. You seem to be afraid of the cold. I have a warm jade here. Take it. As he spoke, he took out a piece of crystal-clear red jade from his Qinkuan bag. It glowed dimly in the dark cave and was quite beautiful. Asajiri was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Thank you. But it was no use. He couldn't feel anything that was used to keep him warm or that could bring him warmth. Even this cloak is just for show, as if it will make me less cold. Gongdu scratched his head. He always felt that the senior brother from Shuezhe Mountain was like an extremely beautiful flower, but its roots seemed to be rotten and it was about to wither, wantonly and ostentatiously displaying its last grace. Then he shook his head again. Bah, 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 what nonsense. He could even raise the twin immortal mountains to the ground. How could he be dying? Zhao Wu blinked, played with the jade with his cold fingers, and said with a smile, Go and do your work. Tell your senior brother not to rush to rescue me. Gongdu looked at him again, not knowing who to worry about, so he left. Chao Wu played with the warm jade leisurely and walked in step by step. The smell of blood hit him in the face, making him frown in discomfort. There are no cages inside, but there are countless caves. The entire mountain wall is covered with caves of varying sizes, making it look like a hornet's nest. There is a small piece of flatland extending outward from each cave, probably for monsters to come out and wander around. Their feet are tied with demon-binding ropes made of 9 fire black iron. Even if the demon king of the vast sea comes, they cannot break free. Perhaps they sensed the presence of a living person. The monsters came out of their cells one after another, looking at Chao Wu with ferocious eyes full of malice. No one could have imagined that the person who came this time was a beauty who looked a little too beautiful. She can look pretty if she wants, strong if she wants, and fierce if she wants. Chao Wu didn't care about the demon binding rope in his hand at all. He walked to the stone platform in the middle of the cold pond and sat down, propping up one leg and supporting his chin with one hand. Let them look at it. Most of these rebellious monsters are intelligent, and their huge bodies give off a strong sense of oppression, but they always feel that this beauty does not feel oppressed at all. When I thought that those who came here were not good people, I couldn't help but be alert. How many people did you kill? One of the majestic and ferocious lions looked down at him and asked. Chao Wu didn't have the habit of looking up and just played with the warm jade in his hand. Me? I haven't killed anyone in my life. If you count your previous life, half of the hundreds of immortal families were destroyed by me. The lazy and noble voice was a little bit witchy, making people's ears feel hot. A man? Why are you here if you didn't kill anyone? That's right. Don't try to pretend to be a good person when you come here. Asajiri thought for a moment. I probably killed someone who was not a human. He didn't kill Fushu. If it was really Fushu, he would have died with that knock, and he wouldn't have been laughing. The monsters wanted to know what he had done and what his strength was. After all, they had to line up here. If he wasn't restrained in a cave, whoever could subdue him could make him do things for them. I destroyed the twin immortal mountains? The monsters were silent. They were still quite strong. Ahem, well, you are just like that. So are we. That's right. I don't believe that you have only done this one thing in your life, and that's why I lock you up here? Otherwise, that's not enough? Chao Wu really thought about it again, and then said with a look of sudden enlightenment, "Oh, I figured it out." What? Chao Wu lazily gathered his cloak and raised his eyelids slightly. I flirted with the chief of Chunyuan Palace, Ming Wang. Boss. Dad. Asajiri squinted his eyes comfortably. The monsters didn't seem to expect that this new pretty boy was so powerful. Could Mu Yun just flirt with him? Huh. Would anyone dare to approach him? Do you have a boss here? The monsters are a little afraid of Chao Wu now. They have never seen a person who can tease Mu Yun and still be alive with all his limbs intact. This person is definitely awesome. Yes. Asajiri's eyes lit up. Where is it? When the monsters saw this, they knew that Chao Wu was going to fight their leader. This was the rule. Madam. Madam is still resting. Chao Wu was stunned when he heard this. Woman? The monsters seemed to be very afraid of this madam and just hummed and didn't dare to say more. Asajiri was silent for a while, as if thinking about something. I don't hit women on my own initiative, but it's self-defense, so it should be fine. Chao Wu pinched the warm jade, his voice still with a smile, but his lazy posture with a smile on his lips made all the monsters feel an unprecedented danger. Morning fog is not like evening clouds. Evening clouds like to hide their shortcomings, hide among ordinary people, defeat the enemy with one move, and then leave quietly. But Asajiri was determined to become the focus of the crowd. When everyone was paying attention to him, he would act secretly without anyone knowing. Asajiri suddenly let out a light tut sound, turned over, and left his original position. The next second, the water below burst out from the platform, carrying with it murderous intent. Asajiri stood up unsteadily as if drunk, picked up the wet corner of her clothes and looked at it, the smile in her tone growing instead of diminishing. Such a bad temper. Madam is so fierce. The title was clearly Madam, but this person gave the illusion of calling her Madam. Madame Guoxiang was standing on the water. She was extremely beautiful, but she was a large python with her tail swaying. It was obvious that she was in a good mood. She looked at Chao Wu in front of her with great interest. This man was too flamboyant and handsome. His beauty was even aggressive, which made people want to conquer him. Her waist was connected to a circle of coiled snake tails, and she suddenly moved forward and pressed towards Chao Wu, trying to press her whole body on him. A cool fragrance came out of her mouth, and her voice was full of temptation. Little brother, I didn't mean to scare you just now. Did I scare you? Her long snake tail almost wrapped up Asajiri, looking extremely charming. Her whole body was flushed, and her eyes were filled with desire. It should be during the mating period. No wonder you have to soak in water. Madame Guoxiang stretched out her finger to lift up Chao Wu's chin. Looking at Chao Wu's face from such a close distance, the corners of his eyes seemed to be Xiang Fei's color. So beautiful and cute. Suddenly, something seemed to fall off. It was the blood jade. Asajiri's 2 hands suddenly supported her waist. Madame Guoxiang felt so comfortable that she couldn't help but twist her body. Who would have thought that Chao Wu's next words would make her feel cold all over? Madam, if I punch through this again, you will die. The soft voice was full of tenderness, like the whispers between lovers, but it was also extremely dangerous. Madame Guoxiang was stunned, her whole body screaming with fear and wanting to escape. But she found that the man's slender and strong hands were very strong and she couldn't move at all. She was once chopped in the waist by a boy in white and almost died. She didn't know why, but when she woke up, she was locked up here. How can one tell at a glance what his strength is? Madame Guoxiang's face froze, but she still didn't want to be suppressed by this young man. Are you willing to do that? You can be the master here, and I can be your wife. That's fine. There was something empty in Chao Wu's eyes, without any emotion. Oh, Madame is interested in me? The lazy voice carried a casual teasing, and even a real fairy like Madame Guoxiang felt her ears getting hot at this moment. All the monsters could only see Madame Guoxiang's huge snake tail and could not see Chao Wu's face at all. For a moment, they thought that Chao Wu was in great danger. Chao Wu fell silent, raised the corner of her eyes slightly, and the tip of Lady Guoxiang's snake tail that was about to pierce Chao Wu's back suddenly froze there. An ominous premonition invaded Madame Guoxiang's brain, and the next second she felt a sharp pain in her waist that made her feel worse than death. Red and black blood spurted out. In Chao Wu's hand was a blood-red dagger, and the Vengshi earring on his right ear was held in his hand. Her snake tail twisted like crazy, but Chao Wu stood still. However, the next second, Madame Guoxiang's snake tail began to rot, and the heart-wrenching roar sounded again. She prostrated herself at Kaijiri's feet, feeling worse than death. Asajiri took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped the dagger and the blood on his hands. However, when the square handkerchief touched Chao Wu's palm, it quickly turned black and rotted. Chao Wu frowned slightly and shook her hands. Blood was dripping from her beautiful jade-like fingers, forming flowers on the ground and corroding the ground. Madam, but you have to kill me first. Madame Guoxiang couldn't even raise her head, nor did she dare to. The young man looked up at her, his eyes calm, standing in the shadows with no light shining on him. He will not allow any light to shine upon him. Madame Guoxiang felt death once again. This time, it was complete death. Please, please, please don't kill me. A pitiful voice came, and Asajiri squatted down. Before Madame Guoxiang could feel happy, she heard the young man say indifferently, "You have stained my jade." The poison in the blood corroded quickly, and Lady Guoxiang's snake bones were exposed. In serious areas, the snake bones began to rot. The scene was too bloody and all the monsters dared not make a sound. Chao Wu picked up the warm jade and performed a cleansing spell, and the blood on his body and the jade disappeared. Asajiri looked at the earrings that had been wiped clean and put them on again. I don't know if it's because I just killed Madame Guoxiang, but the earrings are even more red. Chao Wu continued to hold the blood jade and smiled at the monsters. Sorry, I scared you all. That smile looked quite kind before he killed Madame Guoxiang. But now, all the monsters subconsciously stepped back, feeling that the temperature in the tidal prison was getting lower. Chao Wu snapped his fingers, and the place where the spiritual platform was destroyed just now froze, and an ice platform was automatically formed again. Chao Wu walked up, then sat down lazily and looked at the monsters on the wall. Can anyone tell me why she doesn't have a monster binding rope? It's quite free. You can be wherever you want. This is not the treatment that prisoners in Chaojiang prison should receive. The monsters were obviously frightened by the morning mist. They wanted to speak, but were so nervous that they were shaking. They thought again and again. Asajiri smiled and was not in a hurry, because someone untied it for her. Chao Wu raised an eyebrow. Do you know who it is? I don't know, but he comes back every year, and then Madame Guoxiang always disappears for a while to do things for him. Chao Wu held his chin up thoughtfully, as obedient as a child. Xiaoyuner, pay more. Before all the monsters could react, they heard footsteps coming from the entrance. Very light. Are you naughty again? These 3 words scared the monsters so much that they quickly ran back into their caves, not daring to make a sound. This voice. This is Chief Mingyue. Asajiri sat there, looking at the young man in white standing in front of him with a somewhat depressed look. They were all scared away by you, and I have no one to talk to. Mingyue chuckled, leaned over and pulled him up. Blame me? As soon as Chao Wu stood up, she was about to collapse on him like a boneless person, as if she was going to die of exhaustion in the next second. I was so domineering just now, but they were not so afraid of me. Mu Xiaoyun, you are so fierce. Mu Yun let him lean on her. I have learned a lot. Xiao Wu. Mu Yun glanced at Mrs. Guoxiang, who had rotted to the point where only the upper half of her body was left. The crime was not worthy of death, and I managed to catch her back. Now she is going to be killed by me? Kiajiri smiled and hooked his shoulder. Justifiable defense. Justifiable defense. After saying that, he was afraid that Mu Yun would continue to scold him, so he immediately started to pretend pitifully. Xianjun, this bunch of demon ropes is so heavy. My hands hurt. That seductive voice made people feel hot all over, but Mu Yun just glanced at the person next to him after hearing the words. It wasn't like this when you were in Fengchun. Chao Wu raised the corners of his mouth. Mu Yun looked at Mrs. Guoxiang's body and said, if I let you play for a while, half of the Chunyuan palace may collapse. In return, you find the person who released Guoxiang's snake and python, and the matter is resolved. I won't come to ask for help. However, before he finished speaking, he heard 2 crisp sounds and saw that the demon rope had been untied and cuffed in his hands. Looking at the bright eyes of the young man opposite, Mu Yun said helplessly, you are so boring. Chao Wu pulled the other end of the magic rope and was enjoying himself. This is called you come and I go. Mu Yun was used to him and let him lead them, and the 2 of them walked out. The monsters that appeared from behind were now so frightened that their legs were shaking. Mom, what is the background of that beautiful lady just now? Chao Wu was brought to Buojia Hall by Mu Yun, and the 2 even had a quarrel along the way. I think the one who released the Guoxiang snake and python was Dixian. Chao Wu's dislike for Prince Ming is true, but if something bad happens, he will blame it on Dixian. Mu Yun blinked and rejected it directly. Impossible. Master is not that boring. Chao Wu tugged on the magic rope and said fiercely, Hey, Mu Xiaoyun, where are you from? Chao Wu smiled sarcastically. The entire Fodu mountain belongs to him. How can he not know anything? Even if he didn't do it, he still indulged indirectly. He will explain when the time comes that all things have animism. Mu Yun thought for a while and felt that he would never be able to beat Chao Wu in quarreling, but he was still stubborn. Really? Why didn't you say it was Di Zhao? After entering Chao Wu's blood nightmare, Mu Yun became more and more dissatisfied with Di Zhao. These words were really useful. Chao Wu choked for a moment and said, how is it possible? My master is not that boring. Is it worthy of his master to release a snake from the Qian realm to the Kuan realm? How is it impossible? Your master has a cold nature. What's worse is that he must retaliate. Maybe someone provoked him, and he released a snake to take revenge. Smiled at the mist. It's getting more and more outrageous. Di Zhao has a cold nature, and his eyes are higher than his head. That's not right. It seems to be a derogatory term. But when she thought of the way Di Zhao looked at her that day, and what she had said in her ears, Chao Wu felt a little hot. Mu Yun was surprised to hear that there was no sound beside him. What? Am I right? Asajiri just showed off, not even caring about what he said. I don't care anyway. I don't agree with this marriage. When Mu Yun heard this, he was like a furry cat, grabbing Chao Wu's collar. What are you talking about? This guy has a bad mouth, right? Perhaps because he moved his wrist too much and was worried that his wrist would hurt. Kiajiri calmly untied the demon rope and moved forward with a smile. A bit mean. I'm just mad at you. Mu Yun was so angry that his teeth were itching. It would be unnecessary to hit him. Okay, then I don't agree with your marriage. Good guy. Once the topic was brought to him, Asajiri felt a little unbearable. What's going on? Marriage? What marriage? Mu Yun narrowed his eyes. Xiaowu, If I am happy, you can eat whatever you want. If you are normal, you can eat whatever you have. If you are angry with me again, I will give you whatever you want. You can eat. What? What? Mingyue almost said every word through clenched teeth. Morning fog faded. Mingyue snorted and really brought this criminal who had committed heinous crimes to the Betrothal. But Chao Wu's life is Baba, and he will suffocate to death if he is not allowed to Baba. Hey, don't tell me. Mingyue's residence is opposite Betrothal. We are brothers at first sight. Mingyue tilted his head, feeling his head hurt. Brother, although I'm not good at hexagrams, I can already figure out how I will die in this life. Asajiri immediately changed the topic, a little excited. You were the reason why I was so noisy. As soon as the door of the palace was pushed open, the golden-winged roc came out first this time, and Mingyue skillfully dodged it. The bird was right on Chao Wu's face. The shining golden wings made Chao Wu's eyes hurt at first, and then they lit up. Before he could open his mouth, he was interrupted by Mingyue. No hair plucking, no alchemy, don't even think about it. Morning fog is wilting again. He followed Mingyue and took a look at the decoration of the Betrothal. It was mostly made of herbs, flowers, and trees, and it was cool and refreshing. There are ice in all directions, and there is mist in the warmer Betrothal, which is very beautiful. Then what do you do raising these two? Mingyue raised his hand to remove the ice in all directions, then thought for a moment. I was blackmailed. Chao Wu also thought about it. So the phoenix he lived in Mingyue was blackmailed. Peacock originally heard the sound and ran over. Just as he was about to cry to Mingyue about his grievances, he saw his enemy dressed in black behind him. Open the screen directly with a voice. Chao Wu laughed at his bad nature. Ha 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 ha, you are so ugly. The ugly bird welcomes spring. Let him die. Thank you. Mingyue picked up Fengchun dumbfounded. The peacock was not small. Although half of its tail was cut off by Chao Wu, the remaining tail was not ugly. Until it hangs down, it can reach Mingyue's calf. Chao Wu hugged the chubby golden-winged roc and leaned over to express some sincere words of comfort. Chao Si, it's okay. My daughter has also lost hair recently. Her little girl is so much prettier than you, but she doesn't react like you do. Are you ashamed? Feng, Chao Si Chun. Mother, let him die. Let him die. Chao Wu laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. The peacock's cry is really funny. However, because the ice in all directions was removed, the ice had the effect of suppressing evil spirits and filth, so both Chao and Mu were stunned. Chao Wu's face suddenly darkened, and he rushed to the bedroom. The blood in his eyes flashed, and the bed was split into two halves. Under the bed lies a sachet. Mingyue also came to Chao Wu, and his expression turned cold when he saw the sachet. Soul-eating sachet? Because the soul captive has a slutty nature. If combined with the specially made soul-eating incense, he will be intoxicated for a long time and be unable to extricate himself. The late emperor used this before. He stayed in bed drunk and dreaming for a whole month, and the slaves became even more. Chao Wu took the sachet, and with increasing strength, he threw it into the mustard seeds, preventing Mingyue from touching it. Mingyue looked at him, her eyelashes trembling. Asajiri actually smiled. What should I do? My brother wants to kill someone. Because Chao Wu was really worried about Mingyue, she insisted on sleeping in the same room with him. Chao Wu was one of the few people who had a gloomy face, so Mingyue agreed. The night at the Bodhi temple is very beautiful. The Buddha trees are glowing with the fluorescence of stars, and the golden-winged birds and peacocks nest in the trees in spring. Rich spiritual energy circulated among the herbs. If you listen carefully, you might be able to hear their chattering. Hush, the beauty that the senior brother brought back is really beautiful. Is she your future wife? Hee hee, I saw them go to her room. Is she so good at knocking my head against the wall? However, at this moment, there was a sudden bang sound from inside the house, followed by Mingyue's cold voice shouting, Chao Wu. Hey, listen to my explanation. It was so lively the next day Chunyuan Palace, main hall. The man on the black jade couch moved his eyelashes and slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of beautiful light-colored eyes, gentle and tolerant, like the deep sea. indulgent and kind yet with an inviolable majesty. Di Xian brushed his sleeves and looked outside. It was the warm season, with peach trees in bloom. I never thought that after being in seclusion for 2 months, I could hear the unusual hustle and bustle outside the next hall. Calculating the time, it is indeed time to rank the roses. There is a different Ling Xian, who is not a disciple of Chunyuan Palace, but looks more like Emperor Zhao's move, Shui Zishan. Thinking of this, Di Xian called the Earth Spirit, who looked at the man on the black jade and saluted respectfully. Lord Ming Wang. Di Xian nodded in return, his voice very gentle. Are there any disciples from Shuizhe Mountain who come to visit? The Earth Spirits didn't know. Yesterday, immortal Muyun brought back a man, but his identity and strength are unknown. He only said that he made a mistake during the lecture and ordered him to reflect on his mistakes in Chunyuan Palace. The Chunyuan Temple on Foda Mountain is not like the Shuizhe Mountains, waters, and clouds, where there are rare treasures and animals, or a fairy like Aura, but there is warm sunshine everywhere, and it is spring all the time. Just like now, the light fell on Di Xian, and the man smiled, softer than the spring breeze in March. I think that man is not ordinary. He can find such a reason to bring him back. I'll go and take a look. The training ground is indeed bustling at the moment. After all, the top rankings have to be rearranged, and the rankings will be raised by the end of the month. Now everyone is competing to be the champion of this season. In the past, Muyun never got involved in such lively events, so why today? When Di Xian looked over, he saw a man standing next to Muyun. The man was tall, straight, and thin. Looking at Muyun's eyes, they were particularly beautiful and charming. I don't know if it was natural or something else, but the corners of her eyes were dyed with the color of Xiang Fei, which made her look passionate and romantic. He also had a scarlet Sanskrit earring on his right ear, which matched the earring on Muyun's ear, making them look like a pair. People also looked like a couple. Muyun was frowning, with dark circles under his eyes, and it was obvious that he didn't get enough rest last night. Asajiri approached and tried to please him, pinching his shoulders and rubbing his back, coaxing him. Hey, am I wrong? Don't be angry, you see. You've tied me up for half the night, and I haven't. Upon hearing Chao's shameless words, Muyun burst into laughter out of anger. The pair of eyes that were originally cold and indifferent were now burning with fire, making them look particularly lively. He stopped and pointed his finger at Chao's chest, his tone a little fierce, maybe because of what he thought. Isn't that your fault? Why are you pulling my blanket up so late at night? God knows what's wrong with this guy. Asajiri knew he was in the wrong, but he was too concerned. I'm just worried about you in the side room, and I didn't want to wake you up. The more he spoke, the quieter his voice became. Muyun was so angry that his temples were throbbing. You didn't want to wake me up? Why didn't you just lift it up? Asajiri coughed and patted his waist with his right hand in a gentle voice. You are wrong. You are wrong. Stop scolding me. Muyun snorted coldly and withdrew his hand, allowing Chao Wu to half hold him and say endless nice things to him. Di Xian watched the interaction between the two and was a little dazed. He knew his disciples well. Muyun was always aloof and arrogant, never showing his emotions. Sometimes he looked indifferent, like someone from outside the world, watching the separation and reunion of the world with cold eyes. He had often advised Muyun to go out into the world and experience the world, but after several experiences, he became even colder. Apart from being polite, he is cold and distant to everyone. But now, the disciples in the audience were so frightened when they saw Muyun that they all bowed to him. Big brother. He looked at Chao Wu, who was hugging him, and thought that if the two of them had such a good relationship, he should call Master's wife. For 5 full seconds, no one spoke. Just when the disciple was wondering, Chao Wu yelled, sister-in-law? No, I said. Do you think I can be defeated by your senior brother? Are my biceps for nothing? The attacker's desire to win was instantly aroused, and he went crazy at Chao Wu. No, we are not. The disciple was startled by the morning fog and laughed awkwardly. Everyone, including Di Xian in the distance, heard the laughter. Muyun was still smiling and her laughter continued. For a moment, she was so beautiful that all the disciples were mesmerized. Chao Wu was still trying to struggle with his identity, But Mu Yun pulled his sleeve, her voice full of laughter, gentle and indulgent. Okay, okay, I know you are strong. Puff. As my sister-in-law, don't be too harsh later. When Chao Wu heard this, he was so angry that he said, "You're still laughing? The training ground hasn't officially started yet, and now it's all about brawling, with disciples from each hall fighting each other, just to release stress." Asajiri was taking advantage of the situation and hiding quite smoothly. He leaned back, and while the man wasn't paying attention, he rolled over from behind him, went up and kicked him in the ace. Smoothly and quite cheap. A disciple who had seen Chao Wu at the lecture came up to Mu Yun and asked in a low voice, "Big brother, can the immortal Lord Chao Wu control his strength?" It's no wonder he was worried. He had seen with his own eyes the man who seemed to rely entirely on luck and took advantage of the situation. He had used 2 withered plum branches to destroy the twin immortal mountains. As easy as hand. I dare not think about what would happen if I failed to control it in the training ground. Mu Yun looked at Chao Wu, who was shouting and making noise on the stage, and couldn't help laughing again. Nothing. I'm holding him. He was indeed pulling it. Di Xian could see a thin silver thread on Mu Yun's wrist, and the other end of the silver thread was on Chao Wu's wrist. Mu Yun pulled him a few times with malicious intent, causing Chao Wu to lose his balance several times and receive a few hits, not too hard. Every time this happened, Mu Yun would smile happily. Its eyes are bright, like a naughty kitten. It paws you because you laugh at it for not being able to walk. It becomes very happy to see you getting humiliated and wags its tail proudly. There were fewer and fewer disciples as time went by, and the remaining ones were all elites. Chao Wu looked at them with slight admiration several times and gave some guidance from time to time. Hey, no one listened to him. Asajiri had no choice but to kick them down. It was Mu Yun, however, who was causing more and more trouble. The disciple kicked down by Chao Wu rubbed his ace and walked to Mu Yun in frustration. "Big brother, all the other prisoners have been taken to Chaojiang prison. Why are you still taking this one with you?" Chao Wu stretched lazily on the field, like a lion that suddenly felt bored, and watched the group of disciples fighting with drooping eyelids without interest. Mu Yun looked at her, and the smile in his eyes could not be contained, and it all overflowed. "Don't you think your sister-in-law is very beautiful? This is indeed the truth." The disciple thought about it honestly and seriously. "Master, you have a good eye." A burst of spiritual pressure made the top of the head of the man make a buzzing sound. Because the force of the silver wire on Mu Yun's wrist suddenly increased, half of his body fell forward. Asajiri hooked his chin. Zhao Wu looked at this beautiful face and narrowed his eyes. "Yuner, if it were me, I should bring you to the mortal world and build you a Jiayue tower, and you would be worth 1,000 gold for just one dance. With my beautiful appearance, I can become rich enough to rival a country early on, and then I can use the gold to build a house. Do you know what this is called?" When the topic of dancing came up, Mu Yun thought of Chao Wu's dancing in her previous life, and laughed even more happily. "Call the bear to pounce?" Asajiri. He was so angry that he laughed, and then he grabbed Mu Yun's face with both hands. "It's called a beautiful woman hidden in a golden house." Mu Yun's face was pulled, and she laughed so hard that tears came out of the corners of her eyes. Mu Yun raised his foot and kicked Chao Wu's calf in annoyance. His words were a little vague, which was cute. "I need you. You see, this man is not actually an immortal. He has the same joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness as everyone else. But everyone respects him and keeps a distance from him, and they all follow the crowd from a cold perspective, saying that he is unkind. But Chao Wu is used to him and pampers him. Even if he frowned, Chao Wu would have to sort out all the things he had done in the past half-month and coax him for a long time, and he never got tired of it. Pull this person down from the altar and let him act as unbridled as any human being. This is a good thing." In Di Xian's opinion, Mu Yun has a lively, youthful spirit, but somehow his heart felt like it was being pricked by tiny needles, announcing an ironclad fact. Mu Yun would never smile at him like that, nor would she make such a fuss in front of him. Or to put it bluntly, "I need you. You see, this man is not actually an immortal. He has the same joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness as everyone else. but everyone respects him and keeps a distance from him, and they all follow the crowd from a cold perspective. The earth spirit didn't even think twice. Morning fog. Dixian recalled the scenes he had just seen. Murmured, morning and evening, clouds and fog. As the two were arguing, Mu Yun's jade pendant suddenly flashed and Chao Wu raised his eyebrows. To be honest, although I often dealt with Mu Yun, the chief of the Mingyue in Chunyuan Palace, in my previous life, most of the time the jade was hung around my waist, as if it was just an ordinary jade. It was so ordinary that he almost forgot that when Remuyun left Chunyuan Palace and was no longer the eldest disciple of Mingyue, without the white jade, his white hair was dazzlingly white. Mu Yun didn't notice Zhao Wu's gaze and just said, "My master has come out of retreat. He should have known you. Let's go meet him." Chao Wu's eyes were dark, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. "Let's go. He should have met him earlier." When Remuyun went to tell King Ming that he was leaving Chunyuan Palace, he should have accompanied him to meet him. For King Ming, this aspect is 10 years late and it is time to make up for it. Hidden in the house among the green bamboos, there are low-key and luxurious items, and any item you take out is a rare treasure. There is a bamboo forest and a wooden bridge winding on the water in the main hall. Chao Wu follows Mu Yun. To be more precise, he almost collapsed on Mu Yun, complaining one word after another. Dixian was brewing tea when he heard 2 footsteps and Chao Wu's whisper, "It's over. Our daughter is gone." Dixian paused while holding the teacup. Then Mu Yun replied in a somewhat speechless and natural voice, "How could you lose such a small child? There are restrictions in every place in Chunyuan Palace, and people without sufficient strength cannot enter. It is true that the little guy will not be hurt, but it is troublesome to find him." Since they had already reached the house, neither of them said anything. Dixian looked up and saw 2 young men standing in front of him, one in white and one in black. If we really say that they are the black and white impermanents in folk tales, it does make sense. Mu Yun bowed as a disciple, but the young man in black next to him just moved away from Mu Yun and slumped on him to cling to him. "Master." But Chao Wu kept looking at Dixian, without any hesitation, as if she was afraid that Dixian didn't know that she was looking at him. "Arrogant wolf cub." Dixian chuckled and didn't care. "I am the chief disciple of the immortal master. I am Chao Wu, and I am honored to meet the King Ming." When saying this, Asajiri's voice was a little low, but still clear and bright. He didn't bow or even nod. In short, he didn't greet her. The pair of eyes that were always covered with mist looked wild and dangerous, but it did not hinder their beauty. "My master has told me that I do not need to perform formalities when I see the King of Light." Asajiri's tone has always been lazy and noble, with a hint of nonchalance. At this moment, he said this as if he was showing off, quite arrogant. Mu Yun was stunned. "Why don't you show respect to the Ming King? Emperor Zhao is too fond of Chao Wu." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Asajiri stood up straight. He seemed to be a soft-hearted person. He would be lazy whenever he could, but he never bent his shoulders. When he performed the ceremony, he bowed his head in submission. But the King of Ming has done a favor to Mu Yun, saving his life and raising him. To me, it is a great favor. This ceremony, according to the etiquette between master and disciple, the King of Ming accepts Chao Wu's bow. The calmed voice was serious. When Dixian heard the first sentence he said, he really didn't expect that this boy would salute him. Seeing him like this, my eyebrows raised and I didn't even have time to hide. Mu Yun was even more shocked. He turned around and was about to help Chao Wu up, but was stopped by Chao Wu. The corners of the boy's eyes were raised, but then gently drooped, as if in comfort. Dixian saw all of this, and that inexplicable feeling came back again. He was pouring tea, but accidentally filled the cup with tea. Seeing this, Mu Yun frowned slightly. He calmed down again. It was really ridiculous. This kid had an impatient temper. Why was he a little annoyed? It's really not worth it. With a gentle wave of his hand, the teacup disappeared, and Asami didn't see any of this. Dixian smiled softly and looked at Chao Wu with his deep eyes. "I understand." Asajiri then stood up and looked at the man opposite her. I have to say that Dixian's appearance is very likable. He is not ostentatious, nor will he be buried, but he is definitely not mediocre. Everyone will remember him, especially those affectionate and gentle eyes. How annoying. I heard that you were brought back by Yuner because you committed a crime at a sermon. Haha, he has never found any excuses in his life. But this is the only one, and it's so lame. His voice was gentle. My visit was too sudden. After all, he is the chief of Chunyuan Palace. This is the best thing to do. Chao Wu saw Di Xian's attitude, as if the relationship between him and Master Mu Yun had always been so good. Obviously, Mu Yun had ended their master-disciple relationship for 6 years. He just came back not long ago, but he still thought it was a big deal and continued to let him be his eldest disciple. So what exactly happened between them back then? Mu Yun knew that Chao Wu didn't like Di Xuan and was afraid that if he stayed any longer, Chao Wu would become talkative and that would be the end of him. Just as he was about to speak, he heard footsteps behind him. He waited for the person to approach and bowed. Master. Then he looked at Mu Yun again. Big brother? The same white robe, frosty face Yuan Yao. Mu Yun nodded slightly. Asajiri was almost rolling her eyes. Di Xian narrowed his eyes. Yuner, take the distinguished guest on a thorough tour. Mu Yun took the order and left. Chao Wu once again half paralyzed on Mu Yun and left. However, after walking a few steps and turning around again, the bamboo forest had hidden the house again. Naturally, he wouldn't know that Di Xian flashed behind Yuan Yao and patted him on the back of the neck. Yuan Yao's eyes suddenly changed. However, he was knocked to the ground by Di Xian the next second. Di Xian stepped on Yuan Yao's chest, and his light-colored eyes finally turned cold, like an ancient river without ripples. If you dare to dress like him again, I will not let you stay. Yuan Yao's eyes changed, his temperament changed. It was like he had become a completely different person. Haha, why you? Treat your apprentice the same way as Di Zhao. However, before he could finish his words, Di Xian's foot exerted increasing force, and time in the bamboo forest seemed to freeze. The wind stopped and everything stopped. His voice was somewhat ethereal, gentle, but also frightening. That lunatic Zhao can't take care of you right now. If he really wants to kill you, I can't stop him. Just like, if I want to kill you, no one can stop me. Yuan Yao's expression became meaningful. Haha. Okay, I get it. I won't learn from your precious apprentice anymore. Di Xian glanced at him, stood up indifferently, and sat back in his previous position the next second. The hot steam from the teapot continued to float. The rustling sound of bamboo leaves continued. Yuan Yao rubbed his chest, which was about to break, and suddenly smiled strangely. Just like in the last life, I just want to face the fog. You won't stop me.